suggest it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? What's it? Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. It is a Friday. We've made it. I can smell it. I can smell the weekend.
What does it smell like?
It smells like weekend.
Does it smell like bad sushi?
It does not.
It's mowing season.
John McGinnis.
I'm mowing for the first time today.
Have you started yet?
I have not started. Grass is high in the backyard.
It's yours is moved. Mine is still dormant.
Really?
Yeah. I only have grass in the front yard because I have a pool in the backyard. Right?
Wow.
And I was like, I am making sure that I do not have to cut any part of that grass. So that the entire backyard is cement or turf.
It's what?
Cement.
Oh, okay.
Or turf. Thanks to Turf Concepts Online. But yes, it has not started growing yet. I did pre-emerge. Did you pre-emerge?
No, I'm scalping it.
But did you put a pre-emergent down?
I don't know what that means, but I was just trying to go around it.
It's like it's supposed to. You put it down early spring, right around now. You know, like you probably should have done it about 2 weeks ago. You can do it now still. Put down it's basically like kind of like a weed and feed.
Okay.
Keeps the weeds at bay. It stops them from growing. Because this is about the time of year that they grow.
See, I'm stuck in the middle here because I'm about to move out of this house because it's a rental right now. So it's like, how much do I actually take care of the yard? You know, am I doing any of the fertilizer stuff? Do I just wait till I move out and then save the money for the actual house when I buy a house here, hopefully in the next month or so?
Yeah.
Buy a house in the next month? You're that close?
I think he is.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, look at that.
Are you going looking this weekend?
No, I mean, we've put the offer down on one.
Wait, I thought you put another offer down.
So the offer fell through with the people. There was some financial thing.
You were right. You were on it.
Yeah, I know.
You called their bluff.
Yeah,
There was some financial thing. It's called a credit score.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
Man.
It could get a loan. I don't know. But yeah,
Wow.
So we're stuck on one house right now. But I mean, it could be wrapped up within the next week or so.
Good for you.
So
good for you.
Maybe I have good news for the best and worst of the weekend on Monday.
I've got an inspector for you. Make sure you get the house inspected.
Well.
I'm going to send you his number. He's a good dude. He did Sean's house too. He found everything wrong with Sean's house.
Yeah. there was more than enough. He did get his $120 this morning, by the way.
Oh, he did?
Nice.
Oh, good. Well, Demarcus Lawrence got paid. as well by Seattle. I was on Seattle radio the other night. I told you about that.
Yep.
They called me up in the middle of my son's game, and I'm like, yeah, man, I got 5 minutes for you. I'll go on Softy and Dick show anytime just so I could say Softy and Dick in the same sentence.
I do love it.
It's a great name, but that's their name, Softy and Dick. Like, that's the guy's name. What do you want to do about it? But it's not just the Demarcus Lawrence signing that is a pertinent deal and move and situation for the Cowboys.
No, we were, what time was it last night? I'm going to look. We finalized the rundown last night at 8:14 p.m. And by 10 o'clock, it was, well, we have a completely different story we're going to talk about at the top of the show tomorrow. And that is Demarcus Lawrence. And why is Demarcus Lawrence such a big deal? Here's the thing that I have a hard time realizing or having an awareness of, that I think you've said it before too. Clay Travis used to say it a lot. Twitter is not the real world.
Twitter, it's not. It's fake.
And it is essentially, as big as it is, it's still fairly narrow compared to the rest of society and what people pick up on. So the fact that all hell broke loose on Cowboys Twitter last night, you may be waking up this morning going, what in the world could have occurred that caused this? Well, it all started yesterday afternoon when Demarcus Lawrence was being introduced to the Seattle media and did a little side conversation with Seahawk blogger. And he took a little bit of a sideswipe at the Dallas Cowboys.
Change the scenery is always good, but Dallas is my home. Made my home there. My family lives there. Forever going to be there, but I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there.
And then he kind of chuckles after that and goes, so, yeah. And got uncomfortable a little bit, and there were some fans yesterday. I didn't sense many people melting down over it. There was a lot of just, ouch, this hurts. Ooh, truth hurts.
Who's burned out, man?
He's yeah, that's going to come around here in just a second. So, of course, it was one Micah Parsons who saw this and quote tweeted it and said, "This is what rejection and envy look like. This some clown ass." Could have just been left there. Of course, these are two individuals, Micah Parsons and Demarcus Lawrence, who I don't know if they know when to walk away.
You don't think so?
Nope. And Demarcus Lawrence has not been overly active on Twitter in the last couple of years.
Oh, so he
hopped on there last night.
Someone pointed this out to him.
He hopped on there last night. Less than an hour later, he replies to Micah Parsons and says, "Calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left."
So good. This is so good. I love drama. I love drama. Usually it's other people's. This directly affects us, but
yeah, you're down with OPD, other people's drama.
Yeah, I'm down with OPD for sure.
But no, this caused some reaction last night. Chauncey Golston tweeted, "I thought it was a brotherhood over all caps everything," and a little like thinking emoji. Oso Digizua had tweeted, "Feed the living, leave the dead."
Right.
Trayvon Diggs just posted, "Wow." And then he actually had another one, a follow-up to that was a lot more direct. Trayvon Diggs last night tweeted, he said, unless he deleted it, he looks like he deleted it.
Delete some text or some tweets.
So he did. So last night he had essentially written that, it's hard to win when somebody doesn't have your best interest at heart. Something along those lines.
Settle down just a little bit.
That was Diggs?
Yeah. Taking a dig.
Yeah.
Oh, and Terrence Parsons, Micah's brother, made sure to quote this and played. What was the drop you just played a second ago from Demarcus Lawrence, Peyton?
I got to find it.
Who's burned out?
Oh, God. Here we
Who's
go.
burned out, man?
Yeah.
And he said, "This you?" So pretty tense interaction last night.
It is.
And this is something that you remember we talked to Zach Martin at Super Bowl
I do remember that, yeah.
at the bounty setup.
I couldn't stay away from those chicken wings.
Yeah, they were good. Yeah. But Zach Martin, while he was there, had talked about something was off last year. Mm-hmm. There were problems last year. The vibes just weren't right. In fact, this was his exact quote. "I've got a ton of respect for Coach McCarthy and what he did when he came in here, but for whatever reason, something was off this year. Things weren't gelling, weren't clicking, and I think that's something Shotty views as A1 importance to get that kind of fellowship, that brotherhood back in the locker room." And this right here, Chop, is just a microcosm of what was a very tense locker room last year and in the last couple of years.
Well, listen, I think part of this, There's truth in what Demarcus Lawrence said. He ain't going to win a Super Bowl here. Now, I'll tell you this. He ain't going to win with Seattle either. You're not going to go to Seattle.
Where does he have a better chance?
Where does he have a better chance of winning the Super Bowl? I would say here versus Seattle.
I think so, yeah.
Versus Seattle. He's not going to win one in Seattle. Now, could you make a case that the NFC East is right now better than the NFC West? You can make the case. You can make the case. I think, San Fran's in a transition. The Rams are, Matt Stafford's arm could fall off.
Yeah.
So there's that. I think Philadelphia's pretty set as a top tier team in the NFL, and Washington appears to be, that way for the next couple of seasons until Jaden gets paid.
Look,
but so I think that it's much more difficult. That maybe the route is easier there, but the Cowboys are a better team. They just got rid of but they got rid of two. One great wide receiver is getting paid $30 million a year, and another one who was still pretty good and able to get open and lock it.
Yeah, and because they're in that position right now where they're having to have that transition period of the quarterback and the different things that they're doing on offense, trading away DK and letting Locke go, like you mentioned.
Also, sorry.
No, go ahead.
What bothers me is the Cowboys do more fighting on the internet than they do on the field sometimes.
Yeah.
What he said, if you want to clap back at what he said, I get it. But spot the lie. Have some self-awareness.
Yeah. Now, look, here's the reality. And it wasn't you weren't supposed to find out like this, guys. That's not how this was supposed to happen. The reality is that Demarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons, as we've hinted at times on the show, they didn't always see eye to eye on things.
Oh, you don't say.
They were not just best of friends, buddies. There was tension there, and I think it really came to a head after the Green Bay game, the Green Bay playoff game, and I think that they felt like they had some things they needed to get off their chest and wanted to sort out with each other after that, and I don't know that it was ever great after that. It wasn't great before that, but I think it took a turn after the Green Bay playoff game. But yeah, they didn't get along very well. And this is one of those things. This is when I talked about the McCarthy timeline, and I was just laying out how things had turned and why it was time for him to go. And I mentioned at the very start of that, I was like, hey, some of this you're not going to get specifics on in terms of the things that he oversaw or the things that occurred on his watch. Some of you're not going to get specifics on because right now people don't view it as productive to be on the record about it, those different things. Here's an example of one of the things that we're talking about. Of just, it was kind of a room without a strong leader and a strong voice. And when you see things like this, and the little chirping back and forth that occurs after that, DeMarvian Overshown tweeting Cowboys versus everybody yesterday. It's easy to see why Schottenheimer pitching culture over everything else was so compelling to the Joneses, and why they said, oh, okay, that sounds good, because we need that, because right now the culture's not very good, and this is somebody who's telling us that's going to be the top priority and he can fix it, because that sort of tension.
Can you let the poor man just enjoy his retirement?
I'm talking about Schottenheimer now. Relax.
Let the poor guy just enjoy
Relax.
it.
Yeah, move on.
Relax. I'm talking just in general about players at this point. And why I'm saying, regardless of who it was, the state of the locker room reached a certain point with each other, not with Mike. I'm talking about with each other, but still what he was.
But you know what? I think you are onto something with that, with the locker room and everything, and because of the absence of a leader, and I blame the Joneses for that, for exactly what I said, not given an extension.
Oh, would you look at this? We got some breaking news from Adam Schefter. Developing a sleeper team has emerged and is now making a push to sign Rams free agent wide receiver Cooper Kupp. The Dallas Cowboys, per league sources. Kupp's decision on where to sign could come as early as today. Well,
interesting.
We'll be all in.
So we'll be covering the Cooper Kupp angle of this.
That is selectively aggressive.
That is
selectively aggressive.
This is and
aggressive.
exactly. We'll and we'll be keeping an eye on that all morning. But this is on the Demarcus Lawrence front and everything else, that them chirping back and forth at each other. It seems petty and insignificant and like, oh, they're arguing on Twitter. But you got to think, like, this is not normal for a team to have this sort of back and forth, especially with a guy who was
What do you waste your time for? He doesn't play for you anymore. He doesn't play with you anymore. What are you wasting your time on him for? Well, you know, you're obviously still in his head because Cowboys are in everybody's head. You know, it's just he's wrong. He doesn't have a better chance to win in Seattle. That's for damn sure. But it's like it kind of manifests this entire thought that the Cowboys, you know, care more about fighting on the internet like a 12-year-old than they do about winning games.
Yeah, I think that I just think that they clearly deserve credit for this. We hinted at it, like I said, different things like that. There was no indication, I don't think, an easy indication to fans or anything else that Mike and D-Law didn't get along.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to like everybody you work with.
And so I'll give them credit for they kept it in-house pretty well. They kept it in-house that they didn't get along very well.
The idea that all these players are friends, I mean, that's a...
But that is what you want to work towards.
That's
you do
what
want to work towards, or at the very least, they don't have to be friends. You do want to work towards their family, and they care about each other, and they fight for each other. You do want to work towards
Absolutely.
that. And that was Schottenheimer's big push to the Joneses. I'm going to create a culture where that's the case.
He's going to try, and it'll help because he's got a contract, and that helps. That absolutely helps. Nobody listens to somebody that they know is, you know, maybe not going to be there anymore. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. So there's that breaking news from Adam Schefter that there's a mystery team with Cooper Kupp, and that mystery team is the Dallas Cowboys, and it could come as early as today. The Mavericks keep opening their mouths. We keep dropping our jaws. The latest dumb thing the Mavs said next on The Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Eek!
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
something, or do you have to forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the O2 car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Three, no good. Cooper Flagg has the rebound after the missed shot by Jaden Mustaf.
Oh, that's not good.
And Flagg is down.
Not good.
Flagg is down and laying on his stomach. Now rolls to his back under the basket on the right side.
He went high for the rebound, landed. He's holding his left ankle. He wants help to the bench. Oh, my goodness.
Man, that is Duke Radio with the call. That was a treacherous injury. I don't know if treacherous is the right word.
Sure,
it works.
I'll accept it.
Yeah, just accept it. For Cooper Flagg and Duke, and Duke did win. They come back on Georgia Tech, and they win the game. But you're not going to see him for the rest of this tournament. At least you better not if you're Duke. And then the question arises for Sunday. It's Selection Sunday. Is this Sunday? Whether or not that is going to impact their seeding. If the committee doesn't know his standing, that could.
Has that occurred? I know we've talked about that with the CFP and like Florida State when Jordan Travis went out and stuff like that.
Kenny Martin.
Has it done that in? I can't remember. Has it done that in the NCAA before? Did they do that with Cincinnati?
They dropped it to a 2.
Okay, so they didn't have like a just free fall the way Florida State did.
No, Duke still has like a couple of NBA players on their team. But they're still good. They're still good without Cooper Flagg. It's not like they're not the Final Four good. I don't think, but they're still a good team. They've got NBA guys. So there's that.
My favorite tweet yesterday, by the way, was from Slightly Biased on Twitter, and they were showing him getting wheeled off, getting Cooper Flagg getting wheeled off, and he said, "I've never been more convinced the Mavs are winning the lottery." It's just like that's exactly what happened right here. That's this cursed organization.
Yeah,
they're going to win the Cooper Flagg sweepstakes, and then he's got a broken ankle.
He got Paul pierced off the floor. That's what they did, and they wheeled it back there. So it's a terrible injury. He was like 5 feet off the ground when he got that, and then his ankle just snaps. Oh,
Hagee was beside himself yesterday.
I would assume so. If you're John Shire, if you put him out there, I would not put. I don't think he plays until the round of 32. I think regardless, Duke sits him out the first round. They'll beat the 16 seed, right? They'll beat without Cooper Flagg, and then you worry about him the next day, or the weekend. That's what I would think happens. So that's that. We got an update on Cooper Kupp. Speaking of Coopers,
it looks like
Cooper 620 segment.
Diana Rossini tweets 2 teams very interested in signing free agent wide receiver Cooper Kupp, according to league sources. The Seahawks and the Cowboys. See what these script writers have done for us?
Yeah.
They set up that Demarcus Lawrence, Micah Parsons, Cowboys-Seahawks fight last night just because they knew this decision was coming. Diana Rossini says Kupp is expected to make his decision today. So it sounds like it'll be one of those 2 teams, whether the Seahawks or the Cowboys. Given all the moves the Cowboys have made so far, which are, to me, solid. Like, there's nothing to get super excited about, but they're just, okay, for the amount of money they're paying and the potential upside, I don't hate the pickups. I don't think any of them are like super exciting. But if you were to get all of those combined with Cup, well, now you've done something, I feel like.
I would be I would be excited about this.
They would be Steven, Jerry, all the hell they've got for free agent stuff. Even if this is a guy who's a little banged up or a lot banged up and on the back end of his career, this is still an exciting move to me.
Yeah, it is. I would be very excited by this one. Whew. This is
keep an eye out.
selectively aggressive, baby.
This is
not. No, this is good. This is exciting. I'm excited. I would be excited.
By the way, this is the thing people have pointed out the whole time, and why they were connecting the dots. Cooper Kupp's college receivers coach at Eastern Washington is Junior Adams, who is the new Cowboys receivers coach.
Oh, baby.
And Cooper Kupp had said Junior Adams was the best coach he ever played for.
There you go. I mean, you're on
Connect
the
all the dots.
on the red turf at Eastern.
Gosh, it's ugly as hell, dude.
There we go. All right, I've been waiting to talk about this all night. And I know Adam Silver is hell-bent on calling the NBA owners governors. I refuse to call Patrick Dumont anything other than the gaslighter-in-chief. All right.
Will you call him governor if you do like the British accent with it? Like governor?
Governor.
I think it's acceptable then.
It's acceptable then?
Otherwise,
Okay.
you can't call him that.
So, remind me, Bobby, what did Nico say when they traded Luka? That this was a move about the
health and fitness standards of the city of Dallas.
And
it was a move about now.
Winning now. That's right. Winning now.
We care about right now.
We care about right now.
Mm-hmm.
What did Patrick Dumont say yesterday, Bobby?
Patrick Dumont said kind of the opposite.
Going into the trade deadline last year, we were not competitive. If you recall, we were not a playoff-bound team. And we were able to do some things to reconstruct the roster and enable the team to become very competitive. And after the trade deadline last year, we actually had the best record in basketball, which was a big accomplishment. And we got to the championship games, and we didn't win. And so we had to decide, how do we get better? What can we do to improve our team? And so we looked at our trajectory during the season and realized that we did not get better. But the teams that we competed against, some of which we beat, did get better. And ultimately, when you look at the Eastern Conference, after we were to get through the Western Conference, if we're so fortunate, you would have to beat some very formidable teams, including one that we lost to, which actually got better. So this was a decision about the future. If you look at our roster today and who we have, we feel like we position ourselves to be incredibly competitive against the best teams in the NBA.
Now, before you go off on this job, and I want you to, the place where the setting for this conversation was the Real Estate Council's Bank of Texas Speaker Series.
Man, these guys always get caught. They always get, these college football coaches always get caught in these banquets.
Will this change anything for you to know that this is just now getting out to the public, but this conversation was February 13th? Or is it still just equally as dumb?
It's still equally as dumb. I don't care.
I will say that this is not like a month later after they've had all this big blow up that he sat down and was like, I'm going to say this. This was still in the first couple weeks when they were messing up everything every single day.
Yeah, but it was a hotter environment at that point.
Right. I just don't know that they were still digging in. Like now I don't think they want to even talk about it.
I don't care.
Like I think if it was today, I don't think he even wants to answer questions about
this.
it.
Could have been on February 1st. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's, you're still, it was still after the Nico press conference, so it's still contradictory to what he said, because he said this is a move. He even said it right there at the end. This was a move about the future. Peyton, he would continue.
By the way, people are taking big issue, including Elliot from the 903. People were taking big issue yesterday that, like, this is proof he's not a basketball guy. He called it the championship games. He didn't say they were in the NBA Finals.
Yeah,
he said we played in the
not a
championship
basketball
games.
Yeah, for some reason, his Wikipedia says he is a basketball guy. I'm not joking. It literally says that. I'll get you the exact wording. It literally says that on
basketball guy. Well, we now know he's editing his own Wikipedia page.
Yeah, he really did. I'll find it for you. But here we go. This is part 2 of that.
If you're a fan of basketball, I'll just throw that out there. You have Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, Anthony Davis, and either Daniel Gafford or Derek Lively as your starting 5. That's going to put fear into a lot of teams in the league if we can get going.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Right? And so the objective was, how do we create a roster for the future that allows us to be the most competitive team? I've said it all along. I don't know if you heard what I said when we actually bought the team. from Mark, but we want to win championships. We want to be a winning franchise for the city of Dallas, and we want to be one of character, one of community involvement, and one where we sort of carry on the legacy of the Dallas Mavericks in the right way.
Who is that piping up? Yeah, it's fantastic.
Oh, Buford.
Was this Gene Hackman's last public appearance?
Stop it, Robert. My gosh. I'm sorry.
Right?
They step in it, and it doesn't matter when this was. They continue to step in it. Is it the future or is it the now? Which one is it? Like, guys, get on the same page. If you're going to pull off a stinker of a move, at least get on the same page.
What happened? How did they, we were talking about this at dinner with Justin and Emily Pate, because he was hot about the Luka thing. That's what he wanted to talk about while we were at dinner. We were trying to get him to engage in gossip. Like, come on, don't you want to ask us any fun behind the scenes stuff? And he's like, no, let's complain about Luka. And I was like, all right, I do enjoy that. So, but he, we had brought up, he's like, what were they thinking? And Sean and I were talking about, it's like the easiest explanation, the most likely explanation of what happened here is they're dumb.
Yes.
They're really dumb. But it's to such an extent that you have to go, how did you hide it for a year or two? How did this not come out earlier? With as dumb as the move was and as dumb as the response was, how did this not get out to the public earlier?
It is wild. They hit it so well. But listen, at the same time, I've hidden how dumb I am quite well.
Do you want Vegas Bob's take on this?
Please. I'd love to hear from Vegas Bob.
He quote tweeted it and said, "This guy is a legit moron. You can't speak with such confidence about things you have no concept of. Truly
None.
Amazing.
He has no concept.
The first thing these bananas should have done after making the worst deal in the history of sports was to hire a competent PR crisis team, because every time he or his GM talks, it just makes things worse."
It has made things worse. I mean, seriously, you can't. Which one is it? Is it the future or is it the now? Like, you don't have a future. You can make a case. I would disagree with it, but you can make a case that the win now, like at the time of the deal, was better. You can make the case. I would argue it, but you can make the case. You have no case that the future is brighter. You have expensive, aging players and no draft picks. How is the future any better?
Yeah.
That's what you have. And I'm sorry, I'm just done with them. I'm done with the whole thing. I think the rest of the city is too. Look at the attendance. Look at the fact that all the bars and restaurants outside the arena are completely empty.
Whoa. Like, Ben Stiller's taking shots at us now. Ben Stiller quote tweeted this.
Polly? Along came Polly, Ben?
Quote tweeted it and said, "What is cognitive dissonance?"
I don't know. I have to.
Cognitive dissonance is exactly what you just heard there, which is the exact definition of it is a psychological term describing the discomfort felt when someone's beliefs or actions clash, leading to a desire to reduce this internal conflict. So you start trying to talk your way through it and justify it. And
my whole life.
Yeah, you disassociate from
That's
it.
fantastic.
I do this every day. That's a good drop, Peyton. And you know how and the TV ratings are terrible now with the Mavericks. You know how I know that? Because I put in a request for the TV ratings.
And?
I have not heard back.
Oh. Was it somebody who would want to protect them?
It's a friend.
Of the Mavericks?
Of mine.
Oh, okay. But they wouldn't have a reason to want to protect the Mavericks on that front, would they? Oh, they would? Okay, well then never mind. That makes sense then.
And I know, and that's like, you know when ESPN or Fox or whoever, when they haven't posted the ratings 24 hours after the game is over, the ratings weren't very good.
How mad do you think WFAA is? That they swung that deal thinking we've got
10 years of Luka.
We can sell this, the advertising and everything else, and then you just rip it out from under them. I would be furious.
Y'all have destroyed. You've destroyed downtown. You destroyed Victory Park.
We talked about it, Tuesday? Like the Dallas Observer note. Like, you're killing restaurants
Businesses,
in
yes.
Dallas because of this. It's insane what they've done.
The future. We have a better future. The future's in L.A., dude. Future's in L.A. It's frustrating. Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. Is this announcer about to get canceled? Plus another dumb TikTok trend that I actually think needs to stick around. Get into that next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Nick Harris Star Telegram's going to join us at...
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevy.
Alongside, we have a Cowboys sign a Pro Bowler. We'll get to that at 7 o'clock. Former Pro Bowler.
Yes. Not Cooper Cup.
Not Cooper Cup.
We're on.
That may be later.
We are on Cooper Cup watch.
Cup watch. We're on Cup watch.
We are on Cup watch right now. Cup check is how I'm.
Yeah,
I think that's how we should term it. But no, this is another Pro Bowler at a skill position that they added yesterday. We'll talk about it.
I wonder if the kids still do that, the old cup check. I had asked my son on that one. They do the cup check. I used to do it all the time.
Another Lakers tie-in right there. Mitch Kupchak.
Mitch.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
What an unfortunate last name.
Yeah, Yeah, it is. Yeah. All right. So Bobby brought this audio to my attention last night. We're on the phone, and he goes, "Did you hear the Hideki Matsuyama cut?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't hear the Hideki." Now they're at the Players Championship, which is in Bobby's favorite city, Jacksonville. It's outside of Jacksonville. It's really in Ponte Vedra. It's in a gorgeous spot. I was there a couple years ago.
That's why you talk so highly of Jacksonville, is just because of that golf course. I feel like.
Well, it's my grandparents lived there. They lived in St. Augustine, so it's like 30 minutes away, 40 minutes away, right? So yes, I speak very highly of it. But this audio, Bobby brought it to my attention, and this is quite wild. Set this up for us.
So this is Hideki Matsuyama had a pretty poor round yesterday at the Players Championship. It was not good at all. But over on ESPN Plus, some people took notice when Matsuyama was putting for bogey on 14, and the announcers were talking about how tough the start was. And is this John McGinnis? Is this
it's McGinnis? Yeah,
John McGinnis chimed in with some commentary on the bad round of golf that we're trying to see if it makes any sense at all, or if he might have gotten himself in a little bit of trouble here.
This is for bogey, just inside of 5 feet.
He hasn't smiled yet.
I wouldn't either.
No. This is bad sushi. I mean, this is just a brutal round of golf so far.
What? And I'm
sorry.
I showed this to Peyton during the break, and he's like trying to. What did you say? What were you trying to say? Like, is it possible? He said. What?
I thought he was saying like Matt's sushi. Like he was trying to like put Matt, but it was bad.
He's like,
clearly.
maybe he's like, and he listened back. He's like, nope, he said bad sushi. And people on Twitter yesterday, you had people tagging ESPN and go like, are you aware what your announcer just said? So I'm going to turn it over to Better Call Chop to defend. Or to come up with an excuse. Come up with the baton rolled up her back, which we'll talk about here in a second.
Yeah.
The baton rolled up her back, and my hand just slipped and hit her. Come up with that excuse for John McGinnis as to why he would have said this.
I don't know. Look, I don't think it's insensitive to assume that somebody eats the food of their native country more often than they eat other food. I don't think that's a crazy leap. But
do you say it into a microphone?
I don't think you would say it into a microphone on a broadcast.
Yeah.
If he was thrown up in the woods, could you draw that conclusion? I think you have a better argument.
Now,
but not here. What is this? This had nothing to do with it. He was missing putts because he had bad sushi.
So here's the other thing that I asked you during one of the breaks. Is it possible? Because we're just trying to find any reason why he would have said this that makes sense.
I can't imagine he would have found any reason to say this.
Is it possible? Like, would John McGinnis, like with the production crew and the golfers, ever be in the same like common areas eating? To where he would have seen like, oh, he was eating something and I know that upset him. Really, I genuinely have no idea. I'm just trying to find any reason this would make sense.
I think the golfers, they're pretty separated. Like they're pretty separated.
They weren't at Live. That was cool. When we were walking around Live, we were all able to just hang out right around them.
I don't know why he would say this. Like this has absolutely nothing to do with anything.
Now I don't think
he's playing bad golf. It doesn't mean like food poisoning. Like what does this have anything to do with it?
I don't believe that this is going to get him fired. Like I don't. It didn't seem like it rose to the level of that.
No.
But there were some Twitter complaints yesterday.
Yeah, this was a weird. This is very odd. Better call Chop. I'm really struggling here.
And this is your specialty.
My specialty is getting out of things. My specialty is coming up with excuses to get out of things. I'm really struggling to get out of that. To come up with this one.
Let's see here. 817 says Matsuyama is American born and raised. 254, was there a sushi dinner prior to the event? Could be that. Think about it. 817 says, who bleeping cares? He said sushi and he was Asian. Oh my God, the travesty. So that's what 817 says. But in general, this is not one that's, like I said, I don't think this is going to get him fired or anything else. It caught him some heat yesterday on social media a little bit.
Matsuyama is not American born and raised.
I'm just telling you what it says.
It's not even close.
Well, that's why you're there to check it. You're there to fact check.
Yeah.
Speaking of the,
not American.
We mentioned the Better Call Chop. We need an update on the baton girl.
Okay. Well, this is. I love this story. I'm fascinated by this one. So we saw the video of the girl that was on the track, and this other racer passes her, and she takes the baton. She whacks her upside the head with it.
Peyton talked about it yesterday in the payload.
Yes, he did. She has been charged with assault and battery. So they are not buying her story that it rolled up her back, got caught, and it was just a normal flailing of the arms while she was running type of emotion.
You know why they're not buying it?
Because it's a BS story?
Because there's literally no way you could watch the video and say that's what was happening.
Right. There's no way. There's no way you can watch that.
The parents are the ones who are, I mean, the kid is bad enough. The runner here who's being charged. The parents who were doing interviews with local TV going like, I know her character. She would never do this and those sort of things. It's like, gosh, you guys are just enabling this. This is bad.
Yes.
Just hold your kid accountable.
The proper response to this is that she did it. She was wrong. Emotions are high in an event. You can play the emotions are high in an event card all you want. You could do that. I buy into it a lot. That's why I generally don't like charging, criminal charges for things that happen within the confines, like between the lines, except for Marty McSorley, right, with Donald Brashear.
Yep.
And then this I think is fair. Like that. These are like you're using. Marty used the stick as a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
This was a weapon. Roger Clemens throwing the baseball bat at Mike Piazza. I wouldn't have that's emotions.
Do you think that was overblown?
Yeah.
I always thought the whole thing was overblown just from the fact of like they're like, oh my gosh, you could have impaled it. It's like it was a soft was he being a petty baby and he deserved to
petty baby
and he deserved to get plunked during the Subway Series the next time? Yes, he did.
Yes, absolutely.
But the whole this is just an outrage and disrespect to the game of baseball. I
don't like when the microphones pick up athletes and what they say on the court to each other.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like judging them on what emotions are high. Like if we found out what is said at the line of scrimmage in a football game, I think we would be appalled. But that's just what that's
there's some graphic stuff gets said.
There's some graphic stuff in there. And it's not meant for us. It's not meant for our ears. We're not in that world. They are like gladiators. So I generally try to stay away from criminal stuff. But Marty deserved it, and he got it. And this girl deserves it, and she's getting it.
Yep, absolutely. Now that's some. Would you say that's some Gen Z behavior right there, Chop?
I think
just not wanting to accept it. Let's talk about how Gen Z is ruining flying right now, Chop. Have you heard of airport theory?
Yeah, I have. I've heard of it. I don't really dive into it, but it's the whole theory that airplanes never leave on time or something like that, and we get to the airport way too early.
So BuzzFeed has just a general overview of it. They say that airport theory says that for years, conventional wisdom believed you had to arrive at the airport at least 2 hours before your flight. Well, some people are trying to change that. The airport theory is a viral TikTok trend where people challenge that traditional 2 hours before your flight wisdom by arriving at the airport 15 to 20 minutes before their flight. And there are tons of people testing out this theory on social media right now. And it's starting to get some people in trouble. Over at View from the Wing.
Oh, yeah, View from the Wing.
They they write about aviation news and just different things like that. And they mentioned that this viral TikTok claim is now causing problems because airlines are giving away your seat to someone on standby when you're not there 15 minutes before the flight takes off. So there are a bunch of people who are trying this out and trying to see, let's see if I can get to my gate just by showing up. Don't have to waste the time of being there for 2 hours. And they end up showing up and being told, your seat was given away. We had somebody on standby and you were not here 15 minutes before the flight. And so we're giving away now. So people who are testing this theory out are now finding that their seats are being given away and they're not able to fly after they try this stupid trend. Why even?
I support this.
Why?
Big time. Because
do you hate sitting in the airport? I feel like you like it.
No, I don't mind. No. I fully support this. I think more people should do this.
Because you want a less crowded airport?
I want to weed out morons. If someone is willing to tell you how dumb they are, don't stop them. Let them go. Let them do it.
So this is
Rob Pelinka. When Nico was willing to tell you how dumb he was by trading Luka, don't try to talk him out of it, man.
So this is like natural selection.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. This
when you
to
get
me,
the answer you want, hang up the phone.
Man, this is just, I don't know why people are, what's the big deal about having to wait at the airport?
I don't know. I make fun of my older sister. My older sister, if she has a 10 o'clock flight, she gets there at like 6:30 in the morning. She's like, I got to get to the airport. I'm like, oh, go ahead. Sit in the bar. What do I care?
I'll generally, I'm about 2 hours before. And it also depends which airport I'm going to and how I know the security usually is, and how quick it takes to get through there. And so, like, I would probably not try this at all with Love Field, because you've got the one basically security entrance, and so everybody's funneling through there, so you never know how packed that thing can get. DFW maybe a little more likely because you've got so many different gate options so many security options to go through. But
yeah, you got like each terminal has like 3 TSA checkpoints in DFW. So you've got a lot of like Terminal C, you got like one at 1, one at 20, and one at 30 something. So, you got 2 or 3 of them at every one.
So we I think we've talked about this before. I forgot to mention to you because Sean and I arrived at the airport at the same time for Indy. When we were flying out of Love Field. Have you noticed recently that some airports you go to, they'll tell you don't have to take your laptop out? It's like, well, we've been told to take our laptop out for forever and put it in its own separate bin. So when did this change? Love Field, I figured out like what it is. It's these new scanners they have because if you're on the right side of the security checkpoint, you have to take your laptop out. If you're on the left side, you don't. You just put it through. So it's like, all right, well, I'm going on that left side.
They've got those new scanners that where the trays come out automatically. You just push them in. I think it happened in Indy. You just the trays just come out, like you don't have to pick them up, and they go down the conveyor belt. AI is taking over, man. It really is. All right, there we go. Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Fan. Cowboys have added a former Pro Bowler. It's already starting for the Texas Rangers. The injury bug has hit the starting rotation. We'll do a little bit of Diamond Cavs coming up next, 7 o'clock hour on 105.3 The Fan.
How?
V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. Happy Friday. We can smell that weekend. It is right around the corner. It's here. It's here. 3 hours for us.
You keep saying you can smell the weekend.
Yeah, I can smell it.
Yeah, it's a little odd.
I don't think it's odd at all. You obviously don't enjoy your weekends.
I enjoy my weekends. They just don't have a smell.
Mine have a smell to it. That's damn sure. Especially in the summertime. It smells like chlorine.
Yeah.
It smells like not showering.
Yeah.
Smells like I'm not showering
All right,
this weekend.
That's good. That's good. I get it.
You get it?
I get it.
There we go.
I get
Very
it.
nice.
We're good.
Very nice. All right. Well, the Cowboys we talked about it earlier. They are in on Cooper Kupp, apparently. Adam Schefter had that report right as we started the show. Adam Schefter had that report. But overnight, the Cowboys did a little movage.
Yeah, and we don't have details on the contract value or anything else yet, but the Cowboys did make a move for a former Pro Bowl player on offense, signing a 1-year deal with Miles Sanders.
Oh, baby.
The free agent running back who had been in Philadelphia previously, was in Carolina last year, and had just fallen out of favor the last couple years in Carolina. But he was a good player for Philadelphia for a few years. 2019 to 2022, while he was there, he finished 4th as the Rookie of the Year in 2019. He made the Pro Bowl his last year in Philadelphia in 2022. His 17-game average, his average per 17 games during his time in Philadelphia, 220 attempts, 1,100 yards, 6 touchdowns, 5 yards per carry, 37 receptions. Very productive player. You then take it over to Carolina, and it wasn't very good at all. He had fewer yards rushing in 2 years in Carolina, 27 games. He had fewer yards rushing in Carolina than he did in any individual season in Philadelphia by more than 100 yards. He rushed, his low in Philadelphia was 754 rushing yards. He had 637 in 2 years in Carolina. Had really fallen out of favor. Really difficult stretch for him there. Had fallen behind Chuba Hubbard. They drafted Jonathan Brooks, and he wasn't going to get the opportunities that he was thinking he was going to get when he signed there. But I don't hate the move. Again, 3.5 yards per carry in Carolina, but that's a rough situation to play in at times. As a cheap 1 year prove it kind of deal. Miles Sanders, Javonte Williams. Now you maybe go add one in the draft. I don't hate the move.
I have no idea how he's only 27 years old.
It does feel like he's been in the league for a minute.
He's
about to turn 28. He turns 28 on May 1st.
So this is his 7th year in the league.
Mm-hmm.
God, he got in young. Holy cow. He was a fine player. There was nothing wrong with Miles Sanders. There was nothing wrong with Miles Sanders in Philadelphia.
No.
I don't know what happened in Carolina. I'll say I assume the offensive line stunk. But then again, Chuba Hubbard did well.
Yeah.
So maybe it is Miles Sanders. How he got rid of him, let's see. He got rid of him and picked up Swift, right? That's what they did?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously he chose Howie's not an idiot, is he? Maybe he is. I don't know. I would think not. He's won a Super Bowl, been to 2 of them.
Howie's good. He's won 2 Super Bowls.
He's won 2 Super Bowls. Yeah, he's been to 3. I was thinking it hurts. So Howie's, he knows what he's doing. He's on top of things. why would he have moved on from him? That's the concern I have. Because when we do those NFL player or GM polls, not player, but GM polls and stuff, agent polls, they always say Howie's like the one guy like nobody wants to deal with because they kind of know they're getting screwed over because he's going to win the negotiation. He's going to win the trade,
which is a little dramatic.
It is a little dramatic.
A little dramatic because he has definitely lost on some deals. He's good. He's really good, but they've definitely lost on some deals before. But yeah, Miles Sanders. So his deal was 4 years, $25.5 million when he left Philadelphia. That was a $6.3 million per season, and he was guaranteed $13 million at signing. So it could just be a case of how he didn't want to pay that. He didn't think that was financially prudent. But either way, I don't hate the deal. It's just kicking the tires, giving it a different look, and seeing if you might be able to get something out of him. Again, you're just trying to flesh out depth in that running back room before you in all likelihood draft somebody, I would guess.
Look, not all these running backs are going to get a ton of run. Some might not even make the team that they have. You've got to get bodies in. They need bodies, and they're going to draft somebody. I would be very surprised if they didn't get out of the first 4 rounds without a running back. I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, I mean, we thought they were going to draft one last year. It clearly didn't work out the way.
And sometimes it doesn't fall that way, but it did last year. They could have drafted running backs, right?
Yeah.
They just didn't have the 4th round pick.
Now, here's the you like the PFF baseline.
I do.
Here are the PFF grades for Miles Sanders throughout his career, starting in 2019 with Philly. 62.3, 63. 2021, he had a 71.6. 2022, he had a 74. And then his 2 years in Carolina, he had a 60.8 and a 68 last year. It's not terrible.
No, not at all. Not at all. Your best guess of the final number that comes in on Cooper Kupp?
I genuinely have no idea. I'm going to guess.
The projection on Spotrac was 12?
It was like 12 or something along those lines. I'm going to say he comes in around there. We'll say 12, 10 to 12.
Okay.
But I genuinely have no idea what people are willing to pay for him right now.
And the Shefty report this morning, Cowboys and Seahawks are the new mystery teams that were in on Cooper Kupp.
Yep. It's
all in on that one.
It is an exciting that would be an exciting move. That would be one that the Cowboys would be worthy of getting praise for making that sort of move. That's significant. And it matters.
Bill Belichick. Man, this might be number one reason why, not number one, but another reason why this guy's just not fit to run a program anymore. What is this story, Bobby?
So Bill Belichick, his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson.
Yeah.
Is that her name?
Sure.
I believe that's what it is. Jordan Hudson, this is from the New York Post. Jordan Hudson might be more acutely aware of Bill Belichick's dealings in North Carolina than previously realized after a Freedom of Information Act, they put in a FOIA request for this, revealed an email where the famed football coach asked a UNC communications staffer to include his 23-year-old girlfriend on emails sent his way. The emails were uncovered while reporters from Axios and the Assembly were working on a joint story about the increase in budget for the University of North Carolina after Belichick's arrival at the program. One email that the Assembly reporter Matt Hartman shared on social media showed a request that Belichick sent to Senior Associate Athletic Director for External Affairs, that's too long a title, Robbie Pickerel Evans. I cut that title half short.
Do you think the longer your title, the less important your job actually is? Like it's just a made-up job that doesn't do anything?
Probably. This is what Belichick wrote. Robbie, thank you for your email. I'm including Jordan on this email so she can also keep up with our postings. Can you include her on anything you send to me? Thank you, BB. Is this a ridiculous request?
This is insane. This is a guy who doesn't want anything to do with the modern world.
Did she ask for this? Is she a helicopter girlfriend?
I would think not. I would think he's like, this is my assistant.
Oh.
She's my assistant.
Did we ever find out, is she the one that he was sneaking out shirtless on the Ring doorbell camera? Or was that a different person?
I'll take a little sip.
I feel like that was too long ago for it to be her.
Yeah, I mean, she may have been in high school, depending on how long ago that was.
She's young, man. She would have been like 20. I think that was too long ago for that to be her. Not like 24 is much older or whatever. But Bill actually does need an assistant. What?
Have you I'm going to read her Instagram bio, okay? This is Jordan Hudson, Bill Belichick's girlfriend. This is her Instagram bio. Daughter of Maine fisherman, eclectic and eccentric entrepreneur, philosopher, NCAA is NCAA
cheerleading.
Oh, okay.
Cheerleading.
NCAA collegiate champion, birder.
Birder?
That's what she says.
What is a birder?
I don't know.
Like
and then
a
she
person
has
who likes birds?
I guess so. No, bird-er. Says bird-er. And then you have a link to people.com for a story that says Jordan Hudson shares the symbolism behind her 2025 Super Bowl party look. This is not going to work, Bill. Bill, it
is working. He's hired her as his assistant.
Bill,
and when this goes sideways, she's going to have all the beans, all the tea to spill.
Bill, grow up. What are we doing here?
Look, I can respect a guy who does. Like, I don't check my email either. If you want to get in touch with me, just text me. I have 24,000 unread emails, but I do check it. But like, Bill's busy. I get it. He needs an assistant. Bill probably isn't getting to work and then spending an hour on email in the morning.
214 says that means she's a bird watcher, by the way. 817, this Belichick story isn't a big deal. I don't understand the outrage. She probably handles social media for him.
Yeah.
Tons of people do this.
You're a busy person. You hire an assistant. This is him hiring an assistant without paying her, I'm sure. That's what this is, right?
Yeah, I mean, you think he's not paying her?
I mean, not like she might not be on the payroll. He's not taking is it FICA? Not taking taxes out on her. I just don't think it's the same kind of situation. So there you go, Bill Belichick. The injury bug has hit the Texas Rangers. Cody Bradford is going to open the season on the IL with a sore elbow. Soreness in his throwing elbow. He had an MRI. It came back clean, but it's official. Bochy tells reporters on Thursday the club will shut him down. It'll be about a 10-day shutdown. See how he responds. He had a start that he was scheduled to make on Wednesday. He got scratched from that. Malley was also scratched. He had forearm soreness. Now, you get scared when you hear forearm and you hear elbow, right? You get scared with those two things. Soreness is one thing. That happens. General fatigue. You could hear countless stories of pitchers saying they've got spring training arm. It happens. That doesn't seem to be what this might be. So this is a little scary. You hate to see it because Bradford is he's a good dude, but he's also a good pitcher.
He was the champion interview for the nosebleeds during spring training, and he knew who you were. He's a listener.
Yeah.
He knew you.
Maybe he's listening right now.
Because they tried
5 in the morning out there.
They tried the bid on him that they've done with everybody of just they were trying to sneak by on players like, hey, what do you think about the team signing a minor league deal with? And then they would name one of us on the station. And they said, what do you think about them signing up Ralph Choppy or RJ Choppy? And Cody Bradford said, Ralph James Choppy?
Oh.
Look at that! Look at you smirking. Look at that! Do you see the ego boost he just got paid? Look at him. He got the biggest smile on his face.
Well, because it's my dad's name, and it just made me think of my dad.
Don't throw that back at me.
Brought it back.
Do not throw that back to me.
It brought it back, man. It brought it right back.
You're such a D-bag. Don't throw that back to me. No, but Cody Bradford, big time listener. And look, Cody Bradford he's one of the more exciting players, I think, on your roster just because of the growth trajectory we've seen from him. Like the fact that he didn't look like, early on it didn't look like, okay, this is kind of going to be, I remember Mike made the comparison. He goes, he's probably Mike Bassick. That's who he is. Like that's probably going to be his career. And he has leveled up at every single turn.
And Mike used the third person when he said it.
Yeah, he did. He is leveled up at every single turn. So he's an exciting player, local guy, listener to the station. Yeah. So we're all cheering for him.
Yep.
By the way,
the good news is though, like, not, and this is not good news for Cody, but like the good news is that they do, because we talked about it this week, that the chances that Rocker and Leiter have a spot, they don't have a spot, right? It's taken.
Yeah.
But if they could stay healthy, they have somebody or two somebodies
that
could step in in the interim while they're on the injured list.
By the way, not that you need any more of the ego stroke other than Cody Bradford being a big time RJ Choppy fan.
Yes.
But what did you tell me last night? Would you like to tell everybody about you having the number 2 sports betting podcast in the country?
This was I was doing my BetMGM college show last night, and the producer was like, we got voted number 2 sports. Let's see, the number 2 college sports betting podcast.
Oh, look at that!
Well done, RJ.
Who's number 1? Who are you going after?
I don't want to give them a plug.
Oh, okay, don't then.
Screw those guys.
Yeah. Whoever they are, they suck.
Brett McMurphy's.
Oh, yeah. The spoiler
Screw
guy.
Brett.
Yeah, screw Brett.
Yeah.
Screw you, man.
Well, congratulations, Chop.
Thank you. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it's very cool.
It's the easiest hour of my week. Yeah, literally. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, commercial-free expressway, the junk drawer, and where do the Cowboys still have to add in free agency? We'll do a little inventory next on The Fan.
has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course we have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan. It is the commercial-free expressway. Junk drawer coming up in about 20 minutes. But we were going to take a little Cowboys roster inventory where they can still improve in free agency as it rolls on. We are, what now, day 3 officially? Day 3?
Yeah, this is essentially, because it was Wednesday at 3. So I mean, we'll hit the 48-hour mark Friday 3, but it's the third day of active free agency.
Yeah. And, one of the players that the Cowboys did lose in free agency is Demarcus Lawrence. And Demarcus Lawrence had some things to say, Bobby, to a Seattle blogger.
Seahawks Blogger is the name of the outlet. And I was surprised. So Demarcus Lawrence always did media.
Real quick, I think if I was a blogger, I would avoid using the same. I think blogger has a connotation, a negative connotation.
I mean, look.
Even though it's not negative, it doesn't have one. Oh, you're a blogger.
Yeah, I mean, except for when Cuban banned Tim McMahon years ago for nope, he's a blogger, banning him. He's not going to get credentialed. No, yeah, it's my.
It shouldn't have one, but it does.
My bigger thing was I would just figure you would have a little more, some name catchy other than just say I blog about the Seahawks, basically.
Blog.
But you know what? They did a great job getting this audio, and they gave us content today. So yeah, for those of you that missed it, what touched off the firestorm on Twitter last night, Demarcus Lawrence taking some shots at the Dallas Cowboys when speaking with Seahawks Blogger yesterday.
Change of scenery is always good, but Dallas is my home. Made my home there. My family lives there. Forever going to be there, but I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there.
Ooh, and that, of course, upset Micah Parsons, who went on Twitter and called it clown-esque, and Demarcus Lawrence then clapping back and saying, maybe if you were more concerned about winning instead of tweeting, then I would have stuck around, with a little devil emoji, and then everybody started weighing in. You had Oso Digizua commenting on it, Chauncey Golston going, I thought this was supposed to be about brotherhood. What happened there? Trayvon Diggs, in a since-deleted tweet, said, can't go to war with somebody who really be hating on you. So dirty laundry got aired out yesterday, and the dirty laundry is that Micah Parsons and Demarcus Lawrence didn't get along, and they didn't like each other very much. And that's one of the things you don't ever want to find out. That's not the way you want to find out. You don't want to see just aired out on Twitter and go, oh, my two favorite. As a kid, if I was a kid and I was following this football team, this would have gutted me. Could you imagine who's your favorite players growing up? You were a Yankees fan growing up, right?
In baseball, yeah.
So who are your favorite players on the Yankees?
Paul O'Neill.
Paul O'Neill and imagine if Paul O'Neill and
Don Mattingly,
Tino Martinez, all of a sudden one of them left and they're just like, I always hated your guts. It's like, that kind of sucks.
Of course it sucks.
That hurts.
You don't want to hear any of that.
That guts me. Like if I would have heard Pudge and Juan Gonzalez actually hated each other.
You know how bad it hurt my heart that Peyton Manning and Mike Vanderjagt to get along.
That's what ate you up.
Hurt my heart, man.
Yeah,
but it gave us the greatest quote of all time. Our idiot kicker got liquored up and ran his mouth.
Oh, there were so many. You were out the day we read it. The Athletic had a fantastic profile piece on Mike Vanderjagt. They did a catch up with him today thing. You need to read it just even in your off time because you were going to get so many hysterical laughs out of Mike Vanderjagt is still Mike Vanderjagt. Still the same dude and telling his kid, don't be a kicker. Whatever you do, don't be a kicker because they'll just use you up and then they'll never love you when you make one mistake. And so he's pretty bitter about it. But this particular issue here with the Cowboys, it exposes
Franklin injured to his fan text 877-881-1053. Imagine if Bagwell hated Biggio. Imagine if Elvis and Beltre actually hated each other.
Oh yeah.
If Elvis and Beltre hated each other, that would hurt so many hearts.
Yeah. And then this is so for fans, I'm sure this is a little bit tough to find out this morning, but that's the reality of it. Those two didn't get along and hadn't for a long time, and it really came to a head in January of 2024 when they lost to the Packers. And I think that Micah felt like guys didn't necessarily show up. I think that Demarcus Lawrence felt like there wasn't enough accountability from Micah Parsons, and I think that it kind of spiraled from there and became irreparable. But it wasn't great even before that. And this is why Brian Schottenheimer made such a big point to the Joneses that, hey, I'm going to do culture above everything else. That's going to be the number one thing. When he got asked, Schottenheimer, what do you want to be remembered by whenever your time here is done? And he said that he wanted to be remembered as establishing one of the greatest cultures that sports had ever seen. Like, that clearly was the pitch and the thrust, and it resonated with them because I think the front office knew situations like this were existing in the locker room last year.
From the 732, Micah ducked out of locker rooms after big losses. At least Lawrence stayed and answered questions.
That was a problem after the Green Bay game. That was something that they had. Game? That was something they had some tension over. Was Micah trying to duck out of the locker room and Demarcus Lawrence saying no?
Yep. I mean, look, it's
out, man.
It's a tough spot. Like Micah was in. I get it, right? I get it. A former player of yours says that. You feel the need to say, no. Hey, listen, this is cloud stuff, man. You're not here because we didn't want you. It makes sense, right? But the whole thing looks bad for all parts. DeMarcus is wrong. You might not have a chance to win the Super Bowl here this year. You also don't have one in Seattle.
Yeah, and
if you went to the Lions, if you went to the Eagles, if you went to the Chiefs, Buffalo, yes, you have a chance. You got one in Seattle.
This could get ugly fast though. If this doesn't die down this morning and guys continue to go, all right, well, I'm gonna lob my grenade back and I'm gonna say this back. If this becomes a ping pong back and forth of insults and showing each other, showing everybody where each person's bodies are, then this is gonna get bad pretty quickly. Yeah. And I would imagine Brian Schottenheimer and the Cowboys are in the ears of their guys this morning saying, guys, don't engage. Mm-hmm. Don't do it. There's nothing good that can come from engaging on this.
You're absolutely right. All right, let's take a little roster inventory.
Yep, let's take a look at where the Cowboys stand after the free agent moves that they've made. First, let's just do a quick recap of what they have acquired and what they've lost. So what they've lost, Rico Dowdle, Jordan Lewis, Demarcus Lawrence, Chauncey Golston, Chuma Edoga, which, by the way, those first four players that I named there, Dowdle, Lewis, Lawrence, Golston, all repped by the same agent, our friend David Cantor. So they've had some tough negotiations there. Now they did retain one of them yesterday. Israel Mukuamu was re-signed, so they did end up retaining a Cantor client there. But David Cantor and Nes Mugrabi, who we talked to while we were in Indianapolis, are the agents on those. So it's been a tough negotiating period there between the Cowboys and that side. Here's what Dallas has added so far. And you know what's the give me you're tired, you're poor,
Your wretched masses.
Yeah, and
it's on the Statue of Liberty, I
Yeah.
believe.
And
Peyton, the Statue of Liberty is what? Do you know what the Statue of Liberty is?
Yeah, it's in New York City.
All right, look at that.
Who gave it to us?
Thomas Jefferson.
Yep, got it.
Well
At the entrance of the Star right now, at the entrance of the Star, he got $120. He doesn't care. At the entrance of the Star right now, that would say, "Give me your tired, your poor." And all the
it would say that,
and all the first round picks that haven't worked out for other teams.
I'm down with it.
And look, I don't mind it. This is their selectively aggressive nature. So here's who they've added so far: Solomon Thomas, decent deal, 2 years, $8 million. That's a decent player, somebody who I think you can.
I'm down with it.
You can get that sort of you can get that sort of production out of him that's going to be worth it. Peyton Turner, the defensive end from the Saints, Javonte Williams, running back. Miles Sanders, running back, Kyer Elam in a trade, the corner from Buffalo, Kenneth Murray, the linebacker, and Robert Jones, the guard, and Jack Sanborn, the linebacker. So they've fleshed out their depth there a little bit. Here's what we're looking at, and Aiden just had it up a second ago. I'll have him throw it up again really quickly. This is the offense. This is where things stand with the offense right now, Chop. The Cowboys currently have one quarterback on their roster, and that's just Dak Prescott. Going to need to flesh out the depth there. If you're looking at the list of names that we have up on the fan cam right now on offense, names in blue are players who have fewer than 5 career starts.
Man, look at this work that Robert Montgomery Belt put in. He even color-coded the names.
It's if they're in blue, that's fewer than 5 career starts. If they're in red, that means that they are not expected to be available at the beginning of the season. So when you look at the list of players right now for the Cowboys, they have one quarterback on the roster. That's Dak Prescott. They now have 4 running backs: Miles Sanders, Javonte Williams, Deuce Vaughn, Hunter Lipke. Receiver is barren right now. And that's something where if this Cooper Kupp issue is real, you have just upgraded in a big way and addressed, to me, potentially your biggest blinking light need right now.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Does getting Kupp take receiver off the board at 12?
I don't think it should. I think it might.
Okay.
Because to me, I mean...
So you're saying that... I'm sorry. You're saying they would go on a kind of more on a need base then?
So the Cowboys, their general philosophy that we've seen before is that they're all about contingencies. Let's cover our bases. Let's do as much as we can to kind of make sure that we're not in a position to have to pick anything, and then we can just pick the best player available. They have so many needs this year. I don't know how possible it's going to be for them to just cover all their bases with free agency additions.
Okay.
Now, they've made a lot. They have signed a number of players. Are they big-time names? No, unless they get Kupp. But these are they're making active additions here.
Other than quarterback, 'cause I assume quarterback is off the board at 12. What else is off the board?
I don't think they would take a tight end, but they might. Outside of that, tight end, quarterback's probably off the board. I know Sean wants to have the discussion at some point of if Shador's sitting there, what do you do? And we'll have that talk. Otherwise, nothing.
If Warren is there at 12, you don't think they go there?
I don't think so. I think they just have so many needs.
They do.
And so it's hard to see. So let's take a look at this inventory right now. CeeDee Lamb, Jonathan Mingo, Jalen Tolbert, Kevontae Turpin, Jalen Brooks, Ryan Flanoy. That's your receiver core right now.
Yeah.
That's not good enough.
Yeah, and the reason we're talking Kupp is the report this morning from Schefter that there's the Cowboys are one of the 2 teams that are the late comers that he is kind of interested in along with Seattle.
Yeah, so Schefter reported that they were the dark horse that was really pushing strong today. Rossini came behind and said it's pretty much, it sounds like it's down to Dallas or Seattle.
And we just don't know what the money would be.
Yeah. But I mean, ultimately, this is about Cooper Kupp determining who was right, Demarcus Lawrence or Micah Parsons.
Right. That's right. Now, if they give him, what number will make you upset? You'd be like, ooh, too much.
I mean, if they pay, I don't know that anything will make me upset. They've got cap room right now after they've flipped switches. So they would have to, let me see what the top of the market is. They would have to probably give him 20 a year for me to be upset. Otherwise,
top of the market's like 36.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, in terms of what's realistic, probably 20. Right now, the receivers that have been paid so far out of free agency, if you were to pay him...
DK got 30 a year.
Devontae Adams got 22. If you paid him Devontae Adams money, I'd probably going to have an issue with that. But even so, it's not even a big issue because it's something where I would imagine they'll have an escape hatch after a year or two, and they've got money to spend right now. They've got flexibility to do it. So Kupp would be a huge addition for them right now. Tight end, they've got Jake Ferguson and Luke Schoonmaker. Behind that, Brevin Spanford, Princeton Fant, John Stevens. They like all those guys. Yeah. Their tackle group is really inexperienced right now. They've got 6 tackles on the roster. Awesome Richards, Earl Bostic, Nathan Thomas, Matt Waletzko, and then Guyton and Steele. Those first 4 I named, Richards, Bostic, Thomas, Waletzko, they've never started a game. I think Richards has started 1. But then you've got Guyton and Steele. Steele, who's still coming off of an injury, it feels like, and still trying to work his way back. It's good news that they've got a new offensive line coach here because Steele did not work well with Mike Solari. I think there's a lot of people in the building at the Star in Frisco who believe Mike Solari hampered Terrence Steele. So hopefully Connor Riley's able to step in, get the most out of Guyton and Steele. Your guards, Tyler Smith, Brock Hoffman, Robert Jones, who you just signed, TJ Bass, all of them starting experience. You're good there. Cooper Beebe at center, and then Dakota Shepley. So that's your offense right now. You need to add a quarterback of some sort, and you're probably going to draft a running back.
From the 817, Kupp is better than Adams. Yeah, definitely can't pay him that, though. And then from the 682, the signing of Sanders and Javonte, if Genty is there at 12, does that change anything for them?
I don't know that they were going to take Genty at 12 anyway.
Okay.
Just because we heard it. We were standing out there at Brian Schottenheimer's press conference, and he told us he hadn't even watched Genty yet. I mean, if you haven't even seen Genty and dove in on it, then that told me, okay, they haven't prioritized it enough. That doesn't sound like that's who they're interested in. So I think the debate there is just, is he good enough to break a rule of ours? And that's the question. But quarterback, I would expect them to potentially add through free agency or a trade. They may have to draft somebody. They've got to add somebody. They can't just have Dak on the roster. I would expect them to draft a running back at some point, just not at 12. And then they still need to add a receiver or 2 for competition here. All right, let's throw up the defensive side of the ball, Aiden, really quickly. And remember, names in blue have fewer than 5 starts in their career. Names in red are not expected to be available. So edge rushers, Nealand and Parsons are the only edge rushers on your team that have more than 5 career starts. Peyton Turner, who they just added, the former first-round pick, 0 career starts. Sam Williams, who's been here for a few years now, missed all the last year, 0 career starts. Then you have Tyrus Wheat and Darrell Johnson. That's thin. You need some edge rush help.
Yeah.
Defensive tackle, Osa Odigizua, Mozzie Smith, Solomon Thomas, Justin Rogers, who they drafted, cut at the end of training camp, got picked up by the Bengals, and then they signed him away from the Bengals practice squad at the end of the year. And so he's on the active roster right now. It's a starting point. I would still expect them to add a defensive tackle somewhere, probably in the draft. Linebacker's a little concerning right now. DeMarvin Overshown is not going to be ready for the beginning of the season. We don't know when he'll be back.
Your best guess on him? Would you be surprised if October 1st rolls around and he's not ready?
No, I would be surprised if he plays anytime before December. And
because it was Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, I would be stunned if he plays before December. I would be surprised if he plays next year. I think he's taking a redshirt year next year. That's what I think. I know he's not saying that. I know he's saying otherwise. I think he's saying he'll be back in November. That's a big ask to me.
They're basically going to have one cheap year out of him.
Yeah, essentially. Although if he doesn't play next year, his contract tolls and he becomes a restricted free agent. Because if he doesn't end up playing, then that changes. That's what happened with Jalen Smith. Maris Leofau at linebacker, Kenneth Murray, Jack Sanborn. Those are your 2 new additions there. Damone Clark, and then Buddy Johnson. There are bodies there. You've got starting experience with Leofau, Murray, Sanborn, Clark, but it's not a group that I think strikes fear into the eyes of anybody. I think Matt Eberflus will push for more linebackers. Corner, you have 7 of them right now, but Trayvon Diggs and Josh Butler are not going to be ready for the start of the season, it doesn't seem like. CJ Goodwin is a special teamer. Keeman Hall is a guy who's never started before. So you've got Kalen Carson, who was brutal at times last year, even though they thought highly of him. Kyer Elam, who you just traded for and has struggled in Buffalo as a former first-round pick, and Bland. You need to go find a nickel somewhere.
Yeah.
You've got to find that. Your safeties are Malik Hooker, Marquise Bell, Donovan Wilson, and Wanye Thomas. solid group there. They gave Marquise Bell a decent amount of money. And he had been, it's $4 million a year. I think it was 3 years, $12 million. He ended his season with a shoulder injury last year. That's when Bones Fossil got really emotional afterwards. That would be a lot of money to just pay a special teamer, I feel like. So I think they've got plans for Marquise Bell. And then, of course, you have your special teams unit there with Brandon Aubrey, Brian Anger, and Trent Sieg. But as you look at things right now, a lot of inexperience at defensive end, not a lot of encouraging depth at corner and linebacker. Very, very thin right now. They could honestly throw a pick anywhere on defense, and I don't think people would complain.
It is the commercial-free expressway here on 105 through the Fan. That's tremendous. Like the amount of stuff there.
Yeah.
And the color coding.
Oh, thank you.
That was wonderful.
Yeah. It's
great stuff.
That's the way my brain operates right there.
You operate in color coding?
I got to have everything color coded, and this is bold type. This is bold font, and this is 14-point type. This is 12. It's just
you're gonna have to show me how to use
way
Excel.
For me to process.
You have to show me how to use Excel because I have no idea.
I got you.
I have no idea. All right, it is the commercial-free expressway. Let's clean out the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Why don't you start, Robert?
All right, let's jump into. I love this story out of the UK. How vain is this generation?
How vain? You're so vain.
Yeah, Carly Simon asked that very question. Your kids, how much time do they spend looking in the mirror?
They put water on their hair and do that. They have the ice cream haircut or whatever.
It was driving Kristen nuts near the end of Jacob's high school time how much he would just sit in the mirror and mess with his hair and gaze at himself. And she was just like, could you just check your ego a little? Because it really looks like you love looking at yourself.
Well, why do girls get to do it, but guys can't?
I mean, I think I don't know that they look at themselves.
It's a great question.
Hey, look at you. Hey,
It's a bad question.
That's a great question.
No, because here's the answer. I don't feel like girls look at themselves in the mirror admiring themselves. I feel like they look at themselves in the mirror looking at all their flaws. Whereas guys who stare in the mirror are looking at like, damn, how good do I look? It's a different gaze.
Girls do it to tear themselves down.
Yeah.
I look terrible.
Well, this has become a problem, and one school in the UK has said, all right, our solution to this, we are taking mirrors out of the bathrooms at the schools because you students are spending far too much time looking at yourselves and hanging out in the bathroom, and if we take out the mirrors, there's no more TikTok dances in the mirror, there's no more looking at yourself, no more doing makeup. On the one hand, I get that, and that's a hilarious response to just some really arrogant kids that are feeling themselves. On the other hand, as one mom pointed out, this is a bit of a problem because what about the kids who have contact lenses or braces or other things that they need a mirror to check on throughout the day, and they need access to that. So every mirror in the school out of there. A lot of parents love it. Others are saying no, this isn't acceptable, and this is in the UK. So
the contact lenses is a great point.
It is.
It's very. I mean, I don't wear contact. My kid does, and it's. I mean, he has to use the mirror. Peyton, you wear them.
Yep.
Peyton's got this little solution thing that he brings into the bathroom with himself.
Do you have to look in a mirror to put on your contacts?
Yeah, I've tried the whole. Well, let me just feel for my eye, but it never works out.
Yeah, so I mean, I get
with your teeth, you can just use your phone, but with the contacts, you need two hands, right?
And you can get smaller. I've done like the smaller mirrors, handheld mirrors that kind of prop up on a wall or somewhere like that and look at it. But I mean, I don't need a full size mirror.
Grant Edgar, the head teacher of William Farr Comprehensive School in Welton, said mirrors can encourage students to spend too much time in toilets, often in large groups. He added that this can make some children also feel uncomfortable. Kids have started coloring on the walls, though, where the mirrors once were, and they've started putting things on there like bring the mirrors back. And so now it's led to graffiti. But in general,
those vandals.
Extreme response, or you like the alternative way of thinking?
It's an extreme response. It's like mirrors. Mirrors are fine. Just make kids get out of the bathroom. Like get them in trouble for being in the bathroom.
Lay down the law.
Lay down the law.
Just hire a monitor, bathroom monitor. Just put someone in there. Make them feel awkward. That's all you got to do.
Bathroom watchers? I think we've heard about those.
No, I didn't say watcher.
It's the joke drawer on Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan. All right, so we haven't. There was another Gene Hackman story that came out yesterday, and you had mentioned Gene Hackman. So you saw the death report, right?
like how everything ended up, their theory of how things played out?
Yeah.
Yes.
She died first.
Yes.
So they say she died. She's 65. Betsy Arakawa. She died first from hantavirus. The only reason why I know about that is from movie Outbreak.
We got some news from Adam Schefter.
Oh.
While
Do
the
we need
Cowboys
to stop this. Yes, we did.
Yeah, while the Cowboys made what one source described as, quote, a push for Cooper Kupp.
Oh, no!
They still are not considered the likely landing spot for the former Rams receiver, per source. Well, Schefter's been wrong before, so let's hope he's wrong again.
Dang it!
But we'll keep an eye on it.
Now,
But that's the latest.
if the Cup camp wanted $20 million a year, I could, and the Cowboys are like, pass. I have no problem with that.
I wouldn't love the price, but you've got money. Do something. You need
do have to spend money to make money.
Exactly. You've got to be in on it. But we'll back to the junk drawer. I will stay on Cup check over here.
All right. So she died first, and they say after you get it, you can feel sick for a couple of days. Usually die pretty quickly within 24 to 48 hours without any kind of medical treatment. So she died first. Obviously, he's 95. Mm-hmm. He also had Alzheimer's and cardiovascular disease and a heart issue. So the autopsy says she passed away on February 11th. He was alive for almost a full week, and then he died. And he thinks the medical examiner believes it's very unlikely that because of his Alzheimer's that he had any idea that she passed away.
That's so sad.
It's so sad. And then the dog was just in the crate. The dog was in the crate, and that's how the dog died. The dog he never let the dog out. He didn't know any better. He and then his pacemaker stopped working or whatever, and that's how he died. That's sad. That's
just awful.
It is. But then comes the other side of this story, and this is about the other dogs. And this is like the craziest. They say the dogs helped lead the first responders to the actor's body. And they're saying they remained loyal to him through his death, shepherding first responders to the actor's body in his New Mexico home. Would they have not have found him anyway? He was in the house.
You would think so.
Hey, I get it. It's like, it's really cool like the dog did, but we would have found him anyway.
Yeah, I would think so. But I mean, it also took how long? Ultimately?
Took 7 days, 2 weeks almost.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, maybe
the door was open. The front door, I guess, was open. The workers around the house found him.
What a bizarre story.
Very bizarre story. They say they were giving a lot of credit to the dogs for leading the first responders inside the house to him. So maybe they wouldn't have found him without that. Junk Drawer 105 through the fan.
How terrified are you of AI taking over, Chop? Or are you just resigned to it and just saying, you know what? Let go and let God. Let's do it.
I'm a little concerned. Not concerned, just more like annoyed.
I'm a little concerned because the godfather of the AI movement, some guy at Google, I don't remember what his name was. He had given a lecture recently where he had talked about that AI is developing faster than regulations are. That basically it's moving so fast that we're not able to get in front. It's like, think of NIL. How NIL exploded and then we couldn't keep up with any sort of regulations to put parameters in place or keep it in check. Well, we're finding out just how petty AI can be. This is from Time Magazine, Chop. When AI thinks it will lose at a complex game, it will sometimes cheat. So you're concerned about AI being a little too powerful, being HAL 3000 or whatever from 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's maybe not so crazy. Complex games like chess and Go have long been used to test AI models' capabilities. But while IBM's Deep Blue defeated reigning world chess champion Garry Kasparov in the 1990s by playing by the rules, today's advanced AI models like OpenAI's O1 Preview are less honest. When sensing defeat in a match against a skilled chess bot, they don't always concede, instead sometimes opting to cheat by hacking their opponent so that the bot automatically forfeits the game. This is the finding of a new study from Palisade Research, shared exclusively with Time Magazine, ahead of older AI models like OpenAI's GPT-4o and other models need to be prompted by researchers to attempt such tricks. O1 Preview and DeepSeek R1 pursued the exploit on their own, indicating that AI systems may develop deceptive or manipulative strategies without explicit instruction. So they are taking on a life of their own, going like, well, you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I don't want to lose. I'm just gonna basically hack the system, force them to quit. This is a little concerning.
Did you see the robot a couple of weeks ago that took that step to a dude at a conference?
No.
It made like a human-like move. It was like, all right, we're getting that's a little bit much. I mean, it's like I'm kind of ignorant to a lot of it. I don't know a lot about AI. I do know, like, I saw that there's a company that's come up with software that is going to, it's an AI software that will allow you, if you're on the phone with somebody, and sometimes it's hard to hear people, like when you're on the phone, like the customer service, they keep the phone line stinks that they're on, or whatever. Or they, some people have an accent, you can't understand the accent very well. It's gonna change it for you on the phone.
That's wild.
I don't know how they do that.
This is
but they've done this with don't they do this in like with the UN, where they're all from these different countries, they all put headphones on and it translates it for you.
The little earpiece thing,
Yeah, it just translates it for you.
From the research, the executive director at Palisade Research, Jeffrey Laddish, says that as these AI systems learn to problem solve, they sometimes discover questionable shortcuts and unintended workarounds that their creators never anticipated. He says, as you train models and reinforce them for solving difficult challenges, you train them to be relentless, and that has led to some of these cheating AI bots, which is concerning.
Junk Drawer 105 to the Fan. Have you heard of Ghost Adventures, the TV show?
No.
Peyton?
I think I watched that. I used to love watching those.
You know who Aaron Goodwin is?
See the main guy?
The bald dude with the beard? Maybe he's not bald. Maybe. He was bald in the photo, so maybe it was a while ago he wasn't bald. But he's the star of Ghost Adventures. Well, he has filed for divorce from his wife Victoria.
Aw.
Yeah. Now he's 48, she's 32. Now, why did he file for divorce? He's also asking for court costs and attorney fees.
He found out she was a ghost.
No.
Oh.
He also states that their views, tastes, likes, and dislikes have become incompatible. Well, it turns out that this couple, she offered $11,515 to a hitman.
To turn him into a ghost.
You
love ghosts so much. Why don't I make you one, buddy?
She has been messaging an inmate at a Florida prison since October, expressing a desire to kill Goodwin to get out of the marriage.
Is that the going rate for hitmans now?
I don't know, Peyton.
It's a lot.
I don't know the going rate.
It, but I mean,
how much was it again?
$11,515. That's an oddly specific dollar amount.
It's probably after taxes.
Yeah, why the $515? Why the extra $15?
So I would guess 15 is like an application fee.
Yeah,
travel,
like
right?
Paperwork. $500 is probably just like, how you get the $500 pickup charge from an ambulance.
Right. Yeah.
So it's probably like you got to bust me out of jail. That's a $500 breakout fee, and then $11,000 is probably the going rate for the hit.
She texted, according to TMZ, she texted the inmate, quote, "Am I a bad person because I choose to end his existence and not divorce him?"
Yeah,
I think so.
Yep, you are.
I think so.
But again, if he believes in ghosts, that may not be the end of his existence. It could be a situation where he's just going on to the next realm.
The inmate texted the hitman. So it was supposed to go down. This is supposed to happen in California. The inmate texted the hitman. He's asleep right now in the hotel room. I need to know what's going on. Can I get an update? Was it done? Oh, my God.
Oh,
what
man.
in the hell? It was discovered after correction officers confiscated the Florida inmate's phone as contraband. That's the only way this was found.
Like, wait, he wasn't supposed to have a phone, or they let you have a phone and they were just like, give us that, we're checking it. Why would he have a phone?
I guess he wasn't supposed to have a phone. I don't know. I don't know how you get one.
I was going to say, I wonder how easy it is to get a phone, and then how do you hide that you have that in the prison?
Yeah, do they have pockets? I don't know. I would. Do they have pockets on standard issue?
I think they carry things elsewhere. If you've ever seen TV shows.
I've seen Pulp Fiction. What do you mean, Christopher Walken?
I mean,
Wow.
But sometimes you
carried this.
You can't have the watch on your wrist.
I can't.
Or was that like a pocket watch, or was it a wristwatch? I can't remember.
It was a wristwatch, but he took the band off.
Yeah. That's what it was.
Hey, do you have any idea what we're talking about?
No idea.
Have you not seen Pulp Fiction?
I think I saw it in my film class, but I took a film class.
Class.
682, I love Aaron. He's the funny one. 214, Aaron was one of the sidekicks of the main guy, Zach. A lot of fans for Aaron. I can't imagine they're not happy about this at all.
That is the commercial-free expressway on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. All right, so a couple of days ago, we were just talking about quarterbacks around the National Football League, and we're like, it's a good player. He's a good top 10 quarterback. And it hit us. We probably say he's a top 10 quarterback to about 20 different people.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to set the official list. The official list of the top 10 quarterbacks in the National Football League. We're going to get this on the record so we can no longer say, they said a top 10 quarterback. Because they probably didn't. It's next, 8 o'clock hour. Sean and RJ on The Fan.
But first, happy St. Patrick's Day. It's...
else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour. Here's Sean and RJ 105 Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Robert Montgomery Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside. We are halfway home. Halfway home, getting you to your weekend here on 105 through The Fan. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. And Bobby, they are on the road today.
Yep, they're not going to be here in studio with us. They are at the Dallas Card Show, DallasCardShow.com. But you can go check out the KNC Masterpiece today from 10 to 2. They are at the Marriott Dallas Allen Hotel and Convention Center. That's 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen. So go on out, say hey to the KNC Masterpiece at the Dallas Card Show.
I don't know how I'm speaking to Bobby or Peyton today because Tennessee versus Texas at 2:30 this afternoon.
Well, you're speaking to Peyton because he's a Texas Tech guy.
That's right.
Not true.
That's right.
The real UT. It all matters today.
It's all that matters. We're deciding that today.
It just means more.
It just means more. We're deciding that today. Well, we're west of the Mississippi, so Texas gets it west. We get it east.
Would you like
That's where the Supreme Court said it. That's how they set it up.
Would you like a quick Cooper Kupp update?
Yes, let's please.
Diana Rossini, Cooper Kupp's asking price has been a holdup for a number of interested teams per sources. Here's the figure. Some suitors have not been willing to offer Kupp a $13 to $14 million a year contract. So that's the asking price that is holding this up. $13-14 million a year.
That doesn't seem
just pay it
crazy.
Just pay it.
Listen, if the Cowboys said no to $20 million, I'm not gonna be upset about that. But all right, fine. I get it. You can only have so much $20 million, so many $20 million players. $13-14 million.
I would do it.
Yeah, I would do it too.
But that's just me.
I would do it too. All right. So a couple days ago, we talked about I can't remember who the player was. Maybe it was Darnold. It was just like, you're getting, you want to have a top 10, 12 quarterback in the league, and obviously he's not one of them.
It was Purdy.
That's right. And we came to realize, like, we say probably about 20 guys are a top 10 to 12 quarterback in the NFL.
I went and when I started compiling this list, which here's my criteria for how I'm making this list.
By the way, this was brutally hard.
The order, it was tough. The order I would take them to lead my team for 17 games next season. That's how I'm doing it.
You know what? I'll do the same thing with you. And that will change one of my rankings.
So that's my criteria. The order I would take these guys to lead my team for 17 games next season. So I came up with, when I was trying to consider, all right, who's somebody who I reasonably think could be argued in the top 10, I came up with 17 guys.
I came up with about 15 to 16 too.
So we'll go 1 to 10, and Peyton's got a list too. Who would you like to lead us off here, Chop?
Let's see. Peyton, you go first.
Number 1, it is not Patrick Mahomes.
No, it's not.
It's the MVP, Josh Allen. Look, he wins the MVP last season, and the thing is, he doesn't really have any great weapons in Buffalo. Dalton Kincaid, you can say, okay, he's projected to be well, but they lost Stephon Diggs. The running game is but like it's just been Josh Allen. Like, it just doesn't matter who's out there, he can still throw the ball to him. And there's a reason why he's always still a threat to go deep in the playoffs. He just runs into his kryptonite, Patrick Mahomes, every year and somehow can't beat him. But he's number 1 for me.
Number 1, I was wrestling with 1 and 2 because I think they're the clear top 2 right now. But number 1, I went Josh Allen.
Are we in a Brady Manning situation with them where you would put Manning ahead of Brady, even though Brady always won Super Bowls, and Allen is ahead of Mahomes, even though Mahomes always beats him and wins Super Bowls?
Kinda, I guess. I mean, to me, it's Josh Allen's a better player right now than Mahomes is. He just is. Oof. He has been for about 2-3 years.
I'm not going to fight. I don't think it's a crazy thing to say. I'm not going to fight.
If you have your top 10, by the way, you can send them on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. Chop, who's your number 1?
I have Mahomes. Number 1. I'll tell you the hardest thing with this, there's a clear 4. And then after 4 is when it got really, really difficult to figure out who's number 5.
Number 2, Peyton?
Number 2 is Mahomes. Look, I know he had the down year last year, but I mean, again, like the weapons weren't always there. Kelsey had a slow start to the season. DeAndre Hopkins came along later on in the year, but wasn't all that great. I mean, and you can say he had a down year, but I think it's just because he's been unreal in his first, few years we've seen the greatness of Mahomes. So we think last year is a down year, but really it's just a normal year.
You see Messi had the same haircut now as Travis Kelce? He went with that same haircut.
Number 2, the best player in the NFL last year was Joe Burrow. And I don't see Burrow slowing down. Burrow's number 2.
You take Burrow to lead your team over Mahomes.
Mahomes would be 3. Mahomes is just I understand where he's been and the success they've had.
Yeah.
Mahomes is just not, if you look at him in a vacuum, just him, his results are not, he has not played as well as Burrow and Allen over the last couple of years. He just hasn't. And so if I'm just talking about strip all the context away and just say, generic team, I'm throwing a quarterback on there. I want Allen, I want Burrow, then I'll take Mahomes.
Okay. I have Allen number 2. Peyton, number 3?
Number 3, Joe Burrow. Like Bobby said, he very well could have won the MVP last year. I think if the Bengals make the playoffs, maybe he does. But his great season got overshadowed by a bad season by the Bengals defense. So Joe Burrow 3, but he very well could have been. I mean, he could be 1.
Yeah, he could be. You could
1,
make
2,
the
and
case.
3 are all jumbled up.
I have Burrow 3 as well.
Yeah, so clear cut top 3 right there. Peyton,
top 3.
Number 4.
Number 4, Lamar Jackson. I think it's not clear, but there's 1, 2, 3, and then there's 4 for Lamar. I mean, he comes up short in the postseason. He's had great seasons, but it just always seems like he's missing something. But I mean, you could very argue that he could be up there in the top 3, but I have him at number 4 right now.
469. Bobby, Burrow didn't make the playoffs. Not better than Mahomes. Burrow absolutely played better football than Mahomes. It is a team game. That is why it is a team game. Burrow is the test case for that. Number 4 is Lamar Jackson for me.
Yeah, and I have Lamar at 4 as well. Now, that to me is where the discussion begins.
Yeah.
Is after number 4.
I mean, you can jumble them how you want, but the top 4 are the top 4.
The top 4, there is a clear drop-off. And I think this is kind of an issue for the NFL. If you were to go back to 2010, prime Rodgers, prime Brady, prime Peyton, prime Breeze, prime Rivers, prime Romo, prime Ben. Who am I missing? There's other guys. You had 7.
7.
Prime Eli, which whatever that is. I mean, he still won 2 Super Bowls in that time. You had 7 guys. Prime, kind of early Matt Ryan. You had 8, 9 guys who were legitimate. You could see a Hall of Fame track.
Mm-hmm.
You could see it. Now they weren't all Hall of Famers, but you could see a track. Dude, you had end of career Kurt Warner, for crying out loud, that was still playing at a high level in 2009.
Yeah, this is we are in a bit of a lull in terms of elite quarterback play. So that's our top 4. Number 5, Peyton.
Number 5, Jalen Hurts. I know W.I. Peyton. I try to take him being an Eagles player, out of the picture here. But I mean, he's not going to light the scoreboard. But the dude wins. I mean, the dude wins. He can do it with both his arm and legs. So I have Jalen Hurts at number 5 here.
It's also our first NFC quarterback.
If the dude wins, why is he not ahead of Burrow then? Because Burrow didn't win. But I mean, the reason is because Hurts is going to throw for 130 yards. Kellen Moore didn't trust Jalen Hurts to throw the football last season on the way to the Super Bowl.
Right.
That to me just says volumes. Number 5 is
Jalen Hurts also. He's up big in games. They're up by double digits late in games, so he doesn't have to throw the ball.
Right. That's true.
That's not what the data showed in terms of why he wasn't throwing the ball. During close parts of games, they were getting ahead with
Super Bowl
Barkley.
champion.
Number 5, Justin Herbert. Yep.
Okay.
I still believe totally in Herbert. And I mean, he had a really strong year last year. That's just a dude who is remarkably consistent. And when you look at all the advanced metrics, he is consistently one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I got him much lower on my list.
I know. You're not a fan.
I'm not a fan. But I am a fan of this guy. I got Jared Goff.
Ooh.
He's just consistent. He's just on time with his throws. He does everything that doesn't get people horny about football.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. All right. So
what he is great at isn't valued, so that's why he's undervalued.
We all have a different number 5. Number 6, Peyton.
Number 6, I'm copying RJ Choppy. I have Jared Goff as well. The last 2 years have been incredible for him. He's very well could have been in the Super Bowl both years. Could have won it last year, I think, if they got past Washington. But it's Jared Goff for me. The offensive numbers prove it.
Number 6, I think he's taken massive leaps. And again, you look at advanced metrics and the way that he's played. He has been one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL the last 2 years. It's Jordan Love.
I like it.
So I got Jordan Love at number 6.
I like it. I have Jordan Love at number 6 as well.
Oh, look at that.
I think Love's a really good player. I would he could run my team any day.
Number 7, Peyton.
Number 7, the rookie, Jaden Daniels. I was really impressed with what he did down the stretch of last season for Washington Commanders. He's got weapons there with Scary Terry, and now he's got Debo in his squad. And, making it to the NFC title game was impressive. Beating Detroit on the road was impressive. I have Jaden Daniels at number 7.
I'm not going to overreact to 7 games with a toxic environment. Number 7 on this list is Dak Prescott.
Okay.
If Dak Prescott gets hurt again this year, if he shows that he's continuing to break down, then we've got it. But we forget he was second in the MVP, and then 7 games all of a sudden made people go, oh, maybe not. You're talking about the only dude, along with Mahomes, from like 16 to 23, I think it was, the only guy who finished in the top 4 in QBR 5 times. It was him and Mahomes. That's it. That's Dak Prescott.
Him and Mahomes?
Yeah. And so, to me, Dak's number 7 until he shows otherwise. This will be a year where he could break out of it, but Dak number 7.
I got the injury concern with him is just too high right now for me to have him that high on the list. At 7, I have Brock Purdy.
Ooh.
It's not. I don't hate it. Brock Purdy's really. I wrestled with Purdy over Dak. Number 8, Peyton.
Number 8, despite his age, I still have Matt Stafford in my top 10. Walchuk was right. Bobby, face it, Walchuk. At his age, he's still always a threat. And every time he gets to the playoffs, there's always a what if. There's like, can the Rams really make it to the Super Bowl? Because, it's Matthew Stafford. He's done it his whole career. He still does it at a late age. So I have Matt Stafford at number 8.
Number 8 on this list is Brock Purdy. I think he and Dak Prescott are neck and neck, basically. And honestly, it's just because Dak has over 8 years done this. I'm going to be interested to see what happens as San Francisco starts falling apart a little bit here. How Purdy maintains, but Purdy has been he was a damn good player last year while everything was kind of going to hell around him. So I've got Brock Purdy number 8.
I thought about 4 guys here for the final 3 spots. I had 4 guys that were really in contention, but I kept one of them out for a reason I'll give in a moment. But I have Hurts here at number 8. I'm sorry. I have Herbert at number 8.
Number 9, Peyton.
Jordan Love. He did take a step back from his, true rookie season last year, from 2023 to this year. But his weapons are great in Green Bay. He's not going to light the scoreboard, but he's always going to find a way to get the Green Bay into the playoffs. It just sucks that he plays in a division where the Detroit's going to be on top. Now you wonder about the Packers or the Bears, and then the Vikings. You never know with them. But I have Jordan Love at number 9.
Number 9 is Jaden Daniels. He can go up this list if he shows more consistency. I don't fall for the one-off year. Quarterbacks have shown me too often not to do it. CJ Stroud would have been easy in the top 10 if we were going off his first year, and he was not good enough last year. So I got Jaden Daniels number 9, but he could swing either direction depending on how 25 goes.
I left Jaden off because of that. Because it's 1 year.
He played like he was one of the 10 best quarterbacks last year. I don't know that he will be moving
He was one of the 6 or 7 best quarterbacks last year.
Yeah.
But I, because of CJ Stroud and his fall off last year, I was like, I'm not gonna overreach with 1 year from Daniels. I'll need to see it again from him.
And then Peyton, number 10, and just run down your list 1 through 9 really quickly, and then hit number 10.
Well, I have Hurts at 9.
Oh, Hurts at 9. Okay, Gotcha. I thought you'd said it. I totally missed it.
So 1 through 9, I have Josh Allen, Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar Jackson at 4, Jalen Hurts 5, Jared Goff 6, Jaden Daniels 7, Matthew Stafford 8, Jordan Love 9. This might be a little hot take, but I have Baker Mayfield making the top 10, number 10. I love what he's doing, man. At any point, he can throw up 300, 350 yards on any given night, any team. I think the slow start in Cleveland has hurt him throughout his career, but the last couple years, 3 years maybe, he's been really good for the Buccaneers.
Baker was number 12 for me. He just missed. Him and Daniels just missed it.
I have Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love, Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, Jaden Daniels, and then at number 10, I have Jared Goff. And again, when we said 17 names, these were the names behind it that I think you can make a reasonable case for them being top 10. Matthew Stafford, CJ Stroud, Jalen Hurts, Geno Smith, Tua Tagovailoa, Kyler Murray, and Baker Mayfield.
Okay, I have Dak at 10. I have Dak at 10. And I had Daniels right there at 11. He'll be in there next year unless he doesn't have a Stroud fall off. Baker was 12 for me. I think he can make a real good case that Stroud is there as well. Stafford still obviously is there. I actually think that I can sit there and reasonably say that Tua could be up there when he's healthy.
Yeah, I've got him. I've got him on the periphery of. You could argue a case he's top 10,
and Kyler as well. I like Kyler. So there you go. There's our list. Mine is Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar, Goff, Love, Purdy, Herbert, Hurts, and then Dak Prescott rounds out the top 10. Hey, look at that. Perfect. Perfectly
clean.
Done. Clean. Absolutely. It's Sean and RJ here rolling on a Friday. And just when you thought the Mavericks were done talking, just when you thought they were done talking, they opened their mouths again. Talk about it and tell you about it. And you can hear it next on 105.3 The Fan after we get your...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Three, no good. Cooper Flagg has the rebound after the missed shot by Jaden Mustaf.
Oh, that's not good.
And Flagg is down.
Not good.
Flagg is down and laying on his stomach. Now rolls to his back under the basket on the right side.
He went high for the rebound, landed. He's holding his left ankle. He wants help to the bench. Oh, my goodness.
That is Duke Radio with the call. Bad news for Kevin Hagelin's Dukies. Bad news for the NCAA tournament. Like, this is a superstar. Like, you know his name. You know his name. He's going to be the number one pick in the draft. You want guys in the tournament that you know their name. You wanted Zion in the tournament. You knew his name. That's what you want. And you know, Zach Edey last year, you knew his name. That's what college basketball's missed.
Mm-hmm.
And Cooper Flagg, we know his name. He's the player of the year. He's going to be the number one pick. And he's down. And who knows when he returns. They were already talking. Should he skip the tournament? That's what the discussion has gotten to.
This is you invoked the name earlier, and it's a great name. It's very reminiscent of Kenyon Martin. Like,
he broke his leg though, I think. Right?
No, but I mean in terms of an injury at the end of the season for the presumed number one pick.
Right. Yes.
And a serious contender for the NCAA title this year.
Right. And Seth Greenberg already had said this morning he wants a legacy. This isn't football. He's playing. Now, he's done for this tournament. If he's done for the ACC tournament, I'd imagine. What this does, I don't think we see him until the round of 32. I think he skips the opening round game. They'll play a 16 seed unless the committee drops them for some reason to a 2 seed because of this. I doubt it. I doubt it because Duke's probably still going to win the ACC tournament. So they'll probably just sit him out against 16 and take their chances.
I'm trying to look here too. This looks like it was, this may have been, I'm trying to see what the exact date is. I think we might have been, if it wasn't to the day, if yesterday wasn't the anniversary of Kenyon Martin, it was like 2 days away from it.
I think it was. I think it was the year because it was in the tournament.
It was the 25-year anniversary.
So he was at Cincy was that the A10? They were in the A10, I think, at that point, right?
It was March 9th, so it was a few days after. So March 9th, 2020 is when he did. But about 25 years to the day, almost to the day, as the Kenyon Martin injury.
Yeah, so there's precedent to drop them because they did drop Cincinnati to a 2 seed, but Kenyon was not coming back. Cooper will come back, I think. It's just a matter we don't know when. And the committee is going to take this into account. They absolutely will take this into account. We got a big game. Bobby and I, a little bit of Peyton because he's not really, he's wishy-washy. Texas and Tennessee. That was a great double overtime game yesterday. We will do a little college kegger in the 9 o'clock hour. Get you caught up on all of that. But,
also have John Machota coming up in the 9 o'clock hour.
Oh, yes, we do. 9 o'clock on the dot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Hopefully we have some,
if I hit the break on time.
Hopefully we have some Cooper Cup news by then.
Yeah, maybe we will. Hope so. So just when you thought the Mavericks had stopped talking, had stopped taking L's, L after L after L, not just on the court, off the court.
Mm-hmm.
Nico had said at the press conference the day after they traded Luka, I still can't believe they did, that this was a win-now move. This is Patrick Dumont, the governor of the Mavs, the gaslighter of the Mavs. Well, he's the gaslighter of the Mavs.
Yeah.
This is him. This is a real estate conference, symposium, banquet.
Yep. Yeah, this was a and let me find the exact description, but it was something on February 13th.
Yes, this is just getting leaked.
The Real Estate Council's Bank of Texas speaker series.
Okay, so this is just getting leaked. So this happened about 2 weeks after the trade when they were making mistake after mistake, but this is a contradictory statement, and this is the whole problem with this trade. It just doesn't make sense. This is a contradictory statement to Nico's win-now maneuver.
Going into the trade deadline last year, we were not competitive. If you recall, we were not a playoff-bound team. And we were able to do some things to reconstruct the roster and enable the team to become very competitive. And after the trade deadline last year, we actually had the best record in basketball, which was a big accomplishment. And we got to the championship games, and we didn't win. And so we had to decide, how do we get better? What can we do to improve our team? And so we looked at our trajectory during the season and realized that we did not get better. But the teams that we competed against, some of which we beat, did get better. And ultimately, when you look at the Eastern Conference, after we were to get through the Western Conference, if we're so fortunate, you would have to beat some very formidable teams, including one that we lost to, which actually got better. So this was a decision about the future. If you look at our roster today and who we have, we feel like we position ourselves to be incredibly competitive against the best teams in the NBA.
No.
All right.
Disagree.
Disagree?
Disagree strongly.
Okay, explain.
By the way, the only way you could sell this is the way that Nico did, as win now. And even then you can't sell it correctly, but that's the only way you can. To talk about it as the future, all right, now you're trolling people.
Yeah. On February 2nd, the Mavs were 26-22.
Mm-hmm.
All right. They were 8th. So they were a playoff-bound team.
Yes.
They were a playoff-bound team.
They were right on the verge. We were talking about them as that kind of a team.
Yeah. And then you look up, and they were 33-23 3 weeks later. So they had gone 7-1 in those next handful of games.
Mm-hmm.
And then they still dropped back down to 8th in the middle of March. On March 16th, they were back to 8th, and then they wind up getting the 5 seed to end it.
Yeah,
they went on a run.
This is a win now move right here. You trade away a 25-year-old who became the youngest player in the history of the Lakers to have 45 points and 10 rebounds or whatever his stat line was last night. You traded that guy away because you were concerned about the future. Mm-hmm. To build a core around two 32-year-old, often injured players.
Yeah, so the amount of 30-point triple-doubles in Mavericks history, Dirk's got a couple. There's one other, and then there's 40 of them that are Luka Doncic.
Mm-hmm.
And it's criminal. It really is. This is more from Patrick Dumont at this real estate banking banquet symposium thingy.
If you're a fan of basketball, I'll just throw that out there.
Are you?
You have Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, Anthony Davis, and either Daniel Gafford or Derek Lively as your starting 5. That's going to put fear into a lot of teams in the league if we can get going.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Right? And so the objective was, how do we create a roster for the future that allows us to be the most competitive team? I've said it all along. I don't know if you heard what I said when we actually bought the team.
Haven't heard it.
From Mark, but we want to win championships. We want to be a winning franchise for the city of Dallas, and we want to be one of character, one of community involvement, and one where we sort of carry on the legacy of the Dallas Mavericks in the right way.
Dude.
He rattled off the names he rattled off, like some of them are aging players. They have an aging Kyrie, an aging Anthony Davis, an injured Kyrie, an injured Anthony Davis, an expensive Kyrie, an expensive Anthony Davis, and no draft picks. They got one draft pick this year, and then when's their next one?
2030 or 2029, something like that.
There you go.
And that's
Cool.
so. I mean, they've got one in the next 6 years after that. So, way to go. That is it. That's what that's all about. That is an aggressive win now move. You win now by getting 3 quarters out of Anthony Davis. That was fantastic. Yep. Yeah, you were worried about the conditioning of Luka. By the way, Caleb Martin, who finally just made his debut,
he scored like 30 a night.
I'm sorry. Quentin Grimes has. Quentin Grimes is averaging 25 points in the month of March.
Yeah.
And you couldn't find time for it.
By the way,
this is just a disaster of an organization right now.
I just simmed the lottery.
Did you finally win it?
No, but I got us to the 3rd pick on the 10th try.
That's not so bad.
I could deal with that. If you get the 3rd pick, I mean, you got something there.
I would take it. I'd be all down for that. Now, they actually had over at ESPN, they had
mock draft.
Yeah, they had a new NBA mock draft, which the Mavericks are not picking near the top. What did I say the other day when we were talking about where they're going to end up picking? I think
it's like 11, or I'm sorry, it's 13.
Yeah, but I said then, I think I said, yeah, they're going to draft some dude from France that none of us have ever heard of, or that's going to be something like that. So I don't know if you've heard of this gentleman. Again, I don't familiarize myself with the NBA draft nearly like I do the NBA or the NFL draft, but the 13th pick in the NBA draft, the Dallas Mavericks on the latest ESPN mock draft select Nolan Traore. You familiar?
No, I'm not.
Point guard, St. Quentin from France.
Oh, hey!
Sounds about white.
Nailed it. All right, here's the scouting report on Traore. After a difficult start to the season, Traore has been on an upswing over the past 2 months, notching impressive wins against high-level opponents while showcasing his outstanding speed, shot creation, and passing prowess. The 18-year-old has taken some lumps in an outsized role, struggling with perimeter shooting, decision-making, and physicality on both ends. Boy, that sounds like a recipe for success. But he seems to be playing his best basketball lately and still has his team positioned to make the playoffs, providing another 2+ months of opportunity to be evaluated long after the college basketball season is complete. Here's what they say about the fit with Dallas. They say, in the aftermath of trading Luka Doncic and losing Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis to injuries, the Mavs are trying to hold on to a spot in the play-in tournament. Are they? With BPI giving them a 12% chance of making the playoffs, the Mavs don't control. The Mavs don't control their first-round picks from 2027 to 2030, so it's 2031 is your next one. So they must draft wisely this year and next. With Irving probably out for much of next season, the backcourt might be the first place to start. Traore is one of the draft's youngest prospects and possesses significant talent with the ball in his hands, with plenty of room to grow long-term. That's not going to fix it, though. Look, the NBA is weird. If you're picking outside the top 5 a lot of times, it's a crapshoot. You are throwing a dart to see if you even get somebody who's going to make any sort of a difference for you.
Yep.
And so that's why it's so critical to try and get up higher into the lottery. And those instances where you say, oh, tanking is for lose. You got to do something to rebuild the squad since you've just gutted it.
Yep.
Absolutely gutted it.
You did. You gutted the Mavericks roster. It was a terrible decision, and we will stand by that. We got plenty more to get. There's plenty more Mavericks because the Mavericks got cooked by an airline yesterday. We can get into that coming up. But what is next in Below the Belt?
We're going to take a look at these Cooper Cup rumors. We're going to do the cup check, and we're going to see if the Dallas Cowboys are a legitimate landing spot for Cooper Cup. That's next in Below
the Belt
on the Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Basil Babes.
Saffron?
Not meant
Back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, it was an exhilarating 2 hours and 30 minutes, almost on the dot, where we thought Cooper Kupp might become a Dallas Cowboy.
Thought about it. Thought it was possible.
We were hyped this morning.
What is the latest?
The latest is, so this is the timeline if you haven't been hanging around with us all morning, which you should be. You should be hanging out with us all morning. And then at 10 o'clock, you should be hanging out with the KNC Masterpiece at the Dallas Card Show in Allen. Adam Schefter tweeted at 6:10 this morning, developing a sleeper team that has emerged and is now making a push to sign former Rams free agent wide receiver Cooper Kupp is the Dallas Cowboys, per league sources. Kupp's decision on where to sign could come as early as today. Then Diana Rossini, she follows up and says, hey, sounds like Seahawks and Cowboys are two of the big contenders really making a push here at the end. So you're starting to get excited. You're starting to think, here we go. They're actually going to play in the free agent pool. Well, then Adam Schefter circles back around at 7:41 and says, while the Cowboys made what one source described as, quote, a push for Cooper Kupp, they still are not considered the likely landing spot for the former Rams wide receiver, per source. Then Diana Rossini follows back around and says, yeah, some teams are having trouble with the $13 to $14 million a year ask for Cooper Kupp, which honestly to me doesn't sound that bad.
No.
And then at 8:17 a.m., David Moore from the Dallas Morning News just pulls out the katana and guts us.
What is a katana?
It's like a little sword thing.
Okay.
Yeah. If you are fantasizing about the addition of Cooper Kupp, don't. The Cowboys are not in the mix to acquire the wide receiver. A person with knowledge of the club's thinking told the Dallas Morning News, it won't happen. Boy, that's 3 very definitive punches to the gut from David Moore. If you're fantasizing about the addition of Kupp, don't. Period. Cowboys are not in the mix to acquire the wide receiver. Period. It won't happen. Period. That's very definitive. So this sounds like this could have been a leverage play, right? Like, is this Kupp trying to generate some sort of interest or try and get people to get up to that $13 to $14 million mark?
Maybe, but my question is, why would they not be interested if it's 13 to 14 million? They just don't think he's healthy. If that's the case, then I get it. He's probably not healthy.
But pay somebody. Go get somebody. We ran through this at 7:20. You don't have a number 2 wide receiver right now. You don't. You don't have any legitimate weapons at the second receiver spot to consider yourself a contender in the NFC right now. These are your weapons at the moment. Miles Sanders, who they just signed last night. I don't hate the signing. It's a nice low-risk gamble. But Miles Sanders, who's coming off a 200-yard season in Carolina. Javonte Williams, who has averaged 3.5 yards per carry the last 2 years after having a knee injury. Again, fine high upside pick. But that's supposed to be a lotto ticket. That is not supposed to be your primary source of offense. After CeeDee Lamb, Jonathan Mingo, Jalen Tolbert, Kevontae Turpin, Jalen Brooks, Ryan Flanoy. You've got Jake Ferguson coming off of a disappointing season. Luke Schoonmaker.
Yep.
These are not weapons of a Super Bowl contender at all.
877-881-1053. They don't care about winning. Sign Diggs, call it a day. Why not just sign Kupp to align with Dak's contract so you give Dak the best chance to succeed with what's left? When was the last time the Cowboys won a bidding war in free agency?
This doesn't even sound like a bidding war, though. It just sounds like they're not willing to
even break. They're not willing to break even not even the bank. No, they wouldn't be breaking the bank on Cooper Kupp.
No,
it's 10 to 15 million, and that may be on the high side. You could probably get him for less than that.
Look, I am not one of these people who will look at what the Cowboys have right now in their salary cap spending and say, well, look, they could go out and sign $50 million worth of players. No, that's not accurate.
All right, so help me here. It's obvious.
I just want to real quick before you say that. I don't want to just stop there because I don't want people to think I was stopping there. I'm not one of those ones who says they have that much money to spend. But they do have money to spend now that they've flipped switches. Now, some of that is going to be spoken for on potential extensions for a guy like Deron Bland. Who knows? Maybe they try to get out ahead of Tyler Smith. You are going to have some stuff that's going to cost you some money. Draft picks, veterans that they'll likely have to sign during the summer. But that's not going to count for all the space that you have right now. There's flexibility to do something here.
There is. If you flipped all those switches and you don't do anything, then all you did was kick the can down the road for nothing.
There's no point in doing it. Yeah. It's absolutely pointless to just flip those switches and then not use it.
It's detrimental.
And look, again, like I said,
it's detrimental to do it.
Some of it, like I said, is spoken for. Like you can clearly see there's purposes for it that's set aside that you can't say it's for that. But there's enough freedom. Part of me wonders, did they flip these switches thinking they were going to get Dre Greenlaw and that they were going to have to pay for that? And then Greenlaw went to the Broncos and they thought they were going to have to pay Jordan Lewis, and then Jordan Lewis left. Like, are some of these just they missed on Lewis, they missed on Greenlaw, and they didn't know exactly where Osa's number was going to fall?
Maybe. It's possible.
But like, I mean, at that point, like, you've got money to use. Now you need to use it then. Even if it didn't have its original intent, you've got to use it. And obviously there's a salary floor they have to spend to.
Yeah, there is.
But, guys, come on. If not Cooper Kupp, somebody, go call Stephon Diggs. Go see what Keenan Allen wants. Go see what Amari Cooper wants.
People are already frustrated. They're already frustrated with the offseason. They're already frustrated with the lack of any kind of movement here. It's obvious they want to win, right? Everybody wants to win.
Yeah, I think I always think it's silly whenever anybody says they don't want to win. Yes, they do.
Yeah, they want to win, but do they want to win in any way possible or their way?
They want to win their way. And look, I don't fault someone for believing in their philosophy or ideology, but you've got to challenge it at some point.
Got to.
When it's not having success, you have to challenge. I respect courage of conviction, but there reaches a point where it's like, you have to adjust. There's got to be some middle ground. You do not have to go spend and throw money around like you're doing what the Panthers are doing right now, or like New England did, or other teams like that. You don't have to do that, but you can't just refuse to take part in anything other than just, well, who's a first-round bust, or who's a first-round player that hasn't worked out because of injury or whatever else, and let's go try and buy a lotto ticket on that front.
Yeah.
And that cannot be a strategy. Hope cannot be a strategy. That's not a team-building philosophy.
Hope, generally, no. Hopelessness, they can get something there.
Hope is 7-10. Hope gets you 7-10. That's what you get. They are approaching this offseason slightly more aggressive than last offseason in terms of they're at least replenishing some of the depth. But even if you replenish the depth, you're basically keeping the status quo or keeping a 7-10 team at 7-10. And you're telling yourself, we're going to get all these injured guys back. You were a bad football team before all the injuries hit. And you've lost your nickel corner since then.
Yep.
And you lost Demarcus Lawrence. And you lost Rico Dowdle, who was the best part of your offense, arguably, in the second half of the season.
From the 817, they want to win, but they've had a hard time setting their team up to succeed. From the 214, winning is not their priority. Not being bad is. Relevance. I mean, look, they value relevance. I think relevance is an important thing. You got to be relevant.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing.
Because you can't be good without being relevant.
This is the argument. Whenever they talk about
all good teams are relevant.
Whenever anybody tries to say they don't care about winning, all they care about is money, and they care about attention. Like, money and attention comes in droves when you win Super Bowl.
Yeah, it does.
Like, that's the part that nobody's able to explain as to why you say, well, they don't care about what regardless, even if you're saying that that's what it is, and even if I were to say, all right, fine, you're right, that's what they care about most. Well, what they care about most would come most easily to them by winning.
Yeah, it would.
That's how it happens.
No doubt. Is a wide receiver now, because there doesn't look like they're going to get Kupp. Wide receiver at 12, still in play for sure.
I can't get out of my head that Dan Graziano said a couple weeks ago that Dallas would like to see Jonathan Mingo step into the number 2, or ideally at some point. He didn't make it sound like that was who they were rolling with right now. But, I mean, if you go start football next year, like if you were to start the season today or tomorrow, and I know that's not the case. There's still time. They got draft picks.
How plugged in is Dan?
He
doesn't break news like Schefter, but I think he's like plugged in.
Dan Graziano's been pretty plugged into Dallas stuff over the last 2 years. So he's good there. He was the one who consistently said Dak Steele was going to get done before the season started. He was right. He was one of the only ones who was adamant it was. And so he's been on top of some different things. I think that, man, here's the thing. If you roll into next season, who is your starting? Let's say it's a 3-receiver set you're starting with. Your receivers right now are Lamb, Mingo, Tolbert, Turpin, Jalen Brooks, Ryan Flanoy. Who are your 3 receivers?
Lamb, Ferguson.
No. Ferguson's already on the field. This is your third. You got to give me 2 other receivers.
Kyle Yeomans.
Tolbert and Turpin.
And so you're going to have to play, like CD does a lot of his damage in the slot, but you're not going to be able to play CD in the slot if Turpin's out there.
All right. Well, then
I'm not saying you can't do that. That's honestly probably your three best. It is in all likelihood Lamb, Tolbert, Turpin.
Yeah.
But
you're going to mix and match.
You end up having to move guys around or shift guys into certain positions that you don't want them in. The Tolbert thing has really screwed them. Just the slow development and the inability to level up in any sort of meaningful way. And I missed on Tolbert so bad. He went in the third round, 88 overall. I would have taken him in the second over Sam Williams. I loved Jalen Tolbert coming out of South Alabama, and that's been a swing and a miss. So, I mean, that's not anything where I'm just saying, like, way to go, Cowboys. Everybody should have seen that coming. Like, I thought he was going to be really good.
Hey, Micah Gallup's trying to make a comeback.
I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you're probably, like, looking at that you're going to call on is Michael Gallup or what's Cedric Wilson up to? Let's get the band back together. That's the kind of thing that they're worried about. Look, if you're going to take a receiver at 12, like if you were comfortable that Tet McMillan from Arizona is going to be there for you at 12, and you know you're going to take him.
Well, one of the receivers will be there at 12.
Tet McMillan's the only one worth taking at 12 to me. Burden is not.
What have you traded down to 19?
Ish. Yeah, you're getting around that territory. But again, Burden freaks me out because he's a run after the catch guy. He's a yak guy. He's so difficult to bring down. And look at the way he maneuvers through traffic. And look at the way he does this and that. It's like, man, that is such a tough thing to bank on at the next level. Malachi Corley last year coming out was that guy.
Well,
and the Jets took him, and Malachi Corley couldn't do anything. He had a lot of trouble.
Better athletes, and they don't miss tackles.
N'Keal Harry was that way. N'Keal Harry was a yards after catch guy. You remember that was the big CeeDee Lamb line coming out. Now Lamb's turned into a great receiver. Yeah. Lamb is not a big yak player. Like that's not a get the ball in his hands and he's going to make a big play and he's going to, break tackles and, be a massive. It's just, a cloud of dust. It's, a flash in a cloud of dust with CeeDee Lamb. He is a really great receiver, but not for the reasons that people projected as a yards after catch guy. So I don't know. If you're going to give me McMillan, if you're telling me Tet McMillan is going to be the pick at 12, all right, I can understand a little bit more of the approach. But otherwise, I don't know what they're doing here where they're not willing to play at all in the free agent waters on receiver, unless they've got a trade target in mind.
Below
D-Belt
on 105.3 The Fan. Final hour of the show coming up. We kick it off with John Machota, Cowboys Insider, 9 o'clock hour, right now on The Fan.
Nutmeg me.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. We fist pump into the 9 o'clock hours. We make our way towards the weekend. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden alongside. Sean's back on Monday after paternity leave. So we will get him back. That'll be good. Got a weekend ahead. And we had some Cowboys news this morning dealing with Cooper Kupp. We had news overnight with Miles Sanders. And, Bobby, that brings us to our next guest.
Yes, it does. One John Machota from The Athletic joining us here on 105 through the Fan to talk about all things Dallas Cowboys offseason, including the meltdown on Twitter last night between Demarcus Lawrence, Micah Parsons, and all other assorted Cowboys youngins there on the social media platform. John Machota, how are you doing today, man?
I'm well, man. You texted me last night, and I woke up this morning, and I was like, all right, we're going to have maybe some free agency news to talk about, too, here. Cooper Kupp, this is going to be great. Like, this is awesome. Didn't see this coming. Like, finally, something to talk about that, with them adding a player, but it doesn't sound like that's going to happen.
No, it doesn't. I mean, there is Miles Sanders, so there was that addition. But look, when you look at we've been talking about, when you look at the offseason and you're grading it, and everybody usually goes like A, B, C, like stuff like that. We're using instead right now the expectations scale, like that they do in school progress reports. So, like, are you meeting expectations, exceeding expectations, greatly exceeded, that kind of thing? Would you say it's fair to say Dallas's offseason at this point is just meeting expectation? If you know what the Cowboys do and how they approach the offseason, they're checking those boxes more so than they did last year, but clearly not playing in any sort of deep waters.
Yeah, I can't disagree with any of that. I would say that this is pretty much what I thought they would do. But I also thought that there would be one or two type of, like the Cooper Kupp thing makes sense because it's, 31-year-old wide receiver. I was thinking that there would be a couple of moves that were similar to 2 off seasons ago on the Diggs and Cooks trade, the Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore trade, like where, maybe it's not free agency, but they're going to find a way to get like a veteran receiver and maybe a veteran corner, something like that, not to just completely copy what happened 2 years ago. But I thought and maybe it is still on the table, but in terms of like, there hasn't been any like real wow moves or anything like that. They've been trying to fill holes so that, you don't have to go into the draft needing to fill 8 spots. And certainly if you were to add someone like Cooper Kupp, at least that would knock wide receiver down a little bit. But if you don't add someone on his level, I think that wide receiver still has to be play as early as 12. So, and same thing with running back. Like they've added some running backs that, they give you some depth in the room, but I still don't think the 2025 Dallas Cowboys leading rusher is on this team. I think it still is going to be somebody that they draft. So filling their needs and meeting kind of what my expectations were. Yeah.
Would it be the money or the injury risk that would have scared them off with Cooper more?
Money, for sure, money. Some of the reports coming out as much as 14-15 million he wants. I just don't see the Cowboys ever being a player at that number. I would see the Cowboys being a player like probably like $8 or $9 million. But the money for sure. Having some ties with Junior Adams, someone on the coaching staff who had worked with Cup in the past obviously helps, and certainly you wouldn't even throw your hat in the ring if it wasn't something where you have just poured over his tape and looked at how he could possibly fit, with CD and what you have at wide receiver. So I don't think it's the injury stuff as much as, well, we're interested, but not at that price.
John, when you look at the moves that they've made, they've clearly tried to replenish the defensive line as best they can. That's where a lot of their moves have been, signing Osa, making the moves for Solomon Thomas, Peyton Turner. Is the biggest glaring need still right now, though? That is receiver, isn't it? And if that's the case, then why aren't the Cowboys working, it seems like, on any sort of a contingency and just saying, you know what, we'll maybe figure this out in the draft or do something else? Do you think they have a defined plan of we know how we're going to attack this, and that's why we're not jumping on these guys?
I do think they have a plan, but I don't think that they have one or two clear needs to me. I think they have 3, 4, 5 that they're if you could add a Cup or you add somebody else that okay, well, that takes one of those out of the mix. Because right now, if you tell me that they're going on the clock in the next 5 minutes at number 12, running back still in play, wide receiver, corner, defensive tackle, offensive lineman, all 5 of those, none of them would surprise me. And so I think that between now and that first round, they got to fill at least 1 or 2 more of those to where you're no, they don't have to even consider that at 12. And frankly, if they don't, then I think the play has to be, I'm not saying move out of the top 20, but probably trade back if you can and gain some extra picks, because while they have all these, 5th, 6th, 7th, that's great and all, but you need to add some other premium picks if you're going to be relying that heavily on the draft. And they could potentially do that, but I still haven't closed the door on the possibility of filling a couple of these holes by trading for some veterans.
John Machota joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Do you think there's any player they would trade up for?
I think they would
or
trade
a
up
position.
for Travis Hunter. I think they would trade up for Travis Hunter. I think that he would fit multiple needs for them. The issue you run into is that I just don't think he would fall far enough to where he would be a player for them. But he fits multiple needs for them, and then also I think Jerry would love the big name that he is, and obviously the success he's had. And he's been one of the most popular college football players the last couple of years. I know I would enjoy that very much for training camp purposes and videos and things of that nature, but I think you'd have to get up to probably 3 or 4, and that's going to cost you next year's 1, and obviously this year's number 12 pick, and the next year's 1 and something else. And so, I just think that'll end up being too rich for him, but I think that would be the player that would make the most sense to move up for.
If they don't get Cup, and it doesn't look like they are, why would they have restructured all these contracts, kicked the can down the road, not to do anything?
That's a great question. That's the one that we're all left kind of scratching our head about. I thought when they did both those restructures, I thought maybe that meant that they would be in on one of these, like a top 50 free agent. And as we've seen, most of those guys are gone now. And so that's why I'm saying, they had some success when they went and got Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore. Why not revisit that? And then you have the money to pay a player as well if that happens. But yeah, I just don't think the fan base, I don't think any of us are going to want to hear anything about, well, we did this because this is for our rookie class and we're going to have needs during the season and stuff like that. It doesn't make sense why you would restructure both of those. But then again, if they were really trying to make a big push in free agency, they probably would have got Micah Parsons done before free agency started, and that obviously hasn't happened. And I don't think anybody should be surprised if that thing drags out into the summer.
John Machota from The Athletic joining us here on 105 through the Fan. You just mentioned Micah Parsons. That's a perfect transition to what occurred last night on Twitter and on social media. The back and forth that we've been talking about this morning. Demarcus Lawrence gives an interview to a Seahawks media member and basically says, came here to win a Super Bowl because I knew that wasn't a possibility in Dallas. Micah takes a shot, says this is clown-esque, and then Demarcus Lawrence chirps back and says, maybe if you were more worried about winning instead of tweeting, I would still be there. And then we got some thinly veiled tweets from teammates along the way yesterday. Last night, when you watch all that play out on social media, do you think that is just general Twitter fingers, like athletes being a little, ego driven? Or do you think that is a microcosm, an indication of some of the things that were causing problems for them last year?
I definitely go with a microcosm of not just last year, but the last few years. I've never thought over these last 4 years that Micah and Demarcus Lawrence were really close at all. Micah never bought into the whole hot boys deal as much as Demarcus wanted that to be, the face of the defensive line, and that was for a while. But when Micah got there, he didn't really want to buy into any of that. I never thought either of them were very close in a sense of, am I expecting like a defensive lineman to be close to the wide receiver? I mean, they can be, but it's not like they're around each other all the time. For two players that, are both they're their top two defenders. They both rush the passer. Like, I never thought that they were super close. And, how quickly the way Micah responded when DeMarcus talked about, I think it was after the Green Bay loss, about them kind of being tired and things like that. Like that kind of, made me think, well, yeah, no, there's another example of how they're not on the same page. And I thought that this was just kind of almost like what happened last night with what DeMarcus said in that interview was just like almost the perfect vehicle to show you, hey, they weren't really as close as you think. And it's at a tough spot because you kind of see where Lawrence is coming from because he'd been with the team for a long time. He's, the leader on the defense. And you then get Micah Parsons, and Micah's he's the most talented player on the defense, one of the most talented players in the league. And he's not going to necessarily fall in. He's not going to do the Des Bryant carrying shoulder pads and stuff like that. And he's producing right away. And it wouldn't surprise me if maybe that stuff rubbed DeMarcus the wrong way. And so for those two to like have that back and forth last night, like I just think that was a smaller version of, hey, they never really were that close. When maybe some people thought that, hey, these are their two top defenders. They probably have a pretty good relationship. I don't know that was ever the case. Doesn't mean you can't win. I mean, we've all seen I don't think anybody thinks that now everything has come out that Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen were all that close. But yeah, I think that was the thing that stood out to me, and I wanted to make sure that I got the hot boys part in there for you.
Thank you. Is that the reason, that kind of thing we saw last night? Do you think that's why Schottenheimer made such a push in his interview with the Jones in the front office to say, I'm going to establish culture? Do you think he saw some of that last year and recognized, hey, this is where I can make a big difference, and I know this is something that'll resonate with them because they know this is a problem?
Oh, no question about it. I mean, I think that was important. I also think he probably had a good pitch on things he would do differently offensively. I think that's what ultimately probably won the job over for him. But no question, I think that was a big push, is the behind the scenes culture, stuff like that, because I mean, you're in the locker room, you see this stuff. Like, I just think there's been a big change, not just in the NFL, but in sports in general. And you really can't be that Bill Belichick coach, I don't think, anymore, and do it that way. Like, you got to be a guy that, kind of brings everybody together, and you're almost like one of the guys type thing, as opposed to like, I'm going to be the coach that like everybody on this team's scared to do the wrong thing or they're going to lose their job. The whole Jimmy Johnson asthma field stuff. Like, I don't think that works anymore. And so I do think that there is a change in what you need as a head coach. And I think that Brian Schottenheimer leans into that stuff because I do think that fits him naturally to be. He's not going to be a guy that's like grabbing a guy's face mask, screaming at him in practice and stuff like that. He's going to be a very like positive, trying to get the best out of guys and providing a great environment behind the scenes. So yeah, I don't think there's any question that was very high on his list of the reasons why he got the job.
Before we let you go, they say the truth hurts. Who got hurt more? Tank by Micah saying this is what rejection and envy looks like, or Micah when Tank said maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left. Which truth hurt more?
Man, that is a great question because I think both of them got pretty deep. Man, I guess I'll go with it. Probably hurts Micah more because he's still here, whereas DeMarcus can throw these shots and he's gone and he doesn't have to deal with it anymore. So I guess for him, it's probably maybe a little bit more of a motivating factor to show, hey, let's show that what we can do without him, that we can still we can be just as good, if not better. And whereas, like, what is Demarcus really going to show in Seattle? Obviously he's going to try and have a great season, whatever, individually and all that, and that maybe can show, hey, you let this guy go. But I don't know. It's tough to say one way or the other because Demarcus is gone now, and I think after this blows over, I don't think many people are going to, Cowboys-wise, are going to be talking about him, whereas all eyes are on Micah now. I mean, he has to be the leader of this. I mean, you lose Jordan Lewis, Zach Martin, Demarcus Lawrence, like, leadership is needed. Obviously, Dak Prescott, clear leader of the team, but on that defensive side of the ball, someone has to step up, and obviously Micah wants that mantle. It's just going to be interesting to see how he navigates that now that he could be looking at a contract holdout. So how is that leadership going to be done? How are you going to be the face of the defense, especially if you're not around until maybe training camp?
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
John Machota, The Athletic, joining us here. 105.3 The Fan. We'll do a little college kegger next. And how often are you getting busy? If you know what I mean.
Oh, Peyton will have an answer for that. But first, let's talk about the fine folks.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
first. 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
No good. Rebound, Texas. That's going to do it. The Aggies will go down to the Longhorns for the second time this season. This time in tournament play. It took 2 overtimes, but the final score is Texas 94, Texas A&M 89.
Craig Way with the call, the legend on Texas radio as the Longhorns get a double overtime 94-89 victory over A&M. A&M now no chance at a 2 seed. If any chance they had to win last night, and they would have probably had to win today because they would have played Tennessee, who is I guess ranked number 5 or 6 in the country according to Ken Palm and Torvik and all the other metrics that would have helped them, giving them another quad 1 win. They do not get it. Texas wins, and with the win, you Longhorn fans, Bobby and Peyton. Peyton's half the Longhorn fan. Y'all are in the tournament now.
Yes.
No more bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all were on the bubble. There was thoughts you were going to be, if not on the bubble, but like in Dayton for the first 4. Right now, it looks like you're in the first 4. But there's a chance if you win tonight or this afternoon at 2:30 when you play Tennessee. If you win this game, you're going to get a bye. And you will take the place probably of Arkansas, who did not advance. They lost to Ole Miss yesterday. There's some bubble teams of local interest. Like I said, Texas obviously is on the bubble still, even though I think they're pretty squarely in, but they're still technically on the bubble. Baylor is another one. They got beat by Texas Tech 76-74. I'm telling you, boys and girls, go get your 40-1 bet on the Red Raiders. Take the 40-1.
Boy, you're just
win it all.
You're just giving Peyton all the love today, talking about his Red Raiders.
I think so.
Admirable of you.
I think so. So Texas wins in double overtime. Did you see any of that game?
No, I did not. I caught the highlights, but I
Peyton?
didn't see it live.
No.
What's the matter with you? What is the matter with you?
What?
What were you doing?
He was napping.
I don't know,
He
probably
naps.
napping.
No, it was in the afternoon.
He naps he naps all the time.
I saw the double overtimes, but that's it.
Okay, yeah.
Your topic here on the back end of this will also explain why he didn't see it.
Wow. That's a very good point. My kids have no idea what I do for a living. My son just called me. I'm in the middle of a segment.
So when you get a call like that, you just assume they don't have any clue. I get a call like that, I go, there's a massive emergency and they're trying to reach you. That's where my head goes.
Oh yeah. Well, that's a bad dad part on my end.
You didn't consider that?
Didn't even consider that one. I assume nothing bad's gonna nothing bad ever happens.
Do you not text them and say, "Hey, what's up?"
Sometimes I will. Knock on Corian. Yeah, I could text them. Yeah, in fact, I may do that just to make sure that everything is copacetic. Copacetic? Sure, that's right. So Texas wins 94-89. Oklahoma loses 85-84. Like I said, Tech falls to Baylor. I'm sorry, Tech beats Baylor 76-74. Texas, Tennessee at 2:30 today. BYU, Houston at 6. Arizona, Texas Tech at 8:30. Speaking of BYU, why did I bring up BYU?
Why?
I want to bring up Richie Saunders. Do you know who Richie Saunders is?
Yeah, he was the guy that bullied Jonathan Martin from the
Richie
Dolphins.
Incognito.
Oh, nope, then I don't.
His great-grandfather, and I'm not joking about this, his great-grandfather invented a food that is near and dear to all of our hearts.
Keeps it extremely simple.
Was that before or after his grandfather invented tater tots? Great-grandfather invented tater tots, which makes me love them even that much more.
Wait, is this a true story?
True story.
100% it's a true story. Invented tater tots.
Yes, Richie Saunders' great-grandfather.
Great-grandfather invented tater tots. You learn something new every day, huh?
And Bobby is here to rain on your tater tot parade. Bet you
Great
can't
invention.
eat just...
Great invention.
You're not gonna like my take on it.
Maybe I do. Maybe I have the same one.
They're little poppable hash browns. They don't come even they don't even come close to French fries. It's not even in the same ballpark. Salt doesn't stick to them the same way. The flavor profile is not nearly as good as the fries.
They're crunchier than fries, I think.
They're definitely crunchy. Now you get a soft one.
I'm not a texture guy. Like I don't care about the texture nearly as much. Like, does it taste good?
I don't care about the taste. I care about the texture.
Fine. Tater tots are fine. They don't have the same flavor punch that a French fry does.
I feel we do kind of give tater tots like a little bit of an underdog feel. Like we try to prop them up because they're the little guy.
There's a little bit of novelty with it too. So like that's why people love the curly fries and people love the tater tots and like waffle fries. It's just the novelty. Give me a plain old French fry, like just a normal French fry from Whataburger, and I'm happy.
I agree with you in general that they can be overrated because you can't really put ketchup on them because they fall apart with the weight of the ketchup.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get a really tasty one that's very, very crunchy and you don't need ketchup, they're magnificent.
The biggest problem, like I said, the salt just doesn't stick to them either very well, like it does with a French fry.
Well, you gotta use the salt in the oils.
They're fine. I just feel like people have like some sort of weird novelty to them or some sort of like nostalgic cafeteria growing up feel that they love them for that reason. It's just, they're okay. They're not as good as fries though.
The big news yesterday in the sport was this.
3, no good. Cooper Flagg has the rebound after the missed shot by Jaden Mustaf.
Oh, that's not good.
And Flagg is down.
Not good.
Flagg is down and laying on his stomach. Now rolls to his back under the basket on the right side.
He went high for the rebound, landed. He's holding his left ankle. He wants help to the bench. Oh, my goodness.
They had to help him off. That is Duke Radio with the call. Cooper Flagg goes down with an ankle injury, left ankle. That thing rolled. That was at 90 degrees, that dang thing. It looked gruesome. So he went to the locker room. They wheelchaired him out there. They Paul pierced him.
They did. But he had a legitimate reason.
I think Paul had a legitimate reason, too.
Paul made a mess in his drawers.
I know, that's pretty legitimate. I don't know, but you got to hide that.
Walk.
Otherwise, you're Jimmy Butler doing it in the middle of a game.
That's true. That's true. I look. Just
by the way, Golden State 13 at once. They got Jimmy.
It was depressing watching him get wheeled off yesterday. It's like, of course, this happens a lot with the number one picks. I feel like presumed number one picks because it was just Kenyon Martin and Cooper Flagg. Wasn't Kyrie hurt heading into the draft? Not
Kyrie only played like 8 games.
Yeah, not to the same severity, but I think Kyrie was hurt. Greg Oden was hurt heading into his career.
Yeah.
I think
you're right. It does happen.
I think there was another one too.
Michael Porter Jr. wasn't he hurt?
Yeah, he didn't go number
he was
one.
Another guy.
But yeah, he was
that number one.
He had a broken back. Yeah.
It's I do look. He will not play the rest of the ACC tournament. I know they haven't come out and said that yet. I don't believe. I haven't seen anything this morning on it.
Are you breaking news?
No. But he's not going to play the rest of this tournament. He'll play in the NCAA tournament, but I also don't think he plays in the first round because Duke's going to be a 1 seed and they're not going to need him. Now watch, you say that and they're going to get beat, but I really genuinely don't think that's going to happen. So they'll play him when they get to the 8-9 game because I got to tell you, man, I see a lot of UConn in that 8-9 matchup. There is not a single 1 seed out there that wants any part of the 2-time defending champs in that 8-9 matchup. Could you imagine that, Peyton? You're Duke, you're Auburn, you've been great all year, and you get UConn in your 8-9.
Yeah, but this UConn team is night and day difference than last year.
They are. You want to play them? Go ahead.
Who does Bobby Hurley cheer for in that instance?
I would think. Oh, that's a good question. Who's he closer with, his brother or Duke at this point? I don't know. Like this,
I feel like the Dukies are just
like if because you don't have a brother.
I don't.
You do you?
I have 5 of them.
That's right. Yeah, you have a big family. Peyton, you don't have a brother, right? Either.
Well, one adopted, right?
That's right. You have
Chop,
one
and
adopted
2
brother.
real ones.
So y'all have brothers. I don't. I have sisters. Would you root for your brother or
who would you expect if Luka went to Tennessee? And then Julian went somewhere else, and Julian was coaching against Tennessee. Who would you expect Luka to cheer for?
That's a great question, man. I don't know. It's like
who would you cheer for? Because you went to Tennessee.
I would cheer for my kids.
As a coach, though,
yeah,
they're not even playing.
It doesn't matter.
You can blame it on the players.
I would cheer for my kids.
Well, that's sweet of you.
Yeah,
that's sentimental. I like it. But
how would you do that if you're a brother?
I'd cheer for my family. There's no there's no team or school but I mean, you're a donor to the University of Tennessee.
I mean, I donated like $200 like 5 years ago.
That's more than
100% Sean root against his brother.
Oh yeah,
just
but I mean for American. Yeah,
for America.
I mean, he rooted against America in the hockey thing. Remember?
That's right. He did.
He wanted Canada.
Yes, he absolutely did. It's the College Kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. This is a terrible. I hate this story. I have a big problem with it. The Minnesota athletic director is on the selection committee. All right. So this was like yesterday, or 2 days ago, I guess I should say. He's on the selection committee. He leaves Indianapolis and flies back to Minneapolis to fire the head coach after they lost the tournament. They lose the tournament on Wednesday night. Thursday morning, he flies back to Minneapolis, 2:30 in the morning, meets with the coach, fires him, and then flies back secretively to Indianapolis. Like, you're here to do this job. Like, this is the job you're here to do. You're here to do the selection process of the selection committee. Wait till Sunday.
It's not that hard. You can wait.
You can wait 4 days to fire the guy.
Unless there was he had some sort of personal rivalry.
I mean, maybe.
Like maybe they have a D-Law Micah thing going on.
Maybe. That rubbed me the wrong way, man. It's like, come on now. Like, you sign up for this. You don't have to be on the selection committee. You know, you got a handful of guys that are on this, guys and girls that are on this. You got a job to do. These games are of utmost importance that you are tuning into.
Does he feel like he can? I mean, I don't know. Is there like, I'll catch it back on the flight. I'll be able to stay on top of it. Like, if he can remotely watch that stuff, he can't just.
I'm sure he can remotely watch it, but like, I don't know. I think there's a value to being all in the same room together.
What if there was just some urgency to get it done though, and he didn't want to do it over the phone because he thought that was more cold than if he just
look, I totally respect and appreciate I don't want to do it over the phone. You can't do it over the phone. I totally get that. But I would think that just wait a couple days. You know, I don't know. It just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And this is very sad. John Feinstein died. You know John Feinstein.
You did.
You don't know who he is?
No, I looked him up after and I saw all the stuff he did. I'm sure I'm familiar with some of his stuff, but yeah, I did not know him off the top when I saw his name.
He's been on our show a couple times. Fantastic writer, Basketball Hall of Fame, National Sports Writer Hall of Fame,
Duke alum.
I don't know that I knew that. I don't know that I knew that. But he wrote the book A Season on the Brink. Remember that Bobby Knight?
Yeah.
The Brian Dennehy.
They turned into a
TV movie. Yeah. He wrote, Bobby Knight wouldn't talk to him for like a decade. He wrote a book about Tiger Woods called The First Coming. Tiger wouldn't talk to him for a decade.
That was the name of the book?
That was the name of the book. Turned out to have a different meaning about 15 years later. But he was a tremendous writer. He loved college basketball. If you're a college basketball fan, you absolutely read John Feinstein. That kind of bummed me out yesterday that I saw he had passed away.
I saw Kevin Clark from ESPN was broken up about that one. He said that was one of his favorite writers for books and just sports writing in general. And so, like I said, I've never read any of those books. I'm familiar with Season on the Brink, but yeah, I'd never read any of his stuff.
Well, I don't read, so I wouldn't have read any of his books either. But articles,
sure, yeah.
He wrote an article. He had an article yesterday. He died in the afternoon. He had an article that morning on Michigan State.
Damn. That quick.
Sucks. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece on the road.
Yeah, they're out at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, so you're going to want to go pay them a visit.
That's coming up next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No.
Nothing.
They just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right. Was it Saffron Squad?
registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning, DFW. It's Friday.
Gotta get down on Friday.
Crosstalk, the K&C masterpiece, or at least the C masterpiece.
I'm here.
The K
I'm
is
on
not
a different. I'm here. I'm on a different computer, and it's pissing me off.
Uh-oh. Wow, angry. Why the different computer? You have multiple computers? Oh, you're on your burner one, huh?
This computer is my wife's computer, and apparently she doesn't even have Zoom installed on her computer, so I'm working on it.
What's the search history there look like?
Oh, yeah.
I've not looked at the search history. I can't even get on Zoom yet. I don't have time for that next level investigation.
Some Miss Rachel stuff she's looking up.
No, she doesn't have them pierced.
Is she a Safari girl or a Google Chrome?
Google Chrome.
That's right.
That's the way it should be.
Yeah, the Safari folk. I don't know about you.
Give me Internet Explorer.
I think isn't Safari still on the iPhone though?
Huh? Yeah, Safari's on it. I don't mess with
Isn't
that.
the most stable one? Wasn't the one, most stable one to hackers and stuff for forever supposed to be Firefox?
Like that's the best for hackers? The hackers like that?
like to prevent your
I have no
computer
idea.
from being
I have no
messed
idea.
with or something. I don't remember.
I still use Netscape.
Netscape Navigator, man.
Do you still have your Juno email too?
Yeah, yep.
Where are you, gentlemen, today?
We are at the Dallas Card Show in Allen today. We're at the Marriott. It is 777 Waters Creek Boulevard. So come on out and hang out today. Kevin, you can purchase your ticket right there, right? Or can you do it online also?
Yes, you can do it online as well.
DallasCardShow.com. And it looks like there's a stacked group of people that are going to be running through this weekend, Kevin. I saw Earl Campbell's poster over there. I saw Adrian Beltre's poster over there.
Adrian Peterson.
So this is going to be a rocking weekend out here. So we're looking forward to it, man.
Good deal. What do we have on the show today?
We do have Brian Ray, Dallas Stars TV host and analyst, Emmy Award winner, going to be joining us at 10:20 to talk a little bit about Stars and them getting in action tonight. And then we will dive into our conversation right out of the gate about Demarcus Lawrence and whether or not he's burnt out.
Burned out. We was burned out, man.
Yeah.
Do you think he's burnt out after he said that comment?
His fingers got burnt out from typing all those things.
I've defended to an extent Demarcus Lawrence for what he said when he said that. And I think that last night's an example of why I defended it, is because Demarcus Lawrence knew the answers as to why maybe their team didn't go as far as they should have.
Yeah.
And he was not prepared to just go air out all their dirty laundry. And so I think instead he was just grasping for an answer and went, we were burned out. We were tired. When in reality, it's like, yeah, maybe we weren't all on the same page. Maybe we didn't totally get along all the time. Maybe our chemistry was affected. Those are all problems.
Yep, maybe we didn't do the work we needed to in order to prepare for this one, and we were burnt out.
Did Micah Parsons and Demarcus Lawrence just never particularly care for one another?
Yep.
It would appear that way, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's one of those things where when you're around the team, that that's the case. But it's also one of those things where everybody's like, that's not particularly productive to talk about it, so nobody wants to give you the green light to discuss it. Or there's nothing productive about. They don't get along. They don't like each other, and so they did a good job keeping up appearances for a few years. But yeah, they were not particularly fond of each other.
Oh.
Makes sense. It's kind of like Eric and Zach's relationship, you know?
Oh, no. Wow. Do they not get along?
Oh, not at all. Those two guys.
Because of the religion stuff?
I don't know if it's that. I think it's personalities.
Is this a question?
I think it's just personalities colliding, you know? Yeah.
Who at the fan would you when we're all gone?
I don't know.
Would
where
you be
you're going with
surprised if they didn't like each other?
Ooh. Surprised if they didn't like each
other.
other.
Remember how shocking it was when we found out Richie and Grego didn't like each other?
No.
I was pretty surprised by that.
No, you weren't.
I was not.
We all knew that.
No, I don't know. Because it wouldn't surprise any of. I don't know of anybody here that doesn't like each other.
Fair. Well, we don't know.
I guess, but it'd be hidden from us.
Dawson and Jared come to mind.
Who?
I don't think they like each other.
But we know that.
Dawson and Jared.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I would be shocked if I found out Kevin didn't like me.
I would also be shocked because that is not a thing. So if I found that out, like somehow subliminally, I don't think I said that right.
I wouldn't be surprised at that at all. I would.
Oh wow! I would be very surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be.
So are you guys going to get into like the same sort of Twitter beef with Mike as like Micah and D-Law? Are you guys going to be taking your shots?
Here's a fun note. Here's a fun note for you for the show today. Mike Bassick is going to be here at the Dallas Card Show.
What?
Allegedly.
Do you think he's literally, I kid you not, he is selling every single one of his Luka cards.
Oh, my God.
Like every single one of them.
They're good cards, too, right?
Now,
I bet he gets a better return than Nico did.
That is a quality joke, Bobby. Have you been this good all morning, Bobby?
I don't know. Ask Chop.
Yeah, he's been pretty decent.
I enjoyed the show when I was driving in.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he'll be here. Can we convince him to come on the show?
I would say no. There's not a chance.
No comprende.
No. There's not a
Put it at
chance.
0%.
0%? I don't even get 0.1?
I know the guy, you know?
Yeah.
I think he'll talk to us.
You guys couldn't get Mike to talk on the air half the days he was working here.
If he walked by your
That's
table,
a good-ass point.
If he walked by your table and he had to sneeze, he would hold it in.
Yeah, he would.
Because he doesn't even want that on the air?
He wouldn't even want that on the air.
Man.
He's driving up here right now laughing. He's just cracking up at these jokes. He's like, these guys are hilarious.
Hagee, you want
yeah.
to talk about Cooper Kupp or Cooper Flag?
I want to talk about Cooper Kupp.
Why? Because
I had a meltdown yesterday over Cooper Flag.
Do you have the audio?
Please,
Peyton,
God,
of
tell me
Kevin
you don't.
Saying what he loves so much?
Oh, I could find it real quick.
Yeah, you need to find that real quick. I think Bobby and Chop are going to love that audio.
I melted down yesterday, and I forgot how to broadcast or how to talk.
There was a whole segment where Kevin just stumbled over everything that he tried to accomplish. And I've never seen that before. I've never seen him flustered like he just, saw his crush for the first time.
Oh, somebody said me and Lucius. Me and Lucius totally get along.
Yeah, unless he says stuff behind your back that you don't know about.
That's true.
But I don't think he's that kind of guy.
revise.
And Hagee. Maybe Hagee says stuff behind Lucius' back.
No, I was going to say,
definitely that
I like, what?
Hagee's a big behind the back duck.
That's not true at all.
Yeah.
I like Lucius very much, and I think he likes me, but if he doesn't,
You and Sean didn't like each other at first.
Yes, that is true. We were very different personalities, and then we leg wrestled, and he tried to cheat, and he still lost, and we squashed our beef.
Mm-hmm.
Now we get along really well.
We arm wrestled one time, and when he started losing, he started using his free hand to punch my bicep.
Oh, let me ask you,
Yeah.
Bobby, let me ask you a question about that. Because we're going to be bringing in a professional arm wrestler.
Yes, we are.
Would you stick around to line up and get on the table with him and all of that?
I would not, because here's the thing that since that happened, here's the deal. I've seen way too many videos of people getting in those arm wrestling matches, and then somebody's arm snaps.
Like the Fly, yeah.
Drink some milk before you do it.
Like I swear,
I don't think one glass of milk will do that.
But you don't know.
You don't know.
Kind of
It's
milk.
fair.
a glass of milk a day keeps the osteoporosis away.
I suppose if you polled everybody who did that and broke their arm doing that and asked them if they had a glass of milk immediately before, and they all said no, that you could come to that conclusion.
Anybody who would drink a glass of milk right before that probably drinks a lot of milk and probably has strong bones.
Yeah.
So I think that actually is a decent indicator.
Thank you.
Oh, man. So that's today you're having that on?
No. Probably next week back in the studio. And so, RJ, are you going to be up for the challenge? You're the
I will stick around.
Man I know.
I'll stick around.
I just want arm wrestle.
I'm good. I'm good.
Are you going to do it?
Peyton, do we have the audio?
Yes, we do.
It's not the end of everything. It's just the end of everything you know.
Oh, man, Kevin.
KNC, who cares? Back here, 105.3 The Fan. How did everything go so wrong so quickly?
It would have been the first time since 2015 they would have had a chance to win the championship.
I mean, they were in the Final Four a few years ago.
They didn't have a chance that year.
Quick Cliff's Notes. I do love...
Whoa.
Excuse me?
What?
All right, so somebody texted in and they were like...
I am broken right now!
He literally said it out loud.
How did nobody send us this?
He said it out loud, dude.
Yeah. So I had to have a quick conversation.
I'm so happy.
With Jess when I got home. She goes, "Hey, did you say something weird today that we need to talk about?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I guess so." So it made its way back to her. and I was broken. When I saw Cooper Flag in the wheelchair, I just fell apart, especially because I'd done a better job. Corey told me stop staring at the game during the show.
It's true.
And then he put his hand over his face and his mouth, and he goes, "Oh, no." And I was like, what happened? And Cooper Flag's lying on the ground, looks like he got shot in the foot, and I fell apart.
Yeah, because
I
y'all were getting
apologize.
worked at the time. You were down like 28-12 or something.
Yes. And I fell apart, and I did a terrible job of broadcasting. My apologies to anybody that impacted yesterday.
It was the Masters getting canceled, the most difficult thing you had to broadcast through, Chop?
Yes, that was tough. When the Masters got canceled, I think I teared up. I cried more for that than when my dad died.
What the hell?
Well, I knew it was coming. I knew that he was going to die.
But you didn't know the Masters was going to get canceled.
Right, because I thought the Masters was like our last bastion of we do things our way.
They certainly do the things their way.
Yeah, and then they decided
they're
they
the
were
last bastion of a lot of things doing things their way.
And
You
they
got to be
decided we're gonna
surprised
do
the
it in November
Masters didn't
instead.
get canceled for other reasons before that, right?
It you know what? Honestly, it should have gotten canceled for other reasons before that, but it didn't. This was on their own doing.
Yeah, there are other greater reasons to probably
much greater
cancel the Masters.
reason.
Yeah, like, are you allowed to cry over the Masters? Does that follow their, like, gentlemanly rules, like tears or whatever their stupid standards are?
Until they let me play in their golf course, I really don't care about the rules.
Yeah, I mean, like, to me, I'm blown away that people haven't just mocked them mercilessly more for their just silly, like, standards and just it's got to be this way. It's got to be this way.
They've been mocked. Audie, what do you have there?
All right, I was just told we're going to be able to give these cards away.
Whoa, really?
Yes.
Is that the Babe Ruth card?
No, it's
Okay.
not the... Okay,
You're giving
setting-
away a Babe Ruth card?
So, we have a Michael Phelps autograph card.
You're kidding.
Via Leaf, numbered to 25.
Whoa.
That we're going to be giving away. Leaf is one of the sponsors out here at the Dallas Card Show, and they're like, hey, we want to make sure that this is nice for you
Leaf
guys.
Their signs are right behind us.
Leaf.
And then we have a Crazy Eights. It's got 8 different jersey patches in it. Kobe, LeBron, Durant, Steph Curry, Dwayne Wade, Giannis, Tracy McGrady, and Kevin Garnett. That's numbered to 1 out of 3.
Wow.
1 out of...
And you're giving these away?
I am giving it away, and we'll have to figure out what that system is. That's a good question. We will need to figure out what that system is, but we are giving those things away until they realize that they gave us cards that were too good and try to take them back.
All right, where are y'all again? How do you get up there?
777 Waters Creek in Allen. We're at the Marriott. Come on in, see us, hang out for the show. It's more than 700 tables. It is the biggest card show in the country.
Wow, very nice.
That's why they needed us.
Very nice, very nice. All right, K&C Masterpiece, Card Show, Allen. Go see him. Get those free cards. They're next on The Fan.
Thanks to D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got the Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. We are in Allen live at the Dallas Card Show, 777 Waters Creek at the Marriott. If you want to come and see us, or you might be listening and be like, I don't want to come see you guys. First of all, hurtful. But second of all, you want to go to the biggest consistent card show in the country. This is the place to be. And Corey, we have, for now, not one, not two, not three, but 4 giveaways, and we might have more as the day goes along.
Yeah, all you have to do in order to win one of these giveaways is come out to 777 Waters Creek, come hang out with us, check out the show, come up to our table in a break.
While supplies last.
In a break, yes, while supplies last, and give the code word. The code word is, what did Kevin say yesterday?
Why? That's not a code word.
It's you're right. It's a code phrase. It's a code phrase. What did Kevin say yesterday that he loves? Just come up and tell him that, and then you get to choose a number, and you could win one of these prizes. And the other thing, too, Kevin, kids are on spring break this week.
That's true.
Kids are on spring break next week, too. And so here's my suggestion this weekend.
Soft.
If you're a beautiful...
Oh, you don't get both.
No, not two spring breaks.
Okay, gotcha.
If you're a beautiful mom and you want to take your kids to go do something fun, bring them to the card show. If you're a handsome dad and you're like, these kids are a lot, bring them to the card show. Get out here. Buy some cards today.
What
Trade
if you're
some
not
cards.
good looking?
Everybody that does a good job with their kids, they're good looking to me. You know, they're taking care of their kids.
Right,
they're handsome and beautiful. And look at that, our friend RJ. Dude. Oh, hold on. Oh, he said, "Shh, be quiet."
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah,
he's awesome.
Shut the hell up, Corey.
I love him.
You say our friends at Leaf, who helped sponsor this. By the way,
Gotcha.
You know who else is helping sponsor the Dallas Card Show? KRD-hobby.com. You know where they're based in? China.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, this is an international
Look
show,
at us.
man.
We've done it, man.
All right.
We've really done it now.
We have a lot to get to.
Yep.
And I know we need to talk about Demarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons from the 806. Shout out to me. I called it yesterday when I texted in asking if Micah and D-Law didn't get along. Yes, you did. But I think Mike has poisoned the well for me on this one particular player. Because the Dallas Cowboys signed Miles Sanders. And all I can think about is Mike defiantly going, "Mommy, please love me. Let me play in the NFL." Because he thought Miles Sanders was a big, giant baby. And maybe it's that. Maybe it's his production when he was terrible in Carolina, when he signed a big contract after that one really awesome season that he had, that I'm like, whatever. And the other reason I don't like this move is it makes me think, do they think Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders are the dudes and they're not going to draft a running back? Because that would be infuriating.
So, I think that it still lends itself to, if we draft a guy, at least we have a lot of bodies and bodies capable of being running backs in the NFL. They've been around the league for, Miles Sanders is 27 now. He started when he was 22. Kevin, you and I know that we've made fun of Miles Sanders for a long time on this show. I think it was the line where he said, "I'm finally going to get the respect I deserve."
Yes.
And we were just like, oh, my gosh. And so, he still has to earn that respect. And, I mean, if you look at his contract status, that proves that. So when it comes to the running back position, Kevin, I think that they're doing what they can to make sure they have it filled. And if they can't get it in the draft, they at least have some bodies that can hold up for it. But they are not the answer at running back. However, it is 2 different styles of running back that you're putting back there. Neither one of them are electric, blow-you-away guys, but they are 2 uniquely different running backs to put in the backfield.
Now, I know what had everybody buzzing and talking yesterday was the back and forth between Demarcus Lawrence and not Myles Garrett. That's not right. Micah Parsons. So, before we get to the specific quote, I want to go to cut number 11. And this was last year at the Super Bowl. And this is what really upset a lot of people about Demarcus Lawrence to begin with.
All honesty, I think the main thing is who's burned out, man. Long season, team dominantly healthy throughout the season. The legs get tired.
All right. So we'll go from that to my question is going to be, we're going to go to cut number 10. Tank Lawrence signed with Seattle who obviously is awesome, and he'll definitely win there. Was Demarcus Lawrence burnt out after he said this?
You know, Dallas is my home. Made my home there. You know, my family lives there. You know, I'm forever going to be there. But, you know, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So, yeah. We here.
Okay. There's a lot to that. A lot of players seem to leave this organization and then say things about the organization on their way out.
And that's the tough part, is I don't necessarily think he's wrong.
Yeah,
either.
and a lot of times we're like, "Whoa." Cowboys fans that have not seen this before are probably freaking out and like, how could you do this? Lots of guys have left and said things about this organization. So there are bits of it that are definitely true. The other thing that is true, though,
it's true.
What makes anybody believe that in the next, how many years is he with that contract? 3 years with them?
Yeah.
That he's going to win a Super Bowl with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Like they're kind of rebuilding. You're watching that right now. They're changing personality in that locker room. So yeah, it set up for a lot of spice last night. Cowboys Twitter was going nuts. It was great drama. If you wanted to be involved with it at all, my friend group, our fantasy football group, is texting, and everybody's getting lit up in this one, Kevin. Jerry, Steven, everybody is getting lit up.
He was just making a factually accurate statement because he doesn't play for the Cowboys anymore, and he's like, I'm not going to win with the Cowboys because I don't play for the Cowboys.
When you play, yes. When you play, too, you have to protect the logo.
Mm-hmm.
You have to protect the laundry. And so he had to protect them while he was here. Now that he's not, he's like, you know what? I can say things about them. Micah going at him afterwards kind of sets up two different feelings on this. Is Micah is now defending it like, look at this, man. I'm the one standing up to everybody that's going to come after us. The other thing, too, is Micah is sounding like he is paid by the Cowboys to defend the thing that's going on here. So that's where that feeling is.
And I saw somebody text something in earlier that was like, it's all these new players trying to talk their S and they haven't really accomplished anything. I guess I specifically want to know from people, like, what do you consider an accomplishment? Is it all pro? Is it Pro Bowl before you can start running your mouth? Is it playoff success? Because if that's the case, Demarcus Lawrence, if it's playoff success, he didn't accomplish anything here either. So that's just what I want clarification for people on. And now Micah Parsons, if this was a regular franchise, that probably would have been the end of it. Maybe we could have all moved on with our life and everything like that. But it was not. So Micah Parsons quote tweeted that clip and said, this is what rejection and envy look like! Exclamation point. This is some clown S! Exclamation point. And then he put a clown face. And again, in a lot of places, that would have been the end of it. But it was not. Demarcus Lawrence responded, calling me a clown won't change that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left. All right. So that ups the ante quite a bit. Now, I know I saw some people saying, but Demarcus Lawrence, you also didn't win while you were here, and you're responding in a tweet. So you told him to not tweet and win, and you're tweeting and didn't win. So I understand the logistics of that fire back. A lot of people thought it was an amazing comeback. A lot of people thought it was logically flawed. I'll leave that up to whatever you guys think.
It is not one of those things where I'm picking a side on this. I believe a lot of the things that Demarcus Lawrence said. I believe he wouldn't win a Super Bowl here.
And yeah, for the record, can I just add on to that? I agree with you about that. I don't think he said anything that was inaccurate.
I also see and agree with the way Micah's perception should be right now. Look, the guard is left. It's changed to me. Now it's my turn to do all these things that I want to accomplish. I would have loved if he had been doing all those things while he was here before, but I guess he had to wait for somebody else to leave because that guy had the locker room. And that's what that kind of when he said the other day, when he said my time, because that was the moment where you were like, oh, okay, like this is Micah saying he's ready to take the locker room because Demarcus Lawrence had a stranglehold on it before because he was the most tenured guy. He'd been here for 11 years.
And now do you, and this might be reading way too much into it, but after that back and forth, maybe not. Now do you read that as he had a stranglehold, maybe because of tenure, but it wasn't the right one. And so he's the guy who's going to be in charge, not because he's the next man up, because he's got a better way of doing things.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm seriously asking that question.
Micah has because he has a better way of doing things. Is that what you asked?
Yeah, that Micah was like, yeah, you're in charge because you've been here the longest, but I don't think you do things the right way. Or maybe he was doing the things the right way, and it still didn't work, and Micah was like, that's why you should let us have more fun. I'm seriously asking. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I mean, again, Kevin, it does come back to the culture that Jerry Jones has let exist around the Star. And Stephen Jones, the culture that they've let that grow into. That's why Schottenheimer, right? Schottenheimer's first thing to sell to the Joneses was, we got to change what's going on in this locker room. And that could be, Kevin, why some of these names have been leaving. Because as Schotty was sitting around watching this team, he was like, that dude doesn't work hard enough. He's not doing what I need him to do. Maybe he was checking little boxes on some of these guys all along and saying, well, as far as culture is concerned, that's not going to help. And that's the old Michael Irvin thing, right? This guy, they're all losers. Get them out of here, Jimmy. And Jimmy said, okay. I don't know that I'm going to give Schottenheimer that much credit yet. I want to see it before I believe it. But it is a theory floating around in my brain right now.
Now, one thing that I did think, because you brought it up, like I'm more apt to follow, like Cowboys people or fans or whatever than, pretty much any other team. But the meme that goes around everywhere, usually it's in a political context. This is going to be a political-free context right here. But it's that Christian Bale, I think he's got glasses on, and he goes, now do this. When he's like, hey, you said this, now do this. That was the one thing I wish somebody would have posted, and if they did, I just didn't see it when they're like, oh, Demarcus Lawrence, he only had 1 sack in 7 playoff games. And I just wanted that Christian Bale to be there and be like, now do Micah's. Because it's not like he has had any sense of a dominating run in the playoffs either. I'm not saying that they're wrong about Demarcus Lawrence, but if you just point out that one part and pretend like it undercuts his point, I don't think that's accurate, because Micah has also not been a game wrecker in playoff games.
The whole team itself has let itself down whenever those moments come along. And a lot of the time, Kevin, I don't think it's because of talent or lack thereof. I think that they just, the commitment of it and what excellence is doesn't exist in that locker room.
Which one of those?
I think that, like, Dak inspires team and give what you got.
Yeah.
Like that Dak definitely inspires. Give me these things and we can go fight for it. But nothing in me sees somebody that inspires, let's be better than anything we've ever seen before. Because none of those guys know how to be that.
Okay.
Even your coach right now only kind of knows it by observing.
Right. Do you think, which is scarier just to you? And then people can weigh in, obviously. I want to know. Franklin injury attorney, text line 877-881-1053. Which is scarier for us Cowboys fans? That they don't have that they don't have that, like, organizational drive for greatness? Or is it that they really can't identify the proper talent? Like, are you more scared that they don't have that, like, extra?
You know how the Rangers can't develop pitching?
Yes.
That's what it is for me.
Okay.
Is that they haven't been able to develop a culture of excellence.
Okay.
And I think that comes from the fact that the people at the very top of the thing don't demand it from them. And Kevin, you know this, man. You work for a newspaper that's like, hey, we're good being mediocre. You're going to be mediocre.
That's true.
If you work for somebody that's like, no, we don't stand for any of these small mistakes like that, and you're going to be gone, you have a different level of what you expect of yourself. Somebody did point out, go to an actual contender and then fire shots. He was going where he could get his money before he's done.
Because you think this is probably the last real contract.
The Cowboys weren't paying me what I'm going to make here.
Sure.
And so if I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there, I'm not going to give them a discount. So I'll go here. That's what he was saying. I'm going to go here to get the money, even if it is that I'm not going to win a Super Bowl, because they're going to pay me more while I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think some people overreacted by saying finally somebody said the quiet part out loud. I feel like all kinds of people
a lot of people have been saying
have said this exact same thing. So I personally wasn't offended by Demarcus Lawrence saying that, because honestly, I don't really think he's that wrong. And secondly, I think a lot of people have said that on their way out the door.
Mm-hmm.
Or they've had success, like DeMarcus Ware, on their way out the door to kind of hammer home the point.
I really did. I did love the idea and the concept of what the Hot Boys was supposed to be. Okay, like it was supposed to be like we have performed at this level that everybody deserves this. But then they started just giving it away. And then it became more of a flashy thing. And hey, guess what? We're gonna use it as part of our brand, and that became the thing over everything else. But again, brand is the most important thing at the Star right now.
Yeah,
always, and it has been for a long time.
And don't you think that is the concern? Whether you think it's fair or unfair, do you get the sense?
Also, hold on, real quick.
Yeah,
Mike is about to get a very big payday.
Yeah,
there is
sure.
no way that dude wants to sit there and trash his company.
No,
point out all the bad things while he's about to be paid, $40 million a year.
And don't you think a lot of folks view Micah as one of those guys that cares more about the brand than he does winning? I'm not saying that if
talented.
you search inside of him, that's true. But I
People
think that's
see that.
the perception because of the podcast and the tweeting and everything like that.
Yeah, no, people definitely feel that way about it. He's extremely talented. He's got all these things, and he has other interests too. And there are lots of players that are like that in sports. I don't know, though, that like if you point a Shohei Ohtani, he goes to hit baseballs and then goes to sleep. Like, that's his life.
Yeah.
And that's what
10 hours a night.
That's kind of what everybody's like. That's what I want all my athletes on my team to be, is eat and sleep football and just go live life that way and not have any other interests. Unfortunately, that's not the thing.
From the 214, it is a shout-out Friday. Can I get a shout-out for getting a job for Garland ISD in their transportation department? Absolutely. It's a shout-out Friday. Yeah, congratulations indeed. Coming up next, we are live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, but somebody brought it up. Hey, fellas. It's a Stars Friday. So coming up next, Dallas Stars TV host and analyst, Emmy Award winner, and the man who knows everything about hockey, Brian Ray, next on The Fan.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the Stars will go the other way. Robertson, Duchesne, Robertson, score! Jason Robertson, the end-to-end rush, and Dallas has doubled their lead. And the Stars will go the other way.
Oh, KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you Dallas Stars TV host and analyst, Emmy Award winner, and the man who knows everything about hockey.
It's true.
It is Brian Ray. Good morning, sir.
I love looking at my X feed right now when I see you guys putting up screenshots as I'm putting up gifs of coming on. Like this is the hardworking journalism that's about to occur, apparently. We're just goofing around like a couple of idiots on X/Twitter, depending on what you're calling it at this point.
Okay, well, with that in mind, I will ask you perhaps a little bit of a nonsense question. The other day, the Seattle Kraken scored a goal in 4 seconds in overtime. If you're the other team, how do you give up a goal in overtime in 4 seconds?
Maybe it's better that it wasn't 3. You know what's a good point. What's the scene from the movie Tin Cup when he's harassing Kevin Costner about missing the birdie putt, and he's like, well, or how he finished with like an 82 or something. He's like, well, I missed a birdie putt on 18 from however many feet, so I finished with an 82 instead of an 81. That's how I ended up at an 82. That's the first thing that popped into my head.
Yeah. I believe it was the fastest overtime goal in the history of the NHL.
Yeah.
Like, that's tough.
You know what? I was to answer your question seriously. I was just listening to another podcast this morning about this, and they were talking about that. And the two broadcasters were describing the play and what was coming up. It was a really good scouting setup from Seattle, because I believe it was Montreal they were playing. Montreal had their top goal scorers sitting on the bench. In the event that Montreal won the faceoff and got possession, he would have immediately hopped on, and they would have been off and running. So I think Seattle, essentially, to go football terms on you, they jumped the route or they jumped the snap count and caught Montreal on their heels, which turned into a 4-second goal.
Now, we talk a lot on the station about frustration with the Cowboys. Clearly, everyone in the Metroplex is still mad at the Mavericks. And the Stars have been rocking along, having a tremendous season. You can make a really strong argument. They're the best team in the NHL. Do you think frustration with the Mavs or the Cowboys is leading to more folks getting into the Stars?
I'm not going to go that far, and I'm a sports fan in general. So obviously, when I saw the Luka trade, I was just as shocked as other DFW sports fans. But I'm also so locked into hockey that I am not fully entrenched in what's going on in Mavs world. I would say this. For the Stars specifically, I think the Four Nations tournament kind of did a little captivation and maybe some reinvigorating of the casual sports fan or casual hockey fan. And the fact that it's sort of streamlined right into this final 20-game run with the Stars team that is essentially top 5 in the NHL, I think that stokes the fires a little bit. I also think when the Stars make the splash trade for Mikko Rantanen, now you're adding a little bit of an accelerant to that fire that's been stoked. And yeah, now the Luka trade and the negative reaction, or certainly the hurt emotions from sports fans around this place. Yeah, maybe they said, you know what, I'm frustrated with one team. I'll pay attention to the other team right now. Oh, wow, look at that. They're actually doing pretty well. I don't think there's any one thing that specifically ties to what could have happened with the Mavs or what could have happened with the Cowboys or even the Rangers having a down year, but they certainly look like they're ready to bounce back. But I do think if you're a casual sports fan, yeah, sports is an escape. You're looking for some fun. You're looking for some success. You're looking to feel good about yourself, your city, and your team, because that's the whole point of escaping from a 9-to-5 reality. And sure, you could argue right now the Stars could be the current best escape because they are going to make a Stanley Cup run. They have certainly put their chips all in to do whatever they can to try and chase a Stanley Cup. May not work out. We all may get our hearts broken in a month and a half, 2 months from now, because that's just what sports does to us. But if I'm a sports fan, I want my team to push all the chips in when they have a real opportunity to. You have to be calculated, you have to be patient, but there does come a time for each franchise where you do kind of have that crossroads. Are we taking a swing for the fence? We don't want the 2-run double. We're swinging for the fence. And Jim Nill decided I'm swinging for the fence this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was telling Kevin the Granlund goal over the weekend was the one that made me realize how great Mikko is, because he's standing in front of the net and he has 2 defenders all over him, and Granlund's wide open. Maybe the greatest dive shot I've ever seen in my life, but that is what is going to happen whenever you add an elite scorer like that. It must have, for the guys around the hockey world and the guys in the Stars world, must have been a big fist pump whenever that Rantanen deal went down.
It's from my experience, when teams have really good seasons, I think it's important for GMs to reward that team, to say you guys have earned the right to get an additional tool, an additional club put in your bag to try and chase a championship. And Jim Nill mentioned that when he acquired Mikhail Granlund and Cody Ceci. That was the first reward of you guys have managed these injuries, this schedule, the Finland trip, the Four Nations, all this stuff. You've managed it so well. You deserve a little bit of relief to come in to try and alleviate things. Then when the Mikko Rantanen thing happened, how do you not send that message to your room of, let's do it? I want to go for it. I'm giving you every tool I can find. I want you guys to go for it. And I don't know if this is hand in hand, but when I was in the locker room yesterday after they finished practice and before they left for the plane, the room was a little testy, but in a good way. Like, I was chatting with Jake Ottinger, and Matt Duchene just started barking at him to get his pads out of his way. And then, Casey DeSmith, they were talking about the Minnesota Vikings, and Casey DeSmith started barking across the room at Ottinger and Duchene, and then they started throwing shade at the Green Bay Packers. And I'm like, okay, you guys are all barking at each other and chirping right now, but I think that there's a little attitude in this room right now, because I think they are excited to go play this game tonight in Winnipeg, and they are excited for the opportunity that has been presented in front of them. So all of this, I think you could argue, is the trickle-down effect of getting a high-end superstar player and signing him to an 8-year extension to put him in place of, this guy is going to be a part of our core for the next 8 years. I do think there is, call it a renewed confidence, a renewed swagger, which a lot of the teams at the top of the NHL are feeling right now. But I think there is a renewed excitement in the room they can see the light at the end of the tunnel, that playoffs are coming.
Now, one of the other things over the weekend on the broadcast, I heard them mention Rantanen's used to playing more of a percentage. They kept saying Dallas has 4 lines. In my mind, I was like, does every other team only play with 3 lines? I've never seen this before. But then I started thinking, it's like, it feels like that means that Dallas has 4 lines that they're definitely confident in. So that might mean Rantanen doesn't play as much as he's used on teams that only have 3 lines that they care about. Am I right? Am I going right on this, in the right direction there?
Yeah, you are. It's a little bit of style of play, and it's part necessity. So let's start with the Dallas Stars side of things. Peter DeBoer's philosophy is he always wants to roll 4 lines. That's the buzz quote you will always hear. And if you're rolling 4 lines consistently, it means 2 things. One, you consistently have momentum and you're pushing back on the other team. And 2, you're limiting the minutes that every other line is skating on the ice. So you're not overtaxing one set of your forward lines. And it's the same thing with your defensive pairs. In Mikko Rantanen's case, when he was playing in Colorado, they have been so top-heavy since they last won the Stanley Cup a few years ago that Mikko Rantanen would consistently be playing 22 to 27 minutes a night, given the situation. If Colorado was down in the third period, well, they were just rolling out that top line every other shift because that was their heavy artillery to try and come back in a hockey game. Now that Mikko Rantanen comes here, he doesn't have to do that. In theory, he doesn't have to do that. He can do that. You know, the other night when Rope Hintz got injured, Mikko Rantanen was the one that was essentially getting double shifted and playing on not one, but maybe one or two lines because he does have that in his DNA. He's used to playing extra minutes like that. But it's sort of, if you reduce the minutes over the course of an 82-game regular season, then those players are going to be fresher for the playoffs. It's almost like load management, but without it being load management in a way. So that's what rolling four lines means. If you can consistently spread minutes across your four forward lines, you're not overtaxing somebody over the long haul as you get to the latter part of the season and into the playoffs.
Can y'all agree then that he can be not like one of those?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're talking with Brian Ray right here on 105.3 The Fan. My next question was going to be, I know there's time, but if the Stars are going to win the Central, they need to get 2 points, preferably in regulation tonight, right?
Yeah. So I think the Stars have 2 games left head-to-head with the Winnipeg Jets. I think they need to win both. Preferably in regulation. That puts 4 points in your bag. They're 8 points back. All right, so let's do a little math here. If you win those 2 games in regulation, you just took 4 points back from Winnipeg. They also have 2 games in hand entering tonight. Winnipeg's played 2 more games. If you win those 2 games in hand in regulation, you get those 4 points back, and now you've closed the gap. But something that I always do when you get to about 20 games left in the season, and that's where we are. Winnipeg is 8 points ahead of Dallas. That's 4 wins in the standings. So for the rest of the season, Dallas has to play essentially a 4-win pace ahead of the Winnipeg Jets.
Yeah.
If Winnipeg goes 10-10, Dallas has to win 14-6. If Winnipeg goes 12-8, Dallas has to go 16-4. And as good as Winnipeg has been, this is where it gets difficult the deeper you get in the season. The games in hand and the head-to-head matchups can really swing things, but Dallas essentially has to play at a 4-win pace ahead of Winnipeg for this final quarter of the season. That's how I've always looked at it in terms of a standings picture and when you're chasing teams in front of you.
Is this about as full of a toolbox as DeBoer's ever had with this Stars team?
Yeah, I will admit the one question mark I have for Dallas is the blue line. I thought before Miro Heiskanen was injured, they still needed to go get another defenseman, preferably top 4. And Jim Nill told us after they took care of business on the trade deadline, they put Miro Heiskanen on LTIR during the trade deadline almost preemptively in case there was another move out there that they wanted to make. That tells me, speculating a little bit, that Jim Nill was poking around outside of the Rantanen deal at something else that might have been out there, and it just simply never came to fruition. So, the blue line, I think it's a fair question mark to ask, given how top-heavy the Western Conference is.
Yeah.
Between Winnipeg, Vegas, Dallas, and Colorado, all 4 of those teams they've got a legitimate claim to the throne out of the Western Conference side of things. So that's the one question mark for me. But yeah, this does look like the deepest Dallas team, top to bottom, that we've seen in the DeBoer era. And this is not including Tyler Seguin or Miro Heiskanen potentially returning near the end of the regular season into playoffs. We don't know, 1, if, 2, when, and 3, where are they going to be at in terms of playing level, because they're coming off major long-term injuries. Those are 3 major question marks, but also it's hard to not salivate a little bit at the potential that could occur if those 2 are able to come back and make this team even deeper.
Now, I think I can guess the answer to this question, but I want to try a hypothetical. If you could never win an Emmy again and had to give up the Emmy or Emmys that you already have, but it means the Stars win the Cup this season,
I think
are you taking that deal?
Every time I come on this show, you guys do this to me.
He gives you very difficult. Yeah.
It's
tough.
brutal. It's brutal. I mean, my answer is going to be yes, obviously.
Probably good.
But I have to get greedy with my yes.
Oh.
I want to drink out of that thing.
Heck yeah, you do.
Okay.
We all do.
Just one
Deal.
little, just one little baby sip. Just one little baby sip. Let me just drink out of that thing if they win it.
You know what I like that you just did? Whenever people hear these ridiculous hypotheticals, they're not always prepared with a counter. You came to the table with a counter, so I approve your
Close
deal.
that deal.
Accept
That's a good
it.
one. I like it.
Thank you very much for jumping on with us, good sir. Always appreciate it.
Appreciate it, boys. Enjoy the weekend. It's going to be some fun hockey.
All right, excellent. Talk to you again soon.
There you go, Brian Ray right here on 105 through the Fan, and he's right, man. This is a humongous game tonight against Winnipeg. And on the flip side, I know we talked about, like, hey, can you win both the games in regulation? And if so, get a chance to make a run at it. It feels like the opposite might be true, and you might think there's enough games to still overcome it. It feels like if you were to lose this game to Winnipeg tonight in regulation, that might mean the best you can hope for is C2.
Hey, but you know what? As we said, Kevin,
not going to happen.
Cooper Flagg does not need to win the ACC tournament. He needs to win the NCAA tournament.
You know what? That's a good-ass point. Thank you very much. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen. Coming up next, baseball nuggets. Adolis is back and brought his bat. But what about his defense? Next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Vehicle get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And he's given up 18 homers now. There's a swing and there's a drive to right. Adolis back at the wall. He leaps and he's got it. At the top of the wall, Adolis Garcia robs Royce Lewis. Tremendous play by Adolis.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Dallas Card Show, and we got a lot of stuff going on. Now, Corey is about to open a box of cards with a lot of pressure on him. It's Leaf Vivid Baseball. We got courtesy of R.J. Dukes and McKinney. That just came out this morning. We have a Wyatt Langford autographed jersey to give away.
Do you want me to show it on the screen?
Yes, courtesy of Worth Collecting in Waxahachie. And we're here at the By God Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek in the Marriott. And they gave us 3 amazing cards courtesy of Leaf to give away, including a Michael Phelps autograph out of 25 and a jersey card that has 8 pieces of jersey in it, numbered to 3. And
it's got Kobe, LeBron, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Dwayne Wade, Giannis, Tracy McGrady, and Kevin Garnett all in it.
Unbelievable.
All their whole part of their DNA right there inside.
Oh
of
my
this
gosh.
thing.
So if you want to win that and then give it to me, That would be okay as well.
Yeah.
If not,
Or if you want to take it home.
what's the code phrase that pays, Corey?
What Kevin said yesterday on air. So if you were listening yesterday on air and you found out what Kevin loves, then and you also need to know that Kevin, every time I put the cards back over there, Kevin rearranges it because he needs it a certain way.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes, that is exactly true.
I just noticed that every time I put them over there, I stack them up or whatever, and then you lay them diagonally. I like it. I like it.
And so come out to the Dallas Card Show, hang out, party with us, get lots of great deals, but also you have an opportunity to win some incredible stuff here. Now I'm going to hand this box over to you.
This is my box.
And we're going to know.
Then I get to open.
Yes. We're going to do a combination right here. We're going to do baseball nuggets and open baseball cards. Are you ready, Corey? Well, you've already started to open the box, so I think...
I'm just getting the plastic off.
Okay, I think that you are ready.
I'm getting the protection off of it.
Now, I wanted to throw this out there because Adolis Garcia popped back, hit a home run. We're all super happy about that in the spring training game and, rock on. But my question is about the defense.
All right.
Because in 2023, Adolis Garcia, Gold Glover, 7 defensive runs saved.
Yep.
Last year, -5.
He wasn't great last year.
So, my question is twofold for you guys. How important will a return to defensive form be for Adolis Garcia, and do you believe he will get it done?
If he's healthy. Something was wrong with him last year, dude.
Despite what the Rangers
and a lot of teams do that. They do that to protect their players and everything. But as long as he's healthy, I think he has the speed to do it. He has the body to do it and play. He has an arm to be a great assist put out guy. And so that's really what you get out of him is he has a cannon out in right field. Can the offensive difference make up for it? Sometimes you don't want that, right? You don't want to be like, oh, my gosh, for as bad as he is. Because remember what happened in the World Series when Vlad was there out in right field. You're like, okay, he needs to hit a home run to make up for those 3 that he gave up bumbling around in right field. I still love Vlad, though.
I know that you do. Now, this is a special edition of Baseball Nuggets and Baseball Card Nuggets brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. All right, Corey, what are we opening up?
This is Leaf Vivid 2024 baseball card set. And
it just came out today, despite the fact that it says 2024. The card world likes to get wacky like that.
This just came out today?
That's right.
Okay.
Or maybe yesterday.
All right. So it has a little plastic case.
Ooh,
the cards come in like this. And so, Kevin, I don't know. Is there's one like in the middle? How does this one work?
So the thing with Vivid
we don't know
is
yet.
there's 7 cards, 2 terrible base cards,
okay,
and 5 autographs. I'm just kidding. Maybe the base cards are amazing, but you get 5 autographs in there.
All right, we got a rookie card here. It is Travis Bazana.
Is that one of our base cards?
That is, yeah, sure.
It doesn't have an autograph on it.
That
it's
is
a base, or it could be a parallel.
All right, this rookie is a Braden Montgomery.
Ooh.
All right. Autograph. We got a
What is that number to?
On the rookie?
Yeah, is it numbered on the back?
6 of 7.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, and then the other one is 2 of 6.
Oh,
for
wow.
The Travis.
In my face, not a terrible base card.
Yeah,
an amazing parallel.
Base card,
I take it
dummy.
back. And I'm just kidding about the base card.
The one of the autographs, Heaven, Gilbert Diaz.
Okay.
Or Diaz, if you're fancy.
I am fancy.
Okay. Another one of the base cards, the autograph cards, Angel Martinez.
Woo, that's numbered as well.
And then Eric Bitonti. I'm not going to lie, dude. I don't know how to say some of these names
This
sometimes.
is my new favorite segment.
Bitonti. That's one of the guys. Henry Lalane.
Okay.
And then Samuel Basalo. So we have 5 autographs.
And it looks...
And 2 rookie cards numbered to 6 and 7.
And it looks like all of those autograph cards were numbered. So that is phenomenal.
5 of 8, 4 of 9, 4 of 6. Hold on, I'm going to get all of them. 1 of 9, and then I don't know about this. 5 of 7.
Okay, wow.
There's not many of these cards out there, guys.
So high end on all of those. The most any of them were number 2, I believe you said, is 9.
Yeah, 9.
So that is freaking incredible. I'll make the argument that if you can build a base set of all of this, then you're ahead of the game. That is phenomenal.
I won't argue with you about that.
And you know what? maybe we'll just give those cards away too.
Yeah.
As the show goes along.
We're practically giving them away.
Except we really are giving them away. All right, something I want you to keep an eye out for tomorrow.
From the 972, that Basillo for Baltimore, massive pull.
Yes.
So there you go. Oh, man, a lot of people excited about this right now, Kevin.
Okay.
On the fan tech.
Should we give it away for people that show up to the Dallas Card Show?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yes.
Done. Come up to the Dallas Card Show. We can make that
dreams come true.
Happen. I mean, if your dreams are to get one of those cards, then for sure.
Yep.
All right. Tomorrow, the spring breakout game. So the Texas Rangers are going to play the Giants tomorrow at Scottsdale Stadium, 7:05 p.m. This is something that I always think is super fun because the spring breakout game, obviously we're paired up with the Giants, but it's essentially our best of the best throughout all the different minor league systems versus all the different minor league levels versus the best of the best that the Giants have to offer across all of their minor league levels. So I think that should be really fun. Obviously, if Osuna's still going to play in that game, because I know he's been up with the big club, and then Sebastian Walcott will be what a lot of folks are paying attention to.
When it comes to Osuna, don't you think that he needs to just be on the field as much as he can?
Probably.
Just get every rep you can, every swing you can, be out on the field just to continue making that impression.
Yeah, no, that is a very fair way to put it. Now, I want to know if you think this is a fair way to put this. So Stan Kasten, the president for the Dodgers, this is one of my favorite quotes of the year already.
All right.
Jason Stark asked about the idea of the Dodgers being the new evil empire. He dismissed that by saying,
"We wear light blue."
Okay, actually, not as far off as that as you might think. He said, quote, "We are neither evil nor an empire."
Oh.
And I think that is an amazing thing to say. And then he followed up, and then he used numbers. Do you know that the odds makers claim that there's a 75% chance that someone other than us wins the World Series? So it's hard to be evil or that much of an empire if that continues. Now,
so he is acknowledging that they have a 25% chance.
Because you get his point, right? And you're like, 25%. But on the other hand, if you have a 25% chance
and every
other team combined has a 75% chance, you can kind of see how that's stilted. But I love that he said, we are neither evil nor an empire. Corey, do you accept?
At the moment, I do.
Okay.
Listen, and obviously they've been in the National League, so that's another factor that goes into it. Being in the National League compared to the Yankees makes it a very different feel for it. You don't get beat by them all the time. You don't get that feeling of I hate that team so much, and then they go out and beat the Yankees. So it feels like they're the good guys. They're the Han Solos here, Kevin.
Oh.
Good guys, always have been. Team players, Han
Other
Solo.
team are the Greedos.
Yeah, so they're the Luke Skywalkers,
Okay.
if you will.
I gotcha.
They are it feels like, but after a couple of years of this, if they keep doing what they're doing and adding every year and stealing the greatest players that are on the free agency list and nobody else can get them, they will be looked at that way. And they did it this year, and people are like, okay, that's fine, for this year. But if they do it next year again and it continues to stack up and they're just winning these championships because they pay the most, then it's going to be frustrating to a fan bases.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen. Coming up next, track and field assaulters. Yes, still, Minnesota baseball, and maybe even Rich Rodriguez. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll get into it next right here on The Fan.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek. If you want to come on by, it is a shout-out Friday from the 817. I'm officially off of child support. I have an extra $892 in my pocket right now. I want to tell you this. Shout out to you for actually paying the child support. I know a lot of people out there who they decide that that's just not what they're going to do. Mm-hmm. And maybe they don't have a part in that person's life and still decide that they're not going to financially support them. So good for you for getting things done. And from the 214, can I get a shout-out from my husband? He's on his way to do some service work to speak to addicts who are on their way to recovery. That's some damn fine work getting done right there.
Yeah, that is nice. Congratulations on getting that work done. Hope everything can really help some people out today, too.
Now, in the meantime...
I just sugar-coated that for you, Kevin.
What?
No, I'm just joking. Somebody texted. They were giving me a hard time.
For
fun.
Okay.
It's all in fun, guys.
It's all in fun.
Until I get ticked off.
Oh, no.
Then
That was
you'll
me
have to
this
pay.
morning.
Oh.
All right. Also, we've got giveaways going on. If you remember what I said yesterday, and you could tell to Corey in a break, definitely don't shout it over the air, then we've got jerseys, cars.
You shouted it over yesterday.
That's fair. I really did. I really screwed that up. I want to apologize to you, to Alec, and to the listening audience if I messed up your day whatsoever. But right now, yes, I was embarrassed. That's why I just put my head down instead of saying anything else. It's time for Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. Have you done something? Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Did you say something that is not FCC compliant yesterday because
that was you
were having a meltdown about the best college basketball player in the country getting hurt? That's me. I would like to ask for forgiveness from all the listeners, from you, Corey, from you, Alec, for you, Carter, for you, Ruben, and everybody else who might have heard it, because that was, I don't know what I was doing.
Ruben, I will forgive him. Thumbs up. He says thumbs up as well. Alec, do you forgive him?
I think I'm going to forgive him after we kind of revisit it at 1:30 today.
Masterpiece of the Week coming up at 1:30 every single Friday, where you can hear the ridiculous things that we say. And to dadgummit, Kevin.
What?
Here we are in front of people having to do Masterpiece of the Week again. It's always so awkward being out here.
This one is going to be really...
Every time we're at Buffalo Wild Wings, whenever that happens, I just put my head down and just go, oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed.
I'm going to sell it if you play that clip, which I'm guessing you will, and look at Corey and be like, why did you say that? And see if anybody can buy that. From the 737, oh, this is hurtful. You might need forgiveness for sending this to me because it is factually accurate. Sucks rooting for Duke and seeing Cooper Flag go down. At least A&M won. Oh, wait. We'll get to that. They made sure that Texas punched its ticket to March Madness yesterday.
But did A&M get in? Are they going to be
in? A&M.
Oh, they were just helping out their SEC team.
A&M will get in.
They're trying to make sure that they got their SEC team in this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a historic number of SEC teams. From the 214, don't ask for forgiveness for that, Kevin. It was glorious. Oh, man. All right. So I know we talked about this story last week. We gave a brief update about it this morning. Lynchburg Commonwealth's attorney office tells TMZ that prosecutors are going to be charging Alayla Everett with assault for smashing the other competitor 3 times with a baton. Now, if you recall, there was this amazing interview with her where she's like, why don't people feel bad for me that this accident happened?
Yeah, the baton got caught in her hair or her shirt or something. She was just trying to get the baton out of it.
And then hitting her in the head again.
She was trying to pull the baton away, Kevin, obviously.
Gotcha.
I watched that a couple of different times to try and figure out what she was saying, and I was like, all right, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt on this.
What did you think after you watched the video?
She did her definition of the story or recollection of the story was different than everybody else's.
And different from the video that you just watched?
Yeah, I was like, hold on. Like, it looks pretty clear. I mean, it does look pretty clear to me. I don't know. Again, I don't know what was going on in her mind at the time whenever that happened, though. But...
And it's tough because the very first time she hit her, it looks like she rears back with her arm to hit her when it's not caught in anybody's hair or anything like that. Anyway, she's being charged with 1 count of assault and battery at the track meet, which I'm sure the judge sees assault and battery cases all the time. At the track meet, don't know about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, how often do you think that happens? That something like that. I mean, I feel like basketball games, we see fights break out.
Can I tell
games, we've seen it happen.
This is at a youth basketball game, and I don't appreciate that I was, let's go.
Look at this.
Courtesy of the Dallas Card Show. They're
Thank you, Dallas
we've
Card
got
Show.
another box of Leaf Vivid Baseball. By the way, just came out. Leaf is one of the sponsors out here. They've already been outstanding to us. But one of...
Thank you, Leaf.
One of the parents was yelling at another one of the parents without looking at them directly, and they were like a couple rows apart, but they were yelling at each other, and they were like, come on, ref, blow the whistle, blow the whistle, and he kept saying it. It was annoying, but you'll get over it. So this guy a couple rows back goes, why don't you shut up? And they're not looking at each other, but they're talking to each other. Second or two passes, the other guy goes, why don't you make me? So then the guy from behind starts stomping down the bleachers because we're in the middle school gym or whatever. And so then the other guy goes down the bleachers, and then they have a fight on the court where you have to start the 4th grade basketball game or stop the 4th grade basketball team. That's when you're out of control.
Oh, guess who just walked in, Kevin Hagelin? Our good friend Bobby Belt has made his way to the
ruined the morning
surrounding
show.
Areas. He did ruin the morning show, but we're happy to have him out here today.
Not yet. We're not in a break yet, but stay here.
And yes, if you would like to win.
Bobby Belt is here. Perhaps he can even jump on. We set aside an extra mic for Mike.
Just in case.
But Bobby works as well.
I would like to ask for some forgiveness from my kids.
Okay.
Adrian has a coworker who is no longer with them anymore.
But she's alive, right?
They are having a funeral party for her.
Oh, no.
That's a little weird.
Because she's just leaving the company. She's leaving the company.
She's leaving. So they're having a little funeral party this afternoon for her, and then she's going to have, and then I think they're going to have some people at the house. I kicked all the kids out of the house. I pawned them off. I pawned one off to my mom, one to my dad. The other one, I'm just stay out. And so I'm free tonight too. But I did get rid of all my kids for a night. So I do want to apologize to them. But they're all getting to do something fun with their grandparents. So I did a good job, I think.
Will do they think it's going to be fun with their grandparents?
They do.
Okay, good.
I know the truth though is that I got rid of them. In their mind, they're like, "Oh, Dad's so nice to let me hang out with Peepaw."
Now, I really like that name. Does the University of Minnesota?
What do y'all call your grandparents? Because I always grew up with Meemaw and Peepaw. And then Grandma and Grandpa.
My mom is Grandma.
Okay.
Jess's parents are Annie and Pops.
Okay.
So
yes,
we have a very established
Yeah. Okay. And then we got Nina and Granddad is Adrian's parents.
Yeah. Everyone's got their own naming system. I understand that. Does the University of Minnesota baseball team deserve forgiveness?
I don't know. Tell me why.
They were playing Kansas. They gave up a home run.
Okay. That happens.
And then a second straight home run.
That has happened plenty of times.
And then a third straight home run.
All right, now you need to take the pitcher out.
Do they need forgiveness for that?
You definitely back to back. You need forgiveness.
Here's the thing, Corey.
As long as there's no more.
Then they gave up a fourth straight home run.
What are we doing at this point? What are we? What's even happening? Okay.
Here's the thing, Corey.
4 runs. Was it only 4 runs at this point?
The ensuing ones were solo shots. The first one was not. But then here's the problem. Then they gave up a fifth straight home run.
Oh my gosh.
And that was an NCAA record, as you might guess.
Yeah.
Hitting 5 straight home runs. But what happened was the University of Minnesota baseball team lost to Kansas 29-1.
Oh.
So which do you find more egregious? Losing a baseball game 29-1 or giving up, wait for it, back-to-back home runs?
I appreciate your question. They go hand in hand, Kevin.
That's fair.
Unfortunately, they just go hand in hand that both of them are so egregious. However, wasn't this the Minnesota Vikings stadium that they played at too? So that's a cool thing that I wanted to throw into the mix.
Yes, they did. They did.
That's a little fun.
Maybe they reconfigured the walls to be really short, and that's why they were like, "Those are 5 pop-ups or flyouts I could have gotten out of this."
Look at this. What are we doing? Playing at the Polo Grounds here?
Yeah,
this is 800 feet to the center field.
So this was the first time it's ever happened in the Big 12, setting all kinds of records. But if you're the University of Minnesota, that has to unfortunately be a little embarrassing.
I'm
indeed.
seeing Papa and Mimi. I'm seeing Mammy and Dado. I like that.
Oh,
one.
I like Dado.
Yeah, Dado is a good granddaddy. 97 years young, still plays golf and gets his weekly haircut. Love it.
Oh, man.
See, he's playing golf at 97. Remember I said I didn't want to make it to that age?
Yeah.
But this dude's out there living life.
So if you still have your hair and can play golf at 97, you're in.
I feel like I'm doing okay at that point.
Yeah. I mean, that's a long time. I'm more impressed that person can still go get a haircut.
Yeah.
I couldn't, starting in like my late 20s.
Rolling out of bed feels like tough enough for me. So that's the part. Mima and Peepaw. Or in Peppa.
I like that.
Peepa. All right, I'll let you just figure it out.
Okay.
How do you spell Peepaw? Nobody knows.
Ooh, because do you feel like it should be P-E-P-A and not P-E-E-P-A? Because then it feels like he always leaves the door open in the bathroom. He's Peepaw.
I have it as P-E-E-P-A-W. So I even threw the paw in there.
All right. So. That makes sense to me.
All right.
Does Rich Rodriguez need to ask for forgiveness? Probably.
What is he up to?
Well, he's coaching West Virginia.
Still?
And
or again?
Yeah, the second one.
Okay.
And he has banned his players, I tell you. No better way to connect with the young people than banning them from doing TikTok dancing.
That is ridiculous. You can't. Well, is it in the middle of practice? Because, dude, there was nothing worse than whenever you'd show up to like a kid's baseball game and you just see every one of those kids out there flossing, and you're just like, oh my gosh.
I'm sorry. Maybe
you should be paying attention to the sport.
Maybe I should have been more specific. It's not that they can't dance during practice; they cannot post videos of them dancing.
Agreed.
On TikTok.
You shouldn't be able to
ever.
Ever?
Not just at practice.
Even at home? Like
yes.
whenever they're at a restaurant, they can't do it. Why? What's the point of that? These kids could make some money doing that. Let them make some money.
Well,
Let them have
said,
some fun. Let the kids play.
The coach said he accepts that the young people will be active.
Did he
did
really?
not say young people. I put that in there. That the young people will be active on the platform, but he thinks that the dancing undermines the, quote, hard edge that he wants the program to have. Corey, your thoughts?
Oh, so this is like, hey, never wear a pink shirt. All right, like that's kind of what it feels like.
So weird.
We have a hard edge about us.
I saw him on TikTok. He can't block me.
I'm not against it.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm not against it. Like, at first I was like, hey, man, let these kids make some money on the TikTok. Let them have some fun. But this actually makes a little bit of sense to me. I'm going to forgive him for this. This makes a little bit of sense. Kevin, you just said it. You watch that guy on TikTok and you're like, hey, I saw you in that stupid video you did yesterday.
So he actually followed up kind of addressing that exact scenario. He goes, they're going to be on TikTok. I'm not banning them from it. I'm just banning them from dancing on it. It's like, look, we try to have a hard edge or whatever, and you're in there in your tights dancing on TikTok. Ain't quite the image of our program that I want.
Yes.
Oh, man. So you're in on this,
I actually do not disagree with Coach Rich Rodriguez on this one, Kevin. This is a very rare occasion that I'm with him on this.
Okay. Now that you've made your decision, I'm going to read more of his quote.
Okay. All right.
Quote, I'm allowed to do that. I can have rules.
Oh, no.
20 years from now, if they want to be sitting in their pajamas in the basement eating Cheetos and watching TikTok or whatever the hell, they can go at it, smoke cannabis, whatever. Knock yourself out. I swear this is all true.
Smoke cannabis.
But I hope our focus could be on winning football games. How about let's win the football game and not worry about winning the TikTok? That is an exact quote.
So here's the thing. I know people like we got furious with Romo for going to Cabo.
Yes.
Everybody's furious with Micah for having a podcast.
Yes.
Can you do more than one thing?
Yeah, if you're winning.
But you have to be the most successful.
And you just have to be winning. That's what I would not let anybody know about anything else I enjoyed until we won the Super Bowl. And I'll also be like, oh man, I love to do podcasting. And then be like, okay, well, bring your ring, buddy.
Yeah.
You're good
okay.
to go.
All right. See, and that's I was with him. I was with him a little bit there until that part.
Man, it felt like a really, really stereotypical set of shots right there.
Yeah, John Gray is a really interesting example, right? He has a lot of different interests.
He does.
And sometimes you do, just think of all the different things that he had, all right, you know what, Kevin? I'm sorry, I just saw the clock. We got to go.
Okay, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now we never get to find out what Corey was going to say. Coming up next, we will continue live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen, and I believe it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus reporters are just like you and me. Next on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine with sales manager Joey Wilhoit. Joey, how you doing?
I'm doing great, babe, and I am fired up. It is Classic Truck Month, and we're hauling in deals like it's game day.
That sounds like a heavy hitter. What's the play?
Oh, it's big. $11 million of new inventory just dropped, and to make room, everything's got to go. New Chevy Silverados, $14,000 off MSRP. That's how we stay the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. But inventory is limited, and the best ones don't stick around very long.
So, it's now or never?
Dead on, babe. Don't wait for the 2-minute warning. Get your winning drive today at ClassicChevrolet.com or just come see me, Joey Wilhoit.
No off-season here, folks. It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss your shot. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
facility and check out the latest Hyundai models at unbeatable prices. Visit us today or explore our deals online at alliancehyundai.net.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Dallas Card Show. We have started giving things away, which makes me sad because that means everybody remembers
what you said yesterday.
I guess the phrase that pays off to win some of these things. Oh, no. Does that mean you know the phrase too? Okay,
No.
somebody was laughing right in front. I was like,
tell
oh,
him.
no.
I'll let him know.
It is embarrassing. But speaking of embarrassing, we've brought in Bobby Bell to
Why did you
help
say it
us
that way?
because he's trying to cause conflict between me and Alec in the break.
Oh, makes sense.
No. That is not what happened. I had said something snarky to Alec, and you were correcting me, and I then just was circling back telling you, hey, I was only saying something snarky because he said something snarky to me as soon as I put the headset on.
So you think he started it?
I mean, I know with certainty he started it.
Okay.
Like those redheads are known to do.
Wow.
That's valid.
All right.
Well, right now, we're going to let a redhead take over because it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford. We got the question of the day coming your way in just a second. 877-881-1053. And reporters are just like you and me. They're fed up with these players. We'll get to that.
Sorry, Alec. I was just going to say, by the way, we got another Leaf Vivid baseball box dropped off, courtesy of the Dallas Card Show. Do you think, Alec, even though you guys just had a spat, that Bobby should be allowed to open this box?
Yeah, I think he might have the magic touch there. I'm hopefully going to make my way out there on Sunday, I believe, is what I'm aiming for. I've never been to the Dallas Card Show. I'm excited to go for the first time. I've heard lots about it. I'm watching lots about it. Sad I can't be there today, but we will try to make that happen this Sunday. I think me and our guy, James Tritley, are going to go and try to find some wrestling cards to...
Is that the same James Tritley that was definitely listening when I said that one weird thing?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, that was fine. I can't exactly say what he texted me, but he definitely heard the,
me too.
The uncensored. Jeez. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? But,
sorry about that, gang.
Yeah, we have a very tight bond up here at the Fan, I guess. Sounds
like it.
Yeah, sounds like it. The question of the day today is actually going to be based on a real life alert, if you will. I have a group chat with some of my high school friends, and one of them, Jackson, he is a teacher / middle school basketball coach out in Lubbock. And he sent us a video of him, I guess, before class. And he said, practice just ended, guys. And my kids were telling me that I can't dunk. So I decided to show them up, and I dunked. But I think I might have tore my ACL in the process.
Oh, no.
So, based on my buddy Jackson's, just bold stupidity, I'm going to ask you guys on the Tolos out there, Twitch and YouTube, want to hear from you as well. What's the dumbest thing you've done to try to impress someone or a group of people? 877-881-1053. Because everybody's done something that they know they probably shouldn't have done, or they probably can't do to try to impress someone, whether it's a friend, whether it's a significant other, whatever it might be, or to pay off a bet. Who knows? Somebody, you've done something out there. We know.
I cooked dinner for a lady friend one time.
You're a wild man.
And no, it wasn't that, but perhaps I had one of the items for too long. And she was like, "Oh, this is really good. I think this has gone bad." And then of course I tasted it. I don't know what I thought was going to happen. I'd be like, "No, your taste buds are weird," because I have the most generic taste buds in the world. And indeed they had. And so I feel like I had really failed in that. And she's like, "Oh, the steak was so good though." And I was like, "Yeah."
What was it that went bad?
I'd rather not say.
The milk?
No, I'd rather not say.
You got to check the born-on date, dude.
Yes, it was a dairy product.
Sorry, man. That happens sometimes.
I'm an idiot.
I you know what? My moment was against Mike Bassick.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, was this the hitting competition?
The hitting competition. I claimed that I could hit 700 off of Mike Bassick, and we had whittled it down to he was only going to throw fastballs. He had said that. He was like, I'm only going to throw fastballs. But I'd gotten 3 hits off of him, and he was like, that's enough. And he was like, I don't want to get embarrassed in front of everybody with Corey winning this competition, so he threw a curveball. I'm expecting fastball, and I take a big whack at it. My back went out. Like, my disc slipped right out, and for months I was in serious pain. That being said, still one of the coolest things I've ever gotten to do was be on the Rough Riders field in front of 8,000 people with Dirk Nowitzki watching and hitting against Mike Bassick while got to go hang out in the dugout, got to go into the clubhouse, and Michael Young walked by and hung out. Pudge touched my leg. It was so many cool things happening at one time.
Pudge touch. It's a good one. Mine is not usually to impress somebody. Mine is just I get defiant when I get taunted.
Yes,
so,
yes,
the most recent one I can think of is when we were in Oxnard last summer, and I had gotten 5 shots of Jack for the group that was there, and Broadus just started taunting me for no reason. Of just like, oh, of course you're doing this. You're a softie. You're doing, and I don't know why he started in on that, other than just he wanted to see me. And I said, okay, fine. And I put the plate down, and I just did all 5 shots of Jack in a row 5 hours before we needed to be on the air.
Goodness.
And you know, the thing about that is every one of us knows that we can set Bobby off at any point and send him into that thing, that situation. So we do try it sometimes.
Yeah, you guys you're essentially playing God with my life, because you're just like, do we want him to die right now?
Mm-hmm.
We can just we can taunt him into doing that.
Yeah, he said he wanted to see his mom.
Yeah, I'm a weak man. God, jeez.
Oh, man.
I never get to do those
I know,
jokes.
it's a good one. It's a good one. I liked
it.
I liked it. It was a good one.
So last Friday,
Corey.
Friday, Corey was dunking on me about my dad being dead, and now this week he's dunking on Bobby. My God.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
guys.
and look, it all ties back together because Alec was talking about dunking and then tearing your ACL. So
there you go. That being said, hold on. I do have a question about this. If you go up and do that, and you dunk, and then you think you tore your ACL, you don't show your kids, you don't show the team that you're hurt, though.
Isn't the ACL tear supposed to be, I've never done it, clearly, isn't the ACL tear supposed to hurt when it tears, but you can actually, usually get right up and operate?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's more about the, it hurts initially and the fear of what it means. Like, most people are afraid, oh, crap, I felt it pop, I felt it rip. What can I do? More than the actual pain of it. Oh no! There's a guy running around with
let me hold
Luka
one of
Doncic
those
jerseys, Kevin.
What
that doesn't
the
feel
hell
good right now.
is this?
Oh my gosh!
Look at that!
Look at this!
Get
is
the
awful.
crap out of here!
Oh my gosh! There, somebody's selling them for $40 here at the card show.
Okay, y'all have a lot. Actually, y'all do have. I know that booth. Y'all have a lot of great jerseys. I don't want that one.
I don't either.
It makes me sad.
After seeing 77 on that purple jersey, I'm kind of glad I'm not there today. That just gave me like a wave of depression.
I will say that booth, though, that has the $40 jerseys, there's a ton of great stuff there. My son has bought multiple jerseys from there. I just don't want that one.
From the
214,
my kids were having field day at school, and my daughter said she could beat me in a tug-of-war, and I did beat her. I lost my pants and broke my toe. So he lost his pants and broke his toe.
Is it
so different?
Is it worse, the physical pain or the embarrassment of my pants went away?
Yes. Just both. I think both suck because it's like, wait, what happened to my pants? And oh crap, this hurts.
Yeah.
I think that hits you at the same time, and you're like, oh, this just altogether sucks. Huh. Okay, interesting. I don't know if we're going to top that one. Keep those coming in, 877-881-1053. Something that you did to impress someone, and it did not end well for you. I saw someone say that they tried to jump into the big bowl at the Allen skate park, and they ruptured their Achilles tendon in the process.
Okay, and that sucks, and it's painful. But the good news is, if you've ever been to a skate park, especially with teenagers, every person always misses every move they ever try.
None of them are any good.
I don't need you to spin your board 4 times in a kickflip if you can't do it 1 time.
Yeah, Tony Hawk's not out there. All right, he's not at Eisenberg. Is it still?
I don't know, but that was the worst. Like, if you could land one trick at Eisenberg, I thought they should have elected you president of that skate park.
Anybody who's ever ruptured their Achilles that I know, and it wasn't like an athlete, it's always torn in a really stupid way.
Yes, it is.
It feels like a really difficult one to tear if you're not an athlete.
Adrian's brother tore hers running the grocery cart into the back of her leg. You know how the bottom part of it kind of hands out a little bit? He ran it right into the back of her ankle, and it ripped open her Achilles.
Jeez.
From the 817, I tore my labrum in a baseball game, so that might be one of our female fans. And still pitched another 2 innings afterwards. Is that not? Am I thinking of something different?
Yeah, I think you're thinking of something different.
Okay.
You're talking about the uvula is what you're talking about in the back of your throat.
Mm-hmm. Back
What
to
is
you,
going on?
Because they tore their labrum.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know men had that.
How do you tear that?
It's part of your shoulder.
Yeah.
Does it tear up?
Your shoulder?
Yes.
I have been grossly misinformed in my health and biology classes.
Biology lessons on AM on the FM. Answering the question of the day, we continue with the 817. I love this detailed story. Christmas Day, got the kid an electric scooter. Had been drinking a bit by the time we got outside to try it out that afternoon. I got on it for the first time, and the kid tried to race me on foot. I got going too fast, panicked, forgot how to stop, and jumped off. My momentum took me running faster than I could run, and I ended up face planting and bouncing down the street 3 times. Christmas dinner looked like I had been in a car wreck.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's
By the
not
way,
great.
thank you to everyone who was caught on it, the joke that I was trying to make. But also, somebody texted in and said that they fell in love with a girl they met here at the card show.
Today?
I don't know about today, but also that Corey has become ruthless as of late. Is it possible that Mike was keeping friendly Corey in the mix?
That's what you were talking about.
Yes, Bobby.
That's where
no.
General Gaddafi was the leader for a long time, right?
No.
Oh, Libya.
That's Libya. God.
Yeah,
the line.
Maybe it was
getting
Mike.
close.
And I felt like I needed to be nice because Mike was around, and so now I'm like, hey, I can be a little more edgy.
Let me ask both of you guys this. If they'll give you one of those Lakers Lucas jerseys, will you put it on?
Nope.
Bobby will.
No, because I don't think that one would fit me.
Okay.
But otherwise, if it would fit, I would.
All right.
I would take it off and leave it off. And what I'm going to run here for you.
Although Luca's jersey doesn't fit him either.
Okay, relax.
Unless he wears the Spank shirt.
Hey, doesn't the NBA have a deal with Skims? I'm sure they can work something out with that.
Man, you guys are all freaking salty today.
But I'm going to play this sound from Adam Schefter. I don't like the guy, but this is relatable. Aaron Rodgers still hasn't decided who he's going to sign with, which I think any team that signs him is a losing team. Anyways, it's a conversation for a different time. Adam Schefter, he's just like us. Make up your mind, Aaron Rodgers. This is just dumb.
To me, this shouldn't be that hard, right? Like, the Steelers want you. The Giants want you. We're seeing players across the league make decisions. It shouldn't be that hard. Either you want to play or you don't. You want to play for Pittsburgh or you don't. You want to play in New York or you don't. Like, Chewy, what are you going to have for lunch? You're going to make a decision, you're going to drag it out for 4 days, 5 days, a week. Like, it's not that hard. Make the decision and live with it.
Like, seriously, at this age, you're going to get paid a lot of money to be a below-average quarterback at this point in your career. Just make a decision. Do you want to throw passes to Malik Neighbors and be allowed to audible out of plays? Or do you want to go to a place like Pittsburgh where you can throw to George Pickens and DK Metcalf, and whoever doesn't get the ball is going to swing on the other player, and then you're not allowed to audible out of any of your plays because Arthur Smith is a madman. Like,
Feels like you're going Team Giants right there.
You have two, yeah, because I would love to play against him twice a season at this point in his career.
If
So
you have a pass rush, yeah, you do.
But hey, Adam Schefter is just like us. All the reporters are like, man, just make up your mind. We want to get the headline out there and be done with it.
He's I don't know that he's just like us because he picks and chooses who he's salty about based on do they talk to him or not.
Oh, yeah.
And Aaron Rodgers is one who doesn't.
That is true.
His ego is crazy, and that's why I don't like him. But he's relatable in this instance.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Bobby, you failed in your mission to open that box of cards.
I didn't know I was supposed to open it. Well, I thought you were wanting me to like do it in a moment.
We got a clock, all right?
Okay.
So here's what I'd like to request. Can you stay for one more segment?
I don't think I can. I got to run.
That's all right. I'll open it.
I know.
I got it.
Nice.
I'm
Can I just
loving
rip it open right now?
Because we got to go. Coming up next,
I'm doing it.
It's time for Gridiron Gravy. What is the thing that sells you most about a coach or a boss next right here on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, and we could potentially have Earl Campbell in just a few minutes. He's driving up on his way to the Dallas Card Show. He'll be one of the autograph guests, as well as Adrian Beltre, Adrian Peterson, Rocket Ishmael. The list goes on and on. It's going to be a stacked show this weekend of autograph guests, but the doors are open here. If you want to be a VIP, get rocking. The biggest card show in the country. And Dallas Card Show and Leaf have generously donated some product and cards for us to give away as well.
Kevin, every time I've shown up to this, it seems to get bigger.
Oh, for sure.
And these two rooms in front of us right here, I think we're always like extra rooms for work. It looks like they've had
There's
to create
no room
new
for that
space
anymore.
Yeah. It looks like this thing just continues to expand even more, and we see more and more people showing up looking for beautiful cards.
That is absolutely true. Or that one person said they fell in love with a beautiful woman at the card show.
That's true.
Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Jump to the story I know you care about the most. Bailey Zappi is coming back to the Chiefs on a one-year deal.
So they have...
I'm just kidding. I have other stories, but yes.
They have Gardner Minshew, Bailey Zappi, and who's their other quarterback?
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes. Well, good for them to be collecting quarterbacks to play behind Patrick Mahomes.
It's like the way we're collecting running backs with the Cowboys.
I do believe that for 2 games, 3 games, Gardner Minshew is a fantastic option. Bailey Zappi is a good option. Gardner Minshew is really good for a couple games. He always seems to be that guy, though, that kind of wants to step in there and be like, hey, I could start over Patrick Mahomes, though. You just give me a shot, guys.
Man, if there's anybody who had the confidence in the football world to say, I could step in and start, that's the guy.
Yeah,
like,
it is him.
For the record, I'm not saying he could.
Yeah.
Just if
No, he
anybody
believes
had that
he can.
level of confidence, that's the guy. All right, the Commanders re-signed Noah Igbenogany, and the Cowboys re-signed Israel Mukwamu. Probably more noteworthy on the second one. Do you care about that for depth perspective or anything that we've kind of been talking about with all the Cowboys moves the last 4 days?
Israel Mukwamu's the kind of guy who can play lots of different positions. He's a long defender. His problem is because of the people that have been in front of him, he hasn't gotten a lot of playing time, a lot of experience. But I do like him when he's out on the field. And I don't love, like, hey, go play nickel cornerback and try and cover the shifty little guys. I don't love that for him, but I think he's very serviceable at what he does. I like having him back for the depth there and for what he does in special teams, too.
Now, the Saints are going to make a run at Cooper Kupp. Big deal. I bet a lot of teams are making a run at Cooper Kupp. What I care about more is the fact that the NFL gave another comp pick to the Saints and took one away from the Dolphins because they said they made a mistake in awarding the Dolphins a 7th-round compensatory pick for losing Cedric Wilson, and instead it should have gone to the Saints.
Oh man, that's interesting. When that happens, it's kind of like a bank error, isn't it? If you get out of the country before they find out,
hold on,
you don't have to get the money back.
I actually am really intrigued and want to talk about this for just a second. What is the bank error? What's the amount where you have to be like, hey, actually right now we have just college Hall of Famer, NFL Hall of Famer, Texas Hall of Famer. If there's a sports Hall of Fame, he's probably in it. It is the great Earl Campbell. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing? How you doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great. Now, you guys are driving up on your way to the Dallas Card Show right now. I'm really curious. I know you get to do this a lot. How do you like doing signings and interacting with fans?
Well, it was part of all that went on in my life back then, and it's going on in my life now. So I think it's an honor to have them come out and get an autograph and take pictures and all that. I think it's an honor, too.
Now, we talked about Texas Longhorns Hall of Fame. Houston Sports Hall of Fame, Pro Football Hall of Fame, College Football Hall of Fame. Is there a Hall of Fame that exists that you're not in that you think you probably should be in?
Well, those are people that thought I should be in those Hall of Fames, or I wouldn't have been there. But I played with some great coaches that coached me. I played with some great guys, so they are sharing in that Hall of Fame stuff too. I imagine they're going around and say, hey, I blocked for Earl Campbell. I did this. I was on a team with Earl. So it was all a team effort.
You know, when I was growing up, Earl, there were 4 books that I always got out of the library. It was Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, Tony Dorsett, and Earl Campbell books. Like, that was all I read. My librarian would always be like, don't you want to read something else? And I'd say, no, I love these books. These are my favorite.
You know, that's something a lot of people don't realize, but me and Tony Dorsett is probably best friends. We was all together yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Charles Haley, Mike Singletary, we was all down at the meeting at the Capitol yesterday in Austin because we got a program we trying to get passed for girls. So it was an honor to see those guys as well.
That's awesome. Yeah, a couple of years ago, we did get to interview you and Tony Dorsett at the same
Super
time. It
Bowl.
was the coolest moment for me. I was kind of curious, though, your style being as physical as it was. My dad would always say he looked for contact. I don't know if that was true. But do you see anybody that, like, does Derrick Henry kind of remind, like, he plays with that physical style? Is there anybody in the league that kind of has that mentality that you had?
Well, you know, Derrick Henry probably gets pretty close, but I wanted to be like the legendary Jim Brown. That's where I got that running style from. And, you know, I worked at it. God bless me. And she ran me right into the Hall of Fame Canton. So that's great.
I mean, like you said, it's clearly worked out very, very, very well for you. Now, the photo ops tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m., autographs at 11:30 a.m. I'm really excited that we had the chance to have you on. I appreciate you calling in on your way to the Dallas Card Show. Are there ever any pictures or specific autographs or jerseys that you like it when people have and you're like, oh, my God, I remember this picture?
Well, I think so. You're always running out. I'm always running up on something I hadn't seen before that they may have at the car show. But those people in Dallas have always been very supportive of Earl Campbell, even though I played for the other team. So, and Dorsett's one of my main partners, so it's an honor to be driving up to Dallas to do the car show. So fans, come on out. Somebody be there you want to autograph, whether it's myself or somebody else.
Thank you, sir, very, very much for jumping on with us. That was outstanding.
Hey, thank you very much. You guys have a blessed day.
For sure. Dude. There you go. Earl Campbell right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, this is crazy. So, Corey, I don't know if I told you this, and I hope you approve of this. We had the opportunity to get him on in person, but we weren't sure if he was going to make it here before the show was over.
Gotcha.
They are literally driving up from Houston right now for the Dallas Card Show, and so we were like, I don't know if he's going to make it in time, like a traffic accident, whatever. You've driven before, you understand the concept. I don't know why I explained that to you as if you've never operated a motor vehicle.
I drove here, Kevin.
Yes. So you are clearly familiar with how it goes. And so Earl Campbell is on his way up here right now, and he will be doing photo ops tomorrow at 11:15 a.m. at the Dallas Card Show. He'll be doing autographs at 11:30 a.m. at the Dallas Card Show in Allen at the Marriott. And one of the things that I love that he just said is, people are always bringing stuff up to me that I've never seen before.
That's awesome. That is really cool. I really do legitimately wish I had stolen that book from my elementary school so I could be like, will you please sign this? Because those 4 books, it was constant. I would get those. And whenever we were in Arizona and we got a chance to talk to him and Tony Dorsett, I was on cloud 9. I was like, are you kidding me right now? This is my childhood. I love it.
And from the 903, I'm just tuning in. Are y'all at the show? Yes, we are broadcasting our show live. And Dallas Card Show provided us a box of Leaf Vivid baseball cards. and you look happy about the first one.
I got a 2 of 8 Ichiro Suzuki card.
Okay.
So that is
that'll work.
I got another. We do have. So we might have the whole Braden Montgomery set, Kevin. We're rocking here. 3 of 9. We got Eric Batoni again. We got his card
autograph.
rocking here.
I like it.
That is a good one. We got Alfredo Sena. Who's looking nice.
Yeah.
Got a Yilber Diaz card that I'm rocking with here.
Oh, yes.
If you love him, I do too. Chase Petty got his card. That's a 2 of 4.
Is that the lowest one we've gotten
all
so
of
far?
them so far. Yeah, I think it is. I think we had a 3 earlier.
Okay.
But that is the 2 of 4. The Yilber is a 3 of 5. And then Josue De Paula, 9 of 10 right there, a rookie card, I believe. No, that's just his autograph card. These are beautiful.
So we've been hitting on these Vivid baseball boxes. I believe they just came out today, maybe yesterday. Got one from the Dallas Card Show. Got one from R.J. Dukes and McKinney. Thank you guys very, very much. And then Corey from the 469. If the library I go to has one, I'll steal it.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
That's your answer?
What?
Thank you instead of I could probably purchase it.
Yes, if you steal it for me, I will purchase it from you. Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying at all.
It's just a book, Kevin.
From the
my favorite book.
And from the 469, I haven't seen Mike up here yet. I don't know if he has already set up his stuff, but I do know he is selling all of his Luka cards, and he will be at the Dallas Card Show as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, former Rangers hurler Kyle Gibson gives some great insight about Tommy John. Plus, I got all kinds of good news about the Rangers and maybe even more gridiron. Next, right here on The Fan.
V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Dallas Card Show, and Corey is gone. Will he be returning soon? Probably, but he is not here as we speak. I think he went to go buy cards, or maybe
That's fair.
use the restroom or get napkins. One of those three things is what I predict. By the way, we did more giveaways in the break. We gave away some of the autographs from the Vivid Baseball. Thank you very much to RJ Dukes. And, of course, Leaf and the Dallas Card Show for making all of these giveaways possible. We still have more giveaways. The doors are open to the VIPs if you want to come down. 777 Waters Creek in Allen, the Dallas Card Show. Corey, you're back.
What? Oh, yes, I am back.
I got
Kevin.
scared that you'd left forever.
The one bathroom that's close, I didn't see paper towels earlier.
Oh.
They have the hand dryers. So the other bathroom, though, I knew way far away, had some paper towels. My Coca-Cola kind of exploded. So I had to go track some down so I could soak up this so that Ruben wouldn't kill me.
From the 817, can I get a shout-out from my boss? We got return to office orders, and my boss approved my reasonable accommodation to allow me to continue working from home due to my disability. She's the bomb.
Nice.
Boom. I will tell you this. We don't get a lot of shout-outs for people's bosses.
No, you're
They're
right.
usually sarcastic. That was not sarcastic at all.
Not everybody loves their boss, all right? I understand that. Not everybody does. I've been pretty lucky that most of the bosses I've had in my career I've had pretty decent relationships with. I've been pretty happy about that.
All right. We have a lot to try to tackle here. Here are your options. Good Rangers news. Kyle Gibson giving an amazing breakdown about Tommy John surgery. Or
favorite flavor of Uncrustable.
Favorite flavor of Uncrustable. Or more gridiron. These are your choices. We got a lot to chop up right here.
All right. What was the first option?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that one. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you want more gridiron?
Sure.
All right, let's do more gridiron.
No, I can give you I've got lots of amazing Rangers news.
All right.
All right. Wyatt Langford. I realize he's only played 4 games, but in the Cactus League thus far, would you like to guess what his OPS is?
1.755.
Ooh, too high. Makes this feel less impressive.
1.655.
Too high.
1.14.
Stop guessing.
All right.
Although it actually sounded like you might have been about to get it right. 1.448 is Wyatt Langford's OPS. It's only 4 games, spring training. I get all that, but that's insane.
That is very impressive, and it is very expected out of him. He's one of those guys that I think it's going to be about 3 years before he doesn't do this in spring training. That's whenever he's like, okay, I know what I'm doing now. Like right now, he's still like, I got stuff to prove. And he's got such a great launching pad for himself. Like he's really going to be, his trajectory is going to be great. But it's great to hear that that's starting off that way, because you would love for the rest of the team to catch on to that spark early from
absolutely.
him and carry with it.
Now, I know it's not super likely at the moment that he'll break camp with the team, but I've continued to have Alejandro Osuna fever. He entered the game in center late yesterday, hit his first home run of the spring to open the lead up for the Rangers. His OPS thus far in spring training, 1.333.
He's almost as... That's better than Wyatt.
That's a little bit lower.
Okay, all right.
His OPS is 8th among all players in Arizona and Florida.
Jeez, dude.
Well, that are currently in Major League spring training. I don't just want to throw all high school players and college players.
Boch has got to love that, right?
Yes.
That's
he makes defensive plays.
That's Boch's kind of player right there. He loves what they have. Like Corey Seager obviously is a Boch type player. He had Barry Bonds at one point. Hell, but this kind of player is a coach's dream, to have a guy that just, hey, I love being out on the baseball field. I'm giving everything I got, and I'm pretty damn good at it too.
Who is the guy? God, this is driving
Rusty
me crazy.
Greer?
No, in Ted Lasso, that football is life.
Yeah, Denny Rojas.
Okay. By the way, Ted Lasso coming back with a 4th season, apparently.
Can you believe it?
No, I can't. It's a terrible idea.
Amazing.
Now, if they did the show without Ted Lasso and kept the show going, I think that's a great idea.
Stop.
But some people have said that Osuna kind of has that vibe to him, because if you ask him, he'll be like, oh my God, I love baseball.
He does.
And he's like, what do you think about other than baseball? He goes, no, like, I love baseball. I want to talk about baseball. I want to think about baseball. I want to practice baseball at all times. So some people think he's kind of got that Danny Rojas likable love of the sport vibe going for him.
Well, I mean, Josh Young's that kind of guy.
I
from
can
what we
see
understand.
that.
Jake Berger's that kind of guy.
Yeah.
They just want to be around the game. It's what they do.
Josh Young, do you remember our first interview with him? It was at spring training, and he was late. And he came, but I don't mean that in a negative, but he was late because he came running up, and he's like, sorry, guys, I was just out in the field practicing, and sometimes you just lose track of time. And it was like, because to your point, Corey, he loves baseball so much. And then he ran up to our interview and apologized. And I was like, I hope you are the best baseball player ever.
Yeah, he did. He was like, I had to get an extra 20 minutes of infield.
Yeah,
like that's the kind of guy you want those guys on your team, because
for sure
they're making, Kevin. If there's a veteran that's out there that's like, oh, I don't have to, but he's doing it. It's one of those things that just makes every other guy on the team go, you know what? That's just the culture. That's how we do.
And just in case anybody's curious, I really, really like Ted Lasso. I just think they wrapped his part of the story up perfectly.
You don't know what his next chapter is, Kevin.
Okay.
You have multiple chapters in your life.
That's true. Hopefully I'll write them better than
Oh, my
season 3 of
God.
Ted Lasso.
Jeez.
Hey, can we at least admit that season wasn't that great, but they nailed the finale.
No.
And now they're unnailing it by having a season 4. I just thought it was going to continue with the rest of the group. They're like, hey, you love Roy and Kaylee and all of them.
Kevin, you know how this works. Apple came to them and said, hey, but we want you back for an extra $30 million. And
Yeah.
he couldn't deny it.
Would you like a briefcase of money? No thanks. Truck of money? No thanks. Dump truck of money?
Swimming
All right.
pool of money.
I'm
All right,
in.
deal.
All right, I got more
We're gonna
good.
give you one of those Scrooge McDuck silos.
Yes.
Even my kids said they wanted to dive in it too, but they
Everybody
also
does.
agreed they'll break your face.
Even though coins aren't a liquid.
Yep.
So more positive Rangers news for you. Do you want offense or pitching?
Pitching.
All right. Tyler Mahle, and this is a very positive thing. We talked about it. We're concerned about Cody Bradford. The MRI came back clean, but he will still be on the IL to start the season.
Stinks.
So when Tyler Mahle, he was coming back from an injury to the Rangers, and when he came back, he had arm fatigue and had to be shut down again. So plenty of reason for concern. Tyler Mahle He pitched 4 innings in a Double-A exhibition. He threw 42 of his 55 pitches for strikes, walked nobody, and struck out 5 people.
All right.
Now, he did also give up 3 runs and 6 hits. I don't know if you care about that part because it is spring training and it's a Double-A exhibition, but he was throwing his pitches for strikes. He was getting swings and misses.
Yep.
And maybe most importantly, he was able to go out there and throw.
How many innings did you say again?
4 innings.
I feel like if it had gone 2 more innings, he probably would have had a quality start.
Yeah, I just don't think they haven't stretched him all the way out.
No, yeah,
yet.
no, that's what I'm feeling though. Is like he has quality starts. All I'm asking out of him, honestly.
Sure.
DeGrom, I'm asking no hitters. All right, and I know seems he's the kind of guy that can do multiple in a game in a year if he wants to.
Absolutely.
But with a guy like Malley, all I'm asking is give me a quality start so my team can have a shot to win.
Sure. I get that. And then for Adolis Garcia, I wanted to say Adrian Beltre. I was like, that's not right.
He's going to be at the card show this weekend, I believe.
Yes, Adrian Beltre is signing at the card show this weekend. But Adolis Garcia set his goal for the season, 50 home runs. I don't know if you count what happened yesterday, but he did launch his first home run, hit the second pitch of the second inning, gone off of Robbie Ray, if you're not fancy. And we talked about it the day before. He had been smashing the exit velocity on some of these pitches.
He's the kind of guy that I believe can manifest 50. Like he's like, I'm going to go out there and hit 50, and he's trying to hit 50, but he also doesn't do it sacrificing RBIs. Like he's one of those guys that he's not just trying to go out there and pop solo shots. He's going to have runners in scoring position. If he is in his vibe, Adolis Garcia is the most dangerous hitter on this team.
Oh, man. That is a fascinating way to put that. Because in his vibe, it does feel like that Adolis is unstoppable.
You saw it against Houston.
ALCS Adolis was just the most unbelievable. All right. Do you think we could possibly get to, here's my request, for Adolis, 30 home runs, 100 RBIs, and be in the Gold Glove discussion?
That would be a really good season.
Okay.
That's the low bar for me, though.
The low bar?
Yeah, I'm going 50, 120 in the Gold Glove discussion for him. But again, that does come down to if Wyatt Langford's cleaning up in front of him, or if Wyatt Langford's just hitting doubles and still on base for him, then he can add those numbers.
Now, I want to bounce back over to, and you might have to fire the music up, Alec, if you feel like it. Back to some gridiron gravy. And you asked this question, and I thought it was really, man, Alec was ready. Look at that. What a pro. What is the thing that sells you the most about a coach or a boss? Now, boss for probably a lot of us, coach specifically for the purposes of this discussion. So Davante Adams was talking about one of the reasons that he went with McVay and went with the Rams is that McVay sent him narrated highlights of his routes as part of his recruiting effort.
Awesome.
And he said he's breaking down every clip. It shows how much ball means to him, how much of a priority I was for him and the rest of the guys here. That is a winning video right there.
Did you watch receiver?
I didn't.
That's fine. You don't have to.
Is it better than quarterback?
I thought it was just as good.
Okay.
And I kind of like the receiver a little more because there's a little more pizzazz out of those guys. There just is. But when you watch that, you really do get an understanding of the way Davante Adams thinks about ball. And he loves the game. He is a student of the game. He's not just a dude that's ultra talented and goes out there. Yes, he's very talented. But he really is a student of the game and very precise in what he does. So it makes sense that he sees a Sean McVay, that kind of sell, that kind of pitch right there gets him because he's like, that's the reality of what I am. And then, Kevin, you watched the video I showed you this morning of Sean McVay.
It's funny. I thought those two things were the reason of him lifting and stuff, but it was a different video.
Yeah, he's sitting there squatting like 400 pounds, and he's getting his lift on. And, that's got to be the thing where all those guys are like, hey, coach is just one of us, man.
I mean,
maybe just a little smarter than
it is impressive, though.
Yeah.
If he's in the weight room.
Yeah, just lifting with everybody.
Is it hurt your spot on the team if he's lifting more than you are?
Probably.
Like if you're like a lineman or something like that, not necessarily, the punter or whatever.
Yeah.
Does that
Probably
threaten your spot on the team?
I would say, yeah, he's going to use it. He's going to hold it over you. You know, like in practice, you're going to do something. He's going to be like, "That's why you need to get on the squat machine like me." You know, there's going to be something. Coaches love.
I wish you would have said that more authoritatively, because I would have absolutely wanted that for a drop. All right, let's go from that to this reporter in Cleveland, Jason Lloyd, just put Myles Garrett on absolute blast. I know we were all caught up with our Micah, Demarcus Lawrence drama.
Yeah.
But I wanted to know what you thought about this. So Jason Lloyd of The Athletic.
Brother of Christopher.
I don't know that to be the case. I don't know it not to be the case. He said that the Browns should have traded him instead of giving him an extension, which that's not a crazy thought
Makes
or
sense,
anything.
yeah.
And he said, this sounds very Cowboys-esque, he hopes the contract brings a sense of responsibility for Myles Garrett rather than entitlement. And what that means, he continued, quote, "It's well known within the Browns that Garrett is frequently late to the facility. He has skipped mandatory team activities on multiple occasions. Veterans typically police the locker room on those types of things and create the culture of accountability. But here, it's the best player breaking the rules, and that has to change."
I'm going to go back to the show, Kevin, that I just finished, Running Point.
Okay.
There is a moment.
You like that show, right?
It's fun. It's an easy, fun show to watch. Thank you guys. I really appreciate that.
The wind blew our sign over.
The team needs some leadership. And she goes to the guy who is he's tenured longest. He's their best player. He's their star. He's their Kobe. And she's like, "Look, I need this out of you." And he's like, "You pay me to play. You don't pay me to lead." And she says, "You're not going to go anywhere if you don't lead." And so, like, that's, that clicks in his mind. That's the thing. A lot of these guys do look at it. They're like, "Look at what I do on the field. That's good enough."
Yeah.
But the teams, when they give them these contracts, they're like, "No, more stuff comes along with it that we don't write in. We just want you to be the dude in that locker room that's demanding more."
One more quick note for you. CBS listed the 10 best value signings in free agency. Both Rico Dowdle and Chauncey Golston were listed as part of the group. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm going to see, we had a representative from, I won't say where they work. Can I say it? Okay. We had a representative from Heritage Auctions just come up, write something down. I was hoping it was going to be about why we didn't get anything for Peace-a-thon last year.
I haven't seen it, but I can guess.
But what do you think it says?
Fire Nico.
Fire Nico is what it said on the paper.
We're all in the same boat.
Coming up next, let's do the combo platter. This is from the mind of Corey. Old People Edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what tendency or activity do you engage in that makes you seem way older than you actually are? Plus, maybe we'll open some more cards. All of it next, live from the Dallas Card Show on 105.3 The Fan.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
on a contingency basis. That means we absolutely do not get paid unless we win your case.
FRE NKEL.
Call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with satisfaction guaranteed. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFW Security.
Ever suddenly wonder, is the garage door closed? Did I just hear a noise in the driveway? With DFW Security, there's no need to worry. Grab your phone to lock doors, close the garage, arm your alarm, and check cameras. Make sure your home is fully secured with
DFWsecurity.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
And the Stars will go the other way. Robertson, Duchesne, Robertson, score!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Dallas Card Show where people can attempt to distract, but it will not work.
The only thing that can distract Kevin is a Duke basketball game in the middle of the show, and then the severe injury.
It's weird. There was no pressure on me in that instance, and I fell apart. If people are yelling or dancing in front of us, I can keep my cool just fine. And remember, in this segment as well, Corey, we got a lot of stuff happening at the Dallas Card Show. If you know the phrase that pays, you can get one of the 3 giveaway items that we still have remaining. If you don't, I have other giveaway items for you, and we might be about to add to that as Corey is going to open up a box of 24-25 Court Kings.
And this is a significantly valued box, correct?
That box is probably $200. It just came out today or yesterday, and there's only one pack in there, so it's a lot of pressure.
And you're letting me hold this.
That might have been a mistake, but you're here and you love cards, so let's make it happen. But also, it's time for the combo platter, 877-881-1053. By the way, that Court Kings box, courtesy of RJ Dukes in McKinney, always a big assister of Peace-a-thon for us. We love them for that. Dallas Card Show, which has a shop in Allen called the Sports Collectors Hub. They are great with it. Trading Card World in Dallas, worth collecting in Waxahachie.
We might be putting together another reason to go to all those places, too, is what our goal is.
Yes, because we are working on that. But people ask, like, who can you trust? I trust all of those shops a great deal, depending on where you're located in the Metroplex, and they've all helped out Peace-a-thon over the years.
All right. I do have some cards, Kevin, that I have open. I know you have topics that you want to get to.
Okay, I want to throw out the combo platter for people to consider.
These are the coolest.
877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion, and then what activity do you do or what tendency do you have that makes you seem way older than you actually are? This is from the mind of Corey Majors, and I loved it very, very much.
Okay, sports opinion. Can I say sports card opinion today?
Oh, yes.
I think basketball cards are the coolest.
Oh,
I've always, we grew up with baseball cards. I didn't grow up with basketball cards. That just wasn't my thing. My cousin gave me my first football card, but I was always into baseball. But the designs on the basketball cards, since I've started collecting since COVID, that was about the time I started diving into this.
Collectibles did have a huge explosion during COVID.
And I think I really do, I'm looking at these basketball cards right now, these Panini ones, Kevin. These are gorgeous cards.
The Court Kings look nice.
This Paolo Banchero card is really awesome
That
looking.
is a really nice card.
This Bradley Beal is a similar card, but Kevin, it's the Jaden Hardy autograph card.
Oh, okay.
The Master Strokes Jaden Hardy autograph card.
Very nice.
And that is numbered 31 of 99 right there. So if you want that one today, you have an opportunity.
Come on by
up here.
We'll figure out a way to make some giveaways happen for you.
That is my sports card opinion.
Okay.
Is when I look at them, I think these are the most beautiful, and that's a gorgeous card.
Out of 99, I like it.
And I got Baylor Sherman for his rookie card. We got some good rookie cards here. All right.
There should be a memorabilia card in there.
I'll get to it in a second.
Okay.
There is. Every time I stand up, I go, oh,
man,
as I'm getting up to go somewhere, and I think that makes me old.
All right.
It's just
I love
so
that
much.
you say that because my wife makes those noises when she sits down. And she, I think her whole family does that. Like, I love my wife to death. But when she'll sit down, she'll be like, oh. And I'm just like, why do you do that? And she goes, what do you mean? And she doesn't think anything of it.
It's a way to let the, I don't know, it's a way to let out the, it's like lifting weights. All right, you're trying to lift something heavy, and you just, Nolan Ryan, what would he do? He'd throw a little harder. What'd he do? He'd give it a grunt, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like that's all I'm doing is
That's
just
a scientific fact that it makes it go faster, right?
Yes. So I feel like it's just like if I'm going to get up, I kind of have to give myself a little extra leverage by going, ugh. So that's the thing that I do that
Challenging people at the Dallas Card Show to jump, dance, and scream in front of me to distract them. Hey, right when I was reading that, we got a distraction. So
got a Jalen Williams numbered to 49 card here.
Did you see? Okay, we're giving away the rest to the people. Do you think Ruben should be able to have that because he is a nice person but loves the Oklahoma City Thunder?
You know what? I do think he deserves that one.
Okay.
Ruben does a lot for everybody. Oh, no.
What?
Kevin, there is this is a really cool rookie card. It's got his foot, Donovan Clingan.
Oh, yeah, I like Donovan Clingan.
This is so painful.
Is this going to be please?
Go ahead and look at it, Kevin. The memorabilia card
Son of a bitch.
is a Luka Doncic. It's
an Art Nouveau.
Oh, my gosh. That is so painful to see in the Mavs jersey right now. I'm sorry, guys.
It's a blue Mavericks jersey. He's wearing a white Mavericks jersey, which is also a little confusing on the card. But it's an Art Nouveau of Luka Doncic. This is another one that we will be giving away, but it makes me sad. Ooh, and a sweet paint by numbers of the best player in the NBA,
That's your guy.
Jokic.
Dude, that Luka card.
He
Again,
just dropped his Jalen card on the ground.
No, I did. Oh, my gosh.
Does Corey need to ask
slide
for
out?
forgiveness?
No, I didn't. It didn't fall.
Okay. It did fall. I saw it.
Don't lie.
Okay.
Everybody that's come up so far has had an opinion or still a feeling on Luka.
For sure.
When will that come? After the finals?
No.
Will it go away? If he wins the finals with the Lakers,
Then
can you imagine?
it will never go away. Think about it, Corey. It's been,
1 week since go ahead.
32 years? 31 years since the Cowboys fired Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah.
Or whatever we're calling that.
And we still call, yes.
People still talk about that all the time. If he wins titles, dare I say multiple titles, it'll never, ever go away.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, that is the main conversation piece for people like us, for sure. Like, people want to talk sports with us, and that is, in my private life, that's just what happens, and it's always Luka conversations that come up.
Now, you're going to love this. Oh, yeah. You already told us the old people thing. From the 214, the Rangers win 90 to 95 games this year, and I go to garage sales weekly. Can
I be honest? I'm real quick. I envy people that can go to garage sales and envision something and walk away with whatever the item is. I see people. My best friend does this. Everything in his house is from garage sales. But he goes in and he sees it and he's like, I know what that value is. And I can't do that.
Yeah.
That's not me.
All right. You're going to like this one because this has a sports kind of question to go along with it. Wondering what the realistic chances are of Luka coming back to Dallas one day. I think it's like 1%.
The Dumont Adelson group destroyed that relationship.
And I know the interview was old, and it was really weird because yesterday what Patrick Dumont said a month ago just came out. It got traction. And every time he talks about this trade, it sounds dumber.
Dumber and dumber
Yes.
and dumber. But he destroyed the relationship between him and Luka, and I don't think it'll ever be changed. So I would, whatever number you said, go lower than that.
Okay, lower than 1%. I like it. And then they said the thing that makes them old is there's a TV in the break room at work. And instead of watching TMZ or Family Feud or whatever, always watching the news. From the 817, Micah has a bad, distracted season this year, and this person is in bed at 8 o'clock most nights.
Oh, my gosh. Dude, I have been going to bed a lot earlier. 9:30 is when I'm like, is it time yet? And I usually am in bed by 10:15, 10:20.
Okay.
So that is, but yeah, 9 o'clock looks so nice sometimes.
From the 806. I love this but I also hate it because I think it might happen. For the 806, the Mavericks land a top 5 pick, and Nico trades it for Kevin Durant. And then me and a buddy sit in my backyard drinking beer and complain about how youths nowadays are. Yeah, we complain about the youths nowadays, just like true boomers. All right, as long as you know that, I absolutely get that. And from the 214. The Mavs will get Cooper Flag. I will tell you this. I have not agreed with the conspiracy theory that the league did this trade to get Luka to Los Angeles for ratings purposes and everything like that. If the Mavs were to move up in the draft lottery for the first time ever, get the number 1 pick and get Cooper Flag, then I will 100% believe that the league was like, hey, do this for
Frozen
us.
envelope
Yeah,
type
well,
stuff.
yes, like Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, and we will take care of you. I will 100% believe that is the case.
So the Lakers win a championship, and then then the Mavericks get the Cooper Flag pick.
Here is a great text. This is from our buddy Eric. Combo platter.
Chiafalo.
Not that Eric.
Okay.
Football cards are better.
Interesting.
He loves bird watching. And then he gives an extra card opinion. That paint by numbers is a case hit.
Yeah, it is. I knew it when I saw it, dude. I did. I absolutely knew when I saw it.
That is an awesome.
I almost put it in my backpack. I was like, I might take this one.
All right. We might decide what card Corey gets along.
Bird watching, Kevin, is definitely an old person thing. My in-laws watch birds. They have a book that they check off the bird, what date they saw the bird, what time of morning. Like, they have all those things. They live in Central Texas in the hill country, so like that is something that they do. Old people definitely look at birds. What's your favorite bird? Easy. Mockingbird. We're in the state of Texas.
Is that our state bird?
Did you not know that?
No, I thought somebody killed that mockingbird.
What? Oh my God.
That's why they have the twos.
Do you have any
Put your hand
Kevin?
down.
Alec, don't tell me you didn't love that joke. Are you lactose intolerant? All right, Alec, give me a sports opinion, and then what do you do that makes it seem like you're way older than you actually are?
Sports opinion, my brain hurts now. Thanks, Kevin. No, I think this NFL offseason might have been one of the biggest offseasons for misevaluation across the league.
Oh, yeah.
And what do I mean by that? I think that especially the corner market has gotten overinflated just because there wasn't enough good ones to go around this cycle. I think the defensive line market was a little overinflated. I think the Cowboys have misevaluated a lot of things. I think the Steelers misevaluated their whole team construction by saying, we're finally going to acquire a real number 1. Who's going to throw the ball to him? We'll figure it out later.
That is weird.
I think there's a lot of teams that have just kind of misevaluated their situations. Granted, there might be one or two out there that I think have done a really good job, like Chicago, I think has done a really good job. I think the Raiders have done surprisingly a really good job. But I think more times than not, if you look at an NFL team and their moves this offseason, you say, I don't think they quite did that right. I think they overpaid or they let the wrong guys go. Houston is blowing up. They're already bad offensive line. So if they couldn't keep C.J. Stroud standing last year, how are they going to do it now with no offensive linemen? I don't know. I think a lot of teams are just kind of playing the game wrong this offseason, and it's really weird, but it adds a level of parity that I'm kind of excited about, I guess. And
now, Alec, I've got a bonus question before you give us your old person thought. Do we need to go deliver that card to Mike? Because a couple people have suggested that. Or is that, or is that just kind of twisting the knife a little?
No, I think that's
what
awesome.
he would. I think what he would do is you'd hand it to him and he'd just throw it across the room.
I could 100% see that happen.
Yeah, or eat it. Take a bite out of it.
I don't think he would take a bite out of it.
Oh.
Back to you, Alec.
Old person thing. I think for me, it's something I love doing this time of the year into the summer, whenever it's warm outside and, you know, these Texas sunsets are beautiful. I go out for a walk around the neighborhood every single night, right before sunset, just so I can see the sunset. And then it cools off a little bit, and I go for like a 45-minute to an hour-long walk, even though I run most days, so I get my outdoor time every day. But in the evening, I'm just like, I just enjoy the calm, and, you know, usually the people that walk past me are probably 3 times my age, and it's like, yeah, I'm that one 23-year-old that's like, I'm going to burn an hour of my Friday night going on a walk because, you know, it's just pretty outside and it feels nice. So
if you love sunsets, take a picture and tweet them to Kevin at @OhThankKevin, or you can send them to him on his Facebook page. He loves sunrises and sunset pictures.
No,
you know what? You're getting
I wish
one
you
tonight.
could text him in right now. That'd be awesome.
That was the worst time when we had pictures with the text. The best time was the No Shirt 9. The worst time was when everybody sent in their stupid sunset or sunrise pictures. But also, if you like sunset walks, let us know. We're going to set Alec Medford up. Yeah, we got a guy for you.
Hey, Kevin, whenever we did do the No Shirt 9, what was the one question we always got about the No Shirt 9?
Did you guys get pictures?
And yes,
we did.
Definitely got pictures.
I don't know if that's why they changed it, but we definitely.
I feel like it was.
Yeah, I could see that. Oh yeah, that's true. I meant to bring this up in Gridiron. Marvin Harrison and Jr. and Fanatics have settled
finally
their beef, and so for the first time, you could go on the Cardinals website and buy a Marvin Harrison Jr. Jersey without having to like create it yourself.
Wow, and the Cardinals are a 10.
Yeah, we heard that yesterday. I don't know about that. From the 469, my sports opinion is the Rangers are going to win the World Series this year, and an activity that makes me feel old is jumping out of the back of the pickup truck.
Oh, wow. Don't do it. If you're at a certain age, do not jump out of the back of a pickup truck. That your knees can't handle it.
The Chiefs are bringing back Kareem Hunt on a 1-year, $1.5 million deal along with incentives. From the 214 Combo Platter, give us a sports opinion and then thing that you do that makes you seem way older than you actually are. Kellen Moore will have a winning record in his first season as Saints head coach. That would actually be really impressive. And it's the music that I listen to, primarily from the 60s and the 70s, but it's my dad's music. I wasn't even born when that music came out. So that's fair if you're like, I listen to nothing but Pink Floyd, and you're going to be like, how old are you? I'm 38.
Do you have to be from an era, though, to appreciate and like the music? Do you have to have lived in that era? I don't think so. I think music transcends.
Not at all. But if you talk to somebody who was 40 or 35 and all they said they listened to was like CCR and Jim Croce and stuff like that, don't you think you'd be like, okay.
Maybe that, yeah. Hey, how sheltered were you growing up? You know, that's you obviously never went outside, and you were only allowed to listen to your dad's record collection.
And Corey doesn't dislike Luka whatsoever. He's just sad
it's
that
sad.
the trade happened, and then we got a Luka memorabilia card out of the Court Kings box from R.J. Dukes.
But we also got that Jokic card, and then that Jalen Williams card
that you dropped on the ground.
No, it didn't fall.
Okay, what card fell on the ground?
Do we have any other fan texts we can?
No, okay. So I'm going to give you my opinion. My opinion is going to remain the same until it's proven untrue.
Jonathan Cox says Rangers and Stars go to the finals, and he watches Westerns and Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune, and he's only 36.
Okay. I'm going to take that old person thing that he said and try to one-up it.
All right.
My sports opinion, and this is going to remain my sports opinion because it's gonna freaking happen. The Dallas Stars are going to win the by God Stanley Cup this year.
Yeah, they are. They just added an elite scorer who wants to play here.
Yes, they did.
Kevin, he did not want to play where he was. He wants to play here.
He does. Now, the thing that I do that makes me seem way older than I have, because I've been doing this for at least 10 years.
Coupons.
That, and I like to fill out the crossword puzzle and the Sudoku in the actual newspaper that I subscribe to. So it's not that, like...
You subscribe to a newspaper?
Yeah.
Which one?
It's the Dallas Morning News.
You have the internet version of it, though.
That is true. That
Why would
comes
you?
along.
There goes our sign.
That comes along with it. But unlike you, I've seen you do Sudoku or crossword on the app.
Yeah.
No, I like to take the actual newspaper, get an actual pen, and write it all out. Ruben, we might need to reposition that sign. We've been having some trouble with that, with the wind and the sign.
Let's get a sandbag
all day.
over here. Let's get some sandbags.
So that is going to be my combo platter. In my old people opinion, I like to do crosswords and Sudoku out of the actual newspaper. And yes, Corey, if your question was, do I sometimes cut it out of the newspaper so that I can write in it later? Yes. That is fair. That is what I do.
I thought you were going to say that you cut it out of the paper and then you put it in your scrapbook that you have your collection of Sudokus.
No. I finished this one in 7 minutes. Not any of that. All right, we're the KNC masterpiece right here.
But you're not saying it's a bad idea.
No, that's a great idea. I envy people who thought of that before I did. Alec, if you can give us cut number 2, let's talk some college basketball.
Off the rim, no good. Rebound, Texas. That's going to do it. The Aggies will go down to the Longhorns for the second time this season. This time in tournament play. It took 2 overtimes, but the final score is Texas 94, Texas A&M 89.
Now, this was a huge game right here. And I want to get into it in just a second, but I feel like...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. We're giving away tickets to go see the Fray. Also, do you want to know if Corey ducked his head down, took off his headset, smashed his headset and his hands against the table?
Maybe hit his forehead on the table, too?
That is exactly what happened. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Win your pair of tickets to go see the Fray when they come to the Southside Ballroom on Friday, July 25th. You can go buy the tickets, of course, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. All right. Getting you to love college basketball. This is the last stop before the brackets are released. And I want to play...
the big tournament.
Yes. Or March college basketball, as you will hear in my discussions for how awesome Underdog is. And it really is, but just can't say certain things with that. All right, Alec, can you also give me cut number 8? Because Trey Johnson had probably the dagger 3 in that double overtime game last night, and that was a huge win for Texas because I think that guarantees them a spot in the tournament. I know they were like, hey, I think we might be in either. I think they're good to go after that.
Coach somehow gets it to Johnson. Who hits? What a play!
Trey Johnson is amazing. He's a possible top, I'd say at least top 8 pick. He might go even higher than that. So if you're watching the Mavericks, you want to scout players in the tournament, Trey Johnson for Texas is a great option right there.
That's the only name I've heard when it comes to Texas basketball, honestly.
That is probably the person that you need to focus in on. Now, another big game that happened, I almost said, let's stick in the Big 12 until my brain was like, remember, Texas A&M hadn't been in the Big 12 forever, and Texas is not in the Big 12 either. Give me cut number 7 because this game, which was in the Big 12 tournament quarterfinal, went down to the wire.
Darian Williams missing the 3. JT Toppin pulls it down. It goes forward and 1.
Now, Texas Tech wins that game 76-74. They are looking at probably at least a number 3 seed, but I still think they are very much in play to get a number 2 seed. Kind of a disappointing performance yesterday for Baylor from VJ Edgecombe. That's another person who looks like a top 8 pick, maybe a top 5 pick, but Texas Tech continues to win. If they were to win their conference tournament, they will absolutely get a number 2 seed. If not, I can't envision them going any lower than a number 3 seed. They are going to be a force to be reckoned with in the tournament.
What is more important, do you feel, in the tournament, location or seeding?
I think it's actually, can I give you a third option?
Sure.
I think it's what the rest of your bracket looks like, because you might have a team like Texas Tech that's a really good team, but like, let's say if you're Houston, you think it could match up well with your strengths.
Right.
Whereas if you're in another bracket and you're Duke, then you might be like, oh, that is the team I did not want to see because Texas Tech is going to match up very well with us. So seeding matters, but I think people sometimes get bent out of shape for just one line on the seeding line. Like if you should have been a 5 and you get an 8, I get it. That's some bull crap right there. But if you should have been a 5 and you get a 6, I don't necessarily think it's the end of the world.
Have you ever noticed that teams that are closer to home play better? Or do you think that's kind of a myth?
So I think it's true. And one of the things that when they started kind of switching to the sort of pod system that they do in the NCAA tournament, that's really helped because if you're the top team in that little 4-team pod, you're going to get to play not home games, but like
closer to home,
really close to home games. And for the longest time, it used to be like, obviously I messed up saying this yesterday, but I really love Duke basketball. Speaking of, that's another person who loves Duke basketball right there, Mr. John Machota. But they would always go through the Meadowlands, and everybody would say, oh, yeah, that's where Duke wants to be. Or maybe they want to go through Madison Square Garden. So there are some arenas that are like, fans will travel there for, whether it's Tech, North Carolina, Kansas, whoever. And now, obviously, you're going to have a really heavy SEC contingent in this tournament. I saw somebody's combo platter. I missed their old person opinion, but they said they do not think the SEC will get any team in the Elite Eight.
Really? They seem too talented.
That would mess up my bracket because I definitely think they have two teams that could make a lengthy run.
Yeah, they just seem too talented to not get anybody there, but maybe the regular season they did just do too much to each other. I don't think that's going to be the case.
They broke
that is
everybody down.
That is a bold
That
call.
is a bold opinion. Give me cut number 1, and let's hear the moment that eventually led me to fall apart broadcasting yesterday.
3, no good. Cooper Flagg has the rebound after the missed shot by Jaden Mustaf.
Oh, that's not good.
And Flagg is down.
Not good.
Flagg is down.
Cooper Flagg was hurt. It turns out it's an ankle injury. The question that came up that I was like, what? People go, hey, is he going to play today?
Cooper Flagg?
Or tomorrow, which is now today. And you're like, against North Carolina. What?
That dude was in a wheelchair panicking. Again, he doesn't need to play to finish out this tournament. What's it going to change for them other than just one seed? Like maybe it?
And honestly, I think the only thing that will change is if they could be the top seed overall.
Yeah.
And I think you can still debate whether or not that's really that big of a deal.
Yeah, I don't. There's no reason to put him through that. And anybody that's in his ear, any other aside from maybe his parents, like his parents are probably doing the same thing too.
Right.
They're doing, hey, whatever it takes to make sure you're healthy. That's the most important thing. Dude loves basketball, but no, there should be no reason for him to finish in this tournament.
Now look, and Shire said it's just not worth it. Look how quickly the odds changed and then started to change back. All right, so Duke was a plus 330 to win the title. Cooper Flagg goes down. You see him in the wheelchair. They go to a plus 700.
Oh.
So their odds more than double. But by the end of the night, cooler heads prevailed. Looks like it's an ankle injury. Not going to necessarily prevent him from coming back, although they did suffer another bad injury yesterday from one of their defensive stoppers. And now they went back to a plus 375.
Ooh.
So they're second behind Auburn, but you saw them go from like, they're done to, okay, never mind. They're probably still pretty good.
Yeah, that's going to be good for them then.
It was an absolutely wild.
Dude, this place is filling up, man.
I know.
This place is packed.
And
it's awesome.
And this is the VIP time that's open. It'll open to everybody, general public-wise, at 2 o'clock. If you want to come see us, we are right outside the entrance. So you can come see us without necessarily buying a ticket to go into the show, but I would highly
that's where all the goods are.
Recommend, yes.
There's some really good stuff out here. There's some even cooler stuff just inside, too.
Absolutely. I would highly recommend you make your way into it. Now, I told you about Minnesota baseball earlier. What do you think about this? Minnesota fired their head coach, Ben Johnson, after a first-round exit in the tournament. They made the announcement at 2:19 a.m. on their social media.
This is cold, dude.
It really is. And so I guess one of the people that specifically was firing him is the athletic director, Mark Coyle. Mark Coyle is on the NCAA selection committee. So the brackets come out on Sunday. It's a really busy time right now. So he made sure to go back and say, you're fired. Then he could go back for the selection.
Man, that is...
You couldn't just wait it out a minute?
Yeah, or... I guess doing it face-to-face is very important. You don't want to call somebody and fire them.
That is true.
So I do, I guess, give him the respect for that. But posting it up at 2:19 in the morning.
Because he flew back Wednesday night, and they were like, hey, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, that's wild.
All right, so that's our last stop before the brackets come out on Sunday. I hope you guys are enjoying college basketball talk. We will continue to talk about it as we move into the official March Madness. Coming up next, we'll remain live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen at the Marriott, 777 Waters Creek. And coming up next, C-Block starring Corey Majors.
What am I doing this evening, and what do you do if your dog shoots you? Next on The Fan.
What?
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Toys going on right now. A better way to go.
Fellas, there's a lot of people talking about testosterone, but do your homework and go to a provider that you can trust. I recommend the Low T Center. It's where you can get all your levels checked. At Low T, they make it quick and easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and you'll get your results back in about 25 minutes. If you've been feeling tired, grumpy, have noticed weight gain and loss of muscle mass, you may have low T levels. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare. Tell them Sean from the Fan sent you.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek at the Marriott. Come on out and see us. We've been giving cards away all day. Thank you very much to Leaf, Dallas Card Show, to Worth Collecting, to RJ Dukes for making all of these giveaways happen. And now it's time for the man we should always thank for great broadcasting. It's Corey Majors with the C Block.
Kevin, thank you very much. There is some continued turmoil happening.
Is this about the freaking tweets still?
As Jordan Lewis is yet to pick a side in this conversation, in this debate. But he has said something on Twitter.
By the way, somebody asked if there are food trucks out here at the Dallas Card Show. Indeed.
I see one right now, as a matter of fact. I'm hungry. I know he was tweeting this morning, about 50 minutes ago, highest rated slot coverage grade, and all we did was match and man. So he's saying we didn't do anything special, and I was really good. But he was talking to people who are saying, what's he going to do in Carolina? And he's like, okay, I'm really good. Like, don't get
yeah.
And somebody said Cooper DeJean clears you, you bum. And he said, watch Dallas versus Panthers in 2024, and then watch Philly versus Panthers and come back to me. So that's part of the conversation. But then this is the one that got me, Kevin. I'm sorry, y'all. This is about a decade of frustration. I'm done. And that feels like what he maybe he's either talking about being like undervalued as a slot cornerback. Maybe that's it, but it does feel like, considering what else has gone on in the conversation between Micah and Demarcus Lawrence, that he's leaning in saying there are some people that are frustrated because they spent their whole careers right there and never got a championship. And they were told, probably by a lot of people, you'll never get one there, and they didn't want to believe it, and so here they are. That's the way I feel that comes across.
Yeah, that's true, and the personal aspect of it, I get all of that. Look, I like Jordan Lewis a lot. Honestly, I like both Jordan Lewis and Demarcus Lawrence quite a bit. We've had that chance to interview them before. They've been really great. Yeah. I just know now that they're no longer with the Cowboys that for some people they become public enemies, especially when Demarcus Lawrence on the way out the door is like, well, you're never going to win.
Also in the C block, tonight I am doing something for the first time ever to my body.
Oh, congratulations.
I am joining the Alec Medford Club of Tattoos tonight.
I thought you were going to say Pierce nipples.
No, not yet. One
on.
day, one of these days. But my friend owns Taboo Tattoo down in Deep Ellum.
Okay.
And I've always just kind of been like, I don't know, man, the right thing has to come along. 877-881-1053. What should I get? I already know. I already kind of know.
Oh, I was about to say, you don't know?
Yeah, I
Okay.
already have a really good clue of what I'm going to do. But what should I get tonight if I'm feeling silly? Feeling silly.
I want you to consider this. Hear me out. Kyle, the man who runs Dallas Card Show and Sports Collectors Hub in Allen, he loves wacky bits and crazy marketing. I think you should talk to him first about how much he would give you to tattoo the Dallas Card Show logo on you.
It has the Dallas skyline on it. Like, I love that already.
At one point, he may or may not have asked if he can name Baby Noah at DallasCardShow.com. So, mostly
man.
me. And I think you should just ask him, like, what's that worth to you? Maybe that's what you
Chalupa Batman was almost there, dude. That would have happened. 877-881-1053. Text in if you have any thoughts on that. Now, Kevin, the stories I wanted to dive in that are a little offbeat today. What do you do if your dog shoots you?
What?
And this seemed to shock you in a lot of different ways.
How would a dog doesn't have thumbs, right? Hold on, I'm trying to figure out.
A man in Memphis claimed he was shot by his dog while lying in bed Monday morning. Police department responded to an accidental injury where Gerald Kirkwood told police he was lying in bed with his female friend when his dog jumped on the bed.
Okay.
Oreo, the 1-year-old pit bull. Do you want me to pause here?
Yes, please.
All right.
Let me just ask you. It would have been a confusing, different type of journalism. But if it was a female dog, do you think the story could have said he was laying in bed with his bitch?
Hey, dude. Your kid just walked up.
I know.
That is your child. Oh, man. Hey.
Don't repeat that word Daddy said.
That kid looks amazing as Blippi, by the way. I just wanted to let you know.
I'm just saying, that would have been a fun journalistic thing to do.
And then the editor probably would have said, we can't do that.
That's fair.
And kept you from having fun, just
That
like
is
our
fair.
editors always did.
Man, they did. One I'm still salty about. Allen and Euless Trinity were playing for the third time in the last 2 years. Allen is the Eagles. Euless Trinity is the Trojans. And I stand firm that this is a legitimate headline. Eagles, Trojans set for rubber match.
Yep.
Now, that is a accepted sports term. It got vetoed. Still sad about that.
I was still on news at that point. So,
and you felt bad for me, didn't you?
I did. I was like, that's dumb. I thought it ran, actually. I honestly thought it ran because I thought it was so cool.
It got cut.
Oreo, the 1-year-old pit bull, allegedly got his paw stuck in the trigger guard, and he hit the trigger. Kirkwood was grazed by a bullet in the top of his left thigh, and reports say the female friend left the scene after the accidental shooting and took the gun with her. She took the gun with her.
What?
I know how women are.
I know PJ Washington, not now.
The victim was taken to Regional 1 in non-critical condition. But my question there is, after your dog has shot you, you're not treating that dog the same. You're always going to have a little bit of a look at it a little sideways, I feel.
All right. Let's get real about what happened here. The claim is that a dog shot a person on a bed. Also, in the story that you tell, the woman who was there took the gun and left. My contention to you is, holy crap, it's Mike Bassick. Right here, dude. We set up an extra headset for you and everything.
Anytime.
You got time. What do you got to do?
It's always there for you. Oh, my gosh. Is this about to... He almost kicked Noah out of the way. He was so excited to get on radio.
My contention is that lady shot that guy. And she just hightailed it out of there and took the gun and everything like that.
I cannot believe this is about to happen. And I think he has to do, I think he has to do the whole
Mike.
segment in Spanish.
Hola.
Mike, you are doing your deal. Hey, we have Mike Bassick joining the C block right now. Prepared to take a load off, ladies and gentlemen. Mike, how's it been?
We have a card for you.
I heard you said I was going to throw it or something.
Will you throw this card if we give it to you?
No. Back in the good old days. I'm gonna call it the Nico Harrison table here, where I have all my Lucas for sale at a discounted price.
Just hold a big, huge Fire Nico sign right over his head.
Even though, once again, what does firing Nico do? We don't get Luka back.
That's true. That is true,
Like,
Mike.
Nico has a vision.
The team is still in disarray.
It's a vision of destruction, but I feel like at this point you have to follow out this vision of destruction and not fire him.
Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense. Mike, how are you doing, man? How's things been? It's been 2 weeks now.
2 weeks?
I feel like. Has it been 2 weeks, Kevin?
Oh, it has been 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a Friday in Surprise.
Are you taking off next week?
I'm leaving tomorrow morning.
Wow, dude. That's exciting for you.
In case people have missed it,
back to Arizona to call 4 spring training games. They're on TV today. They're on Victory. I don't know if it's on Channel 33 again.
Or just Victory Plus.
Yeah, but the Ranger game's going to be broadcast today on the Victory app and possibly, I don't know, like some dude from Houston keeps wanting it on Xfinity in Houston, and people are like, you're a jerk on social media.
Wait, what?
But I'm like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. You've texted this to me or whatever. You've social media'd this 10 times in 4 days.
Just to you specifically?
No, to Sandler and the Rangers and me, and where I'm like, hey, here's my answer. Google it yourself, and I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I don't care if it's on in Houston. It will be, but I'm not the person to find that out for you. Figure it out yourself.
Rangers color analyst Mike Bassick right here for TV color analyst there. Mike, have you been watching games? Have you been keeping up with the team as you've been off here? Is this something where you're studying extra to get started? Not the Mavericks, the Rangers. I'm only going to ask you Rangers questions.
So I have looked at Robert Garcia and Holby Milner.
Okay.
He struggled this spring.
He has. I'm not watching spring. I'm watching last September. I went, like you asked me off air 5 days or so ago about Jack Leiter.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look, I mean, now it looks like he has a good chance of making the team because of the Cody Bradford injury. I need to see what he looks like in a major league game with second and third and one out. I know it's.
Let me ask you a question real quick. I know I'm missing something. I'm just curious about the intricacies of it. Because Cody Bradford, concerned about the elbow. They do the scan. They say it's clean.
Yeah.
Season doesn't start for 2 weeks, and they're like, he's going to start the year on the IL. What am I missing? What's the in-between there? Because I'm still worried.
The tough thing is it's not mandatory that they tell us the truth. Right. That's the tough thing in all, whether it's whatever
went through that
team
with
we
Jacob
follow.
deGrom.
Right. Demarcus Lawrence.
Yeah.
There are people that I talk to that are professionals at their jobs. They just do baseball instead of football. And the Demarcus Lawrence injury, they immediately said, he's done.
Yeah.
He's not playing the rest of this season. But the Cowboys don't have to tell us that.
Yeah.
They're not stupid doctors. They probably have the same diagnosis that the Rangers do. But they're like, we're not going to come out and tell you that in week 2 or 3, Demarcus Lawrence's season is over, unless it's like a blown out knee. They can kind of string you along and be like, well, maybe, if it's. And so I feel like with Cody Bradford, 1, I don't know. 2, I guess they're hoping just swelling goes down, and because they did the MRI, but this is all we don't really know the MRI. Meister was probably the one who looked at it, Dr. Meister.
Yeah.
And we're hoping there's nothing really wrong, but how many times did they say there's nothing really wrong with Garrett Cole, and now his season's done?
Yeah. So there could be some stuff to deal with there for sure.
Yeah, you just don't know. But this does open up the opportunity for Jack Leiter.
And that's who you think it would be, just because Rocker has very little minor league time in.
Yeah, and Rocker struggled a little bit. Not that I'm trying to put everything on this spring training means everything, but you have to, from what I understand, that DeGrom's going to throw 3 or 4 innings his first start in the major leagues. So when he starts most likely in Cincinnati, if he's going to be your 5th starter right now, to kind of limit his innings by to be like, all right, we've already eliminated one possible start, because if you divide 162 by 5, the guy who pitches 4th and 5th wouldn't get one more start if everybody stayed healthy. So they're already limiting one of his starts. Then from what I hear is they're going to limit his innings to start the year. So he's going to be a 3 or 4 inning starter the first couple times through, which means I need Dane Dunning or somebody else to pick up 2 to 3 innings on those starts. Tyler Malley, they're worried about his longevity in the season. So
I was just getting you on camera. I'm sorry. I was just getting you on camera. I was just trying to get you.
Oh my God! And somebody's like, Mike Bassick's back. But yeah,
there's a lot of people saying they're very happy to hear your voice.
I am worried about Cody Bradford. To be honest, anytime you say elbow, and we did the deal back when I was doing radio.
Yep. Why'd you do it in air quotes?
2 whole weeks ago.
Yeah, is the major injuries happen in spring training and in April.
Yep.
If you can get through spring training and you can get through April, the major injury for the most part of blowing out your elbow or blowing out your arm somewhat doesn't completely go away, but goes away a lot. And what we're seeing right now is a lot of major arm injuries happening in spring training. The Bradford, we're just hoping that they're telling us the truth.
Okay. Mike, someone from West Virginia wants to know if the Rangers games will be on there. Can you answer that for them?
No.
I did get a message from somebody in New Mexico.
You can get the MLB. You could just buy the MLB for $150 and you get them because you don't have any restrictions there.
Yeah, whatever you want to do. That's good. Mike, I'm going to get a tattoo tonight. What would be your
serious?
I'm dead serious about going
Where?
tonight. Taboo tattoo.
No.
Oh,
on your body.
I think I'm going to do right here on the chest. I think I'm going to do right there across the chest.
All right.
There was so my grandmother always told me, like, she would say, you can be as happy as you want to be. And she would say, just listen to yourself. Well, a long time ago, I found a note that's from like the first time we did radio. It said, listen to Corey, Kevin, Colby, and DJ on 105.3 The Fan. And so I'm going to take that top line and put listen to Corey on my chest. Are you all right with that one? My grandma, listen to yourself and go about it. So it's
Mike doesn't seem
it's in
impressed
her
by
handwriting. And, well, I found out recently I'm not going to go to hell for having a tattoo. So I was always afraid to get one because of that. But Mike recently told me I'm going to be okay. So
big news for Alec. Also,
it's all the other things that I'm going to go for.
What if he got one that said nipple below? Because he got it above.
See? That's why I asked Mike, because I knew that he would have a good take a load off thought.
Alec, do you want to play the cut from yesterday that I said that has to get bleeped because it's so bad?
Oh, yeah.
Mike.
I think Bassick needs to hear it. Give me a second.
This is an actual thing that I said. I was melting down.
He saw Cooper Flagg's
about
injury.
Cooper Flagg getting hurt, and I tried to talk about how much I like Duke basketball. It did not go well for me.
I mean, they were in the Final Four a few years ago.
They didn't have a chance
Look,
that year.
quick Cliff's notes. I do love Duke.
I said it.
He said it out loud.
I said it, too.
Like Vitale?
Yep.
March Madness, baby!
Yep. He absolutely threw that out there.
And I just gave up, and I laughed, and I put my head down on the desk because I was like, I got nothing, man.
He hasn't known how to do radio since you left.
I had to have a conversation
awkward.
with Jess yesterday, too, to assure her.
The whole time we worked together.
No, to assure her.
The whole time
Things
we worked
have changed.
Mike's gone, and guess what?
I'm back.
Oh.
That's the C block, ladies
All
and
right.
gentlemen.
Hey, just remember, Nico Harrison table, find me.
Inside.
Luca for
Where's
sale.
your table at?
I don't know. I might be
with Paul?
Yeah, I might go over with Paul Worth, or maybe my man Kyle just says, hey, here's a table. Sell all your Lucas.
Okay. So Mike Bassick also
But I got to
here.
leave in the morning, so I can't be here Saturday.
Okay. Look at that.
Adrian Beltre is going to be here.
That's right.
He will.
So is Adrian Peterson. We talked to Earl Campbell earlier. Him too.
Yeah.
He's
Your
here.
Face. He will
was
be.
driving.
He's driving up
here.
right now.
And you talked to him in the car?
Yeah. Maybe he was in the car like as the passenger. Maybe
I think
not
he was just
driving.
running up the highway and just knocking cars out of the way. That's what I think.
Mike, you might not miss everything about radio, but you just admit how much you miss us.
So much.
Why did he say it with a question mark?
And why do he smile?
Mucho, muy bueno.
I thought you passed that Spanish quiz.
See. I'm not having conversations yet.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just learning vocabulary.
Yeah, estoy
I'm very concerned.
aprendiendo a hablar español. I'm trying to learn Spanish.
There you go.
No comprende.
I
don't know.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Mike. Good luck selling all of your Lucas.
Well, guess I'm done.
I thought you were looking to turn the mic off. I'm going to turn the mic off. Coming up next, that was the stupidest thing that has ever happened.
Yeah, actually, I think
It might be. Look, it might be. We will ask the question, are you invested in one of the best MVP races ever, or has Luka killed all your basketball love? That and Masterpiece of the Week, all of it next, live from the Dallas Card Show on 105.3 The Fan.
commercial-free KNC. Delicious. Spend your lunchtime commercial-free. Afternoons beginning at 12:20 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine with sales manager Joey Wilhelm.
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
out-of-pocket costs. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Brown trying to stick with SGA. He rocked him that time and finished at the rim.
KNC Masterpiece back here at 105.3 The Fan at the Dallas Card Show, where my wife and youngest son are here. And we just had the radio return of Mike Bassick.
That was fun.
He said it would never, ever happen.
He did say that.
And it happened in 2 weeks.
He said it for a whole week in Arizona. He was like, I'll never talk to y'all again.
And then 2 weeks later, here we are. And then we got to see Rachel Ring, great supporter of the station, bids on a lot of charitable stuff. And Corey, in the break, I gave some cards away to some kiddos out here as well, because the kids are our future.
You've never said that.
That's what the politicians tell me to say. The kids are the future.
But how do we take care of them? That's the question.
That is
They got to take care of themselves.
That is a fair question.
Bootstraps and stuff.
Now, we were going to get to, and I do still at some point want to talk about the NBA MVP race. I don't know if we'll get all the way there, because I wanted to shout out another person first, another group of people first. Did you see the Lancaster girls 4x100 relay set an all-time national record yesterday at the Donnie Connor Panther Relays in Midlothian? So Lancaster,
that's impressive.
Yes, they became the first girls team to break 44 seconds. The previous record was 44.24 seconds set by DeSoto when they won the state title in 2019. Here, Lancaster broke it by 0.4 seconds.
Wow.
That is a huge amount of time to drop off. And it was Datavia Hunter, Lily Pirot, Milan Lathan, and Sanaya Miller, I believe, are the quartet that made up to it. So the fastest 4x100 ever run by high school girls in the history of running.
I remember being that. I don't want to try and take anything away from that accomplishment by trying to one-up it. I'm just.
Do you have a national record?
We covered high school sports, so we got some really cool opportunity to see some moments. And I remember my neighbor was the swim coach for SMU, and his wife was the City of Plano swimmers, cops.
Oh, cool.
I think she coached their female team. And you sent me to the state finals, the state championships, and I got to cover that weekend. And one of the girls from Plano broke an Olympic record and pool record for the backstroke.
That's unbelievable.
And they told me, they were like, yeah, by the way, she's about to break a record. And I was like, what are you talking about? They were like, just watch. And so being able to know that something like that's about to happen is always really cool. I bet those girls at Lancaster, they knew we can do something special today. And then they did. That's really cool.
So absolutely amazing accomplishment by Lancaster right there. Just wanted to throw that out there on what has been a busy.
I'm glad you say it right, too.
Because I don't say Lancaster. I will admit, it's Lancaster.
Lancaster.
I will admit, I struggle with some pronunciations that even are in the state of Texas. And I'm like, I do know Italy. At least I know that, but there are some pronunciations that I still think I get off just a little bit, even though I said Mexia. Even though I was born and raised in Texas, I still come up short on some of those things. But luckily, we got this one right. The other one I say wrong that I know drives people crazy is I'll say Louisville instead of Louisville.
It does drive me nuts.
I'm sorry.
And the only reason is because Adrian's sister went there to Louisville.
Yeah.
And so they said, no, this is the way you do it. And I was like, fine. So I had to do it too.
And I think I was just influenced by how I thought words were supposed to sound, or I saw TV broadcasts when I was younger and they were like, well, Louisville takes the lead. And I was like, that's how you say it.
Yeah.
That's how you say it. And then you'll talk to people and they're like, no, it's Louisville.
Pecan. A lot of people texting in pecan and pecan.
Yeah, and that feels like an especially southern point of debate.
Yeah, it is.
Or maybe an especially Texas point of debate, just do you call it a Coke? Do you call it a soda? Do you call it a pop? And people were like, well, I want a Coke. I remember I had this conversation with my aunt in Chicago. Do you have any Coke? And she goes, no, we just have Sprite. And I was like, oh, yeah, no, that.
Yeah.
Because I meant Coke as like an encompassing all
Something
word.
fizzy bubbly.
Yeah, for all soft drinks. Because at first she asked me, do you want a pop? And I was like, I'm so sorry, Aunt Barbara. I don't know what that is.
You have an Aunt Barbara, too?
Yes. And so she was talking specifically about the soda. So, yeah, we always try to work better on how we say things.
I like that, Kevin.
Yeah. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. From the
Did you want me to? Did you need me to say something
No,
else?
no. Because somebody wrote a very humorous text, 469, because they spell it out the same way both times, and it says it's pronounced data, not data, but like it's spelled the same. So however you
Data,
say it,
not
not
data.
data, or data, not
say both.
data. I might as well.
I say both. Just it kind of depends. Now, salmon is always salmon. Never salmon. All right.
Yes, that
always
is
salmon.
That is true.
Capel. That's Capel.
If you don't pronounce it Capel, then I have really messed that up.
Somebody's
for
like, dude,
a
it's actually
long-
Copel. What are you talking about? Nobody's ever said that.
That would be mind-blowing.
It would.
If somebody told me that now, and it was actually true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, it is indeed time for Masterpiece of the Week. How are we doing today, man?
Alec, I love you. You know I
too.
do, and I've always appreciated AM on the FM. I don't think we have to do Masterpiece of the Week this week, however. We all know the winner.
Agreed.
We're really just playing this out.
Just about not doing it.
We're really just playing it out for the fun of it, but we know who's winning.
Do we want to get the clear number one contender out of the way or save it for last?
Let's save it for last.
Okay, we'll save the
you
best
can play
for
it at the
last.
beginning. Let's play it at the beginning.
I like Corey's idea better.
Okay.
I think we're going to save it for
I just
last.
wanted to let you know I'm going to sabotage it when you do.
Well, especially because there are some clips from Corey that we need to get to. This is the segment where we revisit the wild, wacky, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program, including this from the mind and mouth of Corey Majors.
Every chef in the world out there has two thoughts when they see the triple shaboing boing.
It's the dumbest sentence I've ever heard.
So I'm not sure if it's a real thing, but it looks like the triple shaboing boing is 3 hot dog wieners wrapped in like a tortilla.
Yeah.
And with maybe some cheese on it.
And that was meant as an insult to me because somebody didn't like one of my sports opinions. They're like, this is what you're having for breakfast this morning.
The triple shaboing boing.
Yes.
And I remember seeing a tweet during last baseball season where someone got 2 hot dogs and put it in one bun at a ballpark, and someone was like, no, not the double barrel shaboing. I'm like, that's crazy.
They were double fisting shaboing boing boing boings?
That was a lot. That was a lot there. I like the work you're doing there.
Thank you.
Let's see, Kevin, you had a couple not so great moments.
No, none of these should be from me. Just the one from me, and every other one should be from somebody different.
Well, too bad. This happened.
Shohei Ohtani is joining Fortnite's Icon series.
Are you serious?
Yes. Okay, there
That's
you go.
cool.
So
I haven't played Fortnite in a long time, but this is really cool.
he joins the Icon series, and there will be 4 skins in the game on March 17th.
I just want it known for the record that everything technically
You
was
didn't even
correct
think about that.
with what I said. I had no idea it was an issue until I saw both Alec and Corey light up. Even then, I didn't understand until Corey said, it's not like 2 skins, 3 skins. And then I was like, son of a gun. That thought didn't even cross my mind.
Well, it crossed
so
ours, and that happened. So thank you for that. Corey, I really don't like the way you say things sometimes, including this.
And I want moist. I like moist.
There was a girl that Adrian used to work with that hated
Where is
that
this
word.
going? Oh.
She hated the word, and so I would say it all the time
I
around her on purpose.
one Saturday night.
No.
Okay.
God, dude.
Oh, I'm
doing
sorry.
here?
That's too far.
Too far.
Whatever.
It was one of her coworkers.
I already passed too far yesterday in the noon segment.
She is a
Yeah, we know.
mother now.
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean...
Not Adrian, the other
look,
lady.
you can be a mother now and used to be a hoe. That is just a thing, all right? You can be a dad now and still used to be a mimbo, all right? Those are things that are facts. Doesn't mean you're not a great parent. Just means
you learned lessons along the way.
Yeah, used to be a man trap.
A man trap.
Wow.
Do you disagree with what I said?
Masterpiece of the week.
That's
here.
right. You don't.
105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Alec, is someone doing push-ups in the background?
That's a good question. No, it's just it's just me and Lucius in here.
Okay. Well, somebody asked, and I thought maybe Lucius was doing push-ups in the background.
Is that someone saying I need to do push-ups?
No, they said, who the
take
hell
my-
is doing push-ups in the background?
I'll take my shirt off right now. Corey, you also said this.
Oh my gosh, it's open. Never happens. Never happens.
Like the bank or the card show. Card show's open now.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
It's always the liquor store that you're like, oh man, I showed up too late. It closes at 9. You know, one of those moments.
Do you think that's too early for the liquor shop to close?
Absolutely.
Is that?
But it's also
that's
smart.
the law.
It's also smart.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like it is too early, but it's also smart because if you didn't get your liquor before then and you're getting it at 9, it's pretty late in the evening. You're gonna be rolling deep into the night with a bottle of whiskey in your hand.
Also happening deep into the night, Kevin.
We've been getting it left and right.
Yes, we have.
From that shaboing boing.
From the shaboing boing, the triple shaboing boing. It's an item. It's a food item at Sonic.
By the way, thank you for people who backed up my hoe opinion.
Okay. There are kids right there.
I just don't like what's happening today.
Guess what? Someday one of those kids could grow up and also be a hoe. That's a fact.
Jeez, Kevin.
Why are you putting expectations on these kids?
I said could.
Let them achieve their dreams. Exactly.
What if one of their dreams is to be a hoe?
Corey,
man, the whole hall stopped.
Yeah,
when
as
I
they
said
should, as they should. Corey made a very astute statement the other day.
I have a wife.
I do. I do. I've been married for
Hold on.
Going on 19
Play
years.
it one more time because it sounds like you're not sure.
I have a wife.
That's true. I don't know why I've stopped before I was like, I don't have a wife. You know, that feels a little weird. But yes, I do have a wife. And
Congratulations,
I have
man.
some declarative moments
than
on
me.
this show. Hey, look, you're young. You have plenty of time.
You can be anything you want to be.
Live your life and enjoy it. Yeah, you can go to Hollywood and be an actor before she breaks your soul.
Or
Corey, they say the saying, life's a bee. I didn't know it meant this.
Karma hit me with this everything bagel, and I thought I was dying.
Karma's a bagel.
That was from the morning that I was choking on pork rinds, and somebody was like, will you stop coughing? Or something like that. And then he got hit with karma because the everything bagel, I guess one of the poppy seeds jumped off of it down his throat and into his lungs. Good luck.
Amazing.
No, but I'm glad he's okay. Or she.
Let's see. Kevin,
could there be more for me?
This is the last one before the grand finale, I promise. I lied. That's a computer sound. Thanks, Adobe Acrobat. Didn't need that. Kevin, you did say this.
Who cares? We're getting naked. Like, just get naked already.
All right.
Listen to me.
I remember
in that, though.
I remember what that was about. That was from Colby and his thoughts about lingerie, because he thinks lingerie is stupid because of the aforementioned reasons that I threw out there. So at least then I was paraphrasing somebody as opposed to the other disastrous direct quotes that you have played from me.
Well, Corey, now that I've told Adobe Acrobat I don't want it to be my default PDF thing, we can hear another astute statement.
You should know most of your body parts.
That
you
is
should know
true.
the body parts you have and you don't.
Yes. Like, because
that was about Carter.
We found out Carter doesn't know if he has tonsils. Like, he was like, I don't know if I've got my tonsils
We
removed.
still didn't get 100% confirmation. His
spent a
dad
whole
knows.
day researching.
His sister knows. He's like, probably not.
Yeah,
Probably.
I strongly believe that you should know every body part that you have.
Yeah,
And if you lose one, you should know about that too.
Yeah, that would feel problematic if you didn't know.
I mean, but it depends on what that body part did. Like, don't people think, what is it, like the gallbladder that you're like?
That's fine. You should still know that you got it taken out, or that you never had one. You know?
This is true. And
people are worried that I've ruined the show, and we haven't even gotten to the one
How did
part.
the show go more off rails without Mike? That's a good
Mike
question.
is a bad influence when he's even around. Something about him just being around sets me off.
Yeah, he showed up for 10 minutes, and Kevin's trying to like put expectations on these kids and their dreams and what they should.
Violated.
Exactly. But it is time. I mean, this is going to be a gentleman's sweep because Kevin won't vote for it, but I'm sure me and Corey will.
Quick Cliff's Notes. I do love.
I'm sorry, dude.
I think I love at the end you screaming that you're broken too.
Oh yeah. Do we have?
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen to this part.
Okay.
I am broken right now.
Kevin, you haven't seen the new Severance episode.
I have not.
But
the last one was not good.
There is a moment that a Dylan G moment that reminds me of that specifically that you're going to see when you watch it and you're going to go, that's what Corey was talking about.
Okay.
I'm voting for that. I'm definitely voting for Kevin's love for.
Hey, shut up, Corey. I'm voting. I don't need to hear your vote yet, Alec. I am voting for Corey's wish-washy statement about whether or not he has a wife.
I can't lie. If it was any other week, this would win.
I have a wife.
It's so much indecision.
You know, the one that really got me on that was Reggie. One time I said, I have seen Bird. He was just like, okay.
Garfield is a cat. Yeah, Kevin, sorry, this happened.
I do love.
I love that CA just brought a tour in here, too.
Oh, my God. Is it of kids?
And Kevin, Alec, that is why you have to Tolo, because if you were Toloing, you heard that live in real time, and you didn't hear the beep.
From the 214, Kevin has embraced Tolo Go.
Yes, he has.
From another 214, Kevin, please stop. I'm trying to drive. From the 945, I love y'all. From the 214, this is by far my favorite part of the week. Thanks, fellas. Y'all are great. And from the 806, if that is the Cliff's Notes version, I would love to hear the entire story.
Oh, no.
I like it.
Then the pizza guy came over. Yeah, no.
Oh, my God.
I mean, okay, look.
And he was stuck in the dryer, and his
Time for
stepbrother.
cereal.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the G-Bag Nation will mercifully put this show out of its misery via crosstalk. Next, live from the Dallas Card Show on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ. Sean is back. We got a PBR ticket giveaway during the Express.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freak.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Call 800-LAW-OFFICE, 800-LAW-OFFICE, or thetexasattorney.com.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 469-579-3500. 469-579-3500.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We've been live at the Dallas Card Show all day. Got tons of giveaways done. Thank you, everybody who's come out here. And by the way, the show is just really getting started. If you want to come out here today, tomorrow, Sunday, Dallas Card Show, 777 Waters Creek in Allen at the Marriott. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
Oh my gosh, gentlemen, how is you?
I thought I was going to make it. I thought I was going to make it all the way before I had to sneeze.
Yeah, he sneezed, kind of like Dawson did the other day while y'all were talking, and Brada said, "Bless you, kindly."
I also choked on those pork rinds. I'll have you know, Majors.
See,
yeah,
it happens.
There was something to that bag.
So there's too good that you keep inhaling.
It's like when you bite into it, it kind of turns into dust a little bit, and then it doesn't completely like soak into the spit, and then all of a sudden you're inhaling a little piece, and you're done for the day, man.
Okay.
It is one of the drier snacks.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah, and it lingered, too. I couldn't just clear it with a couple of drinks of water.
I know Corey's more of a moist snack guy.
I do actually like cake pops. I like them because they are more moist. They're not dry.
Those are incredible. You're right about that. Target has some pretty good ones, actually.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, Target's got some underrated stuff that they make that you just assume it's the store brand and it's not good, but it's surprisingly good.
It is.
Have you guys ever been fascinated or watched or been intrigued by the Iditarod at all?
The name intrigues me, yes.
I liked how Jim Rome used to call it the I killed a dog. Because, I mean, dogs would die out there.
They
yes.
did.
Yeah, they do.
Yes, they
It's very
would.
inhumane. Dogs die, letting them race.
And they made the race even longer this year. It's usually 1,000 miles. They're like, hey, let's make it 1,129 miles.
What?
Do you think any of you guys could be a usable piece of an Iditarod team? The human part, not the dog part.
Isn't it just one person?
Yes.
Too heavy for the dogs.
But I'm sure you've got to have like a support staff. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah,
I think I could do that. It would involve some training and some really good gear.
Yes. The gear
Yeah,
is important.
I mean, probably just being their height, man. You know, if I can ride along in something, you know, I'm not going to be able to exert myself for that long. That's a lot of miles.
I think I weigh too much for the dogs.
Never been much of a long distance guy.
And you don't like dogs. Those dogs would look back at me and go, "What the hell, bro? Get off!"
But you're you're just along for the ride, aren't you?
Yeah,
it's not going to take a lot of
it is
cardio.
That-
you
those
got to
do- no, those-
build that connection
they've added-
with the dog.
They've added miles to that race. You think those dogs want me up on there? No.
Absolutely not.
Well,
Hell
no.
But is the person getting fatigued?
Is the person going to get tired?
Yeah, I think you know what? I learned one thing living in Green Bay: the cold makes you really tired. Seriously, it takes a lot out of you. It takes all your energy. And I remember after games and when it was like 0 degrees, standing out there for 3 hours. Afterwards, I was exhausted. Seriously, I mean,
Is it because you don't get enough sun there? Like, is the sun not
the
the
would be
vitamin
shining.
D energy?
It's just the cold takes. It's like it burns calories.
Your body's trying to stay hot.
Oh, that's true.
Trying
That's a
to
good
stay
point.
warm.
Yeah, it's a good
And
point.
if you don't, and I had the right gear, but just standing out there when I was done, I couldn't imagine being on the back of that. Do they call it a sled? I'm sure it has a professional name, but anyway, you just get cold and have to stop and take care of the dogs and stuff. I think I'd worry about taking care of the dogs and making sure they're okay.
One of the most interesting things I learned at training camp last year was the dog that you want to lead the pack is not necessarily the most aggressive. It's the calmest one. The one that is the calmest is the one that they like to lead the pack because he sets the tone for if he's freaking out, the rest of the dogs start to freak out.
Now, believe it or not, I have another dog-based story. Corey told it earlier today, and I'm calling shenanigans on this.
Oh, yeah.
This guy was in the bed with his lady friend, and his dog somehow
Oreo
shot him while he was in the bed.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Lady did it.
Yeah, that's what I think too. She left the premises and took the gun. That lady shot him for sure, right?
Yeah. The lady shot him, and the dog tried to prevent it, and she had to get out of there. I think the dog probably stepped in and helped out, protect
It's hard
the
to
dog.
imagine a man's best friend doing something that violent.
Yeah.
Poor Oreo's catching strays here.
And woman has never been man's best friend. That's a fact.
No.
Well, and did you mention? I don't know. Maybe you mentioned it.
vouch
But
for that.
like she took the gun.
Yeah, that's what gave it away.
Yeah.
Her taking the gun and leaving.
Yeah.
Slight chance he shot himself, and they sort of didn't know what to do. So
take it, honey.
Run. Just leave with it.
Strange fetish maybe here with the gun in bed?
Oh, yeah, that happens sometimes. I saw it in The
It
Sopranos.
does?
Remember The Sopranos?
Oh, yeah.
Well, because it's a fair question. Like, why is the piece on the bed?
Yeah, for fun.
Just the risk involved.
Yeah.
Man.
Like maybe like
Living on the edge.
Like holding gun to said person.
Oh, now we're getting real.
Oh, we're role playing like
Choppy's probably done that, right?
We broke in on you. We broke in on you, kind of a thing.
Oh my gosh!
Wearing a ski mask, maybe. Yeah, I
we've
got
seen those before.
Are you
Don't lie,
speaking from
guys.
experience?
Okay, Mister Angel Boy over there.
Hey, Angel! I know.
Yeah,
You
his team
skip
is
right
the Blue
through that
Devils.
one.
Hey.
I've seen this one before.
Yeah,
Not this type of role
I'm
play.
desensitized to this now. Let's go to the next thing. All right, what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Well, Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We will have Nick Harris joining us at 4 o'clock, right before Angel Boy Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20.
Yeah, baby.
Looking
Roll
forward to that.
home with the G-Bag Nation. Come on out to the Dallas Card Show, 777 Waters Creek in Allen at the Marriott. You can come see us for a little bit, or you can just enjoy all the amazing deals. K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say go get cards, Kevin.
Go get cards.
G&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. As always, we open with winners. That's what we're going to do. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander was in the Pim Cup Master Control over there, 75 and fits. You fixing to go 5 flawless once again. Of course, Wolchuk and Chia follower here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's another Friday. Gentlemen, happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday to you too, sir.
Happy Friday. Got here quick this week, didn't it? Did we fly?
Friday.
Oh, yeah. Have we been just humming?
Absolutely not.
No? Okay. Yeah.
Took a little while. Okay. All right.
Yeah, the Friday vibes have overtaken me to where I'm completely irrational, and I apologize.
Yeah, bro. I woke up yesterday thinking it was Friday for maybe a good hour.
That's a terrible feeling.
Yeah.
It's hard to even overcome that. You have to really get through the whole next week to even really recalibrate yourself.
That's when you take an emotional day to day.
It's the daylight saving time kicking my behind.
That's a fair.
I've been an hour off on everything I've done.
Yep.
Everything all week, an hour off. I used to get here around noon, maybe 12:15. Now it's getting 1 o'clock, 1:15. I'm in traffic just.
Yeah, and I got a triple whammy this morning. My lady likes to play games with the clock. You know, it's 15 minutes late. It's 20 minutes late. You know, she likes to do something with
You
it.
said clock with an L.
Yeah.
I thought this was carryover from crosstalk.
Mm-hmm.
No, so the other day when the clocks changed or whatever, she moved it forward like an hour and 10 minutes.
See, that's overboard.
Yes.
10 minutes is good. 10 minutes, 15 minutes is good. It makes you always on time.
Right, 10 or 15 minutes, not bad. And I get used to that. I know when I go in and look at that clock, it's almost always 20 minutes.
Hour and 15.
She moved it another hour and 10 up, so now it's like an hour and 30 up. Well, last night she moved it back to the real place.
That's violence. That's violence.
So this morning I'm sleeping in.
Mental
Abby didn't have
warfare.
school, and I'm just like, oh, this is the best. I'm going to be so rested. And then I got up. It was an hour later, and I thought it was going to be.
Oh, no.
Yeah, really jammed me up, bro.
Is there a reason why?
Extra 60
Well,
in the
it's probably
sheets.
the purses.
Is it
stealing our purses?
Is it just your?
I don't know.
You don't want to confront it.
I don't know.
Is that going back
It's
to like
weird.
there's some things you just kind of
Yeah.
you confront,
Pick your
and other
battles.
things you just kind of let it go? Is that
I
one
mean,
of these
I
times?
would say I am below average when it comes to being considerate of others. You know, I would admit that about myself. It's a
Okay.
flaw of mine, right? I'm not that considerate, but she's off the scale. You know, she just doesn't care.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know, I would be like, oh,
I mean,
wow.
I don't want to agree about your girl. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, you know the type. I hear
Hey, you said it, bro.
Yeah, how dare you talk about my woman
Been
like
thinking
that?
it for
Agree with
years.
what I'm saying. Yeah, so you know but that's all right. I'm hoping we can come to some sort of a truce, and I don't wake up in the morning without any real idea of what time it is, give or take 2 hours. You know, because that's what I was looking at, 2 hours of play. Blowing dust pushing through West Texas and into the Panhandle earlier today. We had turned over 18-wheelers, Chief. That's the kind of wind we're talking about in the Panhandle just a few hours ago.
You can feel that thing, man. I mean, when you're driving down the highway, and I'm not in a big, massive truck or whatever, but I mean, this morning it brought a little chill with it.
Yeah.
But the dust factor is really bad. Brought us to give me that look. Like,
I was just wondering
nightmares are made
because did we get the air conditioning fixed on our car?
Oh yeah,
I think that's because it used to be a time where Eric would roll with the windows down.
Oh, you wouldn't be
so
doing
I was
that
wondering
today.
on the highway if he was
Little too
like
much.
if a little too much going on out there.
Yeah,
So,
you're really just cracking them. You can't just do a full letdown.
so you're okay then, right?
Yeah, I'm
It's
doing
not
well,
Like,
doing
it's
well.
not like you're
AC's
driving 68 miles an hour with the windows
With
down.
his face out the window like the Joker.
Yeah.
Ace Ventura.
It's really bad out here right now. Yeah, if you roll up the window, it'd be pretty normal.
Well, you wouldn't want to be doing that if the dust comes along with the wind. I don't know. Looking out there into Fort Worth, it looks pretty hazy, but at some points of the Panhandle today, you were looking at a quarter mile of visibility. That's how much dust is in the air.
Man, that is not good. I just watched
Appropriate to Kansas.
I was watching a documentary recently with the guy was in Egypt, and it was like something he didn't account for, but he had a couple of days on his trip where he really couldn't go outside at all because the sand is so heavy. And so when there's certain times where you just really can't even go outside because it'll get in your mouth within seconds. It'll get stuck in every part of your body.
That's why they wear all those drapes and the face masks and everything, bro.
Cover it up.
Freaking
Protection.
trapped. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare too. That's like a horror movie of sorts. I would imagine.
Yeah.
Dunes.
Okay, but as I said, we do open with winners here in the G-Bag Nation. The Dallas Stars are back in action tonight, so get your popcorn out. The best show in North Texas sports, maybe North American sports right now, is skating at division-leading Winnipeg. Stars are on fire. They've scored 3 or more in 11 straight games. Rantanen, 2 goals and 2 assists in 2 games so far. That's just about his production from the 13 games he played in Carolina. Couldn't wait to get out of there, get to the great state of Texas. 7 o'clock start tonight, though. Stars are 8 points back with 2 games in hand. So you got to have this one. Winnipeg is gettable, but the Stars are up tonight against what is the best power play in the game, best goaltender in the game. So they have their work cut out for them, even though the Stars have won 4 out of the last 6 against Winnipeg. So maybe they're the better team.
They're going to be fueled up for success because they got the meat church delivery yesterday.
They did. Yeah, he catered after practice. Pretty badass, dude. The spread looked phenomenal.
It did. Those guys are going to be fueled up on Meat Church barbecue. How could they go to Winnipeg and lose?
Now, the bummer, Liam Bischel will be out tonight. He's dealing with a little sickness. So the Stars will be down one of their better defensemen. Brendan Smith will be in, but Otter will be getting the start. No Casey Smith tonight. It will be Otter, as the Stars looking to make up the 8 points that they're down right now behind Winnipeg.
When you hear about a hockey player being out due to
has to be pretty close to
illness,
death.
yeah, you're thinking like,
it's got to be.
Wow,
it's like I can't walk,
can't move,
I can't see.
Yeah. The symptoms of this are like blindness.
Like for most people, it would be like
it's both ends.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, you couldn't.
You got to have that fever where you can't leave the bed. You know, you're sweating under the covers. You're freezing out of the covers. I would imagine that's probably what he's looking at. This fever's no joke, though. It's back. No. I know several people here in DFW that have, fallen to the flu here, and it's a long day. It's a long 3 or 4 day deal.
There was a while there, like maybe a few weeks ago, where people were. I was talking to folks, and it seemed like they were getting sick for a week.
Yeah, it's no joke.
It was like they were just they couldn't do anything for a week, and I was like, really that bad?
That's why I social distance and rarely leave the house.
Yeah.
It works for me. Speaking of winners,
everyday life
works for me.
What's new?
Mental health.
Yeah, Rangers are now above 500 in Cactus League play.
Yeah.
And they'll be playing late tonight in a game you will hear right here on the Fan starting at 8 o'clock. You'll have 1 hour of Fred and Blake this evening, and then you'll get these boys that are absolutely hitting the cover off the ball. And DeGrom and Rocker are throwing. You need more tune-ins? I don't know, man. They're going to take on the Rockies. We are now 13 days away from opening day, so the excitement and the anticipation is building. The only bummer is the Cody Bradford injury, and as Zach pointed out yesterday, what can Jack Leiter to do to offset the loss of the only lefty in your rotation?
He needs to be able to go ambidextrous here.
Yeah.
We need to be able to throw from both arms, and I don't know if he's capable of it or not. But maybe he's the first ever to switch arms during a spring training and be able to throw better left-handed.
Why not make history?
Wouldn't you think that's the future of the sport? Like, if at 9 years old you obviously have a DeGrom on your hands, let's start working both arms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have switch hitters, so why not? Let's go switch pitchers.
Double the money. You're going to have Tommy John, so I can only start 30 games this year.
Yeah, you're down
Next
a lefty.
year I'll be back to 60.
I got you.
Yeah.
I can switch.
I wonder how much better like a left-handed DeGrom would be if you gave him 18 months than your average big league left-hander.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
I love this, man. I mean, is that the best thing to have in your hands? Is the DeGrom 9-year-old?
I think so.
As a parent, you said like
so.
you have a DeGrom on your hands.
I've got health insurance.
$500 million right here that I'm holding.
It's just sitting here in my hands.
Oh, I don't have to work again for
He's
my
already
life.
throwing 85. Things
Got to
falling
your
off the
future's
table.
taken care
care
of,
of, baby.
doctor's visits, every month or so.
Couple Tommy Johns away. We'll be all right.
It's a great plan, though. I mean, why not for all these sports, dude? I mean, basketball, quarterbacks, they should all be trying to figure out how to do it.
I mean, especially in baseball where the injuries are such a huge factor right now and it's so difficult to find great pitchers. Maybe it's too early to start it at 9, but at least get the kid playing soft toss, Why have him just work one arm? If they're obviously a special talent for it and they're going to be a good pitcher, you might thank me for this later.
Absolutely.
All of you parents who have a DeGrom on your hands right now.
And I know there's a lot of you listening.
There's a lot of dads out there that think they have a DeGrom on their hands. They're telling Dawson, like, hey, Need to play my daughter up front a little more.
Well, it is tough as a parent. Like I went to the little gym this morning with Eliza. I think I got a future Olympian on my hands.
Was that for her to watch you run around in there? Or?
I was crab walking. They got the parents involved. I felt like I just had a workout, so it was good for both of us.
He just texted me this morning, just two words, simply Simone Biles. ... And I was like, "What do you mean?" He was like, "I think I got me one."
I got one.
That's all.
The core strength, incredible.
Yeah, core strength's amazing.
Oh yeah,
it's a good predictor of success. Okay, Longhorns over the Aggies in double overtime with their 19th win. They'll take on 8th-ranked Tennessee. Here coming up at the bottom of the hour, Coach Rodney Terry says they're healthy now. They have the star power back, and he said he thinks they should be in by now. But you can't be sure depending on how the other conferences shake out and the automatic bids and stuff like that. If the Longhorns are in, it would be 14 of the SEC teams in the tournament. 3 more than the previous record.
Man, that might be a little bit of a stretch on some of those. Might be a stretch.
You don't think they're worthy?
No, I mean, I thought they would probably have 12.
Yeah, that might be a little much.
They really only deserve 10. Let's give some of these other conferences a crack here.
Just give some other teams a chance,
I don't want North Texas to have to win the American Athletic Conference to get in. They're deserving. All right, let's spread the wealth a little bit.
They're going to be in action as well?
Yeah.
It's hard to say. I think our satellite feed's getting disrupted by that sandstorm or whatever's out there.
Yeah, 817 just texted in within seconds. It's dusty as hell out here in Trophy Club right now.
Okay, so it's on the way to Dallas. It's already making its way into the western part of DFW. We had Aaron Rodgers news in the last hour. Diana Rossini saying the Vikings are having more discussions about what they want to do at quarterback and if they want Rodgers. Rodgers is giving them time and waiting to hear from Minnesota. The Vikings are yet to make a decision. Maybe that's why he would not give Pittsburgh the answer, because he really wants to go to Minnesota where maybe they have the best chance to win.
Yeah. And if you're Rodgers,
is this him holding things up though?
No, it sounds like it sounds like it's kind of the Vikings. If you're Aaron Rodgers and you think there's even a 5% chance that the Vikings want you, then you wait them out.
Okay.
I mean, unless you retire.
I just always feel like,
but he clearly knows he wants to play. It's just about
feel
where.
like that he's incapable of making any type of quick decision on anything.
Don't get me wrong. Would we still be in the same predicament if the Vikings weren't involved in this and it was just the Giants and the Steelers? Probably.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
But he likes this. This is good for him.
Yes. Oh, no, he's
getting his ego stroked. I got a lot of suitors. There's a bidding war for me. Yeah. This is good for Rodgers.
But there's no question, if we're all Aaron Rodgers right now and we want to play and we think the Vikings might want us, that's 100% the place you want to go over the Giants and the Steelers. It's not even a question. Unless you just really don't want to do the Favre thing. Like if that is something that kind of just...
Pittsburgh and Minnesota, I think that those are both winnable scenarios, but the path to the Super Bowl in the NFC easier than the AFC.
And Kevin O'Connell, look what he just did with Sam Darnold.
That's absolutely true.
So Tank says, Dallas is my home, but I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. That happened late in our show yesterday, last night, and through today. Micah Parsons and he going back and forth. Mm-hmm. Mike is saying this is what rejection and envy looks like. This is some clown bleep. Tank saying, call me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left. I don't think these guys got along.
No, Wojciech told you that months ago.
Yeah. And, we saw it last year at the Super Bowl with him talking about people being tired. And, so that's not a big surprise that these two might not have seen eye to eye. I just think that though Tank's criticism was towards the organization, I don't think he was trying to dunk on the players that were still back there.
No, it was on the organization, but I do think as a player, you're basically saying like, okay, you don't think we're good enough. Like I could understand that ruffling some feathers in the locker room. But I think it's also clear Micah in the podcast, as we've talked about, has ruffled feathers in the locker room. There are some players that don't like the fact that he does that because now it's, heck, the quarterback might not like that he does that because now it's just drawing attention and more questions and stuff that you're talking about that we're already having to deal with more drama and more outside noise than anybody probably in professional sports. We don't really need more added stuff to now have to be in the public eye and talked about. Let's try and keep this stuff behind closed doors. But it's also kind of nice to have Micah to have that platform to be able to put pressure on the front office. And I think this is how we should all take this. I don't want the infighting. I don't want players attacking players. This should all just be a full court press on. The Cowboys have wasted how many careers now? Mm-hmm. Chris Canty went on today on Get Up, and there's a lot of things that Chris Canty says that I don't agree with, but he even said, hey, I had to leave the Cowboys to go win a Super Bowl. There's a lot of players. DeMarcus Ware had to leave the Cowboys, go win a Super Bowl. I bet if we asked Zach Martin, Travis Frederick, Tyron Smith, Jason Witten, we got honest answers from them, they'd probably look back and say, yeah, I do wonder a little bit. Did they do everything in their power to help me get in our team get over that hump? Probably not.
Yeah, I think Micah knows it too, because just last month he was saying, I don't want to sit around doing nothing while other teams are signing a bunch of good players. You know, he knows they're not good enough. He doesn't want to say that out loud because he's still on the team.
Yeah, and he also doesn't want to just let somebody else say that about his team.
Yeah.
And I just wish he would have said, like, why are you talking about championships when you're going to the Seattle Sam Darnolds right now? And ultimately, don't talk about championships. It was because they gave you the biggest bag.
Yes.
Seattle did.
Yeah.
That notes because if you wanted to win a championship, there's
that's usually
a bunch of other teams that you would have gone to.
But if I'm Seattle fan, I'm like, we have a GM that knows how to build a winning team. You know, that was proven last decade. Right now, we'll see. But we didn't win a Super Bowl with like this great quarterback that Russell Wilson took us on this magic carpet ride on. We had a hell of a team, you know, and I would believe in their front office's ability, even if they were the worst team in the NFL right now and the Cowboys had just, you know, been a playoff team. I would still think Seattle's closer. Probably not in what's left of Tank's career, though.
Well, I think they're closer just simply because you know that they prioritize winning a championship over anything else, and the Cowboys don't. So they don't look like a championship team right now or anywhere close to it, but they probably have a better chance of getting there because their process is directed towards trying to win a championship. And Tank is not lying with what he said. I love what he said, and I'm glad I'm glad it's out there and just like it's directly in their face and everybody knows it.
Yeah. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. What are we doing next, Zachary?
I'll give you an update on the Cowboys' new runner. We got a 400-pound running back and elite photos. That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Laser Rose.
Is that from Squad?
Nutmeg Maybe? No.
Nutmeg maybe.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some from Squad?
Brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Franklin Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Wolchuk, Chuck Wagon.
All right, so we're going to get to this 400-pound runner. I just actually tweeted a video of him running. He's going to be a Florida Gator this fall.
Running a 60-yard touchdown.
God. It's unbelievable.
From up the gut.
It really is. But the Cowboys added not a 400-pound running back, but a running back, and Miles Sanders. This happened overnight. Former Philadelphia Eagle, Carolina Panther. Really just a running back swap here. As Rico goes to Carolina, Miles Sanders gets over here to the Cowboys. And, you know, in honor of Brian Broaddus, I've kind of been trying to work my own gang of seven here. All right? I'm trying, and I got some good info on Carolina from one of their scouts and what they thought about Miles Sanders. They said home run speed isn't there anymore, but will still have downhill burst, average hands as a pass catcher, not the best option in pass pro, had a lot of instances where he was not seeing the hole pretty well and feel like his confidence took a hit once Chuba really got going. Ceiling of a decent RB2 option at this point. So hearing that, you got two guys. Javonte Williams, I don't think's an every down back, probably a good third down option. He is a good receiver and is a good pass blocker. Mm-hmm. So that's filling some weaknesses for Miles Sanders. But it doesn't sound like in this stage of his career, Miles Sanders is also kind of your, I'm going to give you the ball 20 times a game and you're going to be my bell cow back. So I still think the Cowboys starting running back will come out of the NFL draft, but they have put themselves in a good position where they don't have to reach for one. And heck, maybe they even wait around and it is the fifth round that they take one of these guys. I'd like them to come away with one of these backs by the end of the third round. By the end of day two, I would like to have the Cowboys have drafted a running back. I think this is the year you go get your guy and you're set at the position for the next 4 to 5 years.
Yeah, if you're calling it a swap, you know, Carolina won the swap.
They did.
Yeah.
And I think Rico is a better player right now than Miles Sanders is.
Yep. I think so too.
Yeah, it stinks because you put yourself in a situation to no longer have what was a pretty reliable piece of your offense last year. It's totally foreseeable that neither one of these guys is very good. You're under 4 yards an attempt again, and you should have just kept the guy you had.
Going to college football, congratulations to Eddie George. He was named the head coach at Bowling Green earlier this week. He had 4 years at Tennessee State, really turned around that program. So now former Dallas Cowboys running back, longtime Houston Oilers, Tennessee Titan, now going to Bowling Green. Nick Saban used to be the head coach at one Bowling Green and then propelled that to become arguably the greatest head coach in college football history. Could Eddie George end up following a similar path?
Just don't follow the path completely of Urban Meyer, who was another
Urban
former
Meyer, yes.
Bowling Green.
Urban Meyer was the coach.
Urban Meyer is who I'm thinking of, not Nick Saban.
He coached at Kent, or he went to school at Kent.
And then to Bowling Green, yeah. And then Utah. We have Stephon Shivers. This is the guy that is the 400-pound running back. Now, he went to Tennessee, played high school football in Tennessee, had 18 offers, was originally committed to go to Georgia. Said, not feeling Georgia. He wants to go to Florida. So he's going to be a Florida Gator. He's 6'5", 399 pounds. Played 3 different positions in high school: offensive tackle, nose guard, and running back. Yes, he played running back. They would give him the ball regularly. I just posted a video. Eric mentioned it, 60-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. It really was. Watching this dude move and the defenders just seeing how tiny they were.
He's a
next
massive
to him.
human,
Like,
too.
it's not fair that he's allowed to break into the third level of a defense and have corners trying to bring him down.
Yeah, I don't think I'm playing that game if I'm in high school or I'm tapping the helmet when I see that guy check in and into the backfield. So, I just wonder if it's possible for one of these giant humans to be a good running back. Like, how fast would you have to be at 400 pounds if you have very other little moves? To actually be like the best option as a runner.
Bring the heat, Wolchuk.
We do have more Cowboys breaking news as Dante Fowler Jr. is going to be returning to the Dallas Cowboys. 1 year, $8 million deal.
What?
According to Ian Rappaport. Yes, so Dante Fowler Jr., who left to go be with DQ and the Commanders a year ago, he's coming on back. He's going to be a Dallas Cowboy. 1 year, $8 million deal for Dante Fowler Jr. Congratulations and welcome back home.
Yeah, he had a nice season last year. I mean, he was.
I think he was surprised. He tweeted out that, like, with the eyeball emojis, like, he got worked again. You know, that he's having to show that he could play, and they're not willing to pay him what he's worth. So he was tweeting out I think
he was tweeting out eyeball emojis.
Well,
huh?
kind of like why he was kind of like, here
You
I
don't
am
want me back?
Here I'm getting worked again, you know, kind of a thing. And then you kind of got I got the vibe that he was saying that he wasn't going to get money from the Commanders. So I didn't know.
Ooh, yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
His last tweet just reads simply, "The disrespect, ..
There you
I
go.
can't take it
There you
anymore."
go.
10.5 sacks.
Yeah.
I mean, 20 sacks combined over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
To me, I think this is a personality type deal. Like, when you sit down and talk with Dante Fowler, you can tell you got a live one, you know? And I think teams don't want to do long-term deals with him.
That could be.
Maybe they're afraid to give him money, that he might just, you know, if he stays hungry on 1 year deals. That's probably a question for
I mean, you
somebody
see
else.
with Leonard Floyd as well. He's just a guy
Leonard
who's bouncing
Floyd
around.
keeps-
It's just like he's putting up
Two
solid
guys that
production,
were high
but-
first-round picks as well.
And maybe because he's really a one-trick pony, right? And it's
He
a great
is.
trick just being a pass rusher, but he is a true liability when they don't drop back to pass.
He gets caught up field, out of position. He'll leave some running lanes. That's
He's
for
a
darn
sack
sure.
mercenary
But you bring in a guy in Peyton Turner who's a big body that you think's going to be good against the run. Hopefully,
Yeah, no, this is good because they
needed some pass
they
rush
need
help.
pass rush.
And Fowler certainly can give that to you. There's no question about that. $8 million though, good contract for Dante Fowler. Go get your
Man,
pay,
they have
man.
put some money on the defense. I mean, this is now becoming like breakout impressive players, but as a collection, I mean, they've really invested in this
Well, the
thing.
whole thing is, we talked about this a bunch. It's the depth. They just could not afford to allow a second year of people like the Dante Fowlers and those guys just walking out of this place and not replacing it. They had to. They had no choice what they're doing right now.
Now, Tom Pelissero did say the deal is worth up to $8 million.
Yeah, I'm guessing 4 guaranteed.
So I'm sure the base is much lower than that.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We'll have more on this story a little bit later, but Dante Fowler Jr. back for the Cowboys and possibly the biggest APY signing they've done so far. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Okay. Time for G-Bag of the day. Dawson, can you put some sauce on there for me, please?
Yes, sir. It's the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. We'll play them all. Vote on which one we like the best. That's your G-Bag of the day.
Yes, it is. And our winner and champ so far comes from the KC Masterpiece, Kevin. This is his reaction to his college basketball team, Duke, losing Cooper Flag. Cooper Flag.
How did everything go so wrong so quickly?
It would have been the first time since 2015 they would have had a chance to win the championship.
I mean, they were in the Final Four a few years ago.
They didn't have a chance
Look,
that year.
Quick Cliff's notes.
Cliff's
I do
notes.
love
Quick Cliffs, Duke. That's what got him.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
The 3 in a row.
All right, so somebody texted in and they were like,
He said it with such confidence.
me.
He was so cocksure in that moment.
yes.
Barry.
I do love
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a little too much. Oh, my God.
man.
All right, let's get to this, bro. Doobie-doobie-doobie-doo. All right, the Players' Championship. We're talking about some golf.
Golf.
One of the broadcasters was talking about Hideki
Matsuyama?
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's from Japan, right?
Yes.
He is.
Shoot.
Uh-oh.
Well, he's been playing kind of bad, and one of the broadcasters has a reason for why it's happening.
Oh, gosh.
This is for bogey, just inside of 5 feet.
He hasn't smiled yet.
I wouldn't either.
No. Bad sushi. I mean, this is just a brutal round of golf so far.
Bad sushi.
That would be the golf. The radio golf network right there.
What?
Better Call Chop this morning went into lawyer mode and was like, maybe he saw him in the, in the little eating areas eating sushi before the tournament.
He was shooting him some bail.
He was being serious.
I got him.
He actually saw him eating the sushi.
I can handle this.
I got you, dog. Sit back.
It's Dennis Paulson said that.
Your lawyer shows up without shoes on. He's walking out of the public restroom. He's like, yeah, I'm Chop.
Yeah.
I'm your lawyer.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
You see my viral rap song? Let's see what else we got.
At least he steered clear of a Pearl Harbor reference, you know.
Man, he was damn near there.
Or a Harry
He
Carey.
was damn near there. One more little bogey.
Yeah.
Hey, let's see right here. He shanked one.
Yeah.
What's going to happen there? All right,
On
D.
the green.
Come on, man. Hitting over somebody's head. All right, D. Law was shaking the table.
Dallas is my home. I made my home there. My family lives there. I'm forever going to be there. But, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So, yeah. We here.
We're here. Demarcus Lawrence, welcome to the Seahawks. Thanks for joining us.
Ooh.
He's always good for
great.
a good quote.
He is good for
What do you guys think? Is he out of line there?
No, he's speaking the truth, which hurts, but it's true.
I wish he would have pinned it on the front office.
A little bit more clearly.
Yeah, I wish he would have said, I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there because of the moves from the front office. So
That's
here
a
we are.
good point.
If he'd have said the front office, he would have not alienated any teammates, but he would have put it on who a lot of people believe that's the problem why they're not going to win a Super Bowl.
I just wish he would have been wearing like a Chiefs uniform or a Lions uniform or, a team that's actually has a chance at a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the
There it
unfortunate
is.
part about it.
Tag the front
Seattle's going to
office.
be there this year. This is like Saquon Barkley.
This is
year
my
ago.
Saquon Barkley.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
This is exactly what Seattle fans want to hear right now.
They're like,
Me giving them the kiss
Come on,
of
Eric,
death.
keep telling them. No chance. No chance.
Wait a minute, this guy hadn't won a Super Bowl? Why'd we sign him?
Yesterday, Mr. Gavin Dawson was defending men with purses.
That's right.
Not men with satchels, men with bags, men with actual purses with handles on them.
What's in a name?
If you see, what's in a
What's in a
name?
name?
What's in a name?
We decided to call them purses.
What's in a name? I'm just playing for it.
I looked at famous people, famous men with purses. Travis Kelce, LeBron James, David Beckham.
That's the least surprising names you could have probably given.
Yeah. Like
Makes a
Travis
lot
They
of
Kelce.
all need to put it up.
Yeah.
I mean, I prefer a backpack myself. I don't know why you wouldn't want to have something with a good strap on it, but oh wow. Oh wow. I mean, I'm kind of envious of the ability to take stuff with you,
Yeah.
Nice little pack there.
over the shoulder.
I mean, we got bags for that.
I mean, you could have a woman-style purse or a man-style purse.
What is that?
A man-style purse. That's the best oxymoron of the day.
There's a man purse.
It's more rugged.
We can't leave here until I get my purse.
Leather
on it.
You know? Yeah. Maybe got some good Velcro.
Oh, yeah.
Some Velcro on it.
Yeah.
A cowboy symbol on it. Little Mavs logo.
Yeah. It's like tactical gear.
You are tripping.
Yeah,
you got to see Pharrell,
place for my
man.
extra magazines.
Look at Pharrell and that purse he has in his hand. It's a purse. Bro, I get the high fashion and everything,
Okay. Yeah.
but that's a real life purse, bro.
You're shopping at one of those
Oh,
super
my
fancy
goodness.
stores. You just want to buy any accessory. Next thing you know, you're flexing, but you're flexing a purse.
Oh, he's very into this.
Yeah. Which I'm okay with.
D-Wayne said he has his friendship bracelets in it, his lip gloss,
Yeah.
some wipes.
Some wipes.
I saw one of those in the bathroom on Radio Row there in New Orleans. One of the guests had left like his man toiletry bag.
And you were like, wait, we're in the ladies' room all of a sudden. What the hell happened?
What's going on in there?
That will happen to you. Usually in California, though.
This is one, but real quick, butt fumble during the Clemson and SMU game. Boy, it was close. It was good.
Zachary. Oh, he ran into Reeves' back. Looking like Mark Sanchez on Thanksgiving night. Oh, the butt fumble.
Never thought the butt fumble would make it into our broadcast, but
Neither did I, but desperate times, John.
I'll tell you.
Desperate times,
John.
A little irreverent there. East Coast radio there with your college hoop. Not used to that, but I guess you're in ACC country now. Is it the SMU Clemson butt fumble? Is it men with purses? Is it D-Law announcing his presence to Seattle? Players Championship. Hideki Matsuyama had some bad sushi, apparently.
Jeez.
Or Kevin Hagelin loves Duke. I'm going to go with D-Law, Chief. How about you?
It's a really good list. I'm going to go with the champ, though.
Lucius?
Yeah, Kevin. And his love for Duke.
Man, I think I'm going to go with the General Gavin Dawson.
Brian?
I'm going to go with Dawson as well.
We're tied at 2. Jump onto Twitter at GBagNation. That's what we will create an Insta poll here. You can vote on the break. Who is your G-Bag of the Day champion? You'll solve it whenever we're tied. And then, Chief, where are we going after that?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub. Next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ. Sean is back. We got a PBR ticket giveaway during the Expressway. We know the brackets and the latest on NFL.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
After to upgrade your vehicle, get a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Congrats to Hagee. He is one G-Bag of the day once again. It's time now for your biggest L's and dubs, and here's the Chief.
All right, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Okay, we all took a big dub this week. We got the rare Mike Breen double bang. The 9th all-time Mike Breen double bang, thanks to Mikal Bridges and his first ever buzzer beater.
Nick's break. Hart gets it right back to Bridges. Bridges puts up a three. Bang! Bang! Mikal Bridges wins it at the buzzer. What a finish!
That was pretty fantastic. I mean, literally, that's the 9th all-time Mike Breen double bang.
That's incredible.
And it was warranted. And we have another play-by-play moment from this week that we need to address here in just a second. But also want to mention that next week, big dub for us, we get to be back at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless.
Monster win.
During the first round of the tournament, absolutely. All the televisions, all the beer, all the burgers.
It's going to be a true sports paradise next Friday in Euless from 2 to 7. Lucius, you're back with us, right? We're going 2 for 2?
Buffalo chicken egg rolls, bro.
I mean, the TVs per capita leads the world.
Yeah, it's the best place to watch the tournament.
That's a stat you definitely want to be number one in. So shout out to Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers.
They're going to have $3 Ultra Pints. They're going to have $4 Jameson shots.
Oh, no, this is going to be
So come turn up with us. That's next Friday. Tournament time, baby.
Let's go. All right. Now, we also had another big-time dub in the NBA last night. Steph Curry, now in a class of his own as the founding father of the 4,000 three-pointers made club. Take it away, Kevin Harlan.
Here comes Curry. Hit a three, but that's it. Diving for it, Monk. Curry thought about three. He'll put up a three. There it is! Number 4,000! A shot for the ages from a player for the ages. Truly the portrait of an artist.
Change the game, man. Congrats to Steph Curry. It's cool that he's in his own little club here. It'll be interesting to see how far he goes up and then how long it takes before we have another guy that can do something similar. I don't know if he's in the league right now.
No, I don't believe he's in the league right now. I think it'll be a long time before we see someone to that level. But that was pretty special, the way that we got to have that historical moment met last night with the greatness of Steph Curry being called by the greatness of Kevin Harlan, who, I mean, that was what a great call that was.
Yeah.
4,000. You've created your own new category of production.
Amazing.
Yes.
Gosh, that's special.
But I do think it won't be that long, Chief, because he stayed all 4 years at college and then he was injured early in his career, and then 3 or 4 years ago he missed a whole season. So I think if you can get young shooter that comes after just 1 year of college and plays until 36, he could be there.
That is a good point. And that almost makes it more impressive with Steph Curry doing what he's done with the amount of time that he's not played to start his career in particular. But that's a really good point. All right, how about this? 877-881-1053, 469. Biggest dub, Rodeo Ron came home today. Biggest L, I no longer have the bed to myself. That must be Rodeo Crystal.
Oh, congrats,
Crystal. In live from the 469.
Ron said he cannot wait for the 520. He wants to let us ask any questions that we want regarding his recovery.
I mean, easily the biggest drunk in the G-Bag Nation. Like, how hammered he got and how he was just a scene wherever he went. Hilarious. I was always amazed that his BAC could be through the roof and he'd still be the funniest guy in the room. Never got awkward. Always having a good time. So I could see why he would want to be a legend. But, sometimes the calendar keeps going and, you get some messages. You got to shut it down. So I don't know exactly why he shut it down, but I got word earlier this week. He was inpatient, right? He was stopping drinking at a hospital.
He's in Parkland.
Well, he's out now. So best of luck to Ron. Can't wait to talk to him here coming up in a few hours.
You drink a lot if, you stop drinking and it's breaking news.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Stop drinking. What?
It's like the Luka trade. We're like, are we getting ball sack?
Is this entail?
There's no way this is real.
Oh, I'm proud of him because ain't that right, Wolchuk? A true alpha knows when it's time to concede.
For the betterment of the team.
The betterment of the team. All right, we have in the 817 biggest L, got denied another raise.
Oh, crap.
Biggest dub, though, said F them.
Quit.
Started my own business.
There you go.
Nice work, 817.
There you go. Make your own path.
What are you slinging, 817? Let us know.
Yeah, we'd love to, be a customer. I think my L this week.
Might have been taken a little out of context when I asked my friend in the 817 there what he was slinging.
Yeah, you and Hagee, huh?
Well, I think my L is I have the worst yard in the neighborhood.
Were you voted on?
Like obvious long shot, like.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of others that are pretty bad.
My dad would have shamed you, too. Yeah. Look at that man's yard.
Shame. Put a sign in your yard?
No.
Worst yard in the neighborhood?
The HOA hasn't come around to tell me to get my stuff together or anything like that.
Is it laziness? Did you misfire on a fertilizer?
It's all the above.
Yes. So
mushrooms are going to
2 years ago, it started when I decided I wasn't going to pay somebody to do the fertilizing. I was going to do it all myself, and I didn't get anything right. So we didn't build up a good turf. Different weeds are firing off. I thought I had the weed killer for those weeds, but it didn't kill those weeds.
Is this why you're talking about selling the house?
Well, if I was going to sell the house, I would need to work on the yard for 6 months.
I can't take care of the yard, so I got to sell the house.
Prime candidate to just go RJ Choppy turf.
Yes.
The turf looks gorgeous. I just drove by. We had somebody add the turf in the front lawn in our neighborhood. It looks great.
In the front?
In the front.
Oh.
And you can tell, obviously it's turf, but it still looks green.
We got it in the back, not in the front. I don't think I can afford that.
Everybody's yard's
they must be wealthy.
Dawson's going to have to do his grounding at the neighbor's house, though.
I wouldn't mind that. That's expensive.
Grounding?
Expensive. The
turf is really expensive.
The turf is crazy. 214, biggest dub for the week. Got to speak with people who went to the same rehab I went to, and yesterday was my 15-month sobriety time off all opiates and benzos.
There we go.
That's our guy Woody. Huge victory, especially whenever you can give back and possibly help someone out who is struggling. Addiction, God is good all the time. Amen. Nice work, Woody. Let's see here.
Turned our books to chapter 16. We'll continue on with the service from here. Just a reminder, the fish fries next week. Go ahead.
972. Yeah, you did a nice job there.
Thank you.
You ever done church announcements?
No, I should.
No, but he did the elementary school announcements.
Yeah.
Well, that was the roll call.
Roll call. Yeah,
Got that thing dialed.
I was talking with Chris Arnold about this, with my television service, Dawson.
Yeah.
I get to watch Chris Arnold work at the Mavs games.
Yeah, so the
and
NBA
I'm
League
always
Pass.
amazed.
Yeah.
I'm always amazed at how well Chris is able to adapt to talking to 19,000 people.
Got to be quick on your toes.
Quick on his feet. Looks comfortable.
It's like second nature.
I go, you're amazing, bro.
Yeah.
Seriously, standing up there, you're amazing dealing with that.
I encourage anyone to get to a Mavs game early. Those of you that are still making the trek out to the AAC to watch that.
He pops up all over that AAC.
He does. He does a great
Anywhere,
job.
you never know where he pops up like a little herpes bump. You just never know where he's going to be.
There he is again.
His
He's
step
a spot
count
now because there's only a few hundred folks to scam.
Oh,
to find him.
Oh,
might get a T-shirt next time I go.
Oh, there you
cannon.
go. Yeah,
Fire right at me.
Now, CA is a true joy to watch. There, it's just he's a natural. Let's see. We have the 214 biggest dub got a job at Garland ISD as a bus driver.
There we go.
There you go, 214.
What's the name of the bus driver on the Simpsons? Otto.
Mine was Mr. Don.
Mr. Don.
He was a great artist. He could just draw something
Mr.
like
Don.
some of the coolest
That
stuff
was his
you've ever
driving.
seen. Yeah, his driving was actually pretty good as well.
Questionable.
excellent driver.
No, he was wearing bifocals, which was like concerning. Like, wow, those
His
are
eyes
some
look really big when
thick-
you checked in.
Those are thick glasses, dude. But he was awesome.
Mr. Don.
And about once or twice a year, I mean, he was our bus driver for like 6 years. So it was like we knew him well. So you had about 1 or 2 times a year where he would get red-faced, shut up everybody on the. I mean, like you have to have a couple of those as a bus driver where it's like, hey, yeah, I lost my cool today, but a couple times a year, that's understood.
Sure, he's letting stuff go 365 days a year. He's got to have 1 or 2 blow-ups.
His whole job is letting crap go and then just bouncing around in a bus.
Yeah.
And then stopping at the railroad tracks and not turning right on red. He's like, this is the most aggravating job in the world. So give the man a break.
Builds up.
Yeah. 615 biggest L got laid off from my job. Biggest dub, my little girl's ultrasound looks great and she'll be here
Hell yeah.
in May.
Let's go. Congratulations.
Girl dad. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome.
In May.
817.
just got laid off.
Yeah, it's tough.
That's a quick turnaround.
Government worker, maybe.
That is unfortunate collisions of
fate.
Got big bald.
Yeah.
817. I took no L's this week. Biggest dub was definitely the boss calling me in and giving me a $1 per hour raise.
There you go.
Cha-ching. That's a good moment. You get that raise moment.
120 hours a week.
Gosh, there's
now.
not a better feeling.
It's an extra $40 a week, isn't it?
Woo!
Amen.
Well, he might. You never know with overtime. The overtime is where you really cash out.
Give your
there.
extra $1, bro. We're going to be cutting back those hours here.
But that being said, you just lost 10 hours a week.
I need you to come in on Saturday.
Okay, we have a litany of college L's. We talked about yesterday's, and it's really actually a dub, I guess, for Kansas because they tied the NCAA dong record for consecutive dongs. Back to back, 5 home runs. We played the dong montage yesterday. It was great.
Dong-tage.
And congratulations to them. They almost put up a 30-burger in baseball.
Just dong it.
That was great. It looks like Carson Beck and Hannah Cavender.
Get the Beck outta here.
They have broken up. So L for maybe a dub. I don't know. L or dub depending on.
Is it over her not turning on the alarm system
I
because
think-
her house got robbed?
I thought the
Reportedly,
car
Carson
theft.
Beck has cheated on her.
Oh, has he?
That's what the word on the street is.
Oh, they said.
And the sister apparently never liked Carson Beck. She has come out with a video and said,
sure
like,
she
you
didn't.
should have listened to me in the first place.
okay.
The sister's intuition is always right. I
The
never
friends
liked
and
him.
sisters never like you.
Yeah,
you know, they
never
need something
do.
to gossip
Push
about.
on.
And,
Push on.
Cooper Flag in a wheelchair
tired of them.
gets an L, and then of course the UCF frat accused of hitting pledges with cars during hazing ritual,
What?
taking an L as well this week. Back to you, Dawson, in studio.
Sounds like quite a hazing ritual. Just dong
Is
it.
it?
I was just laughing over here about a time in spring training a couple of weeks ago when you asked, I think it was Jock Peterson, paint the picture of your perfect dong.
Yeah.
Give me- What's your dream dong?
Yeah.
Sebastian Walcott.
And he really gave great detail.
That made me laugh even more than the Vic Fangio bit at the Super Bowl.
I think it's Dick.
NFL News of the Day coming up next. Where are you taking us, Wolchuk?
I got numbers on Dante Fowler's new deal with the Cowboys. Who's going to be the first pick in the draft? And a Ted Lasso update. That's next. But let's talk Trajan Wealth, shall we? That's TRAJAN, baby.
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we are, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys have been busy. Got another one done. We'll have that and more coming up in 20 minutes here. The C-Note. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Yeah, so it's a $6 million base for Dante Fowler Jr. coming back to the Dallas Cowboys. Can go up to $8 million with incentives per our buddy Todd Archer. Todd also reporting earlier this morning, Cowboys officially released recently retired Zach Martin with a June 1st designation, which was expected after last year's restructure. He's now going to count roughly $9 million against the cap this year and $17 million against the cap next year. So that is the downside to flipping the switches, trying to create some more, restructuring in cap space. Now you're not going to have Martin on your squad this year, next year, and you're paying him $9 million and $17 million. But I guess, you count for that with your finances. You count for that. And then the cap keeps rising. I mean, it's pretty amazing because the team that seems like, how in the world could they continue to sign people are the New Orleans Saints. Like, the Saints have no cap space. Yet they go ahead and they flip some switches today. Cam Jordan went ahead and restructured. Tyrann Mathieu went ahead and restructured. And word on the street is, I know a lot of people got excited. Cooper Kupp, Cowboys, oh my gosh, could this happen? It ain't happening. Cowboys,
yeah, there was a round of that this morning. Adam Schefter?
Schefter put it out there. Diana Rossini, I think, and both very well respected.
Schefter scooped himself. He was like, yeah, this is something that's happening. The Cowboys and Cooper Kupp. And then it was like a couple hours later, he's like, yeah, that's
sorry,
not likely.
It's not. But the Saints apparently are very much in on Cooper Kupp. Seahawks are in. Saints are also in. And it's like, all right, where's this money coming from, New Orleans? But I guess that's where you just go ahead and keep the restructures going with some of your older veterans, and you're able to open up some money. So we're awaiting the Cooper Kupp decision, but I don't believe the Cowboys are in.
And they shouldn't be if he's going to get the $15 million that was reported at his asking price.
Yeah, that's a lot.
We don't want the Cowboys to do that.
Our old buddy Simi Fehoko just got himself a new home. The Arizona Cardinals are signing Simi to a one-year deal. Congratulations to Simi Fehoko. Big friend of the Nosebleed Seats. We love you, and we're wishing you the best after a good couple of years there with the Chargers. Guess we're all kind of waiting and standing by on Aaron Rodgers. We opened up the show talking about the latest on him. Giants reportedly have outbid the Steelers, according to Scoop City and Diana Rossini. So Giants are offering more money. But does he look at the Steelers situation, say that one's better? And then the reports keep coming in now that he would like to play in Minnesota. And the latest that I saw as of about 10 minutes ago is the Vikings are getting ready to make him an offer.
Wasn't J.J. McCarthy pretty good in preseason until he got hurt?
Yes.
Like, isn't there evidence that this is a guy you want to go with? It's just shocking that Minnesota would be
bizarre to me. And if I'm J.J. McCarthy, I'm storming into that office and saying, you don't want me, trade me.
It's got to be part of, we're going to trade McCarthy for a pick in the top half of the first round. This is, that maybe we think McCarthy can be good, but we got to win right now team. Young quarterback coming off injury, inexperienced. We want to trade him for a first-round pick that can help us win now around Aaron Rodgers. Is Rodgers good enough that if they could give him the protection, the run game, the weapons, the defense, he could go out and win a Super Bowl? I don't think so. Not based on what I've seen for really an extended period of time now since he's been good.
Well, and then wasn't that the whole thing with the Jets? And I get it. Like, the Jets seem cursed, and anybody that puts on that uniform at quarterback just performs terribly, unless I guess you're Joe Flacco. That guy seems like he just plays well wherever, at least for a week or two. But Rodgers had that. Like, their offensive line certainly probably not as good as Minnesota's, but the skill players were there. Garrett Wilson, they traded for his best buddy, Devontae Adams. They had a good runner in Breece Hall, and they've got a good defense.
Yeah.
Like, you were just in what was supposed to be a win-now position. Now, granted, you're going to a much better head coach and play caller in Kevin O'Connell. That's 100% fair. But I'm not going ahead and tying myself to Aaron Rodgers. I think that's pretty foolish if you're Minnesota. And then if you trade J.J. McCarthy, then you've sold your future. Now, if you're able to get a first-round pick, maybe it's a future one. Maybe it's for next year. And it ends up working out to where you can go ahead and draft if Arch Manning comes out, or name the quarterback that could be a top pick for next year. Maybe it works out, but it's just bizarre. And if I'm another team and it's like, what's up with J.J. McCarthy? I'm not giving you a one. If he was so good, why aren't you rocking with him? You know, like there's it's just a weird deal.
Could the knee be more bad than it really is?
Maybe. And so, like, do
Rehab
I need to have
good?
some fear long term with him now?
Yeah. I don't know.
It's just.
It does seem odd.
The whole thing's bizarre to me with how they're handling J.J. McCarthy in this situation.
I'm guessing they're just like they really feel like they are in the ultra win now. Like they feel like they have the roster that's capable of doing it, and they just know even if J.J. McCarthy is pretty good, year one, which is basically will be his rookie year off an injury, he's not taking you to a Super Bowl. And they, I guess, feel like we are in a Super Bowl season,
locked and loaded,
and Rodgers is the only thing that we could convince ourselves of. It's still weird. I don't get it for the Vikings as much, but I totally get it if you're Aaron Rodgers. You want to wait around until they figure out whether or not they want you, because that's way better than Pittsburgh or certainly New York.
Yeah, because you get to play indoors. You're in a division that you're very familiar with, obviously, all those years in Green Bay, and you get to play against the Packers twice a year.
Yeah, and they're just,
something very
just a better
that
team.
Seems like to me
seems odd.
That seems like what's driving him. I think playing against Green Bay.
You think it's the pettiness of that?
I do.
Well, I think he's petty as hell.
I'm sure that's a cherry on top to just, hey, the Vikings are clearly a better situation for me. If I want to go out sort of on top and at least look respectable, it's much easier to do with the Vikings right now than either one of those other two teams.
I just kind of feel like this is a very petty dude. And he's looking at this as an opportunity to.
I thought he died to his ego and all that stuff out there while he puked out his ego. Isn't that what he did?
I think
I think he tooted out as well.
I think he re-ate it.
Oh, is that how they? Okay, yeah.
I don't know. Right?
That might be part of it. I don't know. After the puking and then the reconsumption factor.
You never know. It just comes back. It comes back. But yes, 817 and 903. This would be the same path that Favre went through. So, I'm rooting
What's
for
next?
this.
What's next? The crock shot or the fraud?
I think the fraud. I think the fraud would follow. And then you also have a dust up with Mark Gastineau. And in Rodgers' case, I don't know who that would be. But Gastineau's now suing. Did you see that? He's suing $25 million ESPN for basically making him look like a bleep hole. Like this has tarnished his reputation.
Well, he was.
Well, I think it's CTE talking.
Yeah, he was.
He didn't seem like he was quite all there.
He was in the wrong here.
He was about to start crying while he was talking to Aaron Rodgers.
Hey, it's emotional.
Or to Brett. I don't want to say the last name, just to Brett.
to Brett.
Stop myself. The Giants did host yesterday Joe Flacco, and they're expected to meet with Russell Wilson, possibly even today.
I heard Jeff Hostetler's on the way, too.
Yeah, maybe Phil Sims.
Yeah.
Kerry Collins, can they bring
Craig
him back?
Morton.
Heck, maybe Jason Sehorn. They just decide, you know what, we'll take another run at you at quarterback.
Yeah.
Speaking of quarterbacks, the
Brant
Browns.
Tarkington.
I like that. It's a good poll. Browns have informed Kenny Pickett that he's going to have a chance to compete for their starting quarterback role.
The Browns did?
I thought I was getting, butt cracked on this one. It's true. Multiple sources have said that this is happening, and Kenny Pickett says, I view myself as a starter.
Yeah.
And what else is he supposed to say? But it's just like, gosh, how...
I'm a damn good backup with a Super Bowl ring.
This Deshaun Watson scenario, it's just gone so bad for Cleveland. They're now pivoting over to Kenny Pickett. Like, what the hell?
It's a sad existence, man.
All right, let's get to Shefty. Shefty's talking about who he thinks is going to go number one overall in the NFL draft. I think this is a foregone done deal. I think we know. I don't think there's going to be a lot of drama. And here's Schefter really just dotting the I's and crossing the T's on this one.
Zero chance that Cam Ward is going to make it to the Giants at 3. Just not going to happen. So I expect that Cam Ward will be the number one pick in the draft, whether that's Tennessee or Cleveland or the New York Giants making that pick. And this is all part of the process, right? You begin to evaluate all these guys. Teams do deeper and deeper dives into them. From my perspective, I'm talking to more and more people before the combine, at the combine, after the combine. And I'm just telling you, like, the conversations I've had have convinced me that Cam Ward will be the number one pick, and certainly the first quarterback off the board, and certainly I think the number one overall guy. Zero chance.
Yeah, Cam Ward's going to be the number one overall pick. I'm also pretty darn confident that assuming he's there, Mason Graham's going to go to Jacksonville. Their GM was talking today that they want defensive line help, and there is some buzz around the draft community that they do love Mason Graham.
Walter Nolan would be a good pick there.
I wouldn't mind that one. I would not mind that one at all. But I think that they do view Graham as the number one defensive tackle.
Sure.
And that's assuming if he gets by New England. Yeah. Maybe New England takes him at 4. But I think that if he's at 5, Jacksonville, if you're filling out your mocks at home, Mason Graham's a good pick there. And then number 1 overall, Cam Ward to the Titans.
Yeah, if you're a quarterback-needy team, there's a lot of prospects where you're like, I can live with it if that guy turns into all-world. Like, watching him, I just don't see this, that. When you see Cam Ward and you're looking for the weaknesses and you're like, this isn't enough, that if 5 years from now he's the best quarterback in the NFL, we would feel like complete idiots. You know, what's not to like with Cam Ward? He's got the it factor.
He does.
You don't pass on that.
And we've seen what a rookie quarterback can do to transform organizations in bad spots. I mean, what C.J. Stroud did a couple years ago, what Jaden Daniels just did last year. I mean, heck, plenty of rookies last year, like Bo Nix, what he was able to do in Denver. Drake May's got New England feeling really good about themselves right now. So this is one of those quarterbacks I do think could have an instant impact in Tennessee. Looks like Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero are just reporting the Bengals have made significant progress on massive contract extensions with Chase and T. Higgins. Both could be finalized in the coming days. So we should watch out for that. I can't wait to see what Jamar Chase's number ends up being.
Man, it's so crazy to me that they're electing to pay T. Higgins instead of Trey Hendrickson.
It's bad team building. And I love T. Higgins, don't get me wrong. But 2 elite wide receivers.
Your number 2 wide receiver is more important than the
your
sack
best defensive
leader.
player?
Yeah. Crazy.
It is nuts. It's definitely only caring about one side of the football. We got this update, New Heights podcast with the Kelsey Bros, and they had.
You mean the Overlappers?
The Overlappers, yes, the Overlappers.
Wait, is this another
the
example?
Overlappers. I don't think they quite laughed as much here. You think? Yeah, maybe. All right, let's hear it. All right, this is with Jason Sudeikis. Big time announcement for you Ted Lasso fans. Did they overlap again?
As Ted Lasso fans, man, thank you, because that is gold.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Is there season 4? Is it in the works?
Are we allowed
I don't
to
know
say
what
that?
I'm allowed to ask.
I think you can ask it. Yeah, that's what we're writing. We're writing season 4 now. Yeah, that's the official word. Yeah, Ted's coaching. Yeah, they're a women's team. So there,
That's happening.
That's
Women's
it.
team.
Yeah.
Is he coming back to the States or?
Yeah, that's too many questions. But
Yeah, all right. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that.
and it's only because I don't know.
Yeah, they did it. They did it again.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. Leave it there. What did he say? Leave it there.
Everything's so funny.
It is. But I'm pumped. I mean, I thought now season 3 was phenomenal. I thought it was a great bow to the whole series. The way that they did the finale was perfect. But I do like Ted Lasso in my life, and I'm not going to be opposed to a season 4.
When season 3 ended, were you expecting a season 4? Did it feel like they shut the book?
It was done. We were expecting it to be over and done with.
So they're doing a force open now.
Yeah, I mean it's got something to it. I think TV's, the networks, the producers are looking for content that the customers are going to want. Right, that's why they keep doing the same superhero movies over and over again. I don't want this, Wolchuk. I'm sorry to say, Ted Lasso lost me there about episode 2 or so of season 3. Got too self-helpy. You know,
season 2 is all about self-help.
Got too man person.
Maybe it lost me in season 2. Maybe I never watched season 3.
You might not have, because season 2 was not that good. I agree with you. And then it got back to it's
all about growing as a person.
Yes.
And I don't need that. I need American football coach coaching soccer. And telling funny jokes.
This one, though, if he's coaching a women's soccer team.
impressive.
Yeah.
That's not going to get you back in? I mean, I think there's a lot of
I might be
similarities.
back in. I'll check it out. I got to figure out if I watch season 3 or not yet. I was kind of into it.
If you haven't, you can just go to the season finale because it's fantastic. So just don't stress about it.
Thank you. We'll check.
I got you, bro.
What if they're going to reenact the Panamanian?
Don't stress,
coming up?
dude.
The Panamanian female coach who fat shamed his player. I wonder if they're going to have some sort of tie-in with that.
Oh, that would be something. Like he accidentally kisses one of his players.
Yeah.
All kinds of things could happen.
Smooches going on.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
He's
NFL News of the Day every afternoon at 3:00. My top question for Cowboys fans following the Micah Tank Twitter dust-up. That'll lead the C note coming up next year in the nation.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We have the C-Note here for you every day at this time. Cowboys news of the evening and a recent Cowboy signing once again. Okay, they've done it again. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Franklin Frankel 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Dante Fowler is back, as Wolchuk told you. It's 1 year, $6 million base, up to $8 million. What do you think? I know you lost Tank. I know Eric Kendricks is gone. You got the 2 new linebackers, the new corner, the 3 defensive linemen here, Brian. Are they possibly better on paper than they were last year, or about as good? How would you say the Cowboys have done now here with another defensive lineman?
Yeah, I'll give you the scouting report on Fowler at the 340, but I'll tell you what, I do like you re-signed Osa, great. You got him for a good price, great. You're able to kind of, with the savings that you had on the contract, that you're able to get Solomon Thomas and then also get Turner in fold with that.
Mm-hmm.
So, you get 3 guys for really the price of 1. I like that. The Fowler film is really, really good. And he's, you go through, you watch the sacks, you watch the way he's playing the run. I mean, there's a lot of
playing the run.
Yeah,
that's surprising.
That's where I went to my next gen and I said, just give me all the run plays he's in. But yeah, I'll talk about it here in a little bit. But man, it's
encouraging.
He looks like a different player in that regard. So, but yeah, you get it. I like the Solomon Thomas signing a lot because I think it helps kind of playing behind with Osa. And then with Turner, he's a really good run defender. That could be something better. He doesn't have the pass rush ability of Golston, but similar run defender. And now you got a legitimate pass rusher with Fowler being back in the mix. You kind of helped yourself along the way.
With them going so hard on defensive line here in free agency, I feel like it's corner, wide receiver, running back in rounds 1, 2, 3. I don't know which order. But would you guys be as comfortable or confident saying that at this time?
I mean, one tech is still, a big body run stuffer. Now, that oftentimes is a guy that you can find in, the 4th or 5th round or whatever. So, and I think in this draft, maybe in particular, Wolchuk.
Yeah, there's definitely some names I could throw at you in round 5 that would fill that.
Okay, so then yeah, I'm on board with what you said.
What do you think, Wolchuk? Wide receiver, corner, running back in the first 3 rounds in any particular order?
Yeah, I think you're looking at corner and wide receiver is still definitely 2 big holes. I think if Genty were to be there, he'd certainly get consideration. Otherwise, they might let this thing ride at running back. That would not surprise me with how they filled this with Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams. I still think you need to take your starting running back in this draft. I'd love for them at 44 if there's a guy there at 76, but I still won't be surprised to see Walter Nolan's name, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss, Michael Williams if he's there from Georgia.
Yeah, the edge would make more sense now than maybe the 3 technique with Nolan.
But again, no, because these are 1-year deals, right? It's not like your position's spoken for the future at defensive tackle. They need help still moving forward past this year. So it just depends on how their board is. I think they really do love Walter Nolan. Obviously, Tommy Arish told us Michael Williams.
I would say that to me, the one that makes more sense is if you want to play future ball with Michael Williamson. If that's what you're going to do.
As an end?
As an end.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of edges, let me ask you this. As Micah and Tank on Twitter is the #1 Cowboy topic both locally and nationally today. Hey, I like Tank telling the truth about the team. I don't think he meant it to be shots fired at teammates, but we know that, especially on the defensive side of the ball, this wasn't a kumbaya type of locker room. There were guys that didn't like each other, and that's fine. That's going to take place probably on all 32 teams. I like Micah defending the team. I like the position that he took, even though if it was not intended for him, go ahead, defend the team, be the leader. Don't have a problem with any of that. What I think is interesting moving forward is, the question, is this a dynamic that walks out of the building with Tank leaving, or is this a sign that chemistry and morale inside the Cowboys locker room, especially on the defensive side, is a little toxic? Got to wonder.
Yeah, I mean, at least to some extent, at least it wasn't toxic enough to where everybody knew about it and it was loud and obvious and brash. So they did a nice job
being pros.
Yeah, keeping it behind closed doors. Exactly. Yeah, being pros about it, I would say. But I think this is also relatively common, especially when you're not finding or not even really getting to anywhere close to the ultimate success.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there's going to be infighting when in the biggest games of the season, especially in the postseason, you're usually essing the bed.
Yeah, and we've really heard about the infighting and seen the signs of it post Green Bay loss, and then you add to it the regular season last year. But I think the angle would be Micah's the podcast guy. A bunch of former players are saying, I wouldn't want my teammates doing it. Tank used to be willing to play for less for the Cowboys. Now he's like, see you later. I don't know. I think in the end, the most important thing is to have great players, and they still have enough of those if they can get all the other positions filled out and address depth.
You talk about positions, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to swing it another way. I wish they'd add a wide receiver. I wish they'd find a way. If you want to play another 1-year deal in Keenan Allen or somebody like that, a big body guy on the outside.
Well, that's what I was saying with how free agency has gone. It just sets up that you got to take a wide receiver now.
Well, I mean, I would like to see them sign a wide receiver. Like you're saying, sign one of these Amari Cooper.
Like what we talked about yesterday.
Yeah,
you gave us the list of veterans. And I think Keenan Allen is the most appealing to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just add one of those guys. And then it gives you even more flexibility on your draft. If you want to draft a receiver, if you want to draft an end, you want to draft a defensive tackle, you can kind of do all those things. But I would like to see them. They're on a pretty decent run right now. Go ahead and try and see if you can find one of these wide receivers for maybe about what you paid for with Dante Fowler.
Agreed. To circle back to this was a personality thing between two guys that just didn't get along from the beginning, and I do think that. With Micah, Tank's not the only one that felt that way. So there's a massive leadership void. I'm hopeful that Micah last year it seemed like he did take a lot of strides in that area. You can talk a lot about it. I don't really believe people that talk about, I want to be the leader, it's my time, you're trying to speak it into existence. I think it just kind of naturally happens, and I don't know that he naturally has leadership skills. Solomon Thomas seems like the guy that they've just signed that is the guy that is a leader from the other stops that he's been to, but that's a massive problem on the defensive side of the football.
Yeah.
They don't have one of those guys right now.
And you can only lead and set the tone so much as a role player.
Right, and a guy that hasn't been here.
Yeah.
So like for Eric Kendricks, I'm sure that was an issue for him last year. Like Kendricks is one of those personalities, but are the guys going to follow me in my first year in the system here? Like I'm trying to prove to everybody we're trying to get to know each other here.
Yeah.
They're not instantly going to be like, oh yeah, this is our guy. Let's follow the leader here. So for Micah, I'd love to see it, but I don't know. I mean, I do think there's something too when we say there's conversations about should they pay this guy $40+ million. It's not just saying things to say things. Like we've known that Micah and Tank didn't get along for years now. We don't want to come out and say it in respect to the parties here. But Jerry loves Micah, so Micah's not going anywhere. But there are a lot of other people in that building that think he's a pain in the ass to deal with. And I think players agree with that.
I mean, great leadership is hard to find. I think you have one in your quarterback in Dak, but I mean, elsewhere on the team, where is there a good player who's been an all-pro, who's got that personality? CeeDee Lamb's not a leader. He's more of a lone wolf. Same with Diggs. Osa's just, not the kind of leadership guy that's going to command a room and rile guys up. So, you kind of got to get lucky in that perfect leadership department. And right now, I think the Cowboys are still looking for one on the defensive side of the ball. Maybe this is the year that Micah takes big steps in that direction. Des Bryant has a hilarious thread with fans on Twitter. He said, the team I was on, I said we sucked, and we're not the 90s Cowboys. I looked Jerry right in his eyes and told him we won't ever win with Coach Garrett. So,
so did I, Des.
Yeah. I mean, somebody said he wasn't that bad. He kept you competitive. Des said, I kept myself competitive. The man asked me tone it down a notch because I was practicing too hard. I can't make this bleep up. But he said, yeah, we had a first-round bye, and I wanted to be prepared that week. I told myself I wanted to be able to run all day. Garrett had the nerve to come over and tell me that. I knew we were going to lose the following week. That must have been the Green Bay game.
Mm-hmm.
So we started off really slow. I'll never forget. People wonder why I used to get frustrated, and it's because of goofy bleep like that. Yeah, a lot of people frustrated. Jordan Lewis at some point, now with the Jags, says it's been 10 years of that, man. I can't anymore. So a lot of interesting stuff going on here today on Cowboys Twitter. If you wanted to dive in, there's plenty of spicy content for you. I don't know if we spent enough time on Brandon Cooks talking about what Dak needs from the organization. And I think we had it yesterday. Well, people don't understand from a quarterback position, this is why they get paid the big bucks. So I don't feel for him, but at the same time, he needs help. And I'm not just saying help from players. You need help as an organization. You need help to put his teammates in places where they can receive the most help and be the healthiest they can possibly be. Just taking things off his plate when it comes to play calling and stuff like that. And so it's an umbrella of things that a quarterback needs for winning. What do you think all he's getting at here? That sounds awful general. Like, are the Cowboys doing anything right? After Brandon Cooks says something like that, seems like they're missing out on a lot of stuff. And this is a guy that's been in a lot of places with a lot of successful organizations.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a guy that sees the lack of talent that comes in, year out. And this is a guy who personally feels like he was probably misused in the offense. And so it's like, man, and Dak is perpetually talked about as a guy who does a lot at the line of scrimmage. And it's like it's a tip of the cap to him. And I don't know that it's too much on his plate or not necessarily comparatively, but I do think it's obvious to see that there's not a ton of talent that comes in here. And guys like Brandon Cooks come in here and then don't always get used appropriately.
Yeah, he's right. It's a top-heavy roster. There's been no time that we've looked at and been like, except for maybe 2010 after they had an awesome 2009 season, and they went ahead and signed what seemed like every single big name on the street, whether it was Adam Pac-Man Jones, whether it was, Tank Johnson, the old Bears defensive tackle they brought in, Zach Thomas, right? They did. They tried to make some moves to go ahead in 2010, dream team style it up. Ever since then, the trades that they made for Gilmore and Cooks were the only time I could point to and be like, all right, they're now adding some legit dudes that can come in and make an impact. Everybody they've signed this cycle, it's like, let's hope, let's cross our fingers. We saw talent, former first-round picks. Let's hope that they work here when they didn't work anywhere else. So I love it. I love that players are out here finally putting pressure on a front office that while they're trying, and like I said yesterday, I'm going to give them credit. I'm going to be fair. They've made some trades. They've actually signed more guys than they have in recent years. Thank you for doing that. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't seem like anybody that they've really brought in is tilting the needle that now you're now over Philly. You're even over Washington, maybe even Detroit, the Rams, some of the other real contenders in your conference.
I think you have to look at it as, and you're right, is it made you better?
Yeah.
We'll see.
It's made you deeper. I think the depth is better.
Yeah, it's made you where you're not now like just completely relying on the draft. I mean, they're still going to get the opportunity to do that. They're still going to use college free agency to their advantage. But, man, if they would have gone through another cycle and just let all these guys and let Lewis and all these guys walk and just not do anything, then you really should be in despair. But, yeah, is this – needle moving moves? No, but it's not. It's at least replacing players that are the same or maybe better than what you lost. So
in a couple of spots,
yeah, that's kind of where that part of it's encouraging. I don't think they got better at running back.
No,
I think they've got better on the defensive line.
They have.
Sure.
I think
they got worse in the secondary,
and they added a couple of linebackers that maybe these are guys that
Fowler
give you production.
Gives you more pass rush than Tank. If you want to think about it, for one's getting $14 million, the other's getting $8 or $6.
But I love what Cooks is saying. You need to give this guy more help, and hopefully you got that from the coaching staff. But you need it from a roster sake. And I think a guy like Tank saying what he said, or Cooks saying what he said on his way out the door. If I'm the front office, I'm thinking our guys down there in that locker room know we're not competitive right now, and that is a potential dumpster fire for morale. If we get to training camp and these guys who have spent their entire careers believing in themselves and the team, you could be coming off a bad season. I've seen these Cowboys come off bad seasons and still believe. There's not a lot of belief going on right there.
Yeah.
And I think that can be a real difficult thing to overcome, especially for a first-time head coach.
There might be some people, some players in that building glad to see Mike McCarthy go. And maybe Mike Solari and some other guys. Maybe that's going to be okay. Listen, hey, maybe the players are never going to blame themselves. They'll blame coaches all day. But maybe they're looking at this as like, okay, maybe a breath of fresh air coming through the door.
Well, my man, speaking of fresh air, it's time for Krusty's Corner here on a Friday. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I got a couple of scouting reports for you for the guys that they've just signed. We'll do those next.
Scouting report here for DFW weather. It's about to get very hot. And you're going to want great windows from Window Nation to help keep the cool air inside this summer. Coming off this brutal winter, I know some of you likely saw, like I did, the highest energy bills you've ever seen. Thanks to Window Nation right now, they have a great way to put new windows in your home. Save yourself hundreds, if not thousands, on your energy bills with new windows from Window Nation. They have the most energy-efficient windows, and right now, buy two, get two free. Pay nothing, no interest for 2 full years. 866-90Nation, windownation.com. Have them out to the house like I did. You're going to be blown away. Their customer service.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here at 3:45 on a Friday afternoon. It's time for Krusty's Corner. This could be Dusty's Corner, though. Check this out as West Texas dust has arrived once again. I don't think the winds are 80 miles an hour like they were in the Panhandle, knocking over 18-wheelers today, Brian. Pretty crazy video out there, but it's a wild scene here downtown.
Yeah, it is pretty wild. And we had this happen, a few days ago, right?
Yeah,
Didn't we have the same situation with the dustiness and all that?
Yeah, from Lubbock.
The
Raider rash was in the air.
Raider rash.
It's a great time to be indoors and enjoy your AC thanks to Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king.
Hey, you said Dusty?
Yep.
You know, just for a word for the wise, you never want to get in a scrap with a dude named Dusty.
Oh, that's not going to go well, is it?
Dusties don't die, bro.
Dusty's always got time.
Dusties, bro.
They just don't die.
They
So the
keep
old
going.
saying is you got to kill them to stop them.
You got to stop for Dusty, man.
Yeah. Dusty's usually good 240 pounds solid.
Scrappy.
Yeah.
Scrappy. Hey, Lucius, congratulations to your guy, to your Memphis. Can I give you Memphis the Tigers?
Penny
getting the victory today?
He sure did.
On his way to the championship
He's like
game.
coach of the year and everything.
Yeah. But I tell you what, man, I think is Memphis is one of those programs that kind of plays on the edge, right? A little bit. When
You might get a house for your mama, something like that, their campus.
You kind of appreciate as a fan of Memphis, you're kind of digging what your coaches are trying to do there, right?
Yeah, Penny watched it. He was in that movie Blue Chips, and he was like, so that's how they do it.
Yeah. So he's got the Nick Nolte character.
Yeah,
he's buying tractors.
figuring it out, man.
He's figuring it out for everybody. All right. Yeah, but man, this basketball stuff's really good, though, by the way. And we're next week, right? We're out.
Yep. We are Colby's
Burgers.
Yeah. Yep. Here we come, Euless.
Friday.
Let's do it again.
Looking forward to that. That'll be a lot of fun.
Try not to get my cast so drunk this time.
That was unbelievable.
you know that, by the way, we have an event after that, right?
We do. We'll see if we make that one.
Yeah. Well, we have.
We have
to
our
make
Sandlot charity dinner, dude. It's for the kids.
We have to make that.
Rachel Ring is a massive Tolo. She gets it.
But she paid for dinner for all.
She
of us.
paid to eat with you, Brian.
Wait, is this the same thing?
Same day, Lucius.
Oh.
Yeah, we double dipped on the sked.
Okay.
We scheduled and then we got scheduled.
Cold beers, cheeseburgers, and barbecue.
We're going to be waxed at that dinner, I'll tell you what. You're going to get some money's worth.
Thank you so much. You're the best, Tolo.
You're the best.
Have you tried this brisket?
This beef rib is amazing.
Eating off of her plate.
All right. Cowboys did make a couple of signings. By the way, can I ask you guys this question? With the 2 running back signings, there's a possibility that one of those guys might not be here, right? We're not committed to these guys,
much
are we?
like Royce Freeman last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not really committed to either one of these cats, right?
No. And I would probably leave Miles Sanders maybe being the one that doesn't make it.
Agreed. I mean, at least Javonte Williams has a skill set that is usable. Blocker, pass catcher. Okay,
yeah.
we can do something with that.
Yeah.
Miles Sanders, there's nothing. There's not really an attribute to his game that's really special at all.
Yeah, these free agent signings. I know we've had this discussion. It's not keeping me from drafting anybody.
No, you're starting running backs in this draft.
Yeah,
I'd like you to take one.
I am not. I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, man, I feel really great about what I'm doing here right now.
I mean, if I close my eyes and imagine the Cowboys being really good next year, it's got to be with an absolute stud runner. And right now they have Jobber 2 times.
Yeah.
And it's a tragedy they let Rico go. You had something solid that wasn't going to break the bank. Give it some time. Bring this guy back. Now at least we know we're solid. These guys might be terrible next year. So I think it's possible they don't draft anybody, Brian. And, we're looking at like Joe Randall and Darren McFadden, but maybe a little worse.
We need a factor back, don't we?
We do.
Dawson.
That's right.
Factor back.
And a thick necktie.
Yeah, both of those go hand in hand. I'm scattabooing to the day I die. Unless, of course, in year 3 he's just a flame out. Then I'll bail. Won't die on the hill. I'll just be embarrassed
You
on
want to
it.
die on that hill?
I'm a scattaboo.
Would you die on the Scattaboo hill?
No. There's better backs. I mean, I like him. He's solid.
No, obviously, I'm not saying like you take him in the 1st or 2nd round or anything like that. But I think where you can get him value-wise, sign me up all day.
Can I ask you, Zach, what's the last back on your list that you would feel good about drafting? The last one.
The last one?
About that, it's capable of being the leading rusher in year 1 because that void is still glaring.
Might be Taj Brooks out of Tech.
I'll tell you what. I watched ATN from Georgia.
Oh, the Georgia kid, yeah.
I mean, I think I could carry this thing to the late. I think I could carry it to the late 4th, maybe even the 5th.
The problem is, like, I've thought Brooks would go in the 5th, but he ran a really good time.
He's not going to. He's going to go a lot earlier than that.
He might go in as high as the 3rd.
You haven't seen Krosky Merritt, the hyphenated name? Krosky Merritt.
The Arizona kid.
Yeah. New Mexico.
Problem is, we just didn't get to see him play it all last year.
Did you watch the New Mexico team?
But he looked good. Yeah, and I saw him at the Senior Bowl or the Shrine Bowl for 4 days of practice, and he looked good. I mean, he moved better than anybody, and that might just be because he had fresh legs.
Yeah, but I wonder why that might be my last guy.
That could be.
That might be my last guy.
See, but all these teams are going to have him like ordered, like Kyle Monungai out of Rutgers, Damian Martinez out of Miami.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like some of these guys might have him higher, lower. Like Jordan James out of Oregon. Is he going to last till round 5? Is he going to go in the 3rd round? Like Scatterbo could go in the 3rd. He could.
I have him in the 3rd myself.
You might have to take him at 76.
That's just a damn football
I wouldn't
player.
love that.
I mean, let's just be real about it.
No, he's a football player. No, you're right about that. I wonder what they're going to do with James. Not James. Smith from SMU. Do you think he's more of a receiver? Do you think he's more of a receiver than he is a real running back? I mean, receiver, running back guy.
I think that he's got running back. He can run the ball. Like I've seen him go between the tackles, and he can make some guys miss. Like I think he's a solid. I like him too, and I think they like him. I think they're a fan of his. I mean, you got the Kansas guys like Giddens from Kansas State, who I'm a big fan of. Devin Neal, but all those I'm looking at the 3rd round. Like I don't think those guys are going to last till the 5th.
Yeah.
Like I think at pick 76, you've got to probably have taken your dude. Or else you're risking, like last year, maybe getting wiped by this thing. Like they might all get gobbled up in the 4th.
I don't think they're going to get wiped out. I will say this though, I am not very high on Miles Sanders. I don't think Miles Sanders is very elusive. I don't think he has any speed to get to the outside. He had 3 runs of 10 plus yards last year.
Probably same number as Zeke.
That was it. Yeah, pretty much. He doesn't really have the speed for the outside. He's very straight line. He played in that system in Carolina where he's much better if he could play in the pistol, where he can line up behind the quarterback and they can hand him the ball going downhill.
I don't know if Shoddy's doing pistol.
If he plays sidecar, if he plays that next to the quarterback and hand him the ball and have to start again type of running back, this guy is not going to be that good for you that way. So I don't think he has the quickness to play that way. And so that's why I was asking. I'm not married to any of these guys right now at running back. I think I think your running backs, like I said, I would have double dipped at running back in the draft. Is what I would have done. I think it's deep enough that you could have done that.
Absolutely.
Okay, Dante Fowler on the other end. Let me tell you this about Dante Fowler. And Chief, you're asking about his ability to play the run. And I was like, okay, I'm curious now. But he did a much better job of taking on blockers. And when not only the tight ends, but also tackles or also people coming out trying to get him on the edge. Did a much better job of playing with his hands and getting off blocks. There were a couple of games, too, where he really did a good job of chasing down from the backside, where they left him unblocked, and all of a sudden you see him running through the trash to get to the front side over there to make a tackle.
He's got that type of quickness for sure.
He does. And, he can extend. He looked like he was playing off blocks, like I said. He chasing the football. The quickness is still there. He's really good in the twist game still. Dan Quinn was moving around. You watch his sacks that he had. There were a couple that were off the edge where he was just winning against the tackle, and then there's the others where they were moving him around, and then he was inside, and the quarterback's trying to kind of escape, and he's able to close and avoid the blocker and make the play. So there were a couple times too where he was rushing, and he was able to rock these tackles back with a little bit of some power to his game. So I think he has the tools to kind of stay after you that way in the running game. It was nice to see him play well on the move, and I think you got a legitimate sacker here when you're looking at your defensive line. When you compare him or pair him with Micah on the outside, and this guy's going to give you more sacks than probably what Tank was going to give you.
For sure.
And the run game stuff has improved from what we've seen from him the last few years. But a much better job, kind of a more complete player than just a guy that's just going to be a bendy edge rusher. This guy's got some complete football to his game now, watching this Commanders tape here.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. It's been a busy couple days here for the Cowboys, doing maybe a little bit more than expected. What's it all equal? How much better have they made themselves? Nick Harris, Star Telegram, answers that question and more next in the Nation.
they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
That is right. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram Cowboys reporter, joining us now to talk more as free agency continues to evolve. And a good afternoon, Nick. How the heck are you?
Man, can't complain, guys. It's been a busy week. Not something I say I maybe would have predicted, but it keeps us going. I've been excited by it.
Yeah, this is nice. And for anybody that missed it, Dante Fowler is back, 1 year, $6 million base, up to $8 million in incentive. Couple of other defensive linemen this week, couple of linebackers. Now they do lose a Tank and Jay Lou. What do you think? Are they better than, at least on defense so far, than what they were last year?
Well, they're certainly putting pieces together on defense, and that's been the big strategy so far here in free agency. We talk about these 5 former first-round picks that they've added. All of them have come on the defensive side of the ball, and you can look at it in all 3 levels. Up front, it's Peyton Turner. It's now Dante Fowler Jr. Being factored in with the young guys that they have in that room to create some competition. At the second level, it's bringing in a experienced guy like Kenneth Murray that can play there in the middle. And then in the secondary, it's Kyer Elam. Again, competition that you can add outside corner opposite of Deron Bland in the case that Trayvon Diggs cannot start the season. I still think you need help at a couple of those spots. I still think you need to go get a corner in this draft, maybe 2 of them. I still think you need a linebacker, but they have certainly put a lot of intention forward on filling depth needs on the defensive side of the ball. It has me thinking that come draft time, we're going to see Shoddy take a big role in drafting some of these offensive players with premium picks.
So what are you thinking about running back now then? They've added Miles Sanders and then, of course, Javonte Williams. Brian just gave us a scouting report, and I had talked with a scouting buddy in Carolina. The return doesn't sound great right now on Miles Sanders. Does that change the way they're viewing running back in the draft at all, in your opinion?
No, I don't believe so. It just adds veteran experience into that room, and it gives them a couple of options instead of having to, really rely on one guy. They did that last year. You look back, and I think they relied on Ezekiel Elliott, and I think they would tell you that they relied on Ezekiel Elliott maybe a little too much, and it bit them in the end. And they ended up having to reshuffle that room. And fortunately for them, Rico Dowdle stepped up and ended up being a 1,000-yard rusher. But that was more so luck than anything, being able to land on a guy like Rico in that sense. So having a guy like Miles Sanders, it allows some flexibility in that room. But I think also you look at training camp and how that position room might fill out. This is do or die for Deuce Vaughn. It's going to be his turn it's going to be his time to try to earn a roster spot and show that he can provide some value to the offense.
Nick, it doesn't seem like the Cooper Kupp stuff is going to unfold, but do you feel like they're serious about trying to go get one of these veteran wide receivers that's still on the market?
Yeah, they've toyed around with, talking within the market, but I don't know how serious they're going to be for some of these guys, whether it be a Stephon Diggs or a Keenan Allen. I think this is probably one of those situations where they wait until the market kind of bottoms out, and if there's a guy still left at the end, then they go grab them. But I still think receiver is a position that they could address early on in the draft, if not at number 12.
So are you think there's a cheaper wide receiver option? Are there guys out there, and could we define their range like it needs to be around $5 or $6 million?
I would say it probably needs to be around 5 to 8. I mean, you're looking at a deal for Dante Fowler today that was at $8 million. It honestly surprised me. Now the base is 6, the incentives are worth up to 8. This is the richest outside free agent deal that this team has made in a decade. So they're at least showing a little bit of willingness to open the checkbook for some outside free agents. It just depends on who Steven wants to be quote unquote selectively aggressive for. But I think if you wait a couple of weeks and you see Keenan Allen still on the market and his price has come down to maybe a $5 or $6 million, I could see that being a realistic option.
Nick, this is a question that might be unfair to you, but you do live with this football team. And I was going to ask you, for what we saw yesterday with what happened with Tank and then with Micah, is there something that is it something that was surprising to you that happened that way, or is it something that you kind of saw that potentially could happen if these two parted ways?
Yeah, it's not necessarily something I could have seen, spill out on Twitter, but it's something that doesn't surprise me at the end of the day. Like when this started to pop off, honestly, when that clip came out of Demarcus Lawrence, my first thought was Micah's going to say something about this. And surely enough, it turned into a bigger deal than I expected. But when Micah Parsons arrived in that room, you got to think about the dynamics of that room at that time. Micah was the young guy, but he came in, he commanded a lot of respect for his play on the field. The first team All-Pro, his first 3 years in the league, and, walked in with an alpha presence already in there in Demarcus Lawrence. And, Demarcus Lawrence having, at that time, 7 years under his belt, being that veteran guy, those guys are going to butt heads. Those things happen. That happens in locker rooms across the league. I don't think that they ever really got off on a good foot, and it never really built on from there, and it never really got better from there. But it was never something that crossed the line of professionalism, at least from what I've been told, or crossed the line of boundaries. Like, sure, there were a couple times where they kind of had to be separated, whether it be a heated camp moment or things of that nature. But it was never something that got in the way of play on the field, at least from what I have been told. But this is a situation. You go back to last year. And whenever Demarcus Lawrence landed on the injured reserve in Week 5, and Micah Parsons looked around and he was telling the media, he's like, yeah, this is my chance to step up. And I don't think that was one of those situations where it's like, hey, there's shoes that need to be filled, I'm going to step in and do it. It was more so like, hey, finally I can step in and do it. So I look at it that way, and now this is Micah's opportunity to really lead that room, and he doesn't care who anyone thinks about it, especially Demarcus Lawrence.
We'll check. How does the rest of the team look at Micah? Is he liked? Is he resented at all for his podcasting that's such a hot topic?
Nah, the podcast, I think, is overblown when you talk to players on the team. It's kind of like the tours. You talk to the majority of the players on the team, and they're like, I don't give a damn about that. And you might find one or two, they're like, yeah, it can get annoying, but it is what it is. I know this place. I know how this place operates. But then you look at in the Micah case, in the defensive line room, he is liked. You look at Chauncey Golston and Osa Digizua that came into this league with him, and they were one of the first ones to jump on Twitter and side with Micah last night. And Chauncey's, at another NFC East team now. You look at Trayvon Diggs, backing him up. Micah's got support on this team. And look, I think anyone can say this in any place that they work. They are going to have people that like them. They're going to have people that don't like them. That's just the nature of human beings, and that's how we, operate in this world. I don't think Micah Parsons is any different. Now, granted, he's an alpha and he's a leader now, and he's going to have to step into a big role off the field defensively moving forward. There's going to be some people that, take that in stride, and there's going to be some people that don't. And, Micah Parsons is not the style for everybody, but I will give Micah credit for how he approached last season. Because if you had told me this time last year that we would be having a conversation about Micah Parsons as a leader, I would have said you were crazy. And so I think it's a credit to him and a credit to, what he did last offseason to prepare for that.
I'm with you. I think we saw a lot of growth last year, but it has also been a lot of talking. Right. And when it comes to leadership, and you've been around a lot of the high school to college to the pros now, Nick, you kind of just naturally have that. It's not, I am a leader. You don't have to tell people I am a leader. Do you think that's something where they're looking on the defensive side? Like, I know Mike is saying that. Dak is the leader on offense. Do they have a leadership void right now on defense?
No, I don't believe so. And I think, again, that's credit to Micah being able to step in and provide that last season in the 12-plus weeks that Demarcus Lawrence was out. And there was some feeling towards the end that, Demarcus Lawrence probably could have come back at the end of the season by some players, but he chose not to and preserve his body for his next stop. And, Micah Parsons, he was that leadership, that leader that they were able to turn to and be part of that. So I think, again, last year was a big credit to that. And there's going to be a lot of moving pieces on defense next year because you factor in Overshown and Trayvon Diggs might not be ready for the start of the season. You factor in that there's going to be some new faces on all three levels. They're going to need a guy at the top that can kind of command that, and I think Mike is ready for that.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. You've got a new mock draft out, my friend. How did that one go? What's it looking like for the Cowboys?
Yeah, for the Cowboys, I have them picking Teteroa McMillan at 12. It's the receiver out of Arizona, the All-American. As I was hashing it out, that top 12, I had Ashton Genty going to the Raiders at 6. I think that one just makes too much sense right now, especially with what Pete Carroll's trying to do. And then I had Chicago Bears, who could be looking for an offensive weapon potentially. They've done so much to rehaul their offensive line, but they could use one more tackle to go ahead and put that final piece in place. So I have them grabbing Armand Membu out of Missouri at number 10. And the Cowboys, they get the first receiver off the board at number 12. Now, I was trying to go back more so in like the last 5 years. I was like, okay, when did the first receiver come off the board? You can go back a couple of years ago. Jackson Smith and Jigba came off at 20. A couple of years before that, Henry Ruggs came off at 12. So, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that the first receiver comes off at 12, especially when you factor in the top talent in this class and kind of how top-heavy it can be at other positions. And that's where I think Teteroa McMillan will be available there at 12. Now, at number 44, I have them circling back for a corner, and I have them going and getting Trey Amos out of Ole Miss. Started his career at Louisiana Lafayette, transferred to Ole Miss, and is one of the more physical corners in this class. I love his size. I love his prototypical size. He's got that 6'1", 195 to 200-pound frame, and he does not mind getting a hand in your face and throwing you off your route right at your release. I think this is going to be a guy that Eberflus really enjoys having if they're able to land on him at 44. And, when I was looking at it, I was coming out of my number 12 pick thinking, okay, they got to go get a running back at 44. And then once I started really going through this list and really starting to see all the teams that need running backs, there is 2 separate opportunities for a run at running back in this draft before 44. You have that 20 to 27 range where Denver's in there. They could probably go ahead and pop on a first-round running back if they want to and go get a guy like Travion Henderson or a Marion Hampton. And then the very top of the second round, you have the Browns who are going to need a running back. How comfortable do they feel about the health of Nick Chubb moving forward? There's a couple more teams there in the 30s that, when I got to 44, Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, Marion Hampton, they were all off the board. It was really coming down to, okay, do I get Caleb Johnson out of Iowa or do I grab the corner Trey Amos out of Ole Miss? And, understanding how deep this running back class is, go get my running back in the 3rd round. And that's what I chose to do.
I like what you're doing there, Nick. Nick Harris with you here in the nation. Now, do you have a help on why they signed the guard Jones that they did? It seems like they have comparable type of players to be eligible at right guard. What's he do that they wanted to commit to?
Yeah, the veteran experience I think is really valued on this team. And you look at the interior offensive line with Zach Martin now out of the question. Tyler Smith is your oldest guy in there. And it feels like Tyler Smith walked in the door yesterday. So, bringing in a veteran like Robert Jones brings in veteran experience, but also kind of brings in, just a guy that's been there, done that, and he started 17 games last year. He's going to be competition for these guys, but, looking around the room, I still think Brock Hoffman is the leader in the clubhouse to take that right guard spot unless they go and grab somebody in the draft that I really like. But there's going to be a lot of bodies in that room competing for a spot at training camp. And to have a veteran in the mix, it certainly elevates the room.
What's Minnesota doing here with Aaron Rodgers? Is this real?
Is this coming out now?
Well, the report today is he's waiting to hear from them as they're considering if they really want him.
I'll tell you what, I know nothing about the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes, but I want nothing more than for him to fulfill the Brett Favre prophecy of landing in Minnesota and then maybe getting in some tax issues after his career and just making it perfect.
That would be awesome.
What about the crock shots?
Yeah, the rooster shots. Yeah, we'll see about that.
Appreciate you, Nick. Have a great weekend.
Have a good one, fellas. Thank you.
Yeah, Nick Harris, Star Telegram here with you in the G-Bag Nation, home of the Cowboys here, 105.3 The Fan.
He did.
He said it.
I thought he did.
He said it with his mouth right there on the air.
Mm-hmm.
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks, and Mama take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to say, hunger for the Crimson Tide.
Thank you for that cleanup there, Chief and Wolchuk. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Buddy, where are you taking us?
I'm sorry to the 817, but it's Top 10 potato chips, baby. It's National Potato Chip Day. I got the most popular Lay's flavors of potato chip. What is your go-to? That is next in the nation.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it Saffron's called?
Shoot, yeah, here we go. It's the G-Bag Nation. Time for the top 10 at 420 here with your guy, Wolchuk. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Franklin Frankel 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's now time for us to go to Zach with an H. Here he is, your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. As I've got a penalty flag that's been thrown on me from the 360. I got to call a technical foul on you here, Zach. This top 10 list has been done by you before. Trust me, it has not. This is Lay's specific flavor.
So we're not in reruns right now.
Nope, because I make sure. I double check. Because when you do a top 10 list like I do, I've got to make sure we're not repeating lists.
Wolchuk's buttoned up.
I'm trying.
The idea that the 360 doesn't already know that.
watchdog.
And I appreciate it.
That's actually me texting in.
It might be, and I appreciate the holding me accountable. I need that.
360, by the way,
and I love it.
Southwest Washington State.
Boom, nailed it.
Boom, get him.
It's my home
Southwest Washington
We've
State.
definitely done chip flavors.
I like the idea of this being like Dawson's mom or dad texting in.
Yeah. This is all because I didn't put the pie in the top 10 pies.
Still lashing out.
I get it.
I don't blame her.
And I understand it, but this is just Lay's specific, and I've never done just a one specific chip brand, and this is only Lay's flavors. So we will get to that on National Potato Chip Day. Top 10 best Lay's potato chip flavors. Let me know your favorite. Limon has already come on over the text line.
Dude, I used to, you get going buck wild, you have the lime or lemon Lay's chips, and you're going bite for bite with the Flamin' Hot Cheeto Puffs. So you just get that
combo platter?
Yeah. You're just going like,
same bowl?
handful. Yeah, either same bowl or you just double bag it and you just go bite for bite in the bag, and you get that mix of that lime, the spicy. You get the different textures with the run of the mill Lay's chip coupled with the puff consistency.
Mm-hmm. That's weird.
I'm feeling kind of snacky over here.
Okay, well that
it's
brings
the ultimate
up
munchie snack.
Eric Stokes, former Georgia corner, drafted by the Green Bay Packers.
Yes, Eric Stokes.
He's now in Vegas. Eric Stokes, also known as Eric Smokes, like my guy Chief over here.
Cheers.
So he was.
You just put his picture up on the wall.
Well, you were just talking about that's weed. That's weed.
Oh no,
so
I was just.
Hey,
I love that saying. That's weed.
So we're
that's
doing
weed.
theater
I
of
love
the
a
mind.
cigar lounge just as much as the next guy.
What are you doing over there?
I'm just. I don't know why you're stopping down on this.
I'm not.
We are
I was
making a
listening
seamless
intently.
transition into
intently.
Eric Stokes, also known as Eric Smokes.
Brian's from a certain generation,
He was more of a Blue Dolphin guy growing up.
Yeah.
We know that. The ski lifts, baby. That's what it's all about. That's
You
a hell
wanted
of a
to
time.
ski with me. You know.
I
that.
know.
You
I did.
You wanted to ride the chairlift with me.
I need some help getting on that lift too. And then once we're on it, boom, baby.
You ski better with me.
I know.
You want me on that ski lift.
You need me on that ski lift. Here is his press conference. New member of the Vegas Raiders, and he's just one of us, man. Just wanted to go full on big back in it.
I ain't gonna lie, yeah. I ain't even sugarcoat it to you. Yeah, Green Bay is different. I love Green Bay. I absolutely love Green Bay. But after about 10 o'clock, there's nothing else to eat in Green Bay. So I'm really excited for like the food options here that I can really show my big back activities. And yeah, so I just can't wait.
I can really show my big back activities. Now, I don't know that you want to hear that from your starting corner.
No.
This is probably going to go overboard here. God knows what he's going to weigh in at for mini camps and OTAs. But hell,
Hey,
I like the honesty.
He better get used to paying big money prices in Vegas.
It's true.
Yeah, you want fish and chips from Gordon Ramsay? You better have a 50 spot.
Yeah, you better.
Be careful of the beef Wellington there.
Yeah,
Horror stories about the beef Wellington.
Not good.
But I think a corner, like those guys are usually like they
run
do
all
so
day.
much running.
Run all day.
They got high metabolism.
They eat a bunch and burn it right
Now,
off.
all day.
post career, this is going to be a guy to monitor.
yeah.
He might swell up on you. Hopefully, he's not planning on doing television.
Start looking like Maurice Jones-Drew 2 years out of the league.
Man, Eddie Lacy in the league.
Yeah.
You don't want that. Never go full Eddie Lacy. Jeff Kolb joined us yesterday, and he teased a big announcement with Fox. And the announcement was you're going to get 4 Dallas Stars games. They're going to add an air on Fox 4, also KDFI 27. So the games include matchups with the Lightning on March 20th, the Minnesota Wild on the 24th of this month, and then the Nashville Predators, which will be on April 3rd, and the Jets on April 10th. So that's awesome. Just another great way for you to be able to watch your Stars. If you don't have Victory Plus, you'll now be able to get them on either Fox 4 or on More 27. So pumped about that.
Tell you what, that it's looking right now. If the season ended today, the matchup would be Nashville. Am I right about that?
Sign me up for that matchup.
2-7?
Sign me up for that.
I love some good if the season ended today talk.
Yeah.
And
especially when your team's rocking and rolling.
It's getting close, man. It really, really is. Texas getting drilled right now by Tennessee, it looks
Young
like.
Bennett Broadus predicted this, by the way.
My goodness. But
I said, hey, man, do you go to a basketball school? And he goes, Dad, we're going to get beat by 20 today.
And they go to double overtime to beat A&M. That might have been enough, though. The win over A&M might have been enough to get them in the
big
tournament.
win last night.
We'll
What
see
the guy
on
with
Sunday.
fake hair says.
We will see on
It's
Sunday.
not a total blowout. 67-54, still a chance with 8 minutes to go, Wolchuk. I know you'll keep the faith over there hooking them.
Hey, hook them, baby. All right, let's get into this top 10 Lay's
watch the
potato
game.
chip
It's
flavors.
kind of games. Kind
It's too windy and dusty outside.
Yeah, the wind and dust is tearing up our
is.
satellite
It's
signal.
getting nasty.
DirecTV was no match for
It's
the wind and dust.
Nasty. All right, National Potato Chip Day. I got the top 10 most popular Lay's potato chip flavors. All right, this is Lay's specific. And we got the lemon flavor that was texted in. That is an honorable mention here. Lemon. Honorable mention.
Bad take, America.
Out on the top 10.
What flavor's plain?
Just the yellow salt.
That's
Yeah.
original.
Is that
Original.
Did you call it
Just
original?
Yeah,
Original
classic
Lay's.
Lay's?
Dude. Yeah, classic.
Classic.
Sign me
Yeah,
up.
those are amazing right there.
Those
With
go with
a
any-
lot of hot sauce sprinkled on them?
Yes.
Oh, my
any
that's
God.
it.
any
Right
sandwich you
there.
want to go with there.
That's the
Yeah.
only flavoring I need on my Lay's.
Yeah.
It's just
Okay.
the different hot sauces.
Nice list. Thanks.
All right, I'm done.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Some people are trying to get into get into your brain in terms of strategy for today because you have the chip opportunity. You capitalized on it, but there was also a pie opportunity with today being 3.14 day.
Yeah, but I've done so many pies.
See, there you go.
22 over 7.
There are some pie sales going around town, like with dessert spots and pizza spots.
Okay, well,
I
that
would
might
look
be
into
something
that.
to look into. Yeah, it absolutely should be. Flamin' Hot. Flamin' Hot Lay's comes in at number 12.
Solid.
Yeah, I don't. There's not enough nuance in that hot. You know that flaming hot. That's just like, hey, here's a tablespoon of cayenne pepper. Bang, right?
Crap on that
I
one.
want them to be some damn artistry in your flaming hot.
This list is getting met with some resistance.
All right.
It's the same. It feels like it's all the
blame,
hot.
blame the rest of your Americans.
All the-
right?
all
I
the
know. I
flaming
was just
hot.
saying. I think
This is out
Dawson
of my
immediately-
control. This is America's
Dawson
most
immediately gets the
consumed
first
Lay's
flavor.
flavors. All right.
Dawson pulls one of my tricks and goes, "Oh God, no way!"
I do feel like all the flaming hot dust.
That's why they called him Little
Yeah.
Debbie Downer Dawson growing up.
I'll hate on every one of these, Wolchuk.
I know
if
you
you're
will.
Not careful.
I know you will. No, I don't care. It ain't me. It's America.
There you go.
Number 11, lightly salted. Lightly salted comes in at number 11.
Not bad.
Okay, not bad.
Might be a decent number 2.
It's like, hey, do you like the classic
Might be
ones?
my
but you
runner-up.
want a worse version of it? Here's the lightly salt.
Sometimes they're too salty. You know, sometimes chips can be too salty. Like you rub your hand on your shirt and there's just like this giant grease skid down there.
Wait, are you guys rubbing off the dust on your fingers and not licking it off?
I don't think you're doing
Time
that.
to time.
I don't think so.
Are you a rub the dust off and not?
I'm just incorporating it onto the sandwich I'm eating.
So you're not even just eating
I'm
chips
eating the
by
chip,
themselves.
and I'm not even. It's going on to the
You're
sandwich.
sopping it up in that bun.
Yeah,
that's
that's it.
next level right there.
That's
That's
it.
genius.
Yeah.
Veteran move.
Don't wipe your finger. Just incorporate it
top
into the
layer
bun.
chips in the top layer.
All right, here we go.
The dust on it gets on the bun. as
okay,
you're
I
holding
understand
it.
now.
Yeah.
Oh, I see that. Number 10
Oh, I
is
see
Sweet
that.
Southern Heat. I'm just trying to move along here. Sick of
That
listening to
sounds
your
nice.
commentary.
Sweet Southern Heat. Probably got a good flavor profile to
Sweet
it. A
Southern
little
Heat?
spicy.
Okay.
Little
That's a good
barbecue
one.
sauce.
What do you think about the dust on that one?
I've never had that one.
Okay. Number 9 is Chile Lemon.
Oh yes, now
It's just better than the lemon.
these are
Because it's Chile Lemon.
yeah
Doing too much here now.
It definitely
We're doing way too much.
no, you're not. You're not doing too much with that. That is
Oh,
it.
Chief,
That is
you
a
didn't say this one initially.
it's a
Don't
damn
go
good
there.
chip.
I think you're. Are you ball sacking?
No,
I
no,
think
I'm
he
very
is.
serious. I'm very serious about that chip.
We got number 8 is the sweet and spicy honey lays.
Haven't tried that one.
Okay, I
Sounds
tried it
nice.
once. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Got you feeling nicey.
It does. Number 7. I can't say I've tried this one, but I'd be in. Honey barbecue.
Oh, yeah, it's very common in our house.
You like the honey barbecue Lays?
It's pretty good.
6 is salt and vinegar.
Is the honey barbecue better than just the general like
Barbecue?
black bag barbecue?
I think so. Yeah, I appreciate the honey sweetness.
A little kick.
This now salt and vinegar, too strong.
Dude, no.
Give me the sea salt, maybe.
Lucius, you're in on salt and vinegar with me, right?
I don't eat. No.
No?
Is it the
I
salt?
thought you liked salt and vinegar.
No, sorry.
Lucius just pushed you under the water
Sorry,
further.
buddy.
Jeez.
Yeah, sorry,
I thought
bro.
you were going to have the life raft ready to go
No,
for
I'm
me.
sorry, buddy.
Hey, I got
Damn
it for you, dude. I love that
Thank
chip.
you. I know you did.
It's that damn vinegar on there for me.
We get like an assortment pack that has 6 or 7 different kinds of chips in there, and the salt and vinegars are always the last ones.
That's crazy.
And I eat them.
Good.
That's great value though. If that's your last pick of the draft,
Man.
It's not horrible.
You got yourself a starter.
It's a fermented chip. I'm good, bro.
It's not as
Mr.
bad.
Irrelevant, I'd say irrelevant.
He turns into Brock Purdy, this guy.
It's not as bad as probably what Wolchuk's going to say next.
No, you like this one. Top 5 now. Number 5 is the classic Lays.
Should be number 1.
that should be
It should be
Mount
number
Rushmore
1.
minimum.
There's 2 in here that are hideous,
I hate
though, that
America.
you haven't got to yet.
Number 4. You think this is a hideous one?
Probably.
Dill pickle?
Yep. That's one of them.
I can't say I've ever tried the dill pickle.
I have in other brands, and they're actually, they're decent. They're edible, but I haven't tried the Lay's.
The Lay's dill pickle? What about, dill pickle? Are we throwing that one out, Lucius?
Yeah, no, I'm not eating that.
I'm
No.
not going dill pickle.
You won't catch a cramp that day.
I don't know what it is. I do feel like as a society, there is an obsession over pickles.
Yes.
Are we trying to do too much
Well,
with the pickles?
The thing, the people that like
You make your own, they're cool.
diehard pickle lovers are like very serious.
Like
about
we're
it.
doing pickle flavored
Make
everything.
your own.
Oh, here we go. We got a
Oh,
bully
geez,
sneeze.
that's
Keep the
sneeze.
mic on. Keep the mic
I'm
on.
trying to fight it, dude. I'm trying to eat this sneeze.
That was impressive.
Oh, man. Okay.
It's like a whole pickle museum here or something, like big old pickle store here in like Fort Worth. I believe it is.
I mean,
Velvet box.
Okay.
okay. Top 3 here as we move along.
Thank God we got you on the show.
Sometimes you want to walk something back. That might be one.
That's
of those
okay.
moments,
We'll clean that up in post. Lucius is really good at saving us. Top 3 Lay's potato chip flavors. Number 3 is the barbecue.
Pretty good chip.
I think it's phenomenal. Number 2, sour cream and onion.
There we go. There we go. Throw them boys on the sandwich. Push it down. Get that little crunch.
I think sour
I'm
cream
down to
and onion is a
Dawson
Mount
for Daisy
Rushmore
Sour
Lay's
Cream
flavor.
Company.
I just the volume of the sour
Gallup
like,
will do.
Most chips I could
Gallup
just
will
punish
do.
a bag of. There's something about the sour cream and onion that like at some point it becomes
It's too much for you?
At some point it
I can't
becomes
stop
too
it.
much. Really,
I can't stop it, bro.
I love the sour cream and onion. I think that I get into that with the salt and vinegar sometimes, though.
Yeah, there's an element
After
to
a
that.
lot, it's like, is this hurting?
It's a lot.
A little bit. I don't know. Maybe I should stop.
hurting.
Yeah, maybe I should just slow this down a little bit. But number 1, the best Lay's
Oh, yeah.
potato chip.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I know you're on this one.
Yeah, for sure.
Cheddar and sour cream. And cheddar and sour cream is really good. Yikes!
Yeah.
God, dude, your palate is so bad.
I like the Ruffles
awful.
one. Do you like? Is the Lay's one better than the Ruffles?
I like the Ruffles because you can dip them in the Dean's sour cream and onion.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a they're
They don't
thicker.
disintegrate.
They hold together.
Yeah, the
more
Ruffles,
vitality.
the Ruffles,
is
with
built-
the ridges.
they're
It's a
built-
superior
they're
dipping
built-
chip.
Yeah, vessel.
Remy had this bag of chips the other night, and she goes, "Daddy, you want some?" I said, "No, they're sour cream." And she goes, "No, they're not sour cream." I'm like, "What are you talking about? You can't read." But she showed me the bag closer, and it looked like the sour cream bag, but it was like cheddar something or another. Cheddar queso or something like
You're
that.
like, hell no,
She
get
got
this
you.
away.
I'm like, wow, you're right. They're not.
You
Thanks
still
for the
don't want
chips.
any.
Hey, you're both of them taking some chips from a kid because they're usually like all soggy and everything by the time you get them.
They've been in and out of the bag 5 times. I think she actually turned them all over on the kitchen table and then proceeded to put them all back into your point. Jason Garrett on the drafting of Dak Prescott. We have cuts, 3 audio cuts for you. We'll hear from Jay Jeezy and more coming up next year in the nation. Let's chat Men's Tea Clinic, though.
Gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron's called?
Looking to upgrade your vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. There was a time just over 5 years ago where Jason Garrett would be heard on the Fan regularly, a couple of times a week there for press conferences and the Jason Garrett show and all that. And by the end, it drove people crazy. But now, with time to reflect, get some distance, I like hearing his perspective on how things went, where they might have gone wrong, what could have happened differently, or just telling the story of, what we witnessed in those 10-plus painful seasons of the Garrett era. Here he is. We have him on the Dan Patrick Show, doing some professional broadcasting. Garrett's, I think, a pretty dang good broadcaster when he's there in that studio. But talking about, 2016 in the draft, they got Zeke. They ended up with Prescott in the 4th round there. We have 3 cuts. And here is Jason Garrett talking about round 1.
But the quarterbacks went first, Jared Goff and Carson Wentz. And then, the next guy up was Paxton Lynch. So there's conversation at the bottom of the 1st round about Paxton Lynch. Should we trade up? Should we do this? Should we do that? I mean, a lot of conversations about that. And then, there were other guys. I'm trying to think who was maybe in the 3rd round. Somebody went, and then it got to Connor Cook, and the Connor Cook discussion was more about he played in a drop back system at Michigan State. He was under center. We felt like Dak Prescott was one of the 5 guys in the draft that could be a starting quarterback for us in the league. But he was a guy, and I'll be honest with you, I thought it was going to take him time because he played in the gun.
Yeah.
There was a lot of quarterback run. And at the time, that's not what we were doing. And so he had all the stuff, but it was like, he's probably 2 or 3 years away. Well, sure enough, he wins 13 games as a rookie. So there goes that part of the evaluation. But we had no doubt about Dak in terms of we were all in on this guy can be our quarterback in the future. It just seemed like Connor Cook was more ready to be our backup right now and then possibly the quarterback in the future.
So I think the takeaway there is just how hard it is to find a good quarterback. They're looking at multiple guys thinking they're better than Dak, and none of these guys really, had the highs that Dak did. And I think it's why they want nothing to do with trying to move on from a guy like Tony Romo or Dak. It's just too hard.
It was weird. Like I love listening to Jason Garrett and the storytelling throughout this entire conversation with Dan Patrick, but that was weird to me. I mean, I'm sure like NFL teams must think that. Like, okay, Connor Cook's a better backup for us right now. We wouldn't be comfortable putting Dak in the game. But he says there, we were very confident Dak could be our starting quarterback. If you've got a guy that you think is a starter versus a dude that you think, he can be a right now backup, wouldn't you always just go with the guy that you envision being a starter?
Yes.
Like, to me, it's a little bit weird there. I think he's doing a little bit of saving face. Like,
yeah.
we didn't. We thought Dak was below these guys, but to save our ass because we ended up being awesome, there was no doubt that we thought he could be the starter.
I mean, they jumped into that immediately in 2016. I remember having Jerry Jones on. We were hosting the midday show, and we're like, when did you think that, Dak could be the kind of player to go on this kind of run? I think at the time they were 8-0 or 8-1 or something. I forget how it all went. But Jerry said, when we drafted him, we felt like he could be this good. And I always wondered, like, how much of that is an honest projection and how much of that is just kind of revisionist history. And I feel like if you knew he would have done that, he would have taken him a little bit earlier. But cut 2 here is on the process of former Cowboys quarterbacks coach Wade Wilson discovering Dak.
I'll give you a good story about that. Wade Wilson was our quarterback coach for years. I don't know if you remember Wade, but he passed away a few years ago. But he was one of my teammates. He played 19 years in the NFL and then was our quarterback forever. And Wade never liked quarterbacks. Like, he would go work guys out. And in for the draft, I mean, and I would say, hey, Wade, what'd you think of that guy? He can't play. He can't play. He can't play. I mean, this went on for years, Dan. It went on for years. And I'm like, he can't play. I'm like, at some point, we got to like one of these guys. We'll never draft anybody. And I'll never forget it. I think it was a Friday night. He called me early March, leading up to that 2016 draft. And he said, I think we got one.
Oh, wow.
I said, what? He's like, yeah, I'm down here in Starkville, Mississippi. I think we got our quarterback. And he just raved about Dak. He loved him.
Thank you, Wade Wilson.
Yeah, it was a great get. And,
this guy can't play. This guy can't play. We got one.
Definitely a loss. I mean, I agree with Wade. I like having Wade, and maybe that's part of why they, never thought about going and drafting other guys or moving on because Wade Wilson was there. But most of the players coming from college can't play, and it's a good reason to try to hang on to a good one as long as you can.
What he failed to mention, which makes the story kind of weird, is they thought they had Dak Prescott.
Oh, with Jameel Showers?
Jameel Showers.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't mention Jameel Showers.
Yeah, they thought. Now, and the scouts will admit that. They'll admit that, and that's kind of sometimes as a scout you have to say, well, we got the drafting gods were with us today. Because he mentioned, and I went back and looked, I was just curious, Christian Hackenberg from Penn State went at the second round at pick 51, and then Jacoby Brissett went at pick 91 in the third. And then it was Connor Cook and others that the quarterbacks went.
Well, and I cut it out, but Charles Tapper is the guy they took. They moved back. They took Tapper even before they took Dak.
He was a compensatory pick.
Yeah.
And you couldn't trade him at the time, the picks. So they stood in there and made. But they thought when Dak Prescott was brought up, they're like, don't we have that in Jameel Showers?
Yeah, just not a guy that you could rely on, but a good athlete and maybe a project. But the guy ended up being outstanding from the very beginning. Now, one of the concerns going into the draft was just his makeup as a player. The other was the DUI that he got in college. And here's Jason Garrett on how he grilled Prescott about that part.
So we get him up on the board, and I'm talking really fast and put it all in. And I'm like, all right, you're up. It's an empty whiteboard. Give me the first play. And he starts talking and starts going through it. And about 10 seconds into, I'm like, hey, stop. Hey, give me the story about this DUI.
Oh,
okay. And so I'm like, hey, get me to the bottom of this. And so he tells me the story. It was fantastic. It was so accountable and specific detail. I had a couple margaritas after the workout. I was going 38 in the 30. I got pulled over, whatever. I mean, it was like, and it was clean, and it was direct, and it was accountable, and I'm sorry for it, and whatever. All right, keep going. And so he draws up the rest of the play, and we're asking him questions. I'm like, stop. Hey, go back again. You're the face of the program at Mississippi State. This whole thing, I'm peppering him. And he kind of stops and gives me another explanation. Okay? Third time, he's drawing up another play. I stop one more time, and he turns, and it was a great answer. He said, I said, tell me what happened again on this deal. And he said, Coach, I don't know what you want me to tell you. I told you exactly what happened. I took accountability for it, whatever. And it was just a Dak Prescott answer. And I said to myself, I need to be quiet. So he finishes up the interview, and he's phenomenal. I can't tell you how good he is. Mentally, he's just off the charts. So sure enough, he comes to the Cowboys, has an amazing start to his career, all of that. Wade Wilson tragically passes away about 4 years later. So we're at the repast after the funeral. And Dak comes up to me and says, Coach, I never told you this story. He said, do you remember you did that meeting with me before the draft where you were talking really fast and you kept interrupting me and all of that? I said, yeah. He's like, Wade Wilson told me all the answers to the questions before I went in there. He said, he's going to ask you this, he's going to ask you this, he's going to ask you this. So he said, when I got a little frustrated when you kept peppering the questions, I wasn't mad about the question about the DUI. I was mad that I was forgetting all the stuff that Wade had already told me. So it was a setup.
Oh, that's great.
Wow. That is great.
It's Wade Wilson's guy.
That's what you do when you love a player, man. You
time him at 38 yards.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shout out to Deadpool. He saw his quarterback. He said, that's my dude. I'm going to make sure you get drafted by us here. Thank God he did, man. I mean, they navigated some minefields there. I mean, he even acknowledges Jerry liked Paxton Lynch. They liked Connor Cook. There were a lot of other quarterbacks they were looking to take. But revisionist history, I mean, Dak Prescott ended up working out as a Dallas Cowboy.
Or did he? I think there was that's represented in the text for sure.
Not a Super Bowl champion, but he's definitely given you at least a decade of being able to compete.
Yeah, and worse quarterbacks have won the Super Bowl than Dak Prescott. I just kind of say that in jest, I guess. I mean, he's definitely a major hit. You wouldn't want to give him back. What you'd want to give back is the front office. I think Dak has more than done his part when it comes to, being good enough to win. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan on a Friday night, 3 hours down. We have 2 more hours of sports coming up, including what you drinking, what you thinking, coming up at 5:20. Love to hear what people might weigh in on when it comes to Tank and Micah or any other of our big sports stories. The Stars are back in action tonight, and the Texas Rangers are playing baseball this evening at 8 o'clock in Arizona. It's a game you'll be able to listen to right here on the Fan after a 1-hour Fan After Dark. Chief, what are we doing next?
Football's finest. We award our Liar of the Week, plus we
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're 20 minutes from the expressway. It'll be what you drinking and what you thinking. What a big day. So much entertaining stuff happening on Cowboys social media. Micah Parsons, Tank Lawrence, Des Bryant, entertaining stuff there as well. And maybe you'll want to sound off about that, or your Mavs who are in action tonight, your Stars, your Rangers. FC Dallas, MLS season is back on. Here's the Chief with an edition of football's finest.
Okay, I was introduced to a new football term today, at least new to me. We'll ask the crusty Brian Broaddus if he's familiar with it coming up here in a few moments. I did see this. I actually saw this the other day and forgot to report it, so apologies for that. But did you guys see that our guy Cam Skattebo
being sued?
Yeah,
man.
Did we report that? Was G-Bag on that beat?
No, I've had it in the stash for a while. We've just had so many other things going on that I didn't get to the lawsuit.
I'm on record.
It's the golf cart deal.
I'm on record about my love for Skattebo. I just think he's a thoroughbred football player. He is being sued by a former teammate, though, claiming that Skattebo's reckless actions caused a severe elbow injury that ended his football career. It was in 2023. A couple of former teammates for Skattebo were in a golf cart, and Skattebo jumped on it, collapsed the cart, and caused a ruptured triceps tendon for the player. So he's asking for more than $300K in damages. And, yeah, definitely not what you want there, but I don't know. When you get some of the details on that, yeah, a little bit reckless, a little bit rowdy, but he's collapsing golf carts with his power.
Yeah, golf carts, unfortunately are a trouble spot for the young man who likes to drink. He's funny. Maybe he saw some episodes of Jackass in high school, and it's his turn to do something that's, pretty dangerous, but usually nobody gets hurt, and you have a good laugh about it. To me, $300K sounds light. He ruptured my elbow. You ended my college career, and now I got to deal with a ruptured elbow for the next 60, 70 years of my life. I think if Skattebo gets off for $300K, he should consider it a blessing. Lightly.
Probably a milli for negligence.
Yeah, at least. I'm thinking the impact it's having on my life, that seems more like $20 million.
But again, just a rabid wild animal who's able to collapse golf carts on impact.
Pretty impressive. That's the guy you want to send over the top for the touchdown.
Yes. Yeah.
Have fun hitting that in the hole.
I think worst case with Skattebo, he's going to be a special teams lifer in the NFL. Like worst case, this dude's going to have a career.
Oh, he'll carry the ball.
Oh, no, he'll carry the damn ball. Okay. There's no question about that. But, worst case scenario, I think he's going to be in all three phases.
He goes like Toby Gerhard on you.
Yeah. Well, was Gerhard a special teams ace? Like, I think this dude, personal protector, dynamite. You want him going down. I mean, I know we don't have wedge busters anymore. He seems like the prototypical wedge buster.
Maybe just play him at linebacker if it didn't work out at running back.
There you go. Two-way. Linebacker's my favorite sport. Now, how about this for an indictment?
Our guy, on record with that.
Our buddy Amari Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
I saw there's a Commanders blog that was basically just like tweeting about the idea of how the Commanders should go get Amari Cooper.
Sure.
And then our buddy Matthew Berry, the fantasy expert, who's awesome. We all love Matthew Berry.
Do we?
Don't we?
Yeah, I'm good with Matthew Berry. Kind of a nerd, he's not going to entertain you, but he's going to have great information.
Kind of arrogant.
I think he brings enough comedic value to the table to appreciate
kind of a
him.
know-it-all guy.
But I mean, he's a bit of an insider. He's a fantasy guy, but he's an insider guy.
Yeah.
No, he does. He writes a really good column after the combine every year. Has some good nuggets in there.
Yeah, yes, I love that.
I know the morning show did a great job breaking that one down too.
Well, Matthew Berry responded to the Commanders blog that was trying to get the Commanders to sign Amari Cooper and just said, Amari is done. That's not me talking.
Oh, no.
That's from an offensive coach of a former team of his I spoke to at the combine. So Matthew Berry is saying that he spoke with an offensive coordinator who used to coach Amari Cooper.
So this is with the Raiders, Cowboys, Browns kind of a deal?
Yes, or it could have even been Buffalo, who he was with most recently as he was traded midseason.
All right.
So, but just some food for thought there. I don't know. I still think Amari Cooper is solid as a wide receiver too.
Did he go into detail why he thought he was done?
No,
or why the coach did.
That was
run, can't separate, doesn't concentrate, no good in practice. Doesn't doesn't play through pain. What I mean,
I think it might be D, all of the above.
Okay.
Maybe doesn't like football that much. I could believe
that would be that'd be
There's definitely some of that.
We've done that before.
Now let's go ahead and award our Liar of the Week. This is a
Matthew
local
Berry.
legend.
Congratulations.
It's not Matthew.
Berry.
We head to Cleveland where Myles Garrett has signed his contract. And his quote is, I think the fans will see my heart is in the right place.
No, it's not.
It's never been about money. It's always been about winning.
Yeah, sure it is.
After he couldn't wait, he was begging and pleading to leave Cleveland, and then $40 million a year popped up, and he was like, you know what? Losing ain't all that bad. And that's a very
Cleveland
understandable
rocks,
decision.
Cleveland
but
rocks.
Don't pee and call it rain. That's all.
Mm.
I guess it's about winning. But if I can't have that in the meantime, a giant bag of money will work.
Yeah.
Now, there was a report out of The Athletic that was alleging that Myles Garrett frequently shows up late and skips mandatory team events. The quote was, it's well known within the Browns that Garrett is frequently late to the facility and he has skipped mandatory team activities on multiple occasions. I guess those have gone unreported, at least when it comes like to the mandatory team activity stuff when a player, especially a star caliber player, usually, but I guess they just chalk that up to an excused absence when they're at the podium.
Yeah, what is that? Is that like a I don't know, a community type of engagement event or something like that? Or what are we doing? We're doing a team dinner? I'm here to hit quarterbacks. Stop the run too.
Let me hit those quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not like you're dealing with a guy who's not showing up and he's like lazy and then he sucks on the field too. Like
So you're saying kind of like the events, like they go into the charity for the the kids, the kid.
Well, I mean, if it's a charity thing, I'm going to be there 100% of the time. But I have a busy life here. Yeah, I got stuff to do. Well documented.
Yes, sir.
Now we head to New England and we tee up the question for Broadus and for Walchuk as well and for Dawson. I mean, we got a bunch of football guys in the room here.
Gavin, yeah.
This was not something that I was familiar with, this particular football terminology, but perhaps Broadus is. Mike Vrabel is talking about how the Patriots, they have Christian Gonzalez, who's
a good corner,
really good young corner for the Patriots.
Oregon.
And then they just went and spent some pretty good money on veteran corner in free agency, Carlton Davis. So now they feel like they got two kind of lockdown corners. And his quote is, hopefully we can play cat coverage.
Oh.
And then he explained himself. So I will have the big reveal, but have you ever heard of a coach talking about cat coverage?
I heard Wolchuk played a pretty good cat coverage up there at UNT in his prime.
Went on a run.
Meow. I would say I've never heard of cat coverage. Corner up tight.
Not an acronym.
Okay.
Our reactions are so good. We're just so sticky, man. We don't need zone. We got cats, bro.
Okay.
You try to double move a cat, he's still on your ass. You're barking. You're meowing up the right tree right now.
Okay.
So the quote reads, hopefully we can play cat coverage. You got this cat, I got that cat.
Okay.
And go to work.
All right.
Mike Vrabel, mid-season form right
coverage.
now.
Yeah.
Thought that was pretty good.
That's good.
Okay.
Genius.
Now we'll keep it with the New England ties. We head to the Julian Edelman podcast. He had his old buddy Gronk on the program, and he has a suggestion for Gronk.
Who has draft pick 69?
I'm not sure who has draft pick 69 this year, Jules.
I do. You know who has the 69?
The Patriots?
Yeah.
Really?
You need to go in and announce the 69th pick for the Patriots.
That's a good idea. I might have to do it now, Jules. I might have to do it.
I can see Vrabel trading the pick.
Just so we don't have it anymore?
Yeah, just so you don't steal the thunder. Because you'll steal the thunder at that place.
Yeah, Vrabel wouldn't like that. He'd be like, Gronk stealing the thunder once again with the New England Patriots. Well, whatever you do, Patriots.
I'm joking.
Whatever you do, don't trade that pick. Don't trade it. Please don't.
Please
we need
don't
it.
trade it.
I think that could be a pretty good. I mean, we always play sounds from drafts past the day before the draft or the day of. And so I think there's a chance that if he gets at the podium for pick 69, we could have a soundbite that lives forever.
Yeah. Drew Pearson like?
Yes. Yeah. Just maybe a little bit more vulgar and aggressive.
Anytime he talks, it's a potential soundbite coming to life. Viral forever.
He spiked a shot glass at the Brady roast, and the shrapnel went all over the audience. That's the type of liability that he is.
Wild animal.
You got to put him in a straitjacket if you're going to allow him on stage.
Did you ever see when he did the thing? There's a clip of him. He was doing the Rockin' New Year's Eve thing with Steve Harvey.
I do remember. Oh, yeah, and he smashed a.
Somebody did a Lego, like a bust.
Super intricate Lego.
Like a
deal.
Lego bust of Steve Harvey's, the head of Steve Harvey. And he got up there and he grabbed it and smashed it on the ground.
Idiot, dude.
And I thought Steve Harvey, honestly, if Steve Harvey would have had a firearm at that point, Gronk would no longer be with us. But he went up there and he did this kind of icky shuffle dance
and spiked the Lego?
Spiked the Lego right in front of Steve Harvey.
So that was not. You don't think that was a planned bit? Like you think that was genuine?
Steve Harvey looked like distraught.
Wow.
Like,
the hell did he just
I think
do?
you go to YouTube that thing if you want. Check it out.
I mean, he was already naturally one of the biggest meatheads in sports history, and I would assume at this point there's some CTE on board. At any point there could be at least a 12-pack of cold beer sitting on board. So it's just wild, as soon as he starts talking.
Yeah, I mean, that would be pick 69. I guess that would be round 3.
Round 3.
So that would be a set. What are you all sheeshing about?
No, I'm sorry. I just got sidetracked here.
Here we go. Chasing squirrels.
Yeah, I know. Usually I'm better at this, but it's like we got 18-wheelers getting literally blown over in Amarillo due to this wind and dust.
That hasn't been reported on. So
Amarillo's only like what? How far away is Amarillo from us now?
I don't know, but it's pretty. It's kind of funny to watch them like tilt.
I've been waiting to see 18-wheelers tipping over on Central, but I guess the storm's coming through West and Central and kind of blowing up north more to OKC. So we're not really getting the brunt of it. We're getting more like in the wake.
I hope everybody's okay, but it's not something you see every day with these semis.
You laughing at like
flipped.
18-wheelers getting flipped over?
I've laughed at worse, Brian.
I saw one on the news one night. There's this place called Bridge of the Gods. It connects Oregon and Washington up the gorge there. Mm-hmm. This thing is so high, right? Like hundreds and hundreds of feet. It's terrifying to drive over, even if you're in a car. One day it blew an 18-wheeler off that thing. Like the trailer got over, and then the cab was still up, and the buddy was fighting for his life. Like, I'm going to keep this thing on the road. Nope. Over it went, too.
Oh,
lives in my nightmares permanently.
So I guess that the trucks are more susceptible just because of the height factor of them.
The surface area of that trailer. Yeah. It's like a giant wind sail.
Oh my goodness. Wolchuk just sent me that.
Right, look at that thing. It's nuts.
It is pretty intense, dude. So that wouldn't really happen to a normal, because I mean you fight the wind and you like on a windy day.
I think at about 70 miles an hour that can happen.
Seen them moving around? Those trucks, the way they move around with the wind. You never seen that? Been behind one?
I guess I usually try and just zoom right past them.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in. I got run over.
Yeah, I do not stay in their blind spot, and I don't stay between them and the wall. That's for sure.
Yeah, like my grandfather and I was riding with him. I was probably like 5 years old, and a driver of an 18-wheeler fell asleep, ran us direct off the road.
Terrifying.
So I've got a little bit of PTSD when it comes to 18-wheelers, so I try and just get the hell away from them.
By the way, I was a little sidetracked doing a research project on the history of the 69th player in the NFL. It was on a run there for a while. From 13 through 17, you had Tyrann Mathieu, Charles Sims, Tyler Lockett, Yannick Ngakoue, and Cooper Kupp. Since then, it's kind of fallen off. But maybe we're due for another heater.
Gronk is here to revitalize the number 69 draft pick.
Yeah. I think it should live in infamy.
Nice.
Every time I drive next to an 18-wheeler, I always imagine those movies where they have those fast cars that kind of bob and weave.
Oh,
and
they zoom through them like Fast and Furious.
I find it to be so impressive and so cool every time. Marvin Harrison. Remember Marvin Harrison Jr. had his beef with Fanatics about selling his jersey and stuff?
Yeah, you couldn't go to the Cardinals website and buy one.
Like all season long, up until now, I guess they have resolved the dispute. So I guess Marvin Harrison Jr. jerseys are now available to be purchased, but I didn't realize that bled all the way through the season and into now. Like nobody's been able to get their hands on a Marvin Harrison Jr. jersey, but now you have that opportunity. Speaking of wide receivers, I saw Wolchuk had thrown this out on Twitter, and it blew my mind.
Oh,
the Texas wide receiver.
Oh yeah, Wingo.
Oh, Wingo. He's now had to get LASIK eye surgery. Because, and I mean, welcome to the team.
If anybody's out there that wants me to get some, please let me know.
I mean,
you should go to Brooks Eye Care.
I am. I think I'm going to Brooks.
It's truly one of the best decisions I've ever made.
I got to go do this.
It's the best money I've ever spent.
It says, according to Anwar Richardson, Texas wide receiver Ryan Wingo recently had LASIK surgery after the staff discovered he was struggling with very poor vision after struggling in workouts. He dealt with it last season. So now, hopefully, he becomes a much better player and a better option. He's a 5-star dude.
He's just super talented
He
kid.
just never told me, but he had bad vision, did he?
Well, it's like Turpin, Kevontae Turpin. We found out during his visit with Brad Sham, like he just got LASIK, and before that, he could barely see the football.
Yeah, probably thinking it's too expensive. I can't get it done, I mean, that school would have done it for him. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they foot that bill.
Yeah, it's part of his,
He's going to be a stud, man.
And finally, we close things down here on the finest. I have discovered that Bill Belichick's 24-year-old girlfriend refers to him as Billy.
Okay.
Back to you, Gavin Dawson.
Everybody needs a cute name for their beau at that age.
Back to you.
I remember that from
Back
the
to
20-something.
Back to Gabby.
She's part of the North Carolina athletic program. Is she got a gig?
Yeah, it seems like she might be on the payroll. She's a social media person.
I can't get my best man to answer me back on that one.
Oh, Lombardi?
Yeah, he hates.
That's how you know his silence is the answer.
He hates questions like this from me.
Yeah.
He refuses. Like, hey,
TMZ brought us.
Like 3 weeks from now, I'll be, hey, what's going on? That kind of thing. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I see where we're going here.
It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Rangers baseball on our air tonight, 8 o'clock. You'll have the call, and Jared Sandler will join us before too long, brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com. We're back with the Expressway. It is a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday here at 877-881-1053. Answer the questions. Tell us what you're thinking next year on the Fan.
All right, let's talk pride.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Alrighty, it is time now for a Friday edition, the one opportunity of the week that you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right, it's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. We'll go around the room, talk about what we're drinking and thinking, get your phone calls. And I believe we are going to hear from Rodeo Ron. He's on hold, the man who quit drinking this week, and he'll have a full report on how that's going coming up at 6 o'clock. You know him and love him. Rodeo Ron on hold. So are several other legends. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. We're about 20 minutes or so from LA Live. Now, I am drinking one of these Dealy Boppers that the American Shaman guy, our friend, dropped off. It's called Herbal Oasis with Nootropic Mushroom Blend. Okay, so I'm looking at right here about 2,500 milligrams of smart shrooms. Now these aren't ball tripping shrooms, but
smart shrooms.
Yeah, they're smart shrooms.
Get you focused.
Don't be surprised if I'm super slick here over the next 90 minutes or so, guys.
All of a sudden, his takes are going to be just awesome.
Yeah, it'll be quite a flurry. So that's what. Now, what am I thinking about? I'm thinking about the best names in college basketball. This is one of the great times in sport where suddenly dudes are going to be on SportsCenter and highlight packages where you're like, what's this guy's name? Churchill Bounds? That's a real basketball player name? Yes, it is. Churchill Bounds. How about Jizzle James?
That's Edrin's son.
Yeah, that sounds.
Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, that doesn't sound appropriate.
Not too bad.
That's Edrin James' son.
Okay, but if you want to get a little PG-13, how about Porky Romano?
Porky,
who looks exactly like you'd imagine him. Porky Romano. This is another a big man basketball player. We had the gentleman last year from South Carolina.
Yeah.
Fat Brooks is out there.
Fat.
Is that with a PH or an F?
A PH.
Nice.
He's a body.
Po' Boy King is out there.
He should be playing for Tulane right now here against in this tournament here.
You missed an opportunity to name your son that, bro.
In the international bracket, there's a gentleman named Gob Gob. Like Bull, but Gob. Supreme Cook is out there, and Always Right, a Tennessee Rainwater, and the obligatory Tony.
I saw UConn had a player named
Tony.
I believe, unless I'm getting ball sacked on this graphic, there is a player for UConn named Solo Ball.
That's pretty awesome. No relation to the Ball family?
No, I don't believe so.
Solo Ball sounds like quite an ISO option. Okay, that's what I'm drinking. That's what I'm thinking. I told you.
Sound like that body cam footage I played the other day. The old guy got bit by his girl.
Yeah, no doubt.
He was showing us to the cop right here, man. Right here.
Lance Armstrong's nickname.
Here's Broadus with what he's drinking. And
I tell you what, I figured it out. They've got really a great water machine down on the 10th floor.
They sure do.
I told you.
Yeah, that's
ice cold.
KRLD-AM lives like kings.
That studio downstairs.
I think they got a spa in there.
They do. I walked down there, I thought I was like, man, this is what a real radio station looks like. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm drinking some water currently, and I just want to say quickly, congratulations to my little race team, the TDS racing team of IMSA. They're running the 12 Hours of Sebring this weekend, which is right after the Rolex 24, a few weeks, and our guy Stephen Thomas, my buddy, got pole position for the race that's going to be run. So if you're familiar with Ford versus Ferrari, those endurance races, this is the second
fantastic movie too.
This is the second jewel of endurance racing, and so Stephen managed to get the car on pole.
Nice job, Steve.
So we will be starting there tomorrow in the 12 Hours this evening. So good luck to my guys at TDS Racing for that.
Chief, drinking, thinking.
Drinking some water right now, hydrating for what I'm excited about next Friday. This time next Friday, we'll be hanging out with the Tolos in Euless at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, March Madness, all
Shots
the TVs
with
in
Post-it
the world.
notes all over it.
Shots with Post-it notes and some great fellowship. So really looking forward to that. And I was actually thinking to myself, I don't know about you guys, but from time to time it pops in my head, like, is Nico Harrison still a B word? And so I went and checked the Is Nico Harrison Still a B word today Twitter account, and the answer is yes.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure I reported that.
Thank you.
He's more of a C word, if you ask me, but probably a B word too.
Y'all should ask AI, see what AI has to say about Nico. What do you think about Is Nico still a B word? Hey, I'll be dropping some stuff on you too, bro.
Especially the Grok one.
Yeah.
The Twitter one looks pretty good.
It's pretty cool.
Okay, here's Wolchuk while I ask ChatGPT if Nico Harrison is a B word.
Drinking one of these Delta Lights right now. Big fan. Thank you very much to Eric from CBD American Shaman in McKinney. We love you, bro.
Eric's a good dude.
He is. Thinking about my North Texas Mean Green tonight against Tulsa, round 2 of that American Athletic Conference Championship, favored by 13.5. I think we're going to cover. We're going to beat the crap out of Tulsa on our way to punching our ticket to the NCAA tournament. Hopefully we win this thing.
You got to win the tournament to get in.
I feel like we got to win the tournament to get in. I mean, had a good season, 23-7. We're 14-4 in conference, but I don't think they're going to give a lot of love to the American Athletics.
ChatGPT is the nerd of AIs. They don't want to offend anybody. They say, well, it sounds like you have strong feelings about Nico Harrison. What's on your mind?
Wow, they're answering your question with a question?
Yeah.
They're going to walk you through it?
Now, that's a red flag. Yeah. Well, Lucius drinking, thinking?
I've had a whole lot of water this week. I'm doing pretty good on drinking my gallon a day situations.
Cheers.
But I also have some Corlejo and Pomos in here for the boys if they want to
Donnie
give
J.
it a shot, little shot. And I'm thinking, you guys been on the pork rinds this week a lot.
Yes, sir.
They're all gone.
Have you ever had them chicharrones that you get from the Mexican grocery store?
Oh, yes.
The Mexican meat market?
Yes.
Mexican meat market sounds crazy, by the way.
It does, but it's a great spot.
It is a great store,
The chicharrones are insane, bro. They're like the size of my arm.
Yeah, they're huge.
They're fantastic.
Yep.
It's funny. I'll walk into my house from time to time and see my 2.5-year-old munching on one of those.
Big
The size of her.
She's just crushing it.
Yes.
Brontosaurus burger.
She's got Valentina sauce all over her face.
Sounds like a good weekend goal for myself. Got to check out the chicharrones.
Yes.
All righty. At 877-881-1053, it's time to head to your phone calls, and we start with line 1. It's Jerry. What you drinking? What you thinking, Jer?
Hey, fellas, I'm just drinking a Miller Lite, of course.
Oh, okay, here we go.
What you thinking?
I have a super short poem I wrote to this Dumont fellow that showed up in town last year. Super, super short. Hopefully he hears this. Dear Patrick, I truly owe you my thanks. Of all the dumb team owners, you've clearly climbed the ranks. I've been a top fan of frustration in DFW for quite some time until you came along and stole my infamous shine. When I paid Dak Prescott, everyone cried. But at least I didn't trade Luka for AD. I mean, come on, man. Are you blind? You traded away arguably the best player in the league. I would have never traded Emmett. This is pro sports, not Bush League. World Series, Stanley Cup, Super Bowl, and the finals are their names. It's not called the championship games. When I make a mistake, I might avoid blame from my fans, but at least I don't slander my previous franchise man. The last 30 years have been filled with fear and fright, but you've helped ease my pain, so let me buy you a Miller Lite. Before I go, I do have one last thing. Your fingers are looking a bit bare, but mine got 3 dang gum rings. Thanks, fella.
There he goes, Jerry, sipping on a Miller Lite with a poem to Nico.
Well done.
Well done. I think he won it.
He's done it.
Yeah.
He's done it.
About as good as it gets right there.
Somebody in the fan text said this guy 100% has a pencil mustache.
Yeah. with a cigarette hanging off his lip. Polo and Garland, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, Polo?
Say, fellas, happy Friday to y'all.
Salute.
My girl wants to say something to her best friend. Happy birthday, Booby. If y'all ever seen her, y'all know why they call her Booby.
Okay.
Happy birthday, girl. Now, what I'm thinking is, what I'm getting ready to do, my girl having a little birthday dinner for her tonight, so she's making some tequila shots and some pink panties and all that, so that's what I'm drinking tonight.
Oh, all right.
Pink panties.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is, y'all, Broadus, I know you were the scout, but what you think about Jada Byers out of Virginia Union? I know he goes to HBCU. Y'all don't watch it, but SEC. But the dude is a good running back in case we don't get gypsy. Jada Byers, he was no more running back in the HBCU. Now, my homeboy Marcus Foster, hey, bud, I'm telling you like this. You told me today, look up what's the national holiday for men. Y'all need to Google it right quick. It's a steak and something else. I can't say it on the radio.
Yeah.
Google. Yeah, that's a holiday. Foster, what's going on, baby? Represent Nico Harrison, dumb dummy, and Micah Parsons. You talking about Lawrence? Now you can't even stop the run. They would give you $100 million. You can barely sack a quarterback. If you don't do that, you have to play. You just dumb. You want to talk about Demarcus Lawrence? At least he can stop the run a little bit. Bye. Broad and think about that running back from Virginia Union.
There he goes. Polo in Garland.
Thank you, Polo. We do have some news in the NFL. Cooper Kupp signing with the Seahawks, according to Diana Rossini.
Okay.
So Kupp off the board.
Back home.
Yep.
What you think about his
Good for him.
HBCU running back, Brian? Bye.
Bye. I have not looked at the running back yet. So
okay.
Yeah, but I will. There's been some players I have to catch up on though, and I'm always
We've got a couple new. I mean, this corner that's run really well.
Hey, don't let
Texas A&M.
don't let that guy be your Puka Nakua.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about
There's
that.
always a fear of that.
But I've got time now. It's because I started the journey in November instead of December.
Yeah, if you don't get to 300, I'm going to be disappointed.
I'd be disappointed then.
I think you can get to 250.
I tell you what, I'm getting
feats of strength, dude. Bet you can't do it.
I tell you what,
I'm counting on you for day 3, bro.
No, I'll be ready for day 3.
I need you.
Don't get me. I'll be ready for day 3.
Because you're going to probably get about 30 more than I do.
Oh no, absolutely. I'll be ready to go. I hate how cluttered the board gets, but I'm absolutely. I'll look at this running back.
Okay,
I might look at him now.
My freaking guy.
Back to these phone calls.
Look at him now.
At 877-881-1053. This is Tape in Fort Worth. You're in the nation. What you drinking?
Currently sipping on a Route 44 ice water from Sonic, my mom's favorite drink in honor of her.
Very nice. What you thinking?
And I'm thinking on this trip I just took to Monterrey, Mexico, 2 nights ago. And this is really just like speaking to Gavin. Gavin, I saw Tool, like I told you back a couple of fan hangs ago.
Yep.
And you said that you wouldn't go to any concert.
Yep.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if you ever get a chance to try to go to at least one concert in your life, go see Tool at least one time. Best concert I've ever been to, especially outside the States, because they did not disappoint. Also, Demarcus Lawrence, you speak the truth, but don't want you on the team. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Have a great evening. And that would sound good. Going to Monterrey, Mexico, seeing a concert. I don't know if Tool would be the one for me.
He said Tool?
Yeah, Tool.
Okay.
I think concerts are too loud. You can't really hear the song properly.
There's people in there. It's
T-shirts are too
I think
loud.
a lot of people agree with me.
Honestly, you're right. Depending on the venue, like some of these venues, they just don't sound good.
Yeah, a lot of people get roped into it. They shouldn't be going, but they think, everybody says concerts is amazing, and then you get there and you're like, wow. Can I go maybe stand in the parking lot for 2 hours until everybody else comes out?
Drink and booze by yourself.
When you can get in at the ground floor with someone, and then you get the
good seats, bro.
Yeah.
You get like close to the stage vibes. Maybe you can get like behind the stage or the side of the stage.
Sounds nice.
Never experienced
like close to credential vibes.
Why do we have to turn it up to like 14 though?
Because it's got to fill that whole arena up with sound.
See, I think we're doing too much there. I maybe like a nice unplugged concert. Acoustic guitars, campfire,
tiny desk. You need to go.
like that.
You need to work at NPR so you can get the tiny desk situations. Drop by every once a month.
Yeah, but I felt like this way my entire life. Like the first concert I went to, I was like, "What the hell, dude? This is not good."
Was so loud, man.
Who was that concert?
It's got to fill the whole arena.
Who was it?
I think it was Beck.
Beck?
Yeah.
Beck
not
was
even
too
loud.
loud?
Yeah.
We were roving.
Yeah, I'm like, his music's not meant to be loud. Why is it like deafening right now? Ryan and Richardson, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, Ryan?
Well, right now, of course, I'm drinking water because I'm in the car.
Good.
But tonight, after the girls go down, I'm going to be pulling out that Jack Daniels and Mountain Dew. I'm going to make my wife some margaritas. Yeah. We're going to have a good time tonight. And here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, I've let the Cowboys' horrible decisions, really make me angry, make me sad, make me disappointed. And I just want to enjoy watching the Cowboys again. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I should just accept the fact that as long as Jerry Jones and his family own the team, we will never see a Super Bowl again. If I accept that fact, maybe I can watch the Cowboys with new eyes and enjoy when they're doing good and when they have good games, and maybe I can enjoy watching my Cowboys again.
Well, good luck on that, Ryan. I think you're going to have to put on some VHS tapes from the 90s if you want to see success. But I think that life perspective is important. I don't think anybody, especially because there's so many teams in every league, like your chances of winning are just low, and you can't tie your life happiness to it. Black and Gold B's on line 5. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, Black and Gold?
What's going on, fellas? I'm just drinking some water right now, but I'm headed to the store to pick up a case of Yingling Light. And I'm thinking after this weekend I might quit drinking for a few months. Just no particular reason, just to try to get healthy, maybe lose this beer belly I got going. And but now after hearing today, it's going to be in support of Rodeo Ron too, man. I met him that one time, and he's a really cool dude.
Yeah.
But looking forward to this weekend. Gonna tie one on tonight for sure. And tomorrow we're gonna go out to Martin House Brewery. They're having like a little petting zoo and stuff for the kids. So that'll be fun. But yeah, that's it, man. I'm just thinking about maybe giving up the beer for a few months. And before I go, the song I'm gonna recommend is Rock and Roll Never Forgets by Bob Seger.
Bob Seger.
Y'all have a great weekend, fellas.
Yeah. There he goes, Black and Gold B. Have one for me this weekend, buddy. It's been a few
Turn
for
the
me.
page, another
I could
Bob
use
Seger
one.
Doodle-a-doo.
Rodeo Ron is on line 6, and he joins us now here in the G-Bag Nation. And a good evening, Ron. Been keeping up with your Facebook post. What you drinking and what you thinking on this Friday night?
I am drinking a cold cup of ice water, and I'm thinking about just being sober, and I'm thinking about the questions y'all want to ask me. So let's do it.
Well, what made you finally decide to go in and quit drinking?
My health. I had to for myself. I've been drinking heavy for 4 years, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And then the last couple of trips of Rodeo Crystal going to the hospital, it scared me. And it got to the point to where she needed me to give her medicine to her. I couldn't do it.
Oh, so you were so drunk you couldn't get her medicine?
Yeah.
That would do it.
And I did it. I did it also to show everybody that if Rodeo can do it, anybody can do it. And I just want to try to set an example for people. And I just want to say to all the Tolos and all you guys, thank you for all the support. I needed it. And if you want to know what it looks like to detox after drinking 2 to 3 gallons of whiskey a week, go to the Tolo fan page. There's a before and after picture on me. And I'm not ashamed to say it. I'm an alcoholic. And it's just one day at a time. And I'm on day number 4. So let's go. And I got one other thing to say. The Cowboys still sucks. Anybody else got a question?
No, that's it, bro.
We love you, dude. Love you, Ron.
Keep up the great work.
Me too. I'm going to keep Toloing on. Like I said, 105.3 The Fan, especially that G-Bag Nation. It's in my blood. Rodeo 2.0. Here we go, baby. And remember one thing. If you're not getting sober with Rodeo Ron, listen to that 105.3 The Fan, that G-Bag Nation. We're the F.U. baby.
Yeah, there he goes, Rodeo Ron. Congratulations, 4 days in. I'm surprised he'd only been drinking hard for 4 years.
I thought he said 40.
Oh, he said 40?
No, I don't know if he did, but in my mind that made more sense.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he could have been going that hard for 40 years.
Yeah, it's
going
true.
that hard at that age, I was like doing the math like, wow, this guy stayed in the game for a long time, but that does make sense.
The picture in the hospital bed is pretty jarring.
Says it all. Anthony's on line 7. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, Anthony?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Well, I got me some very good lemonade from Sonic. Pretty awesome.
That works.
Nice.
Right?
What you thinking?
And so with the baseball season coming up, I've been watching a lot of baseball movies lately. And when I was growing up, probably my 2 favorites were Rookie of the Year and Angels in the Outfield. So I was kind of wondering, do y'all consider those two, like prime good baseball films? And then my last thing, I'm not sure if I always felt this way, but as time is going on, I actually think that Major League 2 is a better overall, more fun, better film than the first one. So I'm wondering if you would consider that a hot take or a bad take.
I love it, man. I love what you're doing, Anthony. I want you to call every week. I know that much. I don't know. Have there been actual good baseball movies?
For the love of the game,
yeah,
it's good.
absolutely.
The Rookie.
I mean, the ones that he named, I love Rookie of the Year, and I love
Sandlot. Which one of those is Funky Butt Lovin'?
Funky Butt.
Wrong genre? I don't know. Maybe the smart streams are kicking in.
That was Rookie of the Year.
I don't know the answer to that.
That was
one.
Rookie of the Year, Lucius. But if you go back and you look at Angels in the outfield, that is a hell of a cast. You got Matthew McConaughey, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Tony Danza, Christopher Lloyd, Danny Glover. It's amazing.
It's a kid's movie.
Adrian Brody was in that movie. It's a good movie. Okay. It could happen.
Okay.
For the love of the game.
I think point stands. There's really not a great baseball movie.
Sandlot?
Yeah, it's a kid's movie.
Did you see
It's
the
all right.
Dennis Quaid, the
Natural?
Rookie? I liked that one.
I don't know if I watched
Bingo
that
Long
one.
Traveling All-Stars?
Oh, that was good.
What
Bull
about
Durham?
Summer Catch?
I don't know. Was that a rom-com?
Oh, yeah, come on.
Field of
Eric.
Dreams
was good.
Eric
For the
was
love of the
romancing,
game.
bro. You was romancing. He was out here romancing.
He's like Trouble with the Curve.
Wait, did that actually come out of my mouth? Did I actually say that out loud?
Field of Dreams. Like, this is a really bad take by
Field
you,
of Dreams is the most overrated baseball movie. Bull Durham might be pretty good.
Bull Durham.
Line
Wow.
out.
Line 8, X-Man.
Benchwarmers?
You're in the G-Bag
Benchwarmers.
Nation,
Fever
X-Man.
Pitch?
What you
Moneyball?
drinking? What you thinking? Moneyball's horrible.
Oh, God.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing tonight?
I was doing better.
What you thinking?
I'm drinking a little bit of Don Julio.
Okay.
And what I'm thinking, 3 quick points here.
Damn.
First thing is I didn't even know Demarcus Lawrence was still on the team. I guess that's how many games he done missed, y'all.
That's right.
The only time he show up is in the middle is a contract year. And number 2 is I wouldn't count the Cowboys out because, we normally draft pretty good. That's one good thing about it. We don't do good in free agency, but they do draft well. And number 3 is Broadus. Why did you find Bobby out for the Love of the Star podcast?
Because he's
Y'all have a
terrible at
good
his
weekend.
job. Yeah, thanks. He's terrible at his job.
Thank you, X-Man.
Yeah. Bobby's terrible at his job. We had to move on.
Wow. You upgraded, though.
Yeah, we upgraded with Zach and Eric. So
Gotta become a real
Love the call from the X-Man, though.
214, good call. Bad News Bears, baseball movie.
Bad News Bears.
Come on now.
Iconic. Part
a
of my
lot of good
childhood.
The fan, bro. Robert De Niro and Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
I am number 11.
That one got weird, didn't it?
It did get kind of weird. It was so good. There's talk
Hardball.
radio in it and everything.
What about Hardball? Keanu Reeves.
I don't know if I saw that one.
Yeah, sad.
It is very sad.
Keanu Reeves is by far the worst actor. I know he's got a heart of gold. He's a gentleman. He's a great guy. I was accidentally subjected to the John Wick movie, at least the first 30 minutes of it.
You were accidentally subjected.
Oh, my goodness.
This might be an all-time worst
Terrible.
show for you.
Yeah, I'm
This
with you,
is
dog.
terrible.
What did you drink?
I'm with you, bro.
Oasis? Is that
I'm
what you're
with
drinking
you.
today?
You thought
Truth
John Wick
serum?
sucked?
I hate it.
Fruit serum.
you.
Yeah, I
Terrible.
hate it. Yeah, and that show Paradise too is starting to suck. I can't even get to episode 7.
What?
There you
I
go.
finished
Yeah,
it.
bro.
Yeah.
I don't know how you did it.
Speaking the truth.
What was it that you thought? Like,
God, it was taking too long.
Yeah, speaking of that, we got to get one more in
This
here
is just
before LA
ridiculous.
Live. Line 9, Big Jim.
It's a
You're in the
liquor talking.
G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Well, fellas, it's a good Friday for me. I got a pep in my step, and I'm actually sipping on water because I'm driving. Going to go get me a bite to eat. Talking about shows that kind of suck, I can't get into that. Severance. My daughter was trying to get me on that. And I couldn't do it. I don't think I'm the right target demographic for that. He was asking about Nico earlier. Big Jim GPT says Nico just sucks, and we need to get him out of Dallas. That's what the response you're going to get from me. The other thing is, I've been kind of curious watching the boys in free agency this week and seeing what the fellas are doing. I like that cat from Chicago. Watched a little bit of his film. He's going to be a good linebacker for us. And, hey, I'm glad they brought Dante Fowler back. That put a little bit of a smile on my face because I was a little jealous that we didn't have him last year. So very pleased about that. Fellas, great job this week. Thank you for the joy.
And, boy, I'm going to tune in and stay on for LA Live next.
Yeah.
There he goes. Thank you, Big Jim. Have a great weekend. And speaking of that, it's time to go into the Pimp Cup. Here he is, Lucius.
Polo mentioned somebody named Booby.
Booby, that's his wife's friend.
Okay, I got to figure out who that Booby is because I have an aunt Booby. And I thought it was just a pet name.
Yeah.
And until about like 17, 18, it just hit me out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I said, I know why your name is Booby now. I get it.
Those things go for miles.
I get it now, Aunt Booby. Damn.
Like a pair.
Move them suckers out the way. All right, it's a Feel Good Friday here in the nation. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my dance on everything.
Everybody get high.
You disrespect my hood by telling me take off my flag, asking how gangster I was. You lucky on that day I was acting cool, cuz. I told you I ain't got time for that, but today I got time, cuz.
Today I got time, bro.
But came up on me on some fun. I don't make peace when I come up on me on some disrespectful when I didn't even know you. You walked up on me and set down your beer like, what's up, how gangster are you, cuz? How gangster are you? I'll show you how gangster I am. You can drop off your kid and run my fade. You ain't hearing it. Exactly.
Exactly.
I go hard, cuz. You don't want to with me.
That's right. That's right. All-time classic crash out on the internet moment. Today I got time, cuz, and today I got a little bit of time to give you this LA Live for Friday, March 14th, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. Yes, people, we made it. Another week of 2025 in the books, and it was a long week for you, boy. That daylight saving had me chasing that hour. I was just chasing it all week.
Yeah.
An hour behind. Oh, my gosh. But I have a weekend to catch up, so let's enjoy it safely. Avoid the law dogs. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend. In other words, stay on your square, my guy. My boy.
My boy.
My boy. Stay away from that gunplay, too, because when the suns come out, the guns come out. That's what I've been noticing.
Sun's out, guns out.
Sun's out, guns out, my guy. So
and when
be
you're
careful
cool,
out
the sun
here.
is always shining.
I don't want you to see you. I don't want to see you crash out like Aaron Hernandez with them guns. Yeah. Is that an all-time sports crash out moment?
I think it's number one.
It's got to be number one, right?
OJ.
Yeah. OJ is an all-time sports crash out moment for sure.
Yeah, man.
Malice at the Palace. It's crash out.
Yeah.
That was a hell of a crash out.
Mark Gastineau.
Everybody recovered from that one all right, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
Steven Jackson's out here, you know, doing podcasts, and if you ask him, he's like top 3